1. Telengana peoples. Struggle. And its lessons. P. Sundarayya. December 1972. Introduction. Hyderabad state, its socio-political background. Multilingual state, conflict between Muslim ruler and Hindu subjects, feudal oppression, wretched conditions of workers and middle-class employees, beginnings of the Andhra Mahasabha, Second World War and people's struggles. 2. The peasant upsurge and Communist Party. The spark that set afire the Telangana agrarian revolt, Dadi Komarayya's martyrdom, July 4, 1946-36, government resorts to mass arrests and police terror, armed police raids on villages and people's resistance, aftermath of raids, lessons of this phase of the movement. 3. Armed resistance movement against Nizam and Rasakars. Distribution of land, establishment of people's rule, August 15, 1947 to September 13, 1948, our agrarian program, the new upsurge, collection of arms, formation of regular guerrilla squads for armed resistance, some notable armed actions, destruction of military and police camps. The story of martyrs. 4. Telangana people's armed liberation struggle against Nizam, its achievements. Land to the tiller, was it right to have taken to land distribution, formation of Gram Raj committees, agricultural reforms, increase in wages of agricultural workers, equal rights for women, abolition of untouchability, cultural progress, the military aspect of the struggle, weaknesses. V. The communist movement in Andhra, terror regime, 1948-51. Elections and after, repression begins, independence and after, 2 years of terror rule, people fight back, mass butchery by government, statements on repression. Part 2. On the eve of the Indian Army intervention, decision to continue the armed struggle, India's police action, people's relief short-lived. 2. Terror regime and resistance. Terror methods, rape and vandalism on women, sadistic murders, terror fails. 3. The Krishna Forest, Nal Umla, region. Disastrous effects of dissolution of squads, agricultural labor struggles, Lambadi people support. Party organization, after the reformation of regular guerrilla squads, November Day and Peace Day, situation in the plains of Nalgonda, around the military centers at end of 1950, Amarabad area, new extension on River Krishna border, Kurnool district, Vikarbad area, position at the time of withdrawal of struggle. 4. The Godavari forest region. Khammam Kothagudem, Palvancha, area after police action, movement among the Koya people, burning of villages and organization of concentration camps, hard life of guerrillas, Manakotamula Govarungal area, during 1951, extension to Chanarsirapur area in Adilabad district. V. Actions of guerrilla squads. On police and military patrols and camps, on hated landlords and their agents, Godavari forest area, Khammam Palvancha area, Ibrahimpatnam Devarkonda Amarabad area, Karimnagar Janajayan area, raids on police stations in Union territory. Enemy agents and hated landlords killed. 6. People's upsurge in Karimnagar and other new areas. Police attacks and people's resistance, people seize grain and land, extension of movement into Adilabad district. 7. Movement in cities and of the working class. Students' demonstrations and battles, working class struggles, discontent among NGOs, food problem, mounting repression in Hyderabad city. 8. Struggle inside jails. 9. Women in the Telangana movement. Women defend their land, fight for wage increase, resist police repression and attacks, some sketches, raping of women and fight against it, in guerrilla squads and secret offices, Koya women to the fore, marriage and new social problems. 5. Brief sketches of some of the squad and party leaders who laid down their lives after the entry of the Indian Army. Suryapet Taluka, Mathura Taluka, Mulagu Manakota, Jungao, Huzurnagarmi Ayalagudam, Munagala, Bhavnagiri. Others including after withdrawal of struggle. 11. Withdrawal of Telangana armed partisan resistance. India's path to revolution, assessment of the immediate situation and tasks, partisan struggle, a Marxist-Leninist understanding, May 1951 Central Committee meeting and its decisions, factors that led to withdrawal decision, resolution on withdrawal of armed struggle, development of events after withdrawal, differences persist. Epilogue. Part 3. Appendix I, Martyrs of the Struggle. Nalgonda District, Suryapet Taluka, Huzurnagar, Munagala Pargana, Miryalagudam, Nalgonda and Ramanapata, Bhavnagari, Ibrahimpatnam, Mahbubnagar District, Mathura Taluka, Khammam, Kothagudam, Palvancha, Manukota, Ilandu, Nirsampatakarim Nagaradalabad, East Godavari District, West Godavari District, Krishna District, Divi Taluka, Gunnavaram, Gudivada, Bandar Town and Taluka, Vijayawada Town and Taluka, Nandigama, Tiruviru, Guntur District, Satanapalli Taluka, Narsaropata, Vinakonda, Guntur, Palnad, Ripalai, Tanali, Bapatla. Ongal District, Kadapa District, Telangana, continued. Appendix 2, the conditions of agricultural workers and of the poor peasantry. Huzurnagar Taluka, Devarkonda Taluka, questions and answers, equal wages for women, Adilabad Taluka, false propaganda of enemies, how to convince people of our demands, the political goal, our slogans, resolutions, on land, on grain levies, on the food question, on agricultural laborers, our land slogan in Manukota area, on other revolutionary people's struggles. Appendix 3, present secret organization, our tasks. On what basis do we adopt secret methods, Provincial Committee Circular, Technical Circular. Appendix 4, Tales of Telangana. A few words about this book. 1. At last, after 20 years delay, we are able to place this book on Telangana people's struggle and its lessons in the hands of readers. Our effort has been to give the reader a comprehensive narration of the development of this struggle, and all the relevant details available to us, in order to point out the most important political lessons that emerge from the experience of this movement. 2. We are conscious that many other details of actions of people and of guerrillas and cadre which should have found a place in this book may not be there. It is due to lack of those details with us, due to the failure of all those participants in that great struggle, to record their experiences, their knowledge of people's reactions and their own feeling during the period or later. 3. Whenever those accounts become available, it will not be difficult to include them and have a fuller and more comprehensive history of the Telangana people's struggle. In this narrative, there may be many factual discrepancies with regard to minor details, but those, too, can be corrected, if the participants or readers point them out. 4. We have avoided narrating the activities and the role of various participants, their positive and negative features, especially of most of the living personnel, for obvious reasons, except when it becomes absolutely essential to pinpoint political generalizations, and that, too, in very general terms. 5. Certain colleagues of ours have pointed out to us that the narrative and the book could have been more vivid and graphic, and this book does not bring out fully the rich experience and the heroism of the movement. We are acutely conscious of this weakness, but it can be remedied only if the participants themselves write out or recount their experiences, even after this lapse of time. 6. There has been criticism that there are too many minor details, many a repetition, and some accounts appear to be exaggerated and appear unreal. The exact number of killed and wounded and number of participants in many an encounter cannot be verified now after the passage of so much time, when the government records are not yet available, and the truth is sought to be suppressed by the authorities. We have not tried to edit the narration of the events, as given by some of the chroniclers, or as recorded in the available reports from the lower units to higher centers. It was difficult even at that time of actual occurrence, leave alone now, to verify the exact details. So we tried to stick to chroniclers' narrations and to the recorded reports in the files without going into them deeply. We feel that if we tried to avoid giving many details or repetitions, it would have made this narration too general without bringing the mood, the feelings of the participants and of the people at that time, or of what they felt and believed then. 7. In giving brief sketches of martyrs, we tried to give whatever was available in the records and from accounts comrades have given us. There are many omissions of many key cadre, squad members, whose deeds and activities need special narration. We would appeal to all. 7. Those old participants to compile the reminiscences of all those martyrs, so that the future generations can be educated by their example. 8. Similarly, though it is generally estimated that about 4,000 were killed by police, military, and landlord terror during 1946-51, excluding thousands of Koya people who died of diseases in concentration camps, some investigators say that the figure is nearer 6,000. We do not have the names of all of them, nor even the names of villages from where they were picked up and shot dead. We hope comrades and people will collect, even now, the names and number of those killed, village after village, in the struggle. We are giving whatever names are available with us. 9. Comrade Mbasavepanaya helped me to improve this book by many of his suggestions. 10. I have to specially mention the services of Comrade Unnikrishnan, our Central Committee stenotypist, without whose patient typing and retyping again and again, I could not have completed this book, and of Comrade Ramdas, our Central Committee member, who took all the trouble and responsibility of going through the manuscript again and again and got it ready for the press and brought it out, plowing through all the proofs. P. Sundarayya. Introduction. It is now 20 years since the Telangana peasants' armed struggle was withdrawn on October 21, 1951. There is no authentic narration, even in outline, of how this struggle developed in that Nizam-governed feudal Hyderabad state into a peasants' and people's armed revolt, the intervention by the Indian Army on September 13, 1948, and the heroic armed resistance put up by the peasant masses for 3 years to defend the lands they gained earlier from being seized by the landlords backed by the Nehru government's armed forces. Avowed enemies and hostile critics of this great movement have produced tons of literature denouncing the struggle as communist violence, banditry, and anarchy. The right communists are vociferous in depicting it, particularly the stage of the partisan resistance during the years 1949-51, as sectarian, dogmatic and individual terrorism in the main. The Naxalite leaders are busy carrying on the smear campaign that the leadership of the Telangana struggle betrayed it in calling it off in October 1951. To present, in brief, an overall balance sheet of this heroic peasant uprising, it exacted tremendous sacrifices from the fighting peasantry of Telangana and the Visalandra state unit of the Communist Party which was destined to lead this popular peasant uprising. As many as 4,000 communists and peasant militants were killed, more than 10,000 communist cadres and people's fighters were thrown into detention camps and jails for a period of 3 to 4 years, no less than a minimum of 50,000 people were dragged into police and military camps from time to time to be beaten, tortured, and terrorized for weeks and months together. Several lakhs of people in thousands of villages were subjected to police and military raids and suffered cruel lathe charges. The people, in the course of these military and police raids, lost properties worth millions of rupees which were either looted or destroyed. Thousands of women were molested and had to undergo all sorts of humiliations and indignities. In a word, the entire region was subjected to a brutal police and military terror rule for full 5 years, initially by the Nizam and his Razakar armed hordes, and subsequently by the combined armed forces of the Union government and the state government of Hyderabad. After the police action, a huge 50,000-strong force of armed personnel of different categories was deployed to violently suppress the movement and restore the shattered landlord rule. According to some unofficial estimates, the government of India had spent as much money and resources in Hyderabad then as it had spent in its war with Pakistan over the issue of Kashmir during the years 1947-48. Of course, the picture is not complete without its second side, the picture of an impressive record of achievements and gains to the credit of the peasant uprising. During the course of the struggle, the peasantry in about 3,000 villages, covering roughly a population of 3 million in an area of about 16,000 square miles, mostly in the three districts of Nalgonda, Varungal, and Khammam, had succeeded in setting up Gram Raj, on the basis of fighting village panchayats. In these villages, the hated landlords, the pillars of Nizam's autocracy in the rural areas, were driven away from their fortress-like houses, gadis, and their lands were seized by the peasantry. 1 million acres of land was redistributed among the peasantry under the guidance of the people's committees. All evictions were stopped and the forced labor service was abolished. The plunderous and exorbitant rates of usury were either drastically cut down or altogether forbidden. The daily wages of agricultural laborers were increased and a minimum 9 wage was enforced. The oppressive forest officialdom was forced to abandon the entire forest belt, and the tribals and the people living in the adjoining areas of these forests were able to enjoy the fruits of their labor. For a period of 12 to 18 months the entire administration in these areas was conducted by the village peasant committees. During the course of this struggle against the Nizam's autocracy, the people could organize and build a powerful militia comprising 10,000 village squad members and about 2,000 regular guerrilla squads, in defense of the peasantry against the armed attacks of the Rasakars and the Nizam's police. Lakhs of peasants, for the first time in their life, could have their regular 2 meals a day. In a word, this historic peasant rebellion shook the medieval autocratic regime of the Safavid dynasty to its roots, delivering death blows against it. To this heroic peasant resistance movement goes the credit of pushing the question of the agrarian revolution into the forefront, compelling the unwilling hands of the Congress leaders to embark upon various agrarian reforms, however halting, half-hearted and pitiful they were. It was during the course of this struggle that the Bhudan Utopia was conceived by Sri Vinabha Bhave, the Sarvodaya leader, who was sent there by the Congress leaders for the so-called pacification campaign and anti-communist propaganda among the peasantry. It was in the course of this bitter and prolonged struggle that people came to grasp the truth that the land problem can never be really resolved by the honeyed phrases and pompous promises of the bourgeois landlord rulers, but a powerful organized militant mass struggle alone can do it. Let us also remember again that not a small share of credit goes to the Telangana struggle for forcing the pace of states' reorganization on a linguistic basis, enabling the several disunited and dismembered nationalities to realize their long-cherished democratic demand for separate statehood. The powerful blows that this struggle delivered to the biggest princely regime of Hyderabad, inspired the struggle which won the Andhra state, after the martyrdom of Patti Sriramulu in 1952, and this, in turn, paved the way for the formation of linguistic states throughout India in 1956, forcing the ruling Congress leadership to demolish the unprincipled and arbitrary division of the country made by the former British rulers. The heroic Telangana peasant struggle thus made its unique contribution to redrawing the political map of India on a national, democratic, and sound linguistic basis. In this connection, it is very necessary to realize that the Communist Party, which had the proud role of leading this historic Telangana revolt and had to bear the brunt of the repression with tremendous sacrifices, the Communist Party which was at the head of the Valularpun struggle in Kerala, which was at the head of the post-war peasant struggles and the working class struggles in Bengal, emerged as a result, on the national political scene as a widely recognized and effective political force to be seriously reckoned with. From a small force of militant working class trends that it used to be till then in shaping the destinies of India's multimillions, the Communist Party earned the prestige and honor of emerging as the single biggest opposition group in the first parliament, following the 1952 general elections. Finally, the single biggest contribution made by the Telangana peasant revolt to the communist movement in India is of tremendous importance, that this struggle brought to the forefront of the Indian communist movement almost all the basic theoretical and ideological questions concerning the strategy and tactics of the Indian People's Democratic Revolution for 10. Correct and scientific answers and realistic and practical solutions. A series of issues such as the role of the peasantry in the People's Democratic Revolution, the place and significance of partisan resistance and rural revolutionary bases, the question of concretely analyzing the classification among the peasantry, and what role is played in the revolution by the different strata of the peasantry, the perspective for the Indian Revolution, the specific place and role of the working class and urban centers in our revolution, the precise meaning and import of the concept of working class hegemony and the part played by the Communist Party in realizing it in an underdeveloped and backward country like ours, where the modern working class does not exceed 1% of the population, etc., were thrown up for serious inter-party debate and decision. Life and experience, after a prolonged inter-party struggle, enabled the party to arrive at a fairly correct political line, with satisfactory answers to most of the problems posed. It is relevant to mention here that during the course of the struggle, particularly during the phase of its last 2 years, the Communist Party from top to bottom was sharply divided into two hostile camps, one defending the struggle and its achievements and the other denouncing and decrying it as terrorism, etc. Those who opposed this struggle had even openly come out in the press, providing grist to the mill of the enemies in maligning the struggle and the Communist Party that was leading it. This sharp political ideological split, though enveloping the entire party in the country, was particularly sharp and acute in the party's Visalandra unit, which was directly and immediately involved in this valiant peasant uprising. Subsequently, history demonstrated that the inter-party unity achieved, following the withdrawal of the Telengana armed resistance in October 1951, was only formal, superficial, and temporary, and the division, actually, got crystallized into two distinct hostile political trends. It was not just accidental, and may be of interest to note, that in the party split that came about in the year 1962-63, the division in the state party unit of Visalandra remained, more or less, of the same character and with the same composition as was witnessed during the 1950-51 inter-party strife. With the exception of a handful of individual communist leaders and cadres, who might have changed their loyalties and political convictions, the bulk that stood opposed to the Telangana struggle, on one count or the other, opted out to the side of the right reformist and revisionist right Communist Party, while the overwhelming majority, that defended the struggle to the last, rallied firmly behind the Communist Party of India, Marxist. No serious student of the Indian communist movement can succeed in getting to the root cause and reason that inevitably paved the way for the split in 1962-63 if he were to bypass the struggle of Telangana and the various inter-party controversies that broke around the issue of conducting this valiant peasant resistance movement. I had the opportunity to be closely associated with the development of the communist movement in the Andhra and Telangana areas from its very inception, and had been closely associated with the Telangana struggle, at its various stages, and also in fighting back the Congress and landlord Zolam let loose to completely liquidate all the gains of Telangana during the last 2 decades, after the withdrawal of armed struggle. Considering it my elementary duty, in which I failed during the last 2 decades, at least to outline the rich and varied revolutionary experiences and lessons of that glorious struggle, I have tried to narrate here the story of the Telangana struggle basing mainly on the factual material contained in reports that were received from different area organizers of the Telangana struggle at that time, and also on the basis of personal experiences of many of those leading 11 comrades who were and even now are in the thick of the movement. I am placing here some of the experiences and lessons which, I think, we have to draw from the Telangana struggle. Chapter I. Hyderabad State, its socio-political background. The Hyderabad state, which was formed by the Nizam, after the death of the last Mughal emperor, was reduced to a subsidiary feudatory state, covering an area of about 83,000 square miles, under the British, after the cession of Beira, of Maharashtra area and the coastal and the ceded districts of Andhra area to the British. Multilingual state. The Hyderabad state consisted of 3 linguistic areas, the 8 Telugu-speaking districts with Hyderabad city, the capital of the state, constituting the Telangana area, 5 Marathi-speaking districts, in the northwest of the state, constituting the Marathwada region, and 3 Kannada-speaking districts in the southwestern part. The Telangana region occupied 50% of the area American Samoa against 28% of the Marathwada region, and the remaining 22% of the Kannada region. The Telugu-speaking population in 1951 was 9 million, 50%, Marathi-speaking about 4,500,000, 25%, and Kannada-speaking 2 million, 11%, while the Urdu-speaking population was 2,100,000, 12%. In no part of the state, except perhaps in Hyderabad city proper, were the Urdu-speaking people in a majority. But since the Nizam was a Muslim, and it was his kingdom, Urdu was made the language of the courts and the administration at all levels, and also the medium of instruction from the primary stage. Only with the special permission of the Nizam and his administrators could private schools for children, even at middle school level, in the mother tongues of the people, Telugu, Kannada, and Marathi, be started. Even language libraries and literary associations could be started only with the permission of the authorities. No wonder, the literacy rate was only 6%. Thus the culture and the language of the overwhelming majority of the people living in Hyderabad state were sought to be suppressed by the rulers, and the natural desire for education and cultural development, for protection and development of their own mother tongue got inevitably linked up with the struggle against the Nizam's rule. Conflict between the Muslim ruler and the Hindu subjects. The Nizam of Hyderabad state, though a vassal of the British imperialists, being a Muslim and the vast majority of the people of Hyderabad belonging to the Hindu religion and its various sects, got reflected in the administrative setup. Though the Muslim population was about 12% in the whole administrative setup, especially in the higher echelons, the overwhelming majority, more than 90%, were Muslim bureaucratic officials. The Nizam 12. And mullahs tried to instill a feeling that the Muslims were the ruling class and they had a right to lord it over the rest of the people of the state. Against this, the growing middle-class intellectuals, and the growing Hindu business and industrial interests took up the cudgels, and the Arya Samajists became the champions of the Hindu masses against the Muslim oppressors. There were large numbers of conflicts and clashes between these sections. In the early days, till the 1940s, the Indian National Congress refused to take up the struggle of the people against the princes and nawabs of the native states. This also left the field free for the Arya Samajists to come forward as the champions of the struggle against autocracy and enabled them to divert the democratic awakening of the people, to a considerable extent, onto communal lines. One of the aspects of this Muslim feudal rule was reflected in the language policy of the state, making Urdu dominate, at the cost of major languages, which were the mother tongues of the overwhelming majority of the people of the state. Later, during the Telangana struggle of 1946–47, the Nizam and his feudal administrators, his armed Rasakars, tried to rally the Muslim masses to support them as against the Hindus. But thanks to the leadership of the Communist Party, large numbers of the Muslim peasantry and rural artisans and the rural poor were rallied behind the fighting Telangana peasantry, though it has to be admitted that a vast section of Muslims in the towns and cities supported the Nizam and the Rasakars. It was again thanks to the party's leadership, that the reprisals against Muslims, after the police action, were prevented in the Telangana area, whereas in the Marathwada region, in many areas, where the democratic movement was not so strong as in Telangana, they occurred on quite a large scale. The utter isolation of the Muslim ruler from the vast mass of his Hindu subjects was an important factor that enabled the rallying of various sections against the hated ruler. The feudal oppression. The basic feature that dominated the socio-economic life of the people of Hyderabad and especially in Telangana was the unbridled feudal exploitation that persisted well nigh till the beginning of the Telangana armed peasant struggle. Out of the 53 million acres in the whole of Hyderabad state, about 30 million acres, i.e., about 60%, were under governmental land revenue system, called Diwani or Khalsa area, about 15 million acres, i.e., about 30% are under the Jagirdari system, and about 10% are as the Nizam's own direct estate, i.e., Sarfkaz system. It was only after the police action that the Sarfkaz and Jagirdari systems were abolished, and these lands were merged in Diwani, brought under governmental land revenue system. The income or loot from the peasantry, from the Sarfkaz area, amounting to 20 million rupees annually, was entirely used to meet the expenditure of the Nizam's family and its retinue. The whole area was treated as his private estate. He was not bound to spend any amount for economic and social benefit or development of people's livelihood in that area. If anything, 13. was spent, it used to be from other general revenues of the state. In addition, the Nizam Nawab used to be given 7 million rupees per annum from the state treasury. After the police action when the Sarfkaz area was merged in the Diwani area, the Nizam and his family offspring were to be paid 5 million rupees per annum as compensation, apart from another 5 million rupees as privy purse. The peasants in these areas were nothing but bond slaves, or total serfs under the Nizam. Even whatever little rights existed in the Diwani area were denied to them. The Jagir areas constituted 30% of the total state. In these areas, Paigas, Samsthanam, Jagirdars, Ijardars, Banjardars, Makdadars, Inamdars, or Agraharams, were the various kinds of feudal oppressors. Some of these used to have their own revenue officers to collect the taxes they used to impose. Some of them used to pay a small portion to the state while some others were not required to pay anything. In these areas, various kinds of illegal exactions and forced labor were the normal feature. Some of these Jagirs, Paigas, and Samsthanams, especially the biggest ones, had their own separate police, revenue, civil and criminal systems. They were subfeudatory states, under the Nizam state of Hyderabad, which was itself a stooge native state under the British autocracy in India. In Jagir areas the land taxes on irrigated lands used to be 10 times more than those collected in Diwani, government, areas, amounting to 150 rupees per acre or 20 to 30 mons of paddy per acre. The Paigas were estates granted to Muslim feudals, especially the Nizam's relatives, for recruiting and maintaining armed personnel to help the Nizam in his wars. The Jagirs and Samsthanams were those given to reward officers, who distinguished themselves in serving the Nizam. Makdas, Banjars, Agraharams, and Inams were given for various services, and these owners were entitled to fleece the peasantry and take as much as they could extract. There used to be Deshmukhs and Deshpandes who were earlier the tax collectors for the government, but later on, under the Nizam government's Solar Jung Divanship, chief ministership, when direct tax collection by the state apparatus was introduced, these Deshmukhs and Deshpandes were granted Vatans or mash, annuities, based on percentage of the past collections, in perpetuity. These Deshmukhs and Deshpandes as collectors of taxes, grabbed thousands of acres of the best fertile cultivated land, and made it their own property. The peasants cultivating these lands were reduced to the position of tenants at will. How did they come to own these lands? These feudal landlords had acquired them by all foul means from the ordinary people. The major portion of the lands cultivated by the peasants came to be occupied by the landlords, during the first survey settlement. These people who had power in their hands got lands registered in their names without the knowledge of the peasants who were cultivating them, and the peasants came to know of it only afterwards when it was too late to do anything. Thus, these feudal lords got possession of unlimited vast lands and made them their legal possession. Even lands which were left out in possession of the peasants in the survey settlement, were occupied by the landlords in the years of the economic crisis of 1920-22 and 1930-33, when the peasants, either due to bad harvests or unfair prices for the crops, were unable to pay the taxes. These feudal landlords used to torture the peasants who were unable to pay the taxes and 14. get hold of their lands. Many a time this acquisition used to take place even without the knowledge of the peasants. They used to lend agricultural products like grain, chilies, etc., to the peasants at fantastic usurious rates, and later, under the pretext of non-repayment was of these loans, used to confiscate the lands. This system prevalent at the time of the Telangana struggle. One can imagine the extent of the acquisition of lands, if it is mentioned, that the Janardhi Pratap Reddy family had 1.5 lakh acres and laid a mango grove in one plot of 750 acres of land. In the days of the struggle, village organizations, Gram Rajyas, collected the information of such lands foully seized by the landlords and restored them to the peasants, the rightful owners. These landlords are not only deshmukhs but also village chiefs, Pate, Putvari, Mali Patel, with hereditary rights. Each one used to get 5 to 10 villages under him as Vatan. These Vatan villages were controlled through clerks or agents, Saridars, appointed by the deshmukh. They enjoyed the rights of an officer. These Saridars used to collect the products from the peasants by force, and do all other jobs including supplying all information about the village. If there was any quarrel or friction amongst the villagers, it could not be settled without the knowledge of the landlord. Depending upon the nature of the quarrel, the deshmukhs used to decide whether it should be settled in his house, Geti, or outside in the village center or elsewhere. If it was a small matter, the deshmukh's agent would be entrusted with it, but if it was a big affair, then it was settled in the presence of the deshmukh in his house. To this category of rich landlords belonged people like the Babasaheb Peta landlord, Vinor Ramachandra Reddy, etc. Pingali Venkatrama Reddy, Wadipalai deshmukh, got excise contracts for the whole of Telangana all for himself. In those days, excise, abkari, contract meant full control over the villages. If this was the state of exploitation by the feudal lords in Ryotwari areas, one can imagine what it must have been in Jagirdari areas. These Jagirdars and deshmukhs had licenses for rifles and guns, had cavalry squads and armed forces as well. Veti system. The Veti system, forced labor and exact ions, is generally taken to be confined to tribal areas or some of the most backward social communities in other areas. But in Telangana, Veti system was an all-pervasive social phenomenon affecting all classes of people, in varying degrees. Each Harijan family had to send one man from the family to do Veti. In a small hamlet, Pal, each house will send one man. Their daily job consisted of household work in the house of the Patel, Putvari Mali Patel, or deshmukh, to carry reports to police stations, taluk office, tahsil, keep watch on the village chavadai and the poundage. Besides these, there used to be more work for them whenever an officer came to the village chavadai. In village Chalukar, daily 16 Harijans used to do Veti. They used to collect wood for fuel from the forests and carry post also. For carrying post or supplies they were supposed to get an anna for 2.5 miles. 15. Which was of course not even honored in practice. This system was known as Kasukavizam in Telugu, i.e., 1/16 of a rupee for a distance of 2.5 miles. Further, the Harijans, who carried on the work of cobblers, tanning of leather and stitching shoes, or preparing leather accessories for agricultural operations, for drawing water from wells or yoke belts for plough cattle, or for draft bullocks, were forced to supply these to the landlords free of cost, while the rest of the peasantry used to pay them fixed annuities in grain and other agricultural produce. Certain other backward communities, like Bailu, Bastalu, and Chakalai, washermen, were forced to carry on their shoulders men and women of the landlord families in specially made carriers, palakis or minas, over long distances from one village to another, whenever they wished to see their relatives or go to festivals. When members of the landlord family travel in their fast bullock carts, they are forced to run before the carts as well as behind them as path clearers and escort. When they ride on horses, the horse servants were to run beside them. Toddy tappers had to tap toddy and set apart 5 to 10 trees for exclusively free supply to the landlord's families, and supply them every day 5 pots of toddy, and a larger quantity on festive occasions. Weavers had to supply clothes to the landlord's household servants. The carpenters and blacksmiths were to supply all agricultural implements to the landlords free and also carry out free repairs. Washermen were forced to wash clothes and vessels in the houses of the deshmukhs and village officials. They had to carry cots and beds for officers who camped in the village chavadai and bring all that was necessary for cooking. In the officers' houses they had to grind turmeric and pound chilies. Potters had to give the necessary pots to the officers and landlords. Even if the Jagirdar or deshmukh was staying in Hyderabad, the potter had to walk all the way there and supply him all the pots needed. An officer camping in the village Chavadai would get his pots from the potter and the cooking also done. Barbers had to do daily service in the house of the Deshmukh and at night press the feet of the landlord and massage his body. Shepherds were forced to give sheep from each of their herd on every auspicious function in the landlord's house or on all village festival days. They were forced to give it whenever landlords demanded it on some pretext or other. The merchants in the villages had to supply by turn all the commodities including good ghee on receipt of a letter from the police patel for any officer who came to the village. If they did not have something or did not give anything or opposed, they were subjected to torture and to various indignities. 16. Villagers, especially the poor who had not any other goods to supply, were forced to supply fowls to them. The peasants were also not spared of this veti. Whenever any officer came they had to be given a lift in their carts by the peasants, and reach them to their destinations, even at odd times, whether the animals were fed or not. They had to till the lands of the village officials and landlords before they could take up work on their own fields. Until the landlords' lands were watered, the peasants would not get water for their fields. Agricultural laborers had to work in the fields of the officials and landlords without any remuneration and then only go to other peasants' work for their livelihood. These various forms of forced labor and exact ions were extracted not only by the landlords but also by all the officials, petty or high, either living in the villages or when they came on tours or on special visits. The worst of all these feudal exact ions was the prevalence of keeping girls as slaves in landlords' houses. When landlords gave their daughters in marriage they presented these slave girls and sent them along with their married daughters, to serve them in their new homes. These slave girls were used by the landlords as concubines. Thus the Veti system had made the life of the Telangana people one of utter degradation and of abject serfdom. It had ruined man's self-respect completely. The movement for its abolition became widespread. When these feudal lords of various hues tried to intensify their illegal exact ions, to evict the cultivating peasants from their lands and lease them to some others, the peasants had fought many a heroic struggle, even earlier. One such heroic struggle was that of a poor Muslim peasant Bandajai, against Vaisunuri Deshmukh during the 20s, whose martyrdom was immortalized in the popular drama Ma Bhumi, My Land, during the Telangana days of 1945–46. 200 amateur groups staged this play throughout the whole of Andhra Pradesh and wherever Telugu people lived in the whole of India. Again, it was on this issue that the peasantry came into head-on confrontation with the feudal lords at the beginning of the 1940s. But by that time, the Communist Party had become an organized force, and was able to identify itself with these fighting oppressed tenants and the rural poor. And so the movement took a qualitatively different aspect, compared to past struggles. Some of these notorious feudal Deshmukhs who owned tens of thousands of acres, against whom bitter battles were fought, during 1940, are listed below. 1 Vaisunur Deshmukh, 40,000 acres, landlord over 40 villages in Jungayo Taluka, Nalgonda district. 2. Suryapet Deshmukh, 20,000 acres. 3. Babasahepet Deshmukh, 10,000 acres, Myryalagudam Taluka. 4. Kallara Deshmukh, 100,000 acres, Mathura Taluka, Khammam district. 5. Janareddy Pratap Reddy, 150,000 acres, Suryapeta Taluka. 17. Here are a few more examples of the big landlords, who owned more than 5,000 acres, in a few talukas to which the movement spread: Malappuram Rangerdi, Shandampalli Daralu, Mozanji Daralu of Kapula, of Devarakonda Taluka, Cherikupalli Narasim Herdi of Myryalagudam Taluka, Baitavalu Zamindar, Kapugala Mudavarapu family, Penubadu Sitaram Rao of Huzurnagar Taluka, Chundapatla Sudarshana Rao, Dupali Venkatramareddy of Bhavnagiri Taluka, Musakuri family of Tangadapalli, Alwala family of Pulapalli of Ibrahimpatnam Taluka, Mandia Mary Madhav Rao, 10,000, Pusakuri family, 10 to 20,000 acres, Narsapura Samsthanam, 50 to 100,000 acres, of Lakhisadabeta Taluka, Adilabad district. The land concentration in Hyderabad state and the Telangana region was tremendous. The administrative report of 1950-51 gave figures to show that in the three districts of Nalgonda, Mahbubnagar, and Warangal, the number of patidars, landlords, owning more than 500 acres were about 550, owning 60 to 70% of the total cultivable land. The extent of exploitation indulged in by these jagirdars, paigas, and samsthanams can be imagined from the fact that 110 of them used to collect 100 million rupees every year in various taxes or exact ions from the peasantry. Out of this amount, 55 million rupees used to be appropriated by 19 of them, while the whole revenue income of the Hyderabad state before 1940 was no more than 80 million rupees. This was only the legally admitted collections. But it was a well-known fact that total collections, legal and illegal, amounted to thrice this amount. When the Nizam issued his firmana banning illegal exact ions, it mentioned 82 varieties of illegal exact ions. But this firmana remained a mere paper proclamation. The Jagirdars, Deshmukhs, the big landlords continued their illegal forcible forages with the active connivance of the corrupt officialdom of the Nizam state. To give one example, Visunar Ramachandra Reddy, the notorious Deshmukh in Janagun Tahsil of Nalgonda district, used to forcibly seize the lands from the tenants and the peasants. He used to force the peasants in his area, of about 40 villages, to do forced labor in his fields, all through the year, pay Nazarana, presents in kind or cash, at the birth of a child in the family, marriage or death. Every handicraftsman, artisan, merchant had to pay a certain portion of his products or fixed amounts in cash. The cobblers, shoes and harness, shepherds, blankets and supply of sheep and goats for the feast and free milk, and peasants, grain, vegetables, etc. He built a house costing 200,000 rupees in the 30s and 40s, out of which nearly half the cost was collected in cash from the forced labor for various construction jobs. A young mother who had delivered a child only 3 days earlier, was mowed to do forced labor in his fields, leaving the infant at home, with nobody to look after it, and the child died of lack of milk and care. He was so notorious that peasants hesitated to give their daughters in marriage to persons living in those villages. It was against such forced labor and illegal exact ions and evictions that the Andhra Mahasabha, the cultural organization of Telugu-speaking Andhra people of the Telangana region of Hyderabad state, waged innumerable struggles. The beginnings of the Telangana armed struggle were against the atrocities of this very same Visunar Deshmukh in 1946, when his Gundas attacked and murdered Dadi Komarayya, the local Andhra Mahasabha worker, in Kadivandi village on July 4. 18. Wretched conditions of workers and middle-class employees. In 1941, in the Telangana area, there were about 500 factories employing about 28,000 workers. Many of the big factories like textiles, mines, paper mills, engineering factories were heavily subsidized, and large amounts of loans granted by the government to these owners: Salayung, Babakan, Lahoti, Aladdin, Durabji, Chennoi, Tayabji, Lek Ali, Punnalal Piti, etc. They made huge profits during the war, selling their goods in the black market. But the workers were miserably paid, the textile workers' wage being 10 rupees to 15 per month. 80% of the wage earners got 15 rupees per month. In the Azamjahi mills of Warangal, 4,000 workers' wage bill was 13.63 rupees lakhs in 1943, while the managing agent's commission amounted to 7.44 rupees lakhs. In the Ramgopal mills of Hyderabad, 1,500 workers' wage bill was 4 rupees lakhs, while the managing agent's commission was 1.35 rupees lakhs. The higher government officials, numbering 1,500, were paid 50 million rupees per year, while the wages for many lower categories varied between 12, 16, 30, and 60 rupees per month. Nearly 2 lakh Muslims were employed in various government services, in the name of Muslims are rulers, Anil Mulki, but most of them got monthly salaries varying from 12 rupees to 30 rupees. It is no wonder that these government employees were forced to supplement their meager salaries by various other devious methods. Quite a large number of Muslims used to depend on many handicrafts like carpet making, printing textile, nagan-saiza, handlooms, etc., and were forced to eke out a miserable living. The Nizam encouraged the formation of the Majlis Ittihadul Muslimin, in 1927, to bolster up the support of the Muslim masses to his kingdom, on the plea that Muslims are the rulers. In 1928, it adopted as one of its objects, to develop loyalty to the king and his government. They used to propagate the divine theory of kingship, that the Nizam was the shadow of God, Jil-ul-Aliya, etc. They were for an independent Hyderabad state, having direct relations with British paramountcy. They demanded that the ceded territories of the coastal and Rayalaseema districts, as well as the Berar area, be restored to the Nizam. This organization was totally opposed to any democratic movement in the state, any form of democratic or responsible government set up. They were for full authority for the Nizam. They tried their best to keep the Muslim workers, peasants, toiling sections the middle classes from joining hands with their Hindu class brothers and waging a common struggle against Hindu-Muslim jagirdars, landlords, and capitalists and the Nizam government. The beginnings of Andhra Mahasabha. The Nizam Nawab's rule was an autocratic rule. There were no elected bodies at any level, from the village to the state. He used to have his own nominated advisory council and his nominated chief minister. He used to run the administration by issuing firmanas, which had the same effect of legislation and executive order rolled into one. He appointed Nazims, departmental secretaries. 19. It need not be repeated that there were no civil liberties whatsoever. Even for literary associations, or holding any public meeting even for literary purposes, previous permission of the local officer had to be obtained. It was the autocratic rule of officers from top to bottom. The Nizam state had its own monetary system and customs, and in its name, a large number of customs posts were created all round the state, which effectively barred every kind of progressive literature. With his own mulki rules, and a large number of police guards, every entrant into the state being noted, address taken, and watched and harassed, he sought to make contacts with the progressive forces in India, outside his own Hyderabad dominion, impossible. He had his own railway system, at every station, his customs police used to interrogate the trainees and check the luggage. Even in the trains, the Nizam police's watch on and harassment of the suspected politicals is continued. It was against such a regime that the growing number of intellectuals and liberals, influenced by the development of the national movement in India, finally succeeded in organizing themselves into the Andhra Mahasabha in the Telangana region, into the Maharashtra Parishad and Kannada Parishad in the other two regions. Here it is not possible to detail the various struggles waged by the people against the Nizam and his feudal exploitation during the 18th and 19th centuries or in the first quarter of the 20th century, nor the Nizam's role of being a stooge in the hands of the British imperialists and how he helped them to suppress the freedom struggles in India, especially the War of Independence of 1857. It was in 1928 that the Andhra Mahasabha was organized under the leadership of Srimatapati Hanumantarao and others. Its first conference was held in Jogipeta in 1930 under the chairmanship of Suravaram Pratapareddy. In conferences, it used to pass resolutions demanding certain reforms in the administrative structure, for more schools, for certain concessions for the landed gentry, for certain civil liberties, but did not try to mobilize the people and launch struggles against the oppressors or against the Nizam's government. But it became in those wretched and tremendously oppressive conditions in Hyderabad state, a forum, a focal point for the rising democratic aspirations of the people. The Indian National Congress had adopted a policy of non-interference in the native slates. It did not start organizing its branches in the states and launch movements against native stooges of the British, the kings and nawabs of the Indian states, on the pattern of the struggles they launched against the British imperialists in what was known as British India. Consistent with their bourgeois compromising theories of bringing a certain amount of mass pressure to get certain concessions, without allowing the anger and surge of the masses to go beyond their control to revolutionary channels. The leadership of the Indian National Congress did not encourage the state's people's struggles against the native princes. But the youth, militant democratic elements from these states, had in large numbers joined the national movements that were being conducted in British Indian Territory, and hundreds courted arrest in the Salt Satyagraha and non-cooperation movements in 1930–32. 20. Many of these participants, after their release, carried the ideas of revolt and tried to organize the people in their own states, utilizing every opportunity that opened up before them. In Hyderabad state, in the Telangana region, the Andhra Mahasabha became their forum, their organization, and they tried to develop it as a broad political organization. In this, Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy and Badam Yellareddy were notable figures. They were elected to responsible posts in the Andhra Mahasabha, even to the presidentship and secretaryship. Later on, these two leaders, along with the whole bunch of active militant progressive elements of the Andhra Mahasabha, i.e., Ch. Lakshmi Narasaya, S. Ramanatham, D. Venkateshwar Rao, A. Lakshmi Narasimha Reddy and Kodandarami Reddy, joined the communist movement by 1940–42, and transformed the Andhra Mahasabha from a liberal organization into an anti-Nizam united mass militant organization, a united front against the Nizam, leading the youth, peasants, traders, manufacturers, middle classes. It was in 1938, when the Nizam authorities banned the singing of Vande Mataram, in those days the national anthem of the Indian people struggling for independence, that students backed by all democratic forces in the state, started their struggle to vindicate their right to sing their patriotic song. It spread to schools and colleges all over the state. When colleges were closed, a large number of these patriotic students went to the neighboring states, studied there in the colleges, and returned to carry on the struggle in their own state. It was after this movement that an effort was made to organize the state congress. But it was banned. A satyagraha struggle was launched by the state congress, in which many active leaders of the Andhra Mahasabha also participated. By that time, the Andhra unit of the Communist Party of India was able to contact many of the militant and progressive cadre and win them over to start regular units of the party in Hyderabad state. It was able to build powerful groups in Telangana, as it was able to win over many leading cadre like Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy, Sri Yellareddy and others, to the party. The party decision was to continue to develop the Andhra Mahasabha as a fighting all-in united front organization of the people of the Telangana region, to transform the Maharashtra and Kannada Parishads also similarly, and thus build a statewide mass movement. These organizations were also to function along with the state congress, and mold the policies of the state congress, as much as possible, to support and develop statewide militant struggles against the Nizam misrule. In 1940, in the Makapuram session, 7th session, of the Andhra Mahasabha, the youth leadership came together. Party leader Ravi Narayan Reddy for the first time became the president of the Sabha, for its 8th conference at Chilukuru. The AMS had reached the common people at the village level and had attracted their attention. At this stage, it crossed the tradition of merely passing resolutions and went ahead to rouse and rally the people around these resolutions. The Communist Party did stupendous work in taking this movement to the people. The moderates in the Andhra Mahasabha were opposed to this. The left in the AMS, led by the Communists, went ahead with the problems of the people. They demanded the abolition of Veti, banning of rack renting, no eviction of tenants but confirmation of title deeds, patta rights, to the lands they were cultivating, abolition of Jagirdari, drastic reduction of taxes and rents. 21. Compulsory survey settlements, Haki Malikana tax abolition, tax on toddy trees, full responsible government, and rallied the people behind these demands. In the 11th session of the AMS at Pongur in 1944 under the presidentship of Ravi Narayan Reddy, there was a split and the right wing went out of the organization and held a separate session. The main body of the AMS became the real leadership of the Telangana people. In 1945, the 12th and last session of the AMS was held in Khammam in the war days, where it further called on the people to struggle actively for their demands. Second World War and people's struggle in Hyderabad state. The Second World War had broken out in 1939. It spread all over the world, with Hitler attacking the Soviet Union in June 1941, and the Japanese imperialists, in collaboration with the Hitlerites, attacking the American naval base in Pearl Harbor, thus starting its Pacific War against American, British and French positions. The British rulers of India automatically declared India to be at war, without even consulting the national leadership and elected legislatures. The Indian National Congress decided not to cooperate with the British war effort, till their demand for national government at the centre and the British Viceroy to act in accordance with the national ministry thus formed, was met, and the pledge that after the war was over full transfer of power would take place. It asked the Congress ministries in the provinces to resign and started individual satyagraha to bring pressure on the British government. The British did not bother much about the ineffective individual satyagraha movement. It went on with its war effort, intensified its exploitation of Indian resources and manpower, and the Indian army was sent abroad to fight for the British in many key sectors in Europe, Africa, West Asia, and later on in Burma, Malaya, etc. The militant section of the Indian National Congress led by Subhas Chandra Bose was opposed to these mild steps of the Congress leadership. They advocated a militant mass movement. Subhas Bose left India in disguise and later organized the Indian National Army with the aid of the Japanese and marched into Manipur and Assam in 1942-44. The Communist Party of India also advocated militant struggle for complete overthrow of the British imperialist government in its proletarian path. It had to go underground and work. It could only carry on propaganda in most of the states as it was a small force. In Andhra it brought out secretly a magazine, Svatantra Sharad, and circulated widely 2,000 copies in about the same number of villages throughout the state. But the prestige of the party had tremendously grown because of this militant line and the underground organization and campaigns it carried on against the British imperialist war effort. But with the Hitlerite attack on the Soviet Union, and its rapid and deep penetration into the Soviet Union, it became the duty of every democratic force and especially the communist movement to chalk out a program of how, while effectively fighting the British imperialist domination in our country and other colonies, to help the Soviet Union and its allies to defeat the 22. Hitler-Mussolini-Tojo fascist tri-combination, its onslaught on the bastion of socialism and the world democratic camp. Sri Jawaharlal Nehru and those who followed him in the Congress were for support to the war effort and help to the Soviet side to win, but to effectively do it, to rouse the Indian people, they felt that effective power should be transferred to the Indian leadership, with the definite proviso for full transfer of power after the war. Certain other leaders of the Indian National Congress felt that it was the opportune time, when the British were in a tight corner, to bring maximum pressure, to get maximum concessions from the British. Since the British imperialists were not prepared to grant even the minimum which the Indian National Congress leadership demanded, the 1942 Quit India movement was launched. The British imperialists launched full-scale repression to suppress this movement violently. It was in December 1941 that the Communist Party came out with its assessment of the new situation, 6 months after Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union. It was not easy for the Communist Party to come to a quick decision. It was clear to the party that the war was no more between two groups of imperialist powers, one of the groups being fascist, as it had been from 1939 to 1941. The attack on the Soviet Union, the only socialist power then in the world, by the Hitler-Mussolini fascist combine, was the calculated, though desperate act of these fascist powers to clear their way for world domination by destroying the Soviet Union, which was blocking it, determinately. The British and French imperialists backed by the American imperialists, who had done all they could to nurse and arm the German imperialists and use them to attack the Soviet Union all through 2 decades, found themselves practically knocked out by Hitler's attack, when he turned his fire first against them, then on the Soviet Union. After those 2 years of war against Hitler, these powers were forced to declare their cooperation and sought alliance with the Soviet Union against Hitler. They were in a desperate position, and the people in their countries would not have allowed them if they had dared to do anything else or tried to make common cause with Hitler against the Soviets. So, the victory of the Soviet Union, and its new war allies, the British, the French and later the American imperialist powers, over the Hitlerite fascist combine had become an urgent task to defend the democratic forces and pave the way for their victory throughout the world. But what guarantee was there to expect that after victory over Hitler, the imperialist powers, the British or the French, would give up their hold on their colonies, especially when even while they were in a desperate position, they were refusing to come to a compromise with the leaders of the national liberation struggles in their colonies? How to reconcile the twofold task, of doing everything to see that the Soviet Union and its wartime allies won the war against Hitler, and at the same time, to wrench freedom from the hands of British imperialists? It was this dilemma that faced the party, and it came out with the analysis and line of action. The war was no more an imperialist war. It had become a people's war. The imperialists were now prisoners in the people's camp. The victory in the People's War would lead to the liberation of our country and all other colonial countries then under the grip of imperialists. So all-out support to the war to aid the victory of the Soviet Union. Campaign for the formation of a 23. National government which alone could enthusiastically mobilize the Indian people to back up the war effort. But the British government refused to concede this demand and locked up the Congress leaders and started ruling with an iron hand. Our party campaigned against this repression and the violence let loose by the British on the people. We also carried on a vigorous campaign for release of the Congress leaders. Because we were campaigning for these demands, a very large number of our cadre and supporters were also imprisoned by the British imperialists. But this was not enough. Our party should have actively participated in the struggle against British refusal to form a national government by real transfer of power and against its resorting to repression. While at the same time we could have continued our campaign of educating our fighting people not to be dragged into support of Hitler's and Japanese war but preparing them to resist them, too, if they ever happened to start occupying our country. Our party, it seems, had an exaggerated apprehension that any such struggle against the British would weaken the war efforts of the Soviet side and hamper its victory in the anti-fascist war. The party had also advocated Congress League unity, to get the demand for national government conceded by the British. In its anxiety to achieve this unity, the party applied wrongly the principle of self-determination of nations and advocated that the demand of the Muslim League for Pakistan was justified. It argued that only when that right was accepted, would the apprehensions of the Muslims of being dominated by the majority community disappear, and the unity of India be preserved and consolidated. The party failed to see and fight the separatism of the Muslim League leadership in its advocacy of a separate Pakistan state and how the Muslim League was objectively playing the game of the British imperialists in refusing to join hands with the Congress leadership and fight against the British refusal to transfer power. Instead of concentrating on mobilizing the masses who were behind the League and the Congress in a common fight against the British for real notional independence, to achieve the common economic and democratic demands of vast masses of workers, peasants, and other people of India, the party based its slogans on the unity of the top leadership of the Congress and League. It was this wrong and one-sided emphasis of our party on the need to strengthen the anti-fascist war effort, and also the party's wrong emphasis on the right of self-determination without simultaneously fighting the separatist slogan of Pakistan, that alienated our party from many anti-imperialist sections and youth, in our country. They took our slogans and activities as subordinating our freedom struggle to the needs of Soviet defense and our advocacy of self-determination as one of supporting the division and disruption of Indian unity. What saved our party from greater isolation from the anti-imperialist masses was, by and large, the positive and correct stand of our party on international issues and the mass activities of the party on many economic and political problems facing our people. 24. Our people ardently desired the victory of the Soviet Union over Hitler and also of the Chinese people over Japanese imperialism. The whole Indian national movement, especially Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's campaign against fascism, during the previous decade or two, molded and nourished this urge. The mighty battles of the Soviet Union during the Second World War, and the heroic struggle of the Chinese people and the immense sacrifices of both these peoples, further strengthened this ardent desire of every democratic person and of all toilers in our country. The people saw that our party was all out for the victory of the Soviet Union and the Chinese people's liberation struggle and appreciated it. Our party was able to function legally during this period and, as such, able to reach large masses of people and explain to them our whole program and our activities. The people saw the huge campaigns which our party led in defense of people against the war burdens and corruption, and our activities to procure for them essential goods, fighting against black marketeers and hoarders, and corrupt officials, our Grow More Food campaigns, our campaign for relief to Bengal famine victims, etc. Though our no-strike policy and its extreme form of implementation did alienate quite a large proportion of the working class, they at the same time saw us defending them and participating in their struggles against the exploiting capitalists on innumerable occasions on many partial demands. People saw us campaigning for Hindu-Muslim and Congress League unity and our work against communal riots, especially during 1946. It was again during this period, that the building of independent class organizations, had become a very notable feature and success. This was especially seen in regard to the Kisan Sabha, Vijayawada and Netrakona sessions, youth, students, and progressive writers and cultural organizations. Even in the working class, though our no-strike policy had hampered our work and influence, still, compared to the earlier period, the development of independent working class organizations with our party cadre actively participating in them, increased considerably. More than these, our consistent fight against the British government's brutal repression on our people and on the leaders and workers of the Indian National Congress, and our campaign for their release and for setting up of a national government had, to a certain extent, mollified the anti-imperialist sentiments of our people, in spite of our often loose flinging of the epithet fifth column. People also saw large numbers of party members and supporters being thrown into jails and lately charged many a time at many a place, because we were carrying on this campaign for release of National Congress leaders and for a national government. Further, our party had, to some extent, seen the post-war mass upsurge in our country and corrected its earlier policies and come out in militant support of the mass struggles that were breaking out. Our party's campaign in support of release of INA prisoners, the Wren Revolt and the Bombay working class general strike in support of it, and various hurdles in different cities and provinces, our campaign, an active role and participation in the All India general strike of postal and other government employees, our leading role in various peasant mass upheavals in different states, and especially our part in the state people's struggles against the autocratic native princes throughout India. All this was another important factor in making people understand our party's policies and activities, their correctness in spite of certain weaknesses during certain periods. 25. It was this changed policy of the party that enabled us to plan out, to some extent, mere radical and militant mass struggles in Hyderabad state during 1946, and develop them in the post-war atmosphere of mass upsurge. But during the period of the Second World War, with the then understanding and policies on the All India level, our party in Hyderabad state could not come out with the clear-cut slogan for abolition of Nizam's rule, for abolition of landlordism and for radical land distribution. It advanced the slogan of interim government in Hyderabad state based on a joint executive council 50% of whom would be the representatives of the Ittihad Muslimin, while the remaining 50% would be of the state congress, or Andhra Mahasabha, Maharashtra and Kannada Parishads, and transfer of power to the elected representatives after the war. This was on the same lines as the party's slogan of Congress League Unity for National Government for National Defense. Of course, the state Congress and other democratic parties were opposed to this. We justified our slogan as a first step to full responsible government, which itself was only an intermediate step for our full demand of abolition of Hyderabad state and Nizam's rule and merging its linguistic components with the respective linguistic states of Vishal Andhra, Samayukta Maharashtra and Aikya, united, Karnataka in a People's Democratic India. But again, here, too, in Hyderabad state, and especially, in the Telangana region, what saved our party and the movement was our intense activity and struggles against forced labor, illegal exact ions, forced grain levy collections from the small peasantry, and fight against the high-handed and illegal war fund exact ions by corrupt officials. We fought these oppression and levies on the poorer sections and demanded and forced the officers to collect the same in many cases from the richer sections, on whom these burdens were legitimately to fall. It was our activity for relief of the poor and small income groups from war burdens that helped us to maintain our influence and even increase our strength and later develop big mass movements in the post-war situation. Chapter 2. The Peasant Upsurge and Communist Party. During the whole period of 1940 to 44, the party and the left cadre of the Andhra Mahasabha carried on agitation and made representations, to see that whichever firmans of the Nizam that favoured the people, were put into practice and not sabotaged by the landlords and the corrupt officials. This enabled it to gain a wide popular image, and the left wing led by our party took over the leadership of the Andhra Mahasabha. From the beginning of 1944, the Andhra Mahasabha under the leadership of the Communist Party conducted many militant struggles against zamindars and deshmukhs, against the practices of veti, beggar, forced labor, against illegal exact ions and against evictions of cultivators from their lands. 26. Below are a few incidents from a narrative by one leader and participant in those struggles, that would give an idea of the mood and militancy of the peasant masses in Telangana at the beginning of the post-war period. Many such struggles carried on in Khammam, Warangal, and Karimnagar districts or in other areas can be narrated by the participants, but, unfortunately, we do not have, at present, any record of even the important mass struggles of these areas. But the events that are narrated here would illustrate the point. 1. In Dharmapuram, Jungayo Taluka, Nalgonda district, Zamindar Pusakuri Raghavarao sent his gundas to drive away the tribals from the Lambadi Tanda, hamlet of the Lambadi people, a backward tribal community, who had in their possession 80 acres of dry and 25 acres of wet land. The Lambadis, under the leadership of the Sangam, the Andhra Mahasabha had come to be lovingly called by the people as Sangam, took up sticks and slings, catapults used to hurl stones at birds to protect the peasants' crops, planted red flags in their fields and marching up and down, protected their fields, drove away the gundas and tilled their lands. It was these Lambadis who had cleared these wastelands and had been cultivating them for decades. The landlord who had all the power in the village in his hands could not drive away the Lambadis and was defeated in his plans. 2. In Mundray village, Jungayo Taluka, Lambadis had cleared 30 acres of wet and 40 acres of dry wastelands and were cultivating them and living there. The landlord, Kadari Narasimha Rao, ousted these Lambadis and got the lands registered in his name. The Lambadis were determined to win back their lands. Under the leadership of the Sangam and with the help of people from the surrounding 10 villages, about 3,000 people armed with sticks and slings, their only weapons, marched to those fields. The landlords, having become wise after the experience in Dharmapuram, had brought in 75 armed reserve policemen and stationed them there. The neighboring landlords had gathered and all their gundas were collected. Kadari Narasimha Rao, himself riding a horse with a rifle in his hand, was present on the spot. Thus, the landlords, their gundas and the armed police faced the 3,000 people, armed with sticks and flying high their red flags. Faced with the determined mass of people, the landlords and their gundas took protection behind the armed police. Police officer Gurudale Singh asked his police to aim their rifles at the people and warned the masses that unless they dispersed he would give orders to shoot. The people, on the advice of the Sangam leaders, decided that they could not face the armed police, and stepped back, though unwillingly. The police arrested 20 Lambadis and Sangam leaders, put shackles on them and paraded them in all the villages, to put fright in the minds of the people, and then took them to Jungayo where cases were launched against them. The Zamindars thought this a victory for themselves and were gloating that they had crushed the Sangam leadership. 3. In Arapadu, Suryapet Taluka, Nalgonda district, Janareddy Pratapreddy, who had 150,000 acres of land in his name, forced many people from his villages, Chilpakanta, Edavali, Nutankalu, to leave their lands and had falsely got their lands registered in his name. But people under the leadership of the Sangam did not allow this Gundaism. They stopped giving bribes, Nazaras to this big landlord, stopped doing vetting. Angered by these acts of the people, Janareddy Pratapreddy wanted to break their morale by Gundaism but dared not do so, seeing the unity of the people. He threatened them that they would be thrown out from the lands leased to them, and in village Edavali, he tried this stunt, but the villagers, under the 27. leadership of Gajula Ramachandraya, a Harijan, broke the agricultural implements of the Zamindars and gave a good beating to his Gundas, so that all of them ran for their lives. After that, in all the 3 villages, cases were launched against 40 villagers and they were dragged from court to court every day. In the village Arapadu, the Deshmukh put up a police camp in his mansion, Gadi Fort, and was preparing for unleashing Gundaism on a large scale. In another part of Suryapet Taluka, the villagers of the Suryapet unitedly stood up against the injustices and evictions from their lands by the landlord, Kunduru Lakshmi Kandarao, another Deshmukh, who owned thousands of acres. 4. In Betavalu, Huzurnagar Taluka, in 1941-44 after the 8th session of the Andhra Mahasabha held at Chilkuru, the people's struggle against the Betavalu Makdadar, Tadakamala Sitharamachandra Rao, had reached a new high. This Betavalu struggle was exemplary in the struggles carried on all over the Taluka. People in the villages, Betavalu, Jarapachulagudam, Akaryalagudam, Chinaragudam, and Polanigudam under the Makdadar, united under the leadership of the AMS for their demands for immediate survey settlement, extension of similar rights as existing in the Ryatwari areas to their own villages, and stoppage of exploitation. This Makdadar stooped to such low acts as involving the villagers in false cases, attacking those people while returning from courts, and murdering individual Sangam leaders. Venpoli Rangaya narrowly escaped such an attack. People without losing heart at these attacks stood up strongly and unitedly. They decided not to pay taxes to the Makdadar till the survey settlement was done. At this, the Makdadar was very much enraged and along with the local rowdies, brought in some Arab mercenaries from Hyderabad, through one Jahangir Khan. He also called in some Sikh toughs. Lots of stories were spread about the prowess of these Arabs and Sikhs, that the Arabs use their daggers very well, the Sikhs throw their will from their hair at somebody whose head it cuts off instantaneously and the will comes back to the hands of the owner, and so on, all in an attempt to terrorize the people. He made them parade in the villages with swords in their hands, pistols and daggers in their belts and lay this in their hands. Encouraged with this outside help, the local Gundas started harassing the people. By then, the people had given up going to courts and offices to get relief and were in a mood to resort to direct action, even a non-tax movement. They also got ready for self-protection from the Gunda attacks. They took their animals to the Zamindars' pasture lands and tried to establish their rights on those lands and deprive the Zamindar of the grazing tax. They drove the animals onto the 600 acres of pastures of this Makdadar and when his Gundas attacked them, they repulsed the attack. The Makdadar with police help, came to the village to collect the dues and get the people's property confiscated. But the women of the village attacked them with brooms in their hands and drove them away. The Makdadar's Gundas or government help to them were of no avail before the united strength of the people. By 1946, the Makdadar was made to eat humble pie and dared not show his face openly and was forced to move stealthily and in a shamefaced manner. Those 600 acres of land were distributed among the people and even today they are in the possession of the people, 1965. 28. 5. In Bakavanchaлагudam, Bhagala Veerareddy was a big landlord. He ruined many families with collection of cash interest or interest in grain and other feudal oppression. He used his financial position, police help and his Mali Patel Vatan position in the villages to carry on his exploitation. Nobody dared to oppose him. If the usurious rates of interest in cash or in grain were not paid, then the fertile lands, animals, and manure stocks of the peasants were confiscated by him. Whoever opposed him had to face his rowdies. To face his oppression, people of the village united under the Sangam leadership. The Sangam came in as an obstruction to Veerareddy's exploitation, and he decided to take revenge. He let loose his rowdies against Sangam leaders, Irajila Lingareddy, Balapanura Bapanaya, and others. With his influence with the police, using them to supplement his gundas, he tried to crush the Sangam. He tried to rob the property and the harvest of the people. But the people, in groups, tried to teach the gundas a lesson. They stopped him from taking possession of their lands under the pretext of some old loans or dues. They had to carry on this struggle for 3 to 4 years, but ultimately Bhagala Veerareddy's oppression and exploitation was brought to an end. 6. In Mallardagudam, even though it was a Ryatwari village, there was no limit to the exploitation by the village officers, Patels and Patvaris, the village heads and chief accountants. The people of this village raised the banner of the Andhra Mahasabha and put an end to this exploitation. Enraged at this, the village officials tried forcibly to evict the people from 600 acres of Banjar lands under the pretext that they were illegally cultivating them. The village officials also brought the charge that grain levies were not being paid, and they decided to confiscate the harvest. The Tehsildar, along with the police party, came and camped in the village. The people were enraged at the idea of the officials confiscating the harvest raised by their hard toil. They took out a procession and exposed the officials' cruel plans. In that village of 4,000 population, 1/3 were Muslims. All were peasants and agricultural laborers. The police, under the orders of the village officials, started searching the houses. When they went to Muslim houses, the women came forward and prevented them from searching it, saying that they observed purdah and as such would not allow anyone to enter. If they wanted any information, they could allow the Sangam leaders to have it, but would not allow the police to search the house. Faced with this determined opposition, the village officials and the district officers were enraged, but could not do anything. The unity of the Hindu and Muslim peasants was a nightmare to the bureaucrats and the landlords. 7. Malakaravu is a Ryatwari village for namesake. With a population of 6,000, half of the land in this village was in the ownership of big landlords called Banjardars, even though these lands were from the beginning cultivated by the peasants. The Banjardars had all the rights, lease rights and possession rights used to depend on the mercy of these landlords. Many a time, the people had risen against these cruel Banjardars, but every time, they were crushed down. The Andhra Mahasabha took the lead in uniting the people against landlord Chinnar Veerbhadra Rao, whose father had very cruelly dealt with the peasants. The people who were the target of his cruelty took revenge and murdered him in broad daylight. After that, Veerbhadra Rao, sensing the mood of the people, came to an understanding with the peasants, giving permanent tenancy to them. This was viewed as a great victory for the people. 29. With this victory, other people, who had no rights whatsoever and were under the Banjardars, were enthused. People fleeced by Akiraja Tirumal Rao, Banjardar of Venkatapuram, Malakaravu hamlet, came under the banner of the AMS. He was the father of the then district Congress leader, and later a Congress minister, Sri A. Vasudev Rao. He, with his riches and influence with the police, tried to harass the people by putting their animals in the poundage under some pretext or other, or launching cases against them on false pretexts, that they had cut wood from his forests or had stolen plowing implements from his fields. But even then the people's will was not broken. They became more stubborn. And seeing the struggles and victories of the people in Chittapalli and Bakavanchalaguddam against Bhagala Veerareddy, and sensing that the movement was going ahead, Tirumal Rao had to climb down. Under AMS leadership, many demands including permanent cultivating rights, Girayati, were gained by the people. After this, the people of the Taluka fought for tenancy rights against Anantagiri Deshmukh. Fateparam Keshavarao, against landlords of the Veladanda, Chalukura villages, in Durakantat. Against Jagirdar Magalanayak. People also fought against Vedi and police atrocities. Just at this time they saw the victories of the people in the struggles in Suryapet and Jungayo and got very much enthused, and the AMS had progressed to be the real people's organization. 8. Alipuram and Thimapuram were Jagir villages of Anwar Pasha, in Warangal district. All the people there were tenants under him. They, under the leadership of the AMS, unitedly put forward their demands: reduction of rent rates, permanent ownership pattas for the lands, charging reasonable moderate prices, and no eviction. The Jagirdar kept 10 rowdies armed with daggers, swords, lay this in his house and tried to cow down the people by threats. AMS workers who were distributing leaflets were dragged forcibly inside the Jagirdar's house and tortured. People armed with lathis stormed into the house and got them released. The Jagirdar ran away from the house, brought the police, and cases were launched against 20 people. 9. In Malakalagudam village, Zamindar Pingali Rangareddy, who owned thousands of acres of land and was well known all over the Hyderabad state, conspired with others and forcibly took possession of dry and wet lands of Sataya and his relatives, under the pretext of old loans not cleared. People of that village decided to win back the land under the leadership of the AMS. They also decided to retain the ripened harvest. The neighboring villagers supported them in this plan. And the people armed with slings drove away the Zamindar and his gundas far out of the borders of the village, and took possession of the harvest. Afterwards 3 lorry loads of reserve police were called in, who arrested the leaders, and cases were launched against 40 people. But all the same the land and the grain remained with the people. 10. Vengal Narasimha Reddy was a landlord of Nazakala village. He owned 2,000 acres of land. He tried to evict peasants from 1,000 acres of land. He started plowing the land of Gundalakandaya with the help of gundas. Immediately people collected, armed with lathis and slings, and drove away the gundas and the police. They made the Zamindar take shelter in his house, Getty, drove the gundas away from the village and chased the police up to their camps and thus protected their lands. 30. In Jungayo Taluk, repression by Visnur Ramachandra Reddy and other landlords had increased. Many false cases were launched against workers, and at the same time gundas were let loose on the people. In village Kadavandi, even women gundas were gathered, who tried to obstruct the procession taken out by the people and abused them filthy. But these women gundas were chased out by the people. The Zamindar brought revenue officials to collect forcibly the levy grain from the common peasants. But the people heroically resisted, and in Kadavandi village, 800 bags of grain belonging to the Visnur Zamindar were shown to the revenue officials. Demanding the requisition of this grain by the government, the people went all the way to the then Chief Secretary, Grigson, and prevailed on him. Meanwhile, people stood guard on the granaries lest the grain was shifted to some other place. The Tehsildar who came for the requisition work connived with the Zamindar to remove the grain, but the people foiled their plans. The people pointed out all the granaries of the Zamindar. About 6,000 bags of grain were ultimately requisitioned. The spark that set afire the Telangana agrarian revolt. Visnur Ramachandra Reddy, the hated Deshmukh of Jungayo Taluka, in one of his villages, Palakurthi, forcibly tried to take possession of land belonging to a washerwoman, Alama, who was a staunch supporter and worker of the Sangam. He planned to seize the harvest directly from the fields. Just before this, at a public meeting held in that village, he had sent his gundas to murder the Sangam leaders. But the people had foiled his plans and had beaten black and blue the Gunda leader, Onamala Venkatu. On this pretext, the landlord arrested 14 of the Sangam leaders and lodged a case for attempted murder against them. Involved in this case were the leaders of the Sangam from that village, taluka, and district. People were scared. Under these circumstances, Visnur Ramachandra Reddy thought that no one would obstruct him from taking possession of Alama's lands. He sent 100 gundas and 100 farm servants, men and women, to gather the harvest. Then the Sangam leaders and 28 volunteers, staking their lives, and armed with lathis and shouting slogans, attacked the gundas. Seeing these volunteers marching in formation with lathis and with fierce determination on their faces, the Gundas ran for their lives. No one was left behind. The harvest was gathered and was sent to Ilama's house. The same night police from Visnur arrived, but they dared not touch the harvested grain stored in Ilama's house. This incident roused the spirit of the people. Next morning, 6 leaders including Bhimayardi Narasimhareddy, Chokalam Yadgiri Rao, Naluprathapareddy, Katkur Ramachandrareddy were arrested and taken to Visnur police station. At midnight, they were taken with shackles on their hands and feet to the Kuchari house. There they were beaten severely, their heads were thrust in the ovens, chili powder was thrust in their anus, urine was poured into their mouths, and many other acts of fascist brutality were committed. But in spite of all this, Ilama's harvest and lands could not be seized. This victory over Visnur Ramachandrareddy, the notorious Deshmukh, enthused and gave courage to the people of the whole of Telangana. Long after this, the people used to describe this heroic struggle and sing songs about it. Dadi Komarayya's martyrdom, July 4, 1946. 31. With the above incident, the Visnur Deshmukh was very much enraged. He took it as a big defeat, the like of which he had not experienced in his lifetime. He planned to murder the leaders of Katavandi village with the help of the police. As a part of this plan, he launched cases on tens of people, got 15 of them arrested. They were later released on bail. In those days, at the slightest notice, people used to gather before the Sangam office and discuss their program. To put a stop to this, he thought that if he could frighten them with legal cases, he could go ahead with his murder plans. The police officers planned out everything with the Zamindar and his Gundas and left the village, leaving him a free hand. It was July 4, 1946. Gundas who were drunk, pelted stones at the houses of the leaders. The people, armed with lathis and slings and raising slogans, took out a procession. When it came near the house of the Zamindar, which was on the main road, Gundas who had taken shelter in a shed near the Zamindar's house, fired many shots at the people. Village Sangam leader Dadi Komarayya, who was leading the procession, died on the spot, hit in the stomach by a bullet. His elder brother, Dadi Malaya, got hit in the leg and fell down. Mangali Kandaya had his forehead bruised and his brother Narasaya was hurt in the arm. But the people did not run away in panic. They surrounded the Zamindar's house, shouting blood for blood. The Gundas who were in the shed next to the Zamindar's house, thought that they would not be able to save their lives from the wrath of the people and jumped into the Zamindar's house, thinking that its high walls would give them protection. But the people had already surrounded it. News was sent to the surrounding villages and they came with dried grass and other fuel to set fire to the house of the Zamindar. The crowd increased to nearly 2,000. Some had surrounded the Getty bungalow, some were keeping watch outside the village and some were parading the village streets. People were boiling with rage. Hearing this news, Visnur Ramachandrareddy's son, Baburao, Jagan Mohan, came from Visnur with 200 Gundas armed with swords, daggers, and pistols. People who were on the lookout outside the village raised sky-piercing slogans and showering stones from slings rushed towards the Gundas en masse. Seeing the enraged mass, the Gundas thought that even firing would not stop the onrushing people and leaving everything behind, they ran for their lives. People chased them to a distance of 3 miles. Many Gundas were hit with stones. Many of them, while running away, took shelter in Madapuram Tanda, but the people there, sensing trouble, drove them away. Anumularam Reddy, a known Gunda, was caught hold of at one place and given a thorough beating, knowing that he was one of those who had poured urine in the mouths of comrades Bhimayardi Narasimhareddy, C. Yadgiri Rao and others. The carts in which the Gundas had come were broken to pieces. There was not a single tree left in the Zamindar's mango grove. Just at this time, about 60 reserve policemen came to the village. They told the people that they would take action against the Gundas and asked them to go home. And when the people dispersed, the police handed over the Gundas to the Zamindar safely. On top of this, 6 cases were launched against Sangam leaders, the charges being that they had attacked the Gundas, surrounded the Getty and tried to set fire to it, and poured urine in the mouth of the 32 Gunda leader. But no Gunda was arrested nor any case launched against them. But in spite of this, the people were undeterred. After the post-mortem on the body of Dadi Komarayya, thousands of people took it in a big procession in the villages and cremated it. People from neighboring villages also took part in this procession. All of them pledged that they would not bend down before the Zamindar but would, with renewed energy, work for the Sangam. For the next 3 months, they did not allow the Zamindar's men to come to the fields and do work. After this incident, people always used to sing songs in praise of this immortal hero of theirs. Komarayya's death and martyrdom set ablaze the pent-up fury of the Telangana peasantry. People rose in all talukas in Nalgonda and Masse. The song saluting and praising the immortal hero used to be sung at all meetings and processions which took place all over the district. People of one village armed with sticks and slings would march to the neighboring villages and rouse them. They would jointly hold public meetings before the Getty, brick-built strong house of the Deshmukh or the landlord, hoist the red flag and declare, Sangam is organized here. No more Veti, no more illegal exactions, no evictions. If the landlord or the Deshmukh did not carry out these orders of the Sangam, he was socially boycotted. None should work for him in the fields, no barber, no washerman, no housemaid, no domestic servant. These orders of the Sangam were carried out. It was the local leaders who marched, addressed, and spread this movement. People who came from neighboring villages were fed in that village without any distinction of caste and religion, and with great pomp, used to be given a send-off. The villagers from this village joined the march and proceeded to the next, while some who came from earlier villages dropped out. These processions used to stop before the house of the Zamindar and raise slogans, such as, Zamindari must be abolished, landlord's oppression and police zolim must be put an end to, levy, compulsory grain procurement, Veti, corruption, should be done away with, Amarjeevi, of immortal fame, Dadi Komarayya Zindabad. They used to strike the ground with the lathis, Gutupalu, in their hands with a thud. This used to shake up the whole village and put fright in the hearts of the traders to the people. Those traders used to lock their doors the moment they heard the slogans of these Gutupala Sangam, as they came to be called. A new special feature of these processions was that along with men, women also took part not only in their own village but in other villages also. Songs which were written on the incident of Elama's land struggle attracted the women a lot. For the first time, the problem of land, eviction, and Veti and forcible grain levies, which had become the problems of their life, were connected with the slogan of abolition of Zamindari, and that was the main feature of this period. In this flood of people's movement, the government could not collect the levy grain. The officers and men who used to collect it were not even allowed to step into the village. So also Veti was automatically brought to an end. The Deshmukhs and village officials who used to get Veti done had either run away from the villages, or even if they remained in the village, they could not raise their head. The movement spread within a few weeks to about 300 to 400 villages in Nalgonda and neighboring Warangal, and Khammam, districts. 33. Government resorts to mass arrests and police terror, parties and Andhra Mahasabha's directives to counter it. By the beginning of 1946, our party's Central Committee reviewed the growing post-war upsurge of the people and decided upon a militant development of the mass struggles, both of the working class and of the peasantry. It came out for an uncompromising struggle against the British and for full independence. It demanded the unconditional withdrawal of all cases against the Indian National Army personnel. In fact, it revised its reformist policies pursued during the war period. The Congress leadership, which after release towards the end of the war, was also chalking out its future course of action of mobilizing the growing mass discontent against the British, to wrench maximum concessions, in terms of political power from the British. They expelled communists from the Congress organization on the false accusation that they had helped the British war effort and sabotaged the Quit India movement. Large-scale detentions of our leading cadres by the Prakasam ministry in Madras province under special emergency ordinances took place, and others were forced to go underground. Our party, in the course of conducting these mass struggles and developing its own independent political basis from 1942 onwards, found it an absolute necessity to develop a People's Volunteer Corps to defend its cadre from the attacks of various gundas inspired by the Congress as well as by the landlords. In the Andhra area, by 1945, we had a trained volunteer corps capable of effectively using the ordinary lathi, in organized squad fight. On that experience, our party and the Andhra Mahasabhas started training People's Volunteer Corps in the Telangana area, especially in those areas where our cadres were facing determined attacks from Deshmukhs and Jagirdars Lathiels, paid gundas armed with lathis, swords, and country-made guns. It was these trained volunteer corps that came in handy in defending the peasants against the landlords' gunda attacks in Nalgonda district in 1945 and 1946. It was this that brought in hundreds and thousands of peasant youth, with lathis and slings, women with chili powder, stones, and boiling water, to defend their hearth and home. But it was also to be noted that in those struggles of 1945 to 1946, except towards the latter part of the year, the peasant squads were not trained to take up firearms. In the Telangana villages, the Arms Act was not strictly enforced. Large numbers of country guns, muzzle loaders, were available and were in common use. But the party instructed the volunteer squads not to take recourse to them, as it would transform the struggle into an entirely new stage and would have all India repercussions. It was only when under the incessant armed police attacks, the first upsurge of the peasant masses was suppressed and our cadre were forced to scatter, and the police and their landlord agents started combing villages and fields widely, that the party, with the sanction of the Politburo, allowed our cadre to arm themselves with muzzle loaders and seize firearms, sporting guns, revolvers, and rifles, and allowed them to go in for armed self-defense. It was only then some elementary training in handling small arms, and some 34. Elementary field craft, use of explosives for mining and bomb making and tactics to attack enemy targets, etc., were taught to a limited cadre. As the Nizam government resorted to mass arrests of Andhra Mahasabha and party cadre, and hundreds of Andhra Mahasabha militants, peasants and agricultural laborers and youth, the party gave a call to defy the summons and arrest warrants, not to get caught by the police, to resist arrests, jump bail, resist confiscation and auction of properties of wanted persons, retreat before a large police force, hover around and come back to the villages to carry on normal activities the moment the police went away. The mood and the preparedness of the masses to take up a militant form of struggle could be gauged by their readiness to avoid arrests and face the consequences. If the masses are not prepared to defy courts and warrants, fight confiscations and auctions, but want to appear before courts, came out on bail bonds and employ lawyers to defend them, when hundreds and thousands are dragged to court after court, day after day, to harass and demoralize the masses, it is meaningless to think of any higher form of struggle, or mass militant defiance of authorities. As the experience of the Telangana movement shows, the masses responded enthusiastically and carried out these instructions to the letter, on a mass scale, developing newer and newer forms of resistance, on their own initiative, to big police raids. Below are some detailed extracts about some of these resistance deeds. They show how elementary and spontaneous the mass activity and resistance were at that stage. Armed police raids on villages and the people's resistance. In Dharmapuram village, Jungayo Taluka, the magistrate with 50 reserve policemen, raided and arrested the local leader, who was leading the struggle of the people there. People from all the surrounding villages, Kadavandi, Dharmapuram, Sitaramapuram, Devarupula, etc., nearly 1,500 of them, gathered together. They put barriers before the police van and surrounded them. Raising slogans, they demanded the release of their leader. In spite of the police threat to shoot at them, the people did not stir from that place, but stood some yards away from the police. Afterwards the magistrate and the police officers assured the crowd that they would not harm their leader in any way, and also made the leader assure them in the some way, and then only the crowd left that place. But immediately after this, Section 144 was promulgated in those 4 villages and was followed up by day and night raids by the police to arrest some people. Amongst those arrested were Nulla Narasimulu, Mahan Reddy, Mangali Komaraya, Lingaya, etc. Serious cases were launched against those arrested, and to force them to submit to the police and Deshmukhs, the police tortured them terribly. They were beaten black and blue, chili powder was thrust into their anus with a stick, they were spat upon and urine was poured in their mouths. But in spite of such atrocities and tortures, which went on for a week, their morale could not be broken. Their only answer was that they would not give up the Sangam, nor resign their membership, and would not bow down before the landlords. So they were sent to jail. Just before this, 13 people were also arrested in Suryapet. 35. After this the government could not arrest anyone anywhere else. Those who were interned also came out and without getting into the hands of the police, lived amongst the people. The people realized fully by now that unless they protected their party leaders, they would have no one to look to, and so they looked after them as the apple of their eye. This idea turned into a movement soon. Whenever the police went to the villagers and asked them about the whereabouts of their Nayakolo leaders, the people used to reply that they only knew the Lambadi Nayaks, the Lamadas are called Nayaks, and that appellation was added to their names. This was the only answer that was heard from everyone, young and old or children. It became impossible for the government to trace the party leaders through their agents, as none dared to step into the village, and whosoever dared and entered, was given a good beating and driven away. After this, the government decided to raid the villages suddenly and arrest the leaders whose whereabouts were not known. Bailmula, in the last week of November 1946, the police having come to know that village Bailmula in Suryapet Taluka was harboring party leaders, raided the village to arrest them. They come into the village and surrounded the house of Comrade Matareddy and tried to enter it. Hearing the police arriving, Comrade Matareddy got up from his sleep, took up his lathe in his hand, barred their entry into the house and shouted the alarm that the police had come. Hearing his shouts, his neighbors, with sticks in their hands shouting slogans, rushed towards the house. A sub-inspector's arm was broken and many constables' heads were broken, too. 2 of their rifles were broken. At this, the circle inspector fired point blank at Matareddy, who was rushing with his Gutapa, and at others. Matareddy was shot in the head and stomach, and shouting Sangam Ki Jai, fell down dead. 3 more were seriously injured. Even before the people could recover the dead body, the police put it into the van and sped off. The people tried to obstruct the speeding van but could not do so. People with grief in their hearts at the death of their leader and injuries to others, were enraged that the enemy had slipped away from their hands, so they kept close watch, armed with sticks and slings to meet the enemy's onslaught. Faced with the courage and resistance of the people, the police dared not raid any other house in that village, and other party leaders in that village were saved. In the morning everyone come to Suryapet, took the dead body after the post-mortem, brought it back to the village in a procession with thousands of people of the neighboring villages participating in it, and cremated it. People's anger had increased much. The revolutionary message of the party leaders to the people after this incident, the exhortation of Matareddy's wife to avenge her husband's death, enthused the people very much and put a new spirit in them. They pledged at the cremation ground that they would carry on the work of the martyr and would destroy the Nizam and Zamindari and police repression. Another important leader of that area, Comrade Anantareddy, was killed in this raid. But I could not get details of his heroic life and exploits. People's preparations. Suryapet, Suryapet Talyakal, Devarupula, Longjayan Talyakal, Mallard Degudam, Husarnagar Talyakal were expected to be the next targets of big police raids, and this news reached the people, who immediately decided that these centers must be protected. The people. 36. From neighboring villages used to come to these places, and along with the local people, keep watch the whole night and go away in the morning. During daytime, cultivation work and other jobs of the Sangam, and at night, watch, used to be their daily program. One thing must be understood here, that the party cadre had no idea of military raids, their weapons, their strength and the result of these raids. Armed with lathis and slings and one's body wrapped in gunny cloth, one could face the rifle shots. This was the idea entertained by local cadres. The bullet would not penetrate but would get deflected by the sock cloth. Besides this naive belief, shout slogans and scare away the military. Each one had a stick, and a sling to throw stones, which was quite a strong instrument to scare away the birds but useless against the rifles of armed police. Heaps of stones were collected in the villages. In the above-mentioned villages, these preparations went on at full speed. Every man and woman in every house pledged himself or herself to the fight. Every street had heaps of stones, every house had stones. Besides, chili powder, pounding sticks, etc., were kept at hand. Day and night, on all sides of the villages, watch was kept. A big drum was put in the center of the village at the sound of which everyone, wherever he might be, was to rush in and join the battlefield with his weapons. This drum beating could be heard in the neighboring villages also. Arrangements for news carrying were made perfect. There were couriers who would get the news of the police and relay it to other villages. The village cadre used to carry out every detailed direction of the talukah and district leaders. That was the mood, spirit, discipline, and confidence that the people had then. Another important thing was that there were no enemy agents in the villages. Either they had run away or had submitted to the will of the people. And practically all the families participated in these struggles. Raid on Patasuryapet. One night, at about 3 a.m., the military stopped their lorries outside the village and armed with rifles, bren guns and other weapons, stealthily and soundlessly, marched in and surrounded the village a furlong away from its outskirts. On the main roads, further away from the village, another military cordon was also laid. They took all precautions so that the people should not get scent of their presence in the village till morning. People who were going about were stopped on the way and were made to sit down with the military silently. In the morning, all along the outskirts of the village, the military was seen spread out. The drum was beaten for a long time, Sangam Ki Jai slogans rent the air. Slings were used in all directions, their stones hit the iron helmets of the military with a thud and then the military went back a little out of reach of the slings. People were very much enthused to see this and pushing forward, pelted more stones amidst the din of slogans. This went on for quite some time. By this time, the people had come out of their village. A special feature of this fight was that women were by the side of the menfolk, handing over stones for their slings. The military officer, collector, and the local landlord's men announced many a time that if the people put down their weapons and handed over their leaders, no harm would come to the people. But the people were in no mood to listen and went on attacking. All this time, the news of the military raid spread like lightning to the neighboring villages and people wherever they were took up all the weapons at hand and in groups came running and rushing onwards. The 37. Military stopped all the people coming from all directions for a way, and prevented them from approaching the village. Along with the military, there were patels, patvaris, and landlords' men who again and again tried to pacify the people as well as threaten them, that if they did not put down their weapons then the military would use their rifles and bren guns, which could shoot at a target even a mile off and all of them would die. But the people were not frightened. They said that the government and landlords' men had ruined them completely and no one would trust them anymore. As long as they had their slings in their hands, the bullets would not do them any harm. The talks went on for quite a long time with no effect, the people standing fast, shouting slogans. People coming from neighboring villages swelled the gathering to thousands. But the military did not allow them to approach the village. Each group was separated from the other on the main roads. People formed a ring on the farther side of the military. Those who had started from 15 to 20 miles were still on their way. There was no food for the people and the military. Seeing that the people would not give in, the military on the quarters of the officers, moved towards the village people and on the mass on the far side. When the people saw the military moving, they again showered stones and fired their country rifles. The military also fired. Comrades Narsaya of Padasuryapet and Pikshmayaya of Patarlapadu died and 3 others were injured. People, when they saw the rifle shooting and the sound they made, the instantaneous death and injuries to others, realized that their slings would have no effect on the military with its modern weapons, and they scattered. Many men and women in the village were arrested and tortured horribly. Many outside villagers who had come in the night to help these villagers were also amongst those arrested. A large number of people were arrested and kept in different jails. There were men and women, old and young people among those arrested. On the same day, Bailmula was again raided by hundreds of military personnel. After a short fight, nearly 200 were arrested and sent to different jails. Raids on Devarupula. The military in big strength surrounded the village Devarupula in the early morning at 4 a.m. like in Padasuryapet. They did not allow the outside people to come in and the resistance of the people was repeated as in Padasuryapet. Seeing that everyone including men, women, old and young were in the fight and some military people were getting injured by the stones, on the orders of the officer, the military rushed towards the people and fired at them. Mandati Somirdi, Kadavandi, and another, from Sitaramapuram, died instantaneously. Many were injured and the people got scattered. The military got hold of whomsoever they could lay their hands on and tortured them horribly. 400 people were arrested and sent to the various jails. Next day, many people even from far-off places came to this village after the raids. With their help those villagers who had escaped arrest took out a procession and held a meeting. After the meeting, people who had come from outside, wanted to attack the military camp at Mundray. 38. Leaders explained to them how futile such an attempt would be when the military was fully armed with modern weapons and the people had no weapons at all. But without listening to their leaders, people from Patisala, Kandar, Titipamula villages, about 1,000 of them, marched towards Mundray, shouting slogans. But the military chased them away. Malardagudam, this village on the banks of the Krishna in Huzurnagar Taluka was the center for party activities. This area of fertile black soil, though producing commercial crops, had no transport routes and under the Patel and Patwari oppression, the people there were very backward in all respects. With the AMS agitation, their exploitation was stopped and people were enthused. At that time, Jungao Taluka struggles were at their peak. People were learning lessons from those struggles. They had learned from the landlords' Gunda attacks, Nizam's army raids and Komaraya's murder that they must protect their leadership. People of Malardagudam learned self-defense. Men and women got physically and mentally prepared to fight the Gundas if they attacked individually or in groups. This village had rocky soil. It had houses built with stones and mud. In self-defense, people had collected heaps of stones on the upper story of their houses. Everyone decided to keep ready small and big sticks, pots full of chili powder, etc. The people who were once helpless before landlords Gundas and the police now united together in strength and prepared themselves for self-defense. On December 29, 1946, 10 to 12 lorries of military arrived in Huzurnagar. Directions were sent to the people that when military raid the villages, the people should avoid collision with them and slip away. But the local leaders had not informed the people about these directions and so there was no change in the people's tactics of fighting. They were keeping watch at night and in the early morning when they saw the military approaching the village, attack signals were given and people instead of going to their normal work, got ready for an attack. Some were to be on the entrance roads, some in by lanes, some on the upper stories of the houses and some were to carry news out and bring in news. Thus each one was busy with his own work. The whole village was astir. It was surrounded by jowar, millet, fields and it was so thickly grown that it was impossible to see the movements or the strength of the military from the village. Large numbers of military and armed persons had taken their positions around the village, shielded by the Jowar fields. Both sides were quite alert. The village leadership had gone out of the village for the night as a precautionary measure. Recognizing the signals, they wanted to return, but seeing the military spread all around the village, they did not come in. There was no link between the leadership and the people, who did not wait for their leaders but got ready for self-protection. Day was breaking. Resistance forces saw the movements of the military. From all sides, they pelted stones on the military, simultaneously. The stones hit the helmets of the military. They retreated a little distance. The resistance forces moved forward and, taking cover behind the stone walls, again pelted stones at the military. Volunteers who were tired were replaced by others. Old people and children and women were supplying stones and slings to their menfolk. Outside the village, the collector and military officers were addressing the people through mics, which was not heard in the battle din, and the people were not in a mood to listen also. They were also inspired with the resistance. Buttermilk was supplied to all. Each one in turn was resting and again going into action. 39. Day was advancing, but there was no end to the fight. They appealed to the people to stop the fight for a while and send 3 or 4 of their elders to talk and listen to what the officers had to say. If they did not agree, they could go back. All the others should be where they were. At this, a discussion arose as to why the talks should not be held. They appointed the sole leader of this fight, Arabalu Apirdi, to go as their representative. He had to go 100 yards further and talk to the officers. The fight was to be stopped on the north side, but on all other sides, it was to continue. It was 10 o'clock. 4 persons along with Apirdi started out. Hardly had they gone 50 yards when the military shot at them point blank. Comrade Apirdi fell on the spot. Another person who was sitting on the veranda of the house opposite got hit in the stomach and died. Just at this time, the military also fired at the volunteers who were fighting on the south side of the village. One woman who was handing over stones to her husband got shot and died. Many more were injured. This incident of Apirdi and 3 others dying of bullet wounds and many more getting injured, come so unexpectedly that the people got nervous. The military came rushing forward, resistance stopped. The military moved in groups and committed atrocities. Those who were caught were beaten up, tied up with ropes and taken along. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. they had a free hand and then carried the men and women in their lorries. But before putting them in the lorries, they separated the Muslims amongst the people and left them behind, even though they were leading the fight. This surprised the Muslims and they also wanted to get into the lorries along with their other brethren, but no heed was paid to them. The military put nearly 400 non-Muslims in the lorries and drove away. The whole village was in a devastated state. There was no one to give courage to the remaining people. The Muslims who were left behind were trying to console the bereaved families, when the anti-people elements in the village spread the rumor that this was the doing of the Muslims and the military was still in their houses. This gave rise to doubts in the minds of the innocent people, and thinking that it might be true, they sent word to the leaders who were outside the village, not to enter just at that time, but await further news. The people's upsurge was temporarily disrupted, the Qadr was scattered under severe repression. Aftermath of the raids. The military raids did not stop there. The whole district was handed over to the military. Many military camps were established in many villages. The raids went on for days and nights and people were harassed. Pressure was brought on people to trace out the village Sangam committee members, volunteer corps leaders and other chief leaders of the Sangam. The people used to be rounded up and taken along with the military for searching the fields, wells, fences, shrubs, and all other possible places. At the same time, the people were asked to pay the grain levy, and give in writing that they would hand over their leaders and resign from the Sangam. The Nizam's son Mukarram Yah visited many taluka centers and donated clothes to many people. A big boosting propaganda was carried on that the king was like a father to the people and had come to inquire about the welfare of the people, and thus this visit of the Nizam's son was used as tactics to drive a wedge between the Sangam and the people. Military raids went on for weeks and months. People stood these hardships without losing courage. During the night the men used to live scattered all over the fields, outside the village. Women in groups of 15 and 20 used to sleep together so as to be able to protect their honor. 40. Patels, Patvaris, and Deshmukhs who had left the villages and gone to the towns, returned taking advantage of these raids. Before they were subdued under the people's revolt, but now they raised their head and started pointing out the leaders from amongst them to the military and getting them harassed. Some elders in the villages started discouraging the people, saying that they would not be able to face the military, and advised them to come to terms with them. And because it was dinned into their ears day and night that if they resigned from the Sangam, the military raids would stop and no harm would come to any one of them, some agreed to resign, even though they had all love for their Sangam. But after these resignations, the military took the people along with them everywhere in search of the leaders of the Sangam and the Communist Party. In Suryapet Taluka, Kandigatla, Aravapalli, Erlagonda, Rajipadu, and Kotapadu hillocks were searched by bringing thousands of people from the surrounding 5 to 6 villages and forcing them to do this job with the military standing by. Grain levy was procured by compulsion from the villagers. Even the land revenue was forcibly collected before the scheduled time. A sort of paralysis, sullen submission, spread over the people's movement. But even then, their love for the Sangam and leaders, and the urge to protect them, was never vanquished. They used to protect the leaders, feed them, but would ask them to go away for a while to some other area, as they would come to harm if they were seen by the traders in the village, and plead their helplessness, in face of the terrific police repression. The village traders, getting emboldened, started taking the villagers along with them to look for the leaders all over the place, even without the help of the military. The people who were forced to do this dirty job under terror, used to protect their leaders even in these searches, by not reporting even if they were seen or by sending word ahead to them of such searches. This zeal of the people obtained the release of the Apura village leader when he was arrested and was being taken to the nearest camp at Boparam. However, quite a number of local and village leaders were arrested and the remaining could not be given protection. The leader of Padasuryapet was arrested on the Kandigatla hillock. Those arrested used to be tortured horribly by the military, the village officers and landlords and their Gunda gangs. In Jungao Taluka, Narmeda village, one village leader was arrested and badly beaten up. In the same area, another worker was beaten till he lost consciousness. Devarupula village was completely looted by Gundas of the Visner landlord. Revenge was taken on villagers in many ways. Later on, these anti-people elements by themselves started searching for the leaders even without any other help. These conditions prevailed till May 1947, when the people found it necessary to control the activities of the traders, the Gundas and other anti-people elements, who were emboldened by the military camps in the villages. In Padasuryapet village in Suryapet Taluka, where one leader was arrested on the Kandigatla hillock, the police, Patel, and landlord were given a good beating and their arms and legs were broken. Similarly, the Chundapatla landlord, a big trader, along with his Gundas who had become notorious in Kothagudam, were dragged out of the cart in which they were travelling and were given a good beating. People also beat up the Gundas of Janareddy Pratapreddy at Chilpakanta, Gundas of Thimapuram, the landlords of Kothagudam and Ravipadu. 41. In Kadavandi village, Jungao Taluka, the Visner Deshmukhs Gundas, when they were trying to loot the houses, were resisted by people armed with knives, lathis and other weapons and were not allowed to raise their head. In Sitaramapuram, a person who was the police patel, and who had 3 policemen to protect his house, was terrorizing the people. He lost his life at the hands of the people. The protecting police left everything behind and ran away. In Ramanapat Taluka, the Paul Erla Deshmukh, a hated oppressor, was killed by the people. In Nulgonda Taluka, Adagudur village, 3 CID men who had come disguised, were beaten up and let off with a warning that if they or any of their lot dared to enter the village, they would not leave the place alive. In Huzurnagar Taluka, there was no limit to the terrorization practiced by the anti-people elements in these areas. Landlords of Veladanda, Durakantat, Bakamanchilagudam, Fothpuram villages vied with each other in these acts. Bhagalavirdi, who was the landlord of Bakamanchilagudam in Chittapalli area, and his brother Pichirdi actually participated in the searches in the forests for the Sangam leaders and also insulted the wife of the village leader Sadireddy. The landlords had their own firearms. But even then, people decided to go to their houses with lathis, knives, and beat them to death and teach them a lesson. The people surrounded the house of the landlord and entered the house of the Gunda leader Bhagalavirdi. He tried to resist with his rifle, but his rifle was broken by lathi blows. The landlord's hands and legs were broken. When his brother, Pichirdi, came with a lathi and fell on the volunteers who were keeping guard, they beat back the attack, and in the fight he got a blow on the head and died on the spot. By the morning, this news had spread all over the Taluka. All the landlords and their gundas took all their valuables with them and ran away to Taluka centers. Reports of the Chilukuri Deshmukh, Jupiti Narasimha Rao, being waylaid and thrashed, while returning from the police station, Harijan agricultural laborers' resistance to the Jagirdar of Durakantat and destruction of his property by them, had rekindled a new spirit and brought in a favorable atmosphere for the Sangam in the Taluka. An important change took place in the conditions in the whole of Nalgonda district due to these actions against the traders and the landlords, gundas and other anti-people elements. The local people started writing posters and leaflets, warning the village anti-social elements, and pasting them on the walls and doors of houses of these elements in particular. In some places the farm servants who worked in the houses, used to leave these leaflets on the tables, cots, etc., in the landlords' houses. In many places, these landlords were given a beating by people in disguise. But while doing all this, each one was carrying on his daily work without giving any inkling to the enemy about their role in these acts. Leaflets threatening the police used to be thrown into the police camps also. These leaflets used to strike terror into the hearts of the enemy. Due to this, in many places the enemy left and shifted to the towns. They would not move about without protection. Some antisocial elements gave up their Gundaism and, begging the people, stayed on in the village itself. The search for Sangam leaders stopped. People got the feeling that the Sangam was back amongst them. 42. Some lessons about this phase of the movement. One patent fact that emerges from the events of 1945 and 1946 is that our party had not understood the depth of the revolutionary upsurge of the masses in the immediate post-war situation. Its reformist understanding and functioning during the war period made it difficult for it to foresee these developments and prepare itself and the people's organization for them. It is true that it was only our party that came out with the slogan of People's Raj in Vishal Andhra, advocated dissolution of Hyderabad state and merging it in its neighboring linguistic areas. It traced out a vision of what People's Raj in Vishal Andhra, in an independent India, would be like, in various sectors. It came out with an anti-feudal, democratic agrarian program in the Andhra State Committee election pamphlet, Prajarajyam in Vishal Andhra. This was sold in large numbers, 20,000 copies at that time. But all this was envisaged as a slow process. Even when our party took to developing militant mass struggles during the second half of 1946, organized seizure of wastelands and lands under zamindari and feudal landlords' illegal possession in the Andhra area, it withdrew them, faced with the Congress ministry's repression. The party in the Madras province, including the Andhra area, was virtually under ban. A large number of leaders were under detention or underground during the first few months of 1947, under the Prakasam Ordinance. But on the eve of the transfer of power on August 15, 1947, all of them were released or came out. The line of conducting militant mass struggles went into the background, and the party was involved in a controversy whether to extend all-out support to the Nehru government of national independence, in the name of defeating the British imperialist conspiracies and the Nehru Vallabhbhai clique, who were out to undermine the newly won independence. With the advent of independence, whatever militant movements were there in erstwhile British India, slowed down, mostly because the people were expecting big steps from the Congress government headed by Nehru, which obtained independence, and that it would be able to solve their problems as well, and partly because of the inability of our party to give proper lead to the masses, being weak and isolated from the rest of the democratic parties and groups. It was only in the Hyderabad and Travankari states, which refused to join the Indian Union, that the people's discontent and struggles were further developed, to a certain extent encouraged and supported by the Indian National Congress and Indian government. In many of the other states, which Vallabhbhai Patel brought into the Indian Union, assuring them big privy purses and safeguarding their privileges, the state's people's movements were also toned down and withdrawn. It was Vellore and Punnapura under the leadership of our party against the Travankari Maharaja and his Diwan, C.P. Ramanksvamya. It was the Telangana struggle in Hyderabad state, again led by our party, that gave vent to the post-war discontent, and orientation to an agrarian revolt. If we had had a correct revolutionary grasp of the things that were shaping up and had developed our party on correct Marxist-Leninist principles, taking Telangana itself, we should 43. Have trained our cadre and the people for launching vigorous attacks on the whole feudal system, seized the illegally begotten land from the landlords as well as the surplus land from them, as we had to do later, groping hesitantly, step by step. We would have trained our cadre and militants not only with lay defense but even for armed defense. We would not have hesitated for such a long time in allowing our cadre to seize and use even the country guns, which resulted in total dislocation and disruption of the first upsurge. But in spite of our hesitation, the Telangana people's discontent and upsurge was so deep and great, that by their spontaneous activity, of course guided by our party, with all its limitations, they 1. Put an end to Veti, forced labor, illegal exactions, and compulsory grain levies, and started to reoccupy the lands seized earlier by the landlords and Deshmukhs. The movement became one for abolishing feudal landlordism and even Nizam rule. The mass character and sweep of this movement were evident from the fact that it spread within a few weeks to hundreds of villages. 2. People who started resisting the landlords' armed Gunda attacks and beat them back, got ready to face later the armed police, and then even the military forces of the Nizam. 3. People of one village rushing to the help of neighboring villages under police attack. 4. The women joining their menfolk, in the actual resistance, in every manner possible. 5. The Sangam became their guide and leader and helped to solve all their problems, including the disputes between husbands and wives, and a mass militant cultural upsurge of militant songs, folk arts, took place. It was this depth of the mass discontent and upsurge that in the special and peculiar favorable conditions in Hyderabad state, that again in August 1947, when the Nizam refused to join the Indian Union, it surged forward even after the bitter blows it had received earlier. It was to the credit of our party, to our Andhra unit, that it guided the Telangana anti-feudal and anti-Nizam struggle from 1940 to 1946 and converted the Andhra Mahasabha into a united mass organization and front of all anti-Nizam people's forces. It won the confidence of the people, became the leader of this front and organization. It popularized the struggle of the Telangana people, the idea of Vishal Andhra, mobilized wide-scale support to the fighting Telangana peasantry. It provided shelter and help to the cadre and people under the Nizam's attacks, in the coastal areas. It made the coastal districts the rear of this Telangana people's movement. For this, the party was under attack from the Congress government even during the first half of 1947. Later, after the short period of legality following independence, it was once again banned and attacked on January 30, 1948. All this period the party helped to regroup the scattered movement in Telangana and was able to reorientate it on proper lines, first in joining with the state Congress leaders in the struggle for merging the state in the Indian Union and giving it a mass character, then developing it into the anti-feudal and anti-Nizam agrarian revolt and later into the liberation struggle against Nizam's rule. It shook the very foundations of 44. Nizam's rule itself. As the anti-feudal agrarian waves of revolt went spreading, the big bourgeois landlord government of independent India, under the leadership of the Congress and Nehru, rushed their armed forces, to suppress the Telangana agrarian revolt, stop it from spreading further and buttress their own class rule in Hyderabad state as well as in the rest of India. About these aspects, we will try to trace the developments in the succeeding chapters. Chapter 3. Armed Resistance Movement Against Nizam and Rasakars. Distribution of land, Establishment of People's Rule, September 15, 1947 to September 13, 1948. The party and the Andhra Mahasabha was busy during the first 4 months of 1947, regrouping the scattered party and AMS organization, under the heavy blows of Nizam's repression. The party was also under ban and attack in the Andhra area. Yet, Guntur, Krishna and Godavari had been the protective base for the Telangana fighters. On August 15, 1947, power was transferred from British imperialism to the bourgeois landlord Congress. The Nizam declared that he would not join the Indian Union but would remain independent, Azad Hyderabad. The Indian National Congress was forced to launch a satyagraha struggle in Hyderabad state to bring pressure on the Nizam Nawab to accede to the Indian Union. This gave us a very good opportunity and new possibilities of developing the Telangana people's struggles. We joined hands with the state Congress in its struggle for the merger of the state with the Indian Union. Since our party and Andhra Mahasabha were the major political force, with great political and mass influence and organization, especially because of the struggles of 1944 to 46, we had a decisive voice in this movement. The people, all sections, in the Andhra areas, gave massive support to the state people's movement. We could collect in 2 or 3 days in just the one town of Vijayawada 20,000 rupees for providing arms for fighting the Rasakars and the Nizam. Joint meetings and demonstrations were held with the national and red flags fluttering together. Whatever program the Congress chalked out, we made it a huge mass affair, drawing thousands of people to participate in them. If the Congress called for a demonstration or picketing by a limited number of satyagrahis, we used to make it a huge mass demonstration or mass picketing. When the Congress gave the call for boycotting colleges and schools and courts, we again made it a mass affair. We recruited a large number of students into our volunteer squads and the Andhra Mahasabha organization. It was this influx of students that helped the movement. 45. Grow by leaps and bounds. Many of them, later on, developed themselves as local and area leaders of both the mass organization and of the guerrilla organization. The Congress gave the slogan of breaking the customs barriers between the Indian Union and Nizam's territory, resignation of Patels and Patwaris. Our party and the Andhra Mahasabha converted it into destroying all the records of these posts. The Congress gave a call for cutting toddy-yielding sheaves of palm and date trees and called for boycott of toddy shops to deprive the Nizam state of one of its main sources of revenue, as also because of its own fad of prohibition. We converted it for days into large-scale destruction of date and palmyra trees and also physically preventing the toddy tappers from making toddy. But soon we realized that the toddy tappers, a large percentage of the rural poor, were losing by this program their occupation and livelihood and were turning hostile. The party corrected this error, changed its slogan and gave a call, tap the toddy, give it clean and cheap to the people. But do not pay taxes. This went to the hearts of the people. Let me add, here itself, that the party banned drinking toddy by our guerrilla squad members and political organizers of even village level. This was strictly observed. The Congress gave the slogan of merger of the state with the Indian Union. We advocated at the same time dissolution of the state, merging its linguistic components into the respective linguistic areas and the formation of united linguistic states in an Indian people's state, and the abolition of Nizam rule. The whole national sentiment was in favor of this movement. The bourgeois landlord government of independent India, headed by the big bourgeoisie, also wanted Hyderabad's merger. All the democratic forces of the whole of India were in favor, because they wanted that the stooge and supporter of British imperialism, the Nizam Nawab, should be thrown out. The whole Hindu population wanted the Muslim feudal Nawab's rule to go. The three linguistic nationalities wanted liberation because of their desire to merge with their own linguistic areas, and develop their language and culture. The growing bourgeoisie, the capitalist landlord and the rich peasantry also wanted Nizam's autocracy and its feudal setup to go and be replaced by a democratic and responsible government, as part of India for their own economic and political development. The toiling peasant, the rural poor wanted the wholesale abolition of feudal landlord exploitation, of veti, bigar, of forced labor, illegal exact ions, of forced grain levy and wanted land for cultivation. The workers wanted employment and better wages. All currents joined in this all-in anti-Nizam struggle, for a democratic regime. As a component of the Indian Union, a progressive section of the Muslims also joined the movement. Our agrarian program. Our party and the Andhra Mahasabha did not confine itself to transforming the items of the Congress program into action, into one of large-scale mass participation. We actively turned it into a definite anti-feudal agrarian revolt. We led the people to stop all kinds of forced labor and illegal exact ions. To refuse to deliver the forced grain levies. 46. We led the people not only to retain the lands they were cultivating on lease from the landlords, but also to recover all the lands illegally seized by the landlords. Reduction in rent and later total non-payment of rents to the bigger landlords and to the enemies of the people, was also enforced. Occupation and cultivation of wastelands of the government and of the big landlords. We started seizing the grain stocks of the hated landlords and started distributing it to the needy rural poor. Along with the records of Patel and Patvaris, we burnt the records of the landlords, the records of money lenders, and all promissory notes and bonds executed in their favor. And, finally, within a few months, the seizure of the surplus lands of the landlords and their distribution to the poor peasantry, along with draft cattle and agricultural implements. The ceilings started with 500 acres, then by stages were reduced to 100 acres dry and 10 acres wet as the movement developed, and as the urgency to meet the poor peasant demand for land grew and as experience got enriched. The movement became a widespread people's movement. The same enthusiasm, as in the days of Devarapula, Puttasuryapet, Bailmula, and Mallard de Goodham was witnessed. But the sweep was deeper and statewide. People started feeling that once again Gotapalu Sangam, i.e., Lathe Sangam, was on the march, but this time it was not only Lathis, but whatever firearms that could be obtained. People were arming themselves, all groups, the Congress, the Communist and Andhra Mahasabha squads. The Nizam's rule was shaking to its foundations. He had resorted to large-scale terror. He organized the Rasakars under the leadership of Qasim Rajvi, of the Majlis Ittihad Muslimin. He let them loose, with full army backing, on the villagers, looting, arson, torture, murder and rape stalked the land. The people had to defend and fight back, with whatever weapons they could lay hands on, with whatever organization they could muster. Under this heavy terror, a large number of persons, especially from the rich top sections, left for the Union territory for protection. Congress Satyagraha camps and squads also left the area and migrated to the Indian Union territory and established their armed camps on the borders, and from there they started counter-raids. It was only the Communist and Andhra Mahasabha squads that could continue to function inside the state and fight back the Razakar and Nizam terror. The cooperation that had existed in the initial stages of the merger movement between the Congress and the Andhra Mahasabha cadre evaporated within a few weeks. The sweep of the anti-feudal and anti-landlord movement and the mass character of the anti-Nizam movement that was taking shape, cooled the ardor of the Congress leadership. Further, with their having no stomach for such a radical program, with no roots among the tolling people, their squads degenerated into raiding and launching attacks against the people, and in support of the exploiting landlords. Our squads had to act and disarm many of these Congress squads. Quite a large number of militant and honest members of these Congress squads joined us later and fought together with us. 47. It is a matter of historical record that the Indian government concluded a standstill agreement with the Nizam, went on supplying the Nizam's forces with arms and ammunition, while the Nizam government and its police and army personnel went on with their marauding raids on the people and on the freedom fighters in the state. Once when the Nizam police raided and seized the wounded fighters on their way from the Munagala enclave to Vijayawada, the government of India for long did not take steps to get them released or prevent such actions being repeated. The anti-Razakar, anti-Nizam armed struggle developed in the Telangana area rapidly. Village squads with about 10,000 members and regular guerrilla squads with more than 2,000 members were formed. Innumerable struggles, heroic deeds, nearly 2,000 militants, fighters, and leaders laying down their lives but taking a heavy toll of the Nizam's armed personnel, police agents, Rasakars, landlords and their gundas, driving them away from villages. 3,000 villages administered by village panch committees or gram rajyas, land distribution, education, and health, and all rural services organized by these fighting people's committees. Let the chronicler, here, describe this heroic saga of the Telangana people's struggle, of the Telangana heroes and the Telangana martyrs. The chronicler's story. The new upsurge. Thousands of people from 10 to 15 villages coming together and marching to other villages with their lathis, hoisting national and red flags, breaking open the grain stocks of the landlords and distributing it to the people, became the common program. In Mayuralagudam Taluka, the Tadakamala landlords' paddy stocks were surrounded by 3,000 people, taken charge of, and 400 bags of paddy were distributed amongst the people. In Huzurnagar, Suryapet villagers, about 3,000 in number, took out a victory march to Anantharam, via Anaram, Poltapadu. After their usual program, they broke open the stores of the landlord and distributed the grains. In short, the Lathi Sangam was named as the Victory March Sangam, Jatra Yatra Sangam. Razakar formation and raids. The Razakar army was formed under the leadership of Qasim Rajvi, the leader of the Majlis Ittihad-ul Muslimin, with the slogans that Azad Hyderabad was a Muslim empire, in the Yusufiyahi reign every Muslim was a ruler, to protect this government was God's command, and so to get into the Razakar army and oppose the Hindus was every Muslim's sacred duty. Rasakars, who had their centers in cities and towns, used to raid the villages, loot the people, pull down the national and red flags. They had spears, jambias, swords, muzzle loaders and rifles with them whenever they made these raids. One thing must be noted here, that just as in the earlier period, the people, both Hindus and Muslims, had fought in the villages against 48 landlords unitedly, so also they fought shoulder to shoulder against the Rasakars without falling prey to religious fanaticism. Struggles in Tungathurthi, Ailru, Nomula, and Paradala. The people who had fought against the Zamindars and government but who were suppressed earlier, came out in the resistance movement against the Rasakars, once again with great enthusiasm, even though they had no weapons except lathis and spears. The report that about 50 Rasakars from Suryapet had come to Ekaram village, reached Bailmula, Kandagatla, Thimapuram, Putasuryapet and other villages. People from these villages, about 3,000 and more, shouting slogans and armed with slings, rushed to Ekaram and faced the Rasakars and tried to snatch away their arms. The Rasakars, giving up their plan of looting the village, had to run away in spite of their modern weapon, to save their lives. Revenue officials, along with Rasakars, went to Kontapalli and Pinavora villages to collect land revenue. People surrounded them and killed them. In the village of Pamulapadu, Mayuralagudam Taluka, the people drove the landlord Lakshmareddy out of the village. When he tried to re-enter it, with police help, the people fought back with lathis and spears in hand. The police could not enter the village for 3 days till reinforcements came. These incidents showed the high pitch of people's hatred against Nizam's officials and landlords and their mood to resist and fight back. The Tungathurthi police station, in Suryapet Taluka, was surrounded by people from Ganugabanda, Vempati, and other villages. People raised slogans and pelted stones with slings and rushed at the police. The police fired round after round. In this attack, Comrade Malipakam Isaya of Karivarala village, who was leading and giving slogans, fell down dead and 2 more were injured. People retreated, taking away with them the dead and the wounded. In Kolanukpaka, Bhong Talaka, the Jagirdar had put up a big Razakar camp, and was looting the people, when on November 28, 1947, about 6,000 people gathered to raid this camp. But they gave up the plan when they found that the Jagirdar was on the alert with more men and arms. They marched to other villages in groups, hoisting flags. 3,000 went to Ailru under the leadership of Asirdi Narasim Hairdi on November 29, 1947, at 6 a.m., and hoisted flags in many places and began marching in procession. The armed police barred their way with rifles. The people surged forward, the police showered bullets on them. Comrade Asirdi Narasimha Reddy, who was leading the procession, was hit in the thigh and 2 other people died on the spot. 80 were injured, out of whom 3 died in the Bhong hospital. 14 had their bones broken. There were pools of blood in the whole area. The names of the dead are Puslaji Viraya, Chinam Komaraya, Marpupal Laya and Baru Narayana of Gundlagudam village, Elegangela Laxmanarasaya of Tunagathurthi village. 49. 20 Rasakars and armed police from Nakarkala camp raided Nomula village in Nalgonda Talaka. About 400 people of Nomula and Kota party villages went after them with lathis and slings and chased them with battle cries of Communist Party Kijay, and Sangam Kijay. The Rasakars and police fired at the people frantically. Kothari Somaya, Matsavira Malug, both 50 years of age, Venkaya and Viraya, 2 youths, lost their lives. Many were injured. Of these, 2 more died. Panalapapaya, who had his intestines cut open, tied up his upper cloth onto his stomach and courageously stood up. After this firing, the people retreated, carrying the dead and the wounded. Rasakars and police from the Katanguru camp who raided Pardala village were chased from the village by 300 people armed with lathis and slings. But the police took cover and fired at the people. 4 died on the spot. The police camp in Ravalapenta in Maryalagudam Talaka was the center for raids on the nearby villages. The enraged people from the villages wanted to destroy the camp and hoist the red flag. They gathered together in thousands, surrounded the camp village, but the unarmed people became the targets of police firing and were forced to scatter. Collection of arms, formation of regular guerrilla squads for armed resistance. The people took the initiative. Youths in villages formed themselves into village squads. They collected arms from wherever they could. People themselves brought in their country rifles, spears, knives, etc., and everything they used in hunting. Patel and Patvaris who had come to some agreement with the villagers were persuaded to hand over their arms. Where they refused to give in, the people used to enter the houses and search all over for the arms and take them away forcibly. If in some houses they did not find the hidden arms, then a day and night watch would be kept on the house and the movements of the inmates to prevent hidden arms from being sent out of the villages. When the village officers tried to recover the weapons from the local people to hand them over to the government, the people used to foil their plans. For example, in Jungayo Talaka, the Keshavapuram Patel collected about 10 muzzle loaders to hand them over to the government. The youths of Chitakodura got scent of this and rushed in and seized the muzzle loaders. This way, with the people's initiative, every village acquired about 5-10 muzzle loaders. Besides these muzzle loaders, they got hold of 12 bore guns, Totar Tupaki, Shikari rifles, etc., from the Deshmukhs. These arms were captured by raiding the houses when the enemy was alone or careless. In this, many party members who were related to the Deshmukhs or working in their houses as farm or domestic servants, helped a great deal. Through these people, the news of the Deshmukhs' activities were easily known and getting hold of arms became easier. The Deshmukhs' houses were raided for arms when they were in no position to resist. Muzzle loaders, shotguns, rifles of all varieties were seized by the people and local squads, to arm the village as well as the regular squads. Ingenious methods were used by the people in these efforts. Weapons were seized from Sinapali Deshmukh of Jungayo Talaka, from 50. Kondapuram Deshmukh of Huzurnagar Taluka, from Samaru Narasimharao and from landlords of Kazar Lapadu, Suryapet Taluka, from Chintakun Terugvareddy, from an army Jawan in Kunar, Koram Pratapreddy of Kandlapalli and Pagali Malareddy of Rajaram village, from Janardhi landlords of Kumarikuntla, all in Varungal Taluka. Similarly, police and customs outposts, railway protection police forces were raided, and arms were seized. To mention only a few, Kolanupalli, Bhangur Taluka, Udapuram and Rebarti and Pembarti of Jungao Taluka, Modamari, Mathura Taluka, Madhavajudam, Huzurnagar, Husnabad, Hujurabad, Karimnagar district, Dubaka and Kanapuram, Siddipet Taluka, and many more camps. To give an example of the ingenuity of the people and of local squads in planning and raiding enemy posts to seize weapons, the example of the attack on the Vangapalli railway police is enough. Raid on Vangapalli station. In Vangapalli railway station, 2 policemen were kept on guard duty. They had 303 rifles. One day, at 4 in the evening, 4 comrades dressed as Brahmin priests entered the station master's room and saying that they wanted to go to Yadgiri Gutta to the Narsinghaswamy temple, asked for railway tickets. One policeman was sitting in the room, with his rifle leaning against the wall. The other policeman was not in the station. One comrade engaged the station master, asking him about the fare, etc., while 2 of them caught hold of the policeman. The 4th seized the rifle and all of them, threatening the policeman and station master, successfully made their way out. Next morning, the police went to the Yadgiri Gutta temple and beat up the Brahmin priests there, saying that they had snatched away the rifle of the police. At this same time, people from the villages were forming village squads and were resisting the Rasakars and the police, who used to raid the villages. They were ready to protect their houses, property, and honor. They had stopped giving levy, land tax, and abkari, excise, duty. The grain procured under levy and the grains of landlords and anti-people elements were being distributed to the people. They were taking various actions against traders who were harassing the people and giving information to the Rasakars. They used to warn traders, and when they did not desist, they caught hold of them and forced them to brush their noses on the ground openly before the people and apologize to them. In Jungao Taluka, Vadlakanda village, the people caught hold of one such element, by name Lingo Reddy, who had been harassing the people very much, and cut off his nose. Persons who got some villagers murdered were done to death by these people's squads. The Sangam and the party discouraged and later prohibited such primitive forms of torture and wild revenge. Formation of guerrilla squads. Rasakars and armed police used to raid the villages daily, loot the houses, insult and rape women, burn houses, kill people and forcibly collect levy and excise duty. People started. 51. Resisting them, the party organized and trained regular armed guerrilla squads without which the people's resistance could not be really effective and succeed. In the beginning, there were the district guerrilla squads, then the zonal, taluka, and village squads were formed. But the few modern weapons were with the district squads, and the zonal, taluka, and village squads had none. To resist the Rasakars and police, the district squads alone were not sufficient. This was realized in practice by the party. Taluka, zonal, squads were organized and some modern weapons were given to them also from district squads. Coordination and mutual help among district and different taluka squads was organized. In Suryapet, Huzurnagar, and Nalgonda talukas, the number in a particular squad rose from 10 to 20 to 100 to 120. They were called company squads. These company squads, though they were a morale booster for the guerrillas and people, had become too cumbersome and became an easy target for the enemy. The necessary training of the ordinary squad members, the training of squad leaders or the command and its auxiliary personnel at the company level was lacking. The technical military skill of a whole company going into action, the tactical coordination between its various squads and use of available firepower and manpower was not there. The supplies to be organized, the quick dispersal and reconverging and the capacity to mount surprise and quick actions upon, and quick disengagement with the enemy was not there. Lack of this basic character of guerrilla activity would have led to irreparable losses and to total destruction, but for the very low morale and total isolation of the Nizam's forces. After some initial losses and experiences, these company formations were given up as too premature at that stage. Small guerrilla squads of 10 members as a standard unit for actions were adopted. Whenever a bigger force was required, 2 to 3 necessary squads were mobilized. Later, when the Indian Union military intervened, the size of these squads was reduced even further to 5 and 3 persons to evade the enemy's dragnet and to get necessary shelter and mobility for action. The structure of all the guerrilla forces was as is described below. 1. Village squads. The youths in the villages joined these squads. While carrying on their own normal vocation, they had to resist the Rasakars and the police with muzzle loaders and spears, see that the enemies in the village did not raise their heads, that the village moderates did not discourage or sow confusion among the people at the time of the struggles nor entice them to pay grain levy, taxes, etc. They had to carry on political propaganda amongst the people, and enthuse them and help the village committees in their day-to-day work. 2. Village destruction squads. These forces had to carry on their normal occupation and, on top of this, had to dig up the roads so that enemy vehicles did not come that way, keep planks full of nails on the road to puncture the tires of the enemy's vehicles, and destroy the property of those enemies who were in the police and enemy camps. They had muzzle loaders, spades, crowbars, baskets, planks, nails and such other things as their equipment. They had to 52. Coordinate their work with the village squads. The members of these squads were not to be exposed. 3. Regular guerrilla squads. In these squads, such people were recruited as had given up their own occupation, and were working as whole-timers, had courage, quick wit, and had won the people's confidence and the party's confidence, too, and who were very much disciplined. They had limited modern weapons along with muzzle loaders, spears, etc. Their work mainly was to resist Razakar and police raids, destroy the enemy and protect the people. Their number used to be about 10 in a squad. Whenever necessary, they used to carry out raids and immediately disperse. The village squads used to work in cooperation with these regular guerrilla squads and help them whenever necessary. Every member who was recruited into these forces had not only to take a pledge but also remember and concentrate on it always. The pledge used to be: I pledge that I am joining the guerrilla force and I have pledged with determination to destroy the exploiters' rule and establish people's Raj. To fight and destroy the enemy and help the people is my only job. Weapons are more valuable than life. In getting weapons and protecting them, I am prepared to give my life. I shall never show cowardice nor submit to the enemy but shall emulate the example of glorious martyrs. I take this pledge in front of the red flag. After the formation of guerrilla squads, the party work was divided into 2 branches, political and military. This was an important step. There was regular coordination of these 2 branches of work. With the formation of regular guerrilla squads, a change came in the armed resistance movement. The guerrillas used to ambush or attack and fight the enemy forces face to face, or raid and destroy the enemy camps. They became experts in these resistance attacks. We have seen earlier how untrained youths used to join the squads and with the help of the people, used to collect muzzle loaders or guns raiding the houses of Deshmukhs, and fought back Razakar raids. From amongst these youths, capable young men were recruited to the regular guerrilla squads. These squads with these country weapons become the nuclei of the people's armed forces that enabled the people to destroy the governmental authority in village after village and establish people's rule in about 3,000 villages of Telangana. Some notable armed actions. 1. Raid on Ravalapenta camp. This was the first raid after regular district armed squads were formed. The squad wanted to destroy this camp and capture the arms. The person who was to fire at the sentry, the comrades who were to surround the camp house, and after the sentry was done away with, others who had to go in and take over the arms, were all fixed and they had taken their positions. They shot dead the sentry at 11 in the night. But the police inside fired back. Due to this police firing, the guerrillas as planned could not get inside the house. Comrade Venkat Reddy and Devabatini Venkateshwar Rao, the leaders in this district squad, were courageously trying to get inside the camp. They rushed forward from their sheltered position when police bullets hit them and both of them died on the spot. The raid failed and the guerrillas retreated with the dead bodies of their comrades. The enemy lost 2 persons and 3 others were wounded. 53. 2. Kotapadu smoke bomb, in Suryapet Taluka, near Kotapadu village, 5 Rasakars and 7 policemen tried to rape a woman. They were chased by the people and the guerrilla squad. They entered the house of the landlord, Vanjati Lingardi, and after locking themselves up on the 2nd floor of the house, started firing at the guerrillas from behind the windows. The guerrillas posted watch all round the village and taking cover behind the walls of the houses kept up fire at them. Then the guerrillas, seeing their shots being wasted, withheld fire. The enemy was firing non-stop. The villagers had gathered round and were helping the guerrillas with whatever they wanted, when one of them suggested that hay should be brought and spread round the house and set on fire, and thus smoke out the enemy. This was agreed to by the guerrillas. This tactic was adopted in many incidents afterwards and got the name smoke bomb. The villagers with great enthusiasm brought the hay from the landlord's store to the house. The landlord was begging the people not to destroy his house. He was also trying to save the Rasakars, but the people brushed him aside, and set fire to the hay all round. The fire spread quickly and smoke swirled up, smothering the enemy. The heat became unbearable for them. The enemy cried out that they would surrender and their lives be spared. The guerrillas asked them to throw their arms first. Having no other go, the enemy accepted the guerrillas' demand. The people, with their quick reaction, again brought in lots of hay and spread it on the ground like a carpet, and saw to it that no weapon thrown would get damaged. The enemy tried to dodge the guerrillas by throwing some weapons only. Meanwhile, the fire was put out. The guerrilla leader with some squad members went up and asked the enemy to surrender. One of the policemen who had kept a rifle with him raised it against the leader. But the guerrilla squad fired at them and shot them all. The next day, at dawn, about 600 military, police and Rasakars came and surrounded the village and searched all the surrounding places for nearly 10 miles around. Unfortunately, the guerrilla squad was caught in this military encirclement, but with great tact and firing away at the enemy, escaped without any loss. Comrade Galakomaraya was a hefty, strong man and was one of the local members accompanying the guerrillas. He was trying to save a big gun, a very heavy one, from falling into the hands of the enemy. He managed to carry it a certain distance, but a shot from the enemy hit him in the stomach and he fell dead. The gun was captured by the enemy. The same day the enemy set fire to the whole village of Kotapadu. People who were running away were fired at and 4 people were killed. This incident and the experience taught the guerrillas the lesson that after their raids, they should not be anywhere near the place of raid, but go far away, and also that they should not keep heavy weapons and arms or any other heavy material with them that would hamper their quick movement. Accordingly, directions were sent to all the squads. Further, smoking out the enemy whenever necessary and possible, also become a common tactic for all the squads. 3. The incident that caused heavy loss in Chintalamagudam, a part of the district squad was collecting information in Huzurnagar Taluka. It stayed in Pedaviaju, near the hamlet of Chintalamagudam village. 54. Both Pedaviaju and Chintalamagudam were strong party centers. In this village, there were experienced militant party members who had taught a good lesson to a notorious arrogant sub-inspector, Gurdayal Singh. An agricultural labor strike was going on when the landlords raised a Hindu-Muslim bogey to break the strike. Since most of the striking laborers were Muslims, the Hindu landlords stopped issuing grains to the laborers. Taking advantage of this situation, the religious heads of the Rasakars were trying to organize the Muslim laborers into a separate organization. The two villages were quite tense due to this strike. The local village comrades came to know of the presence of the squad in the vicinity and they sought help from the Talaka leader. The Talaka leader entered the village along with the whole squad to solve the problem. The news reached the Rasakars in nearby Raghunathapuram. They and the police came down and surrounded the village. The sentry on the tree failed to notice the police and Rasakars approaching. Part of the squad barred the entrance to the village, preventing the enemy entering it, while another section tried to breach the enemy encirclement and effect a safe retreat. The Rasakars and the police could not enter the village and fighting went on. Comrade Lingunna was wounded in the stomach. In spite of this, Lingunna exhibited exemplary courage and bravely made a determined bid and successfully breached the enemy column and ran for a mile. He was exhausted and was caught and killed by the mounted police who were in hot pursuit. At last, the police and the Rasakars forced their entry into the village. Comrade Sitaramaya, original name Gopaya, was resisting the enemy, taking position behind the totem stone, Bodurai. A soldier who had deserted the military along with his rifle and had joined the squad a month before, betrayed and thrust a spear from behind into Sitaramaya's back. Sitaramaya could not move. The enemy closed in. In his last minute, Sitaramaya killed a policeman and died. In this crisis, the remaining squad decided to abandon the resistance and retreat. When the squad came out of the village, the enemy surrounded them. Comrade Sunkar Reddy died of a bullet shot. Comrade Pulraya was wounded by a spear thrust. The squad could get him out of the enemy encirclement and retreat to safety only after a stiff fight. 3 from the enemy were killed. But the party suffered a heavy loss. 3 of our finest comrades were lost along with 3 modern weapons and 4 hand grenades. It was a lesson. An inexperienced military squad ignores its guerrilla rules, and suffers a great loss. 4. Guerrillas retaliate. 2 comrades had lost their lives during a guerrilla raid on Ravalapenta, and in the enemy raid on Chintalamagudam, 3 more had died. A meeting of nearly 500 members of squads from all the villages in the Talaka was held. Everyone took a pledge in memory of the dead comrades to avenge their deaths. Many members joined the district squad. This was the beginning of the company squad. Rasakars from all over, including the Raghunathapuram camp, had gathered in Pedaviyeja village. On the 5th day after the Chintalamagudam raid, Pedaviyeja was 55. Surrounded by a guerrilla squad. All the roads to the village were blocked by them. They converged on the Rasakars in the center of the village. From morning 5 to 10 a.m. the fight went on. The Rasakars climbed onto the upper story of the houses and started firing from there at the guerrillas. The squad pressed forward to destroy the enemy. At last, remembering the Katapadu smoke bomb, they decided to set fire to the houses where the enemy was entrenched. The enemy was forced to leave their positions. The squads fought on, picking out the notorious Rasakars from among the crowd. 6 of the notorious rowdy Rasakars died in this skirmish. The squad left the village amidst shouts of "Jai, victory." Later the military came and took away the dead bodies. From all over the Talaka, every village sent greetings to the guerrilla squad. The enemy had lost face and was more demoralized. 5. Raid near Kandagatla Wells. A guerrilla squad and the political organizer of the center were camping near the Kandagatla Wells, when the people went there with their problems of land distribution and were discussing them. At about 10:00 in the day, the district collector, having got scent of the guerrillas' camp, went to the place with 50 Rasakars and policemen in civil dress. The sentry on duty was careless and the enemy was not noticed till they were within 200 yards of the squad. The guerrillas, firing at the enemy, slowly took cover behind small boulders. The enemy tried to rush them before they took cover, shooting wildly from their modern weapons. But the squad under the command of their organizer, retreated systematically in a disciplined way, with one batch retreating while another batch covered the retreat, pinning the enemy down, till all of them reached a rocky place safely. 2 of the enemy fell down in this skirmish, which made the enemy stop rushing at the squad, and this helped the guerrillas a good deal. but just about 200 yards away from the boulders, where the guerrillas had taken shelter, there were 3 big rocks in a triangular pattern. When the guerrillas got behind one rock, the Rosicars took shelter behind the second rock. The guerrillas very quickly occupied the third rock, giving no chance to the enemy to occupy it, and started firing at the enemy from their advantageous position. The enemy was well equipped with arms and ammunition and was bigger in number, too, but could not move even one step ahead from the place where it had taken shelter. After a long fight, the enemy left the field. A notable thing here was that the people who were with the guerrillas helped the squad, enthusiastically shouting information about the movements of the enemy. In spite of the squad's advice to go away, they stuck on with the confidence that the enemy could do no harm to them while the guerrillas were with them, wishing complete destruction of the enemy and complete victory for the guerrillas. The people took great care of everything that belonged to the guerrillas, including their utensils. The district collector got shot near his ear in that firing, and the people say that he was so frightened that he swore that he would never again be anywhere near a fighting scene. 6. Lightning raid on Mamilagudam camp. In Mamilagudam village, Suryapet Taluka, there were about 50 policemen who used to run amok in the surrounding areas, harass the people and at night molest the women. Hearing this, 2 guerrilla members dressed themselves in white clothes, hid their bore guns, Toto Tupaki, under the chadars which were wrapped round their bodies, and went to the camp at night when the policemen had gathered together and were 56. Gossiping and enjoying themselves. Suddenly a country-made hand grenade burst amidst them and bullets started flying. 3 policemen died. After this, the enemy stopped coming out to harass the villagers at night. Instead, at the slightest sound, they used to get frightened and used to fire aimlessly. 7. Raid on Bikumala palm groves. 40 Rosicars, policemen, and Deshmukhs Gundas raided Bikumala village. They made arrangements for cooking their food in the village and were going to the neighboring village Makinapalli for raiding it. The guerrilla squad, which was resting in the streamlets near the village and behind the boulders, came to know of the enemy's movements through the alertness of the sentry. After using binoculars and making sure, the guerrillas moved on. The squad divided itself into 2 batches. One was to enter the village and the other was to take cover in the ditches and crevices in the land on the other side of the village to prevent the enemy from coming into the village and getting an upper hand. As the enemy approached, the guerrillas from all sides fired at them simultaneously. The enemy lost ground and started running. The squad chased them. A mile ahead, the enemy entered a palm grove and fired back at the guerrillas. The guerrillas also turned towards the trees on the sides of the grove. The enemy's plan of not allowing the guerrillas to enter the palm grove was foiled. The guerrillas who had entered the grove pressed on the enemy from 3 sides. The grove was resounding with echoes of shooting. The villagers about 3 to 4 miles away also realized that a battle was going on just near them. People from Chinnanemali, Pedanemali, and Bikumala came out and were watching this fierce fight from a distance, ardently desiring victory to the guerrillas. The enemy resisted at every step till 2 in the noon. They were taking cover of the palm trees one after another and were firing wildly. The guerrillas were using their bullets sparingly to kill the enemy and were moving forward. They drove the enemy out of the palm grove. The enemy, leaving their transport mules, and their food, etc., behind, ran back to safety to the Arapatu camp. 4 of them were injured in this fight. 8. Rosicars murder in Chitakodaru. Rosicars from Jungao used to come to help the revenue officer in Chitakodaru, Jungao Taluka, and used to harass the toddy tappers. One day 6 Rosicars raped one of their women. After that they started going about even unarmed, thinking that no one would dare to obstruct them. One day, 3 Rosicars who were sitting in a palm grove drinking toddy, were caught by the guerrillas, with the cooperation of the people. One of them, who was earlier in the guerrilla squads, was let off after admonition. He reported to the Razakars camp. On the 3rd day, about 200 Rosicars and police swooped on the village and killed several comrades, including Katha Veerareddy, Katharai Reddy, Kondam Hanumaya, Iruramaya. The village was set on fire and destroyed. 9. Rasakars and police raids on Pulajala village, 22 people murdered. In Pulajala village of Old Bhangar Taluka, the guerrilla organizer had called the people outside the village and was holding a meeting. Getting this information through traders, about 30 Rasakars and police from the Mustialapalli camp come in a lorry to attack. The sentry on duty informed the guerrillas, who went a furlong away and took cover behind boulders. As the Rasakars come into the unprotected space, the guerrillas, who were at a height on the boulders, fired first at them. The enemy had no cover, but immediately they lay down on the ground and started firing. But their 57 bullets hit no one. After some time, with no other way out, they called their lorry nearer and, taking cover behind it, slowly got into it and drove away. There were no losses on either side. The enemy felt insulted by this incident, and again they attacked the village and killed whomsoever they could get. This way 22 people became victims of the enemy's fire. 10. Fight to get Adagajuru camp abolished. The Rasakars and the police established a camp in Adagajuru, Ramanapat Taluka, as a base for raiding the surrounding villages. About 50 Rasakars and police were in the camp. The squads collected about 500 people from all the surrounding villages and come to the spot. By the time they arrived at the village, it had become dark, so they camped for the night in Mullarigadi hamlet on the outskirts of the village. They had thought of attacking the camp in the morning. This news reached the police through informers, and they took the initiative and attacked the guerrilla squads at 4 in the morning. The sentry on duty raised the alarm seeing the police, and the people and the guerrillas rushed out on the enemy, pelting them with stones. The enemy was firing at the people and was moving forward, while the people were taking cover or lying on the ground to avoid the bullets, and they were scattered all over the place. The guerrillas fired back on the enemy. 4 of the enemy died on the spot and 3 were wounded. The enemy took the dead and wounded and went back. The comrades who were in the leading position, Nanaboyana Sayana, Adimpat, and Padichadu Lingai, Anachapuram, were wounded by enemy bullets. Lingaya was hit in the stomach and died on the spot. Sayana, who was a very strong man, was hit in the head and was on the verge of death. The guerrilla squad was treating him and was searching for others who might have fallen wounded. It was daylight by then, and the police returned with renewed vigor and started firing from a distance. One man in the village got hit in the thigh and his leg was broken. The squads fired back and retreated. The enemy entered the village and pierced the throat of Sayana, who was already gasping, with a bayonet. But after this fight the Adagajuru camp was abolished. 11. A woman's honor safeguarded in Anantapur. 20 policemen come to Anantapur, Jungao, and started harassing the people. 4 of them forcibly dragged a woman behind some trees. The squad which was nearby rushed to protect the woman. Seeing them, the police opened fire, but the guerrillas, taking cover behind the well moats, returned the fire. Taking this opportunity, the woman escaped. The police who were in the village, harassing the people, rushed at the squad, firing. The squad stopped the police from coming forward with the only rifle they had with them. After this skirmish, the police and the squad left the place. The people were very happy that they were saved by the guerrillas from the police harassment and celebrated the victory. 12. Fight for releasing the levy grain carts near Kondaru. About 15 policemen had forcibly collected levy grains in Patisala and Yelamaigudam villages and, loading it on 20 carts, were taking them via Kondaru village. All these villages were in the old Bhangar Taluka. The guerrillas, who had only muzzle loaders with them, took cover behind the tail end of the line of carts and fired shots at the enemy, who were in the front. The police took cover behind the carts in front and fired back with their rifles and goaded the drivers to speed up. One of the squad members put a lead ball along with the gunpowder in the muzzle loader and fired. It shot up like 58. A bullet with a big sound. The police were frightened. While shooting was going on, some carts from the rear turned back and escaped. In Nazimpat, the Rasakars and police were forcibly taking away the levy grain, putting it on carts from Nazimpat village in Suryapet Taluka, when the guerrillas under the leadership of Comrade Gopal Reddy stopped them and shot 4 of the enemy dead. The cart drivers also ran away. The enemy, who were lying on the ground firing wildly, ran away after some time, leaving the carts behind. Afterwards the villagers with the help of the guerrillas handed the grains back to the owners. In Nutnikalu, 160 bags of levy paddy was restored to the peasants by the combined action of the guerrillas and the people. In Amanabrola village, about 20 Rasakars and police came to Amanabrola village of Old Bhangur Talaka and forcibly collected levy grain and loading it on carts, started out. The guerrillas overtook them about a furlong away from the village and taking cover of the Musi Canal Bund, opened fire on the enemy who left the rear carts but drove off with the carts in front. The carts in the rear, left behind, returned to the village and the grain was returned to the peasants. 13. Fight against cavalry raids. About 30 Rasakars and police mounted on horses surrounded the village of Aruru, Old Bhangur Talaka, early in the morning. They raided, looted some houses and molested some women. All the villagers were rounded up and brought to the foot of a hillock under tamarind trees. The police were busy taking out tamarind birches for beating the villagers. It was 9 in the morning. Hearing this news, the squad with 40 members divided itself into 3 batches, and planned to attack the enemy. As decided, one batch got on top of one of the bungalows in the village, the second got up on the hillock under which the villagers were herded and the third took position in a small tank on the other side of the village and from all the sides all fired simultaneously. 2 enemy horses which were tied up died at once and the enemy lay flat on the ground. The villagers got free and went back into the village. The enemy had no cover, so they crawled along to the animals' shed and got inside. But from there, their bullets could not hit the guerrillas. On the other hand, the bullets from the bungalow were hitting the shed directly. The enemy was taking cover behind the walls of the shed but they were undecided as to how long they could stand there like that. They could not get out. The squad after some time retreated. And the enemy, heaving a sigh of relief, without even looking back, ran away. Velamijala village. In Velamijala village, Old Bhangur Talaka, the squad was holding a public meeting when 12 mounted armed men came. The sentry informed the squad. They dispersed the meeting and went out of the village. But the police on their horses rushed after them at a great speed. It was an open place with no protection or cover for the squad members who were firing at the enemy and trying to escape. Comrade Ganta Papi Reddy, with great courage, stood up and shot at the Amin, sub-inspector, with his muzzle loader. It missed the Amin very narrowly. But then the enemy concentrated all their fire on that comrade, he was hit in the chest. Knowing that he was sure to die, this hero stood up and gave a fight with only 159 idea, and that was to enable the other squad members to escape by drawing the enemy's fire onto himself. Ganta Papi Reddy belonged to Kaprayapalai village, Bhangur Talaka. He joined the guerrilla forces and was active in the whole area. He saved his comrades sacrificing his own life. Rapaka village, from Mathukura camp a cavalry unit of 10 raided Rapaka village, Old Bhangur Talaka. The guerrilla squad which was in the village was trying to escape when the enemy spotted them and chased them. Even before the guerrillas crossed the village border, the horses were on them. The guerrillas lay flat on the ground and opened fire at the enemy. Unable to withstand the guerrilla squad's fire, the enemy turned back and went away. While returning, they found Comrade Kanda Kurumalaya, a Dimpat village leader, who was unarmed and was trying to escape, and they shot him dead. The experience in this raid gave confidence to the people and the guerrillas that mounted armed forces could also be fought back successfully. Skirmish in palm groves of Solapet. On getting information that the company squad was in the palm grove of Solapet village, Nalgonda Talaka, about 40 Rasakars with 20 mounted police come in the morning at 11 a.m. to that place. The squad took the initiative and taking cover behind palm trees showered the enemy with bullets from 3 sides. 1 horse and 2 policemen died immediately. The rest ran away firing back. Those who ran away were chased quite a distance by the guerrillas. To take revenge for this defeat, and to put down the people's enthusiasm, the Rosicars resorted to terrorization, shot dead 7 people in Agadu, 6 in Kaparthi and 5 in Valala. 14. Stiff resistance in Arabali village Hilak. One day the police raided the village of Arabali, Varungal Taluka. The squad which was taking food in the village chased them. The police hid themselves amongst the people and slowly went away. The squad could not shoot because of fear of hitting the people. 60 military men from the Mulkapuer camp, in Hujurabad Taluka, had raided Narayanagiri and Muparm villages. They harassed the Arabali villagers also and were drinking toddy in the palm groves of that village, and were getting their food ready. The squad followed the military wherever it went. All along these 3 villages there are small hillocks in a line. They are called Inyaparthagatlu. The squad members camouflaged themselves with tree branches and went along the hillocks. At last, they took their positions behind the rocks of the hillocks on the way from Arabali to the Mulkapur camp. At about 5 in the evening, the military men, fully drunk, were coming along that road in 4 big carts. People were being made to carry the cooked food on their heads. Some military men were walking behind the people. Only the first cart was a riding cart with a top on. The others were big carts without any cover. As soon as they came within the firing line, the guerrillas fired at the carts with their rifles, guider and other weapons. Especially the guider fired bullets right at the enemy. At the first blow, 11 died and some more were wounded. Their officer who was in the first cart ran away and was not traced. The remaining military men took cover behind the carts and started shooting. The people who were carrying the enemy's food and the soldiers behind them ran away. 1 bullock died and the rest stampeded away. A rifle which was hung on one of the carts, 60, also went with it. The dead and injured were lying on the road, but the rest of the military men were not allowing the squad members to approach with their fire. Yet the squad gave a stiff fight. Both sides had full cover. Till 8 in the night, the battle went on. As it would be dangerous if more military came in, the squad withdrew. Afterwards the military did receive reinforcements, searched the hillocks with the help of light bombs, shooting all the time, collected their dead and wounded and went away. The squad got the rifle which was hanging on the cart from the cart owner in the village, and it was given the name Arabali rifle. The squad used to take great pride in owning that rifle. 3 days after the incident, the military came back to that same village and shot dead 3 Lambadi men. 15. In Kothakanda, in Hujurabad Taluka, the squad was surprised by the armed police, as the sentry fell asleep, but returning fire the squad retreated to the hillocks. The military chased them. Yet, the squad members reached the hillocks and protected themselves. But 2 students, Ramachandram, Karimnagar, and Devanandam, Varungal, who had come to meet the squad, could not run with them and took cover behind a Katlesht. Both of them were caught, tied together and shot dead. After the military went away, the squad came back searching for their losses and finding the dead bodies, gave them a proper funeral. The person who was the cause of all this was done away with. After this, the squad held a meeting and removed the leader, who had shown weakness at the crucial moment, and chose another one. 16. Heavy blow at Lingampally. There were 2 squads in Lingampally, Hujurabad Taluka. They had kept watch outside the village, but one of the squad leaders was carelessly having his shave. When the police came near him, he ran shouting the alarm. The other members firing at the police tried to escape from the encirclement and were partially successful. Comrades Naragopal Reddy, Jungayo Talyakal, Regula Audapuram, Malia Reddy, Pasaramadla, Boda Ilaya, Maragadal, and 2 other Hujurabad comrades died in this fight. This happened at 11 a.m. 17. Fight in Manukota Taluka. About 100 policemen surrounded the squad, which was in Shetlamaparam village. That was a forest area. Yet due to the carelessness of the sentry, the police were unnoticed till they surrounded the whole area. The squad leader, with great courage, fired from his Sten gun all round at the approaching enemy. 10 of the enemy died and many were injured. The rest of the police lay flat on the ground. A big gap was formed where the enemy had died. And the enemy, lying flat with fright, gave the guerrillas a chance to get out of the encirclement. But the enemy started firing again at the guerrillas who had slipped out of their dragnet. The squad leader kept up the fire at the enemy and did not allow them to step forward. 3 bullets hit him in the arm, but with that broken arm, he held on to his Sten gun and with blood streaming from the wounds, retreated a little and took cover behind some shrubs. With the fire from the guerrilla side stopping, the enemy came forward and searched the area following the blood stains. They searched the place around the shrubs where he was hiding. At last, it became dark and the enemy took their dead bodies and went back. After that the squad leader, who was left alone, thirsty, and very weak from loss of blood, with great difficulty reached a village nearby and with the help of the villagers went to a safe hiding place. From there he was sent to another safer place for treatment, when he had to cross the enemy line in a palanquin in the garb of a woman. But for the timely presence of mind and great courage of that squad leader, the whole squad, consisting of 40 members, would have been completely wiped out. 61. 18. Amanabrola fight. 70 Rasakars and policemen from the Mathakura camp had raided Amanabrola village, Old Pongur Taluka. They set fire to the houses and were taking the Muslim villagers from that place along with them. As the police entered the village, information was sent to the people of the surrounding villages. By 9 in the morning, thousands of people gathered along with the local squad. They closed the only road to the village across the Musi River. They made a breach in the road and camouflaged it with light fallen trees with a slight mud cover with earth dug up from the other side of the river where one had to get out. Having done this, they hid themselves under the trees on the high banks of the river. As soon as the Rasakars and the police got into the river, they were surrounded by the people, who loudly shouted slogans and gave the enemy a fright. The people threatened the enemy and asked them to surrender their arms. The whole area was resounding with their shouting and slogans. Then they started pelting stones and firing muzzle loaders. The enemy, who was taking about 50 families of Muslim villagers with them, made them clear up the road, and all the while went on firing at the people, not allowing them to go near. Parnajanki Reddy, 25 years, Amanabrola squad leader, went ahead and fired his muzzle loader, but an enemy bullet killed him. People rescued the dead body and the weapon. Another comrade from the village fired at the enemy when he got his leg broken by a bullet. He also was taken away by the people, along with his gun. People could not go forward due to the incessant fire kept up by the enemy, but with the strong desire to destroy the enemy, they would not go back. This went on for some hours. Meanwhile, the road was cleared and the enemy crossed the river. They were, all the time, firing away, not allowing the people to come nearer. People also were firing the muzzle loaders and using their slings. As the enemy approached the Bujulapuram hillocks, Gugila Malaya, who was one of the Bujulapuram squad members hiding behind a boulder, threw a stone at the enemy. Before he could throw another stone, the enemy's bullet hit him and killed him. The enemy quickly stepped out of those hillocks as it was getting dark. After this, the people gave a proper cremation to the dead bodies in their respective villages. The people fought heroically for 3 hours, chasing the enemy from their villages. 19. People's fight invade Lakanda. The villagers invade Lakanda, armed with muzzle loaders and slings, used to take up positions at the beat of the drum. Once the police and Rasakars raided the village, but local volunteers and the guerrilla squad drove them away. After 15 days, military men surrounded the village. People noticed this and beat the drum. The local squad and people took cover behind the wall around the village and pelted stones and fired from their muzzle loaders. The military used automatic weapons also. They fired innumerable shots. Comrade Yatgiri, who had broken a soldier's leg with his sling, got hit in the stomach and died. Kamari Narasimulu, who was firing a muzzle loader under cover, got hit in the thigh and broke his leg. Another comrade who was firing from behind the well got hit by the enemy's bullet in the stomach. After this the enemy broke through into the village. Now the people had no protection. They threw their arms into the wells but were beaten up mercilessly. Just then, about 300 people from Chitakoduru came there with their slings and muzzle loaders to help the people of Vadlakanda. But they could not stand the enemy's fire and had to turn back. 62. 20. Fight in Akonuru. Akonuru is a historic place in Jungayo Taluka. In 1945, the people there had revolted against the forced levy and made the police and the officers retreat before their wrath. After this the government had sent a big force of armed police who took revenge on the people, molesting and raping a large number of women. But even then, the people did not give up their fight. They were ready to fight the Rasakars and police with their muzzle loaders and slings and had built up manchas, high-level stands from where the peasants drive away birds in ripened millet fields, for keeping watch and warning of the enemy's approach. One day, the Rasakars came near the village and sent word that if the people paid them 10,000 rupees they would not be harassed. But the people flatly refused to pay. The Rasakars fired shots from outside and the people from inside. The Rasakars had to retreat. The guerrilla squad, which meanwhile had rushed there, killed 2 Razakar stragglers. A few days later, a large number of military came at 4 in the morning and surrounded the village. At daybreak, the sentries on the watch platform in the Jowar field saw them and the drum was beaten. People took cover behind the walls and faced the enemy. But the enemy kept up fire without stop, with Bren and Sten guns. 7 people died in this fight. 2 of them with muzzle loaders gripped in their hands fell dead. The military entered the village and completely burned it. 3,000 bags of grain were destroyed by the fire. 21. Great Battle at Baranpalli, Jungayo-Warangal border. The Baranpalli People's Battle was a high watermark in the history of the Telangana people's struggle. In that village every man, woman, young and old, had taken their place in this battle and at every step had fought back the enemy. The village itself became a fierce battlefield. In this village, there was a tall battlement. This was very old but yet was very strong, like a fort. This battlement had steps inside it. From this tall battlement, one could see for a long distance all round the village. On the battlement, a big drum, a big country gun, Yahajai, and a carabai were kept. Gunny bags full of gunpowder and lead balls also were stored up. A squad used to be permanently on the battlement. They had sufficient guns, arms, and ammunition. In case the enemy was able to go up the battlement, the squad had spears, sticks, stones, slings and even boiling water ready, to throw them down again. They had kept sentries all round the village and on every road a fighting squad was always on duty. They were all ready to give fight to the enemy at any hour. A regular guerrilla squad was there to assist and reinforce them. One day about 60 Rasakars and policemen from the Latinar camp raided it. Those on the battlement beat the drum and fired their country gun, Yajai, and carabai, and raised battle cries. The enemy was confounded and stood at a distance from the village. Meanwhile, 200 people with slings and muzzle loaders went after the enemy. There was a face-to-face fight for some time. But the enemy could not stand the people's attack and ran away. Another day, about 70 Rasakars and policemen from the same camp, determined to defeat the people, again raided the village. But again the people who were ready faced them. One of the local squad members, like a lion, jumped on the enemy and caught hold of one Razakar's rifle and kicked him in the stomach. But in this fight the rifle went off and the comrade got hit. Even then, he did not give up the rifle. The enemy by this time was running away, not being able to stand the people's fury. That Razakar also gave up his rifle and ran away. The rifle was got and the comrade, after being treated, recouped his health, joined the ranks again. 63. The Rasakars many a time tried to raid the village but seeing the people's readiness to fight back, retreated. These villagers' determination to defend their village infected other villages to Hulimata, Akonuru, Lingapuram, Kudagalu, etc. They used to gather at the beat of the drum, and after the enemy left, they too returned. They received military training as to how to face a bigger enemy, or how to avoid the enemy fire by lying flat on the ground, etc. One day, the guerrilla squad was in the village and was eating ground nuts, when at about 8 in the morning 200 Rasakars and the police come to raid it. The guerrillas got onto the battlement. They fired the country gun and the carabai, rifle shots also were fired. This exchange of fire went on for some time. Then the guerrillas remembered the experience of Comrade Renaguntarami Reddy's fight. If they continued to be on the defensive, their bullets would get exhausted, and they would come into the encirclement of the enemy. So they come down from the battlement, took cover behind the walls and started firing at the enemy, taking proper aim. One policeman who was setting fire to a house fell dead. From the battlement, from behind the walls, the fire was kept up. 5 policemen died. The enemy was given no respite, and so they took to their heels, carrying their dead along with them. After a few days, news came that the enemy was coming on a far bigger scale. The people and the squad were all ready. One day at dawn, 500 Rasakars and policemen surrounded the village. From the battlement, from behind the walls, from behind the enemy and from outside the village, fire was opened on the enemy. One policeman who got up a tree to fire at those on the battlement was hit by a rifle shot and fell dead. The enemy could not even pick up the dead body. 9 more died. They could not carry those 9 dead bodies, so they threw them into well outside the village and ran away. Another day, in the morning, 200 Rasakars and policemen again surrounded the village. One policeman, on horseback and with a rifle in his hand, was moving around. From the battlement, as usual, the drum was beaten and guns opened fire. The guerrilla squad was outside the village in the mango grove. Unseen by the police and creeping along the ground, they fired at the policeman on horseback and he fell dead. After some more deaths, and some wounded, the enemy gathered the bodies and took to their heels. A large force of military men had come down to Jungayo for raids on Baranpalli and Kudagalu. The party leaders sent word through an important comrade that the guerrillas should leave the village, and also get people to vacate, but these instructions were not carried out. By 6 in the morning, the military had surrounded the village and was shooting. The military also faced the people's fire. But the military fire was not like the police shooting. The military had come armed with cannon, brants, fire bombs and many other modern weapons. Some soldiers died at the hands of the guerrillas who were taking aim and shooting sharp. Amongst them was the soldier who was firing the cannon. The military turned its attention on the guerrillas and fired fire bombs, cannons, and brants. The squad could not stand there and retreated beyond the enemy's gun range. In the village, those on the battlement top were firing the country gun, and from the lower story from the carabai, and the enemy was facing a barrage of shots. The people were fighting. 64. From behind the walls. In this fight 13 including a military captain were killed or wounded. But before the enemy's cannons, resistance was fading. A big breach was made in the top story of the battlement. 3 comrades who were firing the country gun on top, Motam Pozalu, Motam Ramulu, brothers, and Balinagaya died. Others got down. Some more from among the people and the local squad members also died. Many escaped, realizing that the enemy was far too powerful and had all the modern weapons. 80 people were rounded up and tied and shot dead by machine gun fire. Some youths who had fought heroically were mercilessly tortured and then shot dead. By next morning, when the guerrilla squads from all round converged onto the village, 88 dead bodies were lying there. The guerrillas gave the people courage and consolation. Then the dead were cremated and all people turned up to pay homage to the martyrs. The father of Pozalu and Ramulu, overcoming his grief at the loss of his 2 sons, urged upon the area commander to take revenge on the butchers and the government and fight till final victory. 22. Kudagalu. Another battlefield, Kudagalu village, Jungayo Taluka, also like Baranpali had been raided many a time by the Rasakars. People fought them back successfully. All the arrangements were made on the battlement and the Rasakars and police were thrown back. The guerrilla squad also was helping them. Once the Rasakars and police who belonged to that village, but had gone away, came back to take away their cattle. The battle drum was beaten. People did not allow them to enter the village. One comrade fixed up a palm fruit on a spear and went after them shouting bomb, bomb. They got panicky and ran away. While running away they found a villager and attacked him. He got enraged and with his axe killed 2 Rasakars outright. The others fell on him and plucked out his eyes and then with the axe cut him to pieces. After that they used to be afraid to go near anyone who had a stick or an axe with him. Another time, 500 Rasakars and policemen came. The guerrilla squad was in the village itself. The drum was beaten. People got ready. The enemy was halted at a distance and took cover behind the palm trees and the buns in the fields and opened fire. Both sides kept up the fire for some hours. From 3 sides the people and the guerrillas surrounded the enemy and pressed on. When they were not able to stand it they ran away. The people and guerrillas chased them and drove them to Gojalapuram, about half a mile from the Madura camp. On the day of the battle in Baranpali, about 200 military raided this village too. Here also some people, believing the Deshmukh, instead of escaping stayed on. The fighting squad from the battlement came down. Some were killed in the village and some were taken to a banyan tree outside the village and shot dead. 20 people died in this battle, either while fighting with guns in hand or after capture by the military. Amongst those who died on the battlement, there was Comrade Yembaya of Ganapuram, Siddipet Taluka. He had fought against the Deshmukh in his village and had driven 30 of that Deshmukh's cattle to Kudagalu, and while on that mission he fought heroically and was killed. When the guerrilla squad went there, the dead bodies were lying all over. One comrade who had a little breath left was lifted by the guerrillas and he breathed his last in their arms. 65. After the military raids on these 2 villages, the Rasakars and police again come there to loot. They thought that there would be no one alive to resist them. 400 Rasakars and policemen got into Baranpali, and started looting the houses and setting fire to them. They had got up on the battlement and were trying to demolish it with crowbars. The squad, which was having its meeting a little distance away, got the news and came down immediately and attacked. 2 of those who were on the battlement fell down to the ground and died. The enemy could just retrieve the dead bodies, and leaving their carts and their loot, ran away wildly shooting at the people. 300 Rasakars and policemen surrounded Kudagalu village also, setting fire to houses and haystacks. The guerrillas who were outside the village took cover behind trees and fired at the enemy. 3 of them died. Just at that time, a shell which had lodged in a haystack during an earlier raid, exploded with a very big sound. After this incident, till the police action, no Razakar or police come to raid this village. 23. Raids on Ward Hanapada. An 18-member squad under the leadership of Comrade Junugabu Chayardi went to Kolanupal, Varungal Taluka, and was distributing the land of the landlords at about 11 in the morning. Hiding their arms at one place, the people and the squad were busy in the distribution work. So enthused were they that they did not care to keep a sentry. In such a situation, 30 Rasakars and policemen come from Rayaparthi camp and encircled all of them. Only 2 members of the squad could make good their escape. The rest of the squad members were tortured, but none of them gave information about the place where weapons were hidden. They said that they had no weapons at all. The police gave up hope of getting weapons from them, but when they searched the squad commander, they found a notebook in which were written the names of the members of the village committee of the party, village leaders, and such other details. On the basis of this list, they went to Gunnavram village along with the squad. All the menfolk escaped from the village and only women were found there. All of them were herded together and they were beaten to force them to give information about village leaders and volunteers, but they pleaded ignorance. Similarly, they tortured the squad members before the women to get the names of families who helped them. But they failed to get even a single bit of information. The women who saw this were happy that the guerrillas kept the secrets, and this emboldened them further. The womenfolk started abusing the enemy and threatened to take their lives if they dared to touch them. The Rasakars searched the whole village and found the old peasant Rajalai Venkatardi. Even he was not spared and was beaten. Then they set fire to about 10 houses, one of which belonged to a squad member and which contained a rifle. The ammunition caught fire and blasted with a terrific sound. The police got the fright of their lives. They thought that another squad had come and took to their heels, taking the squad members along with them. They were kept in the camp and were beaten up. The same night, people prepared themselves to secure the release of their squad members. The 2 squad members, comrades Kukalaramulu and Batini Komarelli, who had 66 escaped being caught, led the people and went toward Hanapat, where the squad members were being kept in custody. This huge wave of mass enthusiasm frightened the police and they fled from the camp. People entered the camp, broke open the gates and locks and secured the release of their beloved sons. This created quite a sensation among the people in the whole area. Within 3 days of this incident, squads belonging to Varungal and Jangam talukas met together and decided to demolish the camps at both Rayaparthi and Ward Hanapat and drew up a plan to mobilize thousands of local people. Hundreds of people marched onto the Ward Hanapat camp at about 11 a.m. and surrounded the whole village. The village was on the trunk road and there was not enough protection, yet, the people did not mind this and marched onto the camp. The enemy fled the camp and got onto a high mound nearby and started firing on the people. One was wounded in the thigh. The people did not get frightened and took shelter behind the walls. The guerrillas returned the fire. While this gun battle was going on, people raided the houses of Rasakars and other enemies of the people in the village. 70 bags of paddy, 200 head of cattle and a lot of other property were confiscated. It was, however, not possible for the squad to attack the enemy since they were in a very good protected place. The squads and people returned while the enemy forces fled from Ward Hanapat to Varungal. The same night, a large crowd of people along with squads reached Rayaparthi village at about 11 p.m. The very approach and sight of this mass of people was enough for the Rasakars in the village to flee to Varungal. None of the enemy could be caught. But their houses were raided, 200 bags of paddy and cartloads of other things were confiscated. A big bungalow belonging to Razakar leader Shamsuddin, costing about 80,000 rupees, was razed to the ground. Houses of other enemies were also brought down. The confiscated property was distributed among the people. Khamamathira Kothagudam, Palvancha, area. This area, bordering the Krishna and West Godavari districts, with the Palvancha forest area on the river Godavari as its eastern part, had special economic features, somewhat distinct from the rest of the Telangana area. It was economically better developed, with the growth of a rich and middle peasantry. It had greater social and economic links with the Andhra area. Here the movement was based more than in other areas on the demands of the middle peasants and rich peasantry rather than those of agricultural labor and poor peasantry. During 1942-45, agitation was carried on against grain levy, for supply of agricultural goods like iron bands for wheels for bullock carts, etc. It was also a stronghold of the Andhra Mahasabha. Most of the Andhra Mahasabha leaders like comrades Cheruvari Lakshmi Narsaya, S. Ramanatham and others had joined the Communist Party in 1940 itself. And it was under their leadership that in 1945, the Telengana 67. Andhra Mahasabha held its last and biggest session here, more than 20,000 persons attending the open rally. When the Nizam refused to join the Indian Union and the State Congress started a Satyagraha movement, the Communist Party and the Andhra Mahasabha actively participated in it. They led big demonstrations, broke forest laws, customs posts were made a special target of attack. The Nizam government had set up big Razakar camps in all towns and key centers like Khammam, Mathura, Bonakalu, Nalakondapalli, Kollur and Waira, from where they used to raid neighboring villages. The Nizam's military squads were posted at every railway station, apart from a regular military patrol train on the railway line from Mathura to Warangal. After the decision to take up arms, the Nizam police and administrative post at Paradal, an enclave in Nandigama Taluka, Krishna district, was successfully raided. 4 muskets and 20 muzzle loaders and about 1,300 rupees in cash were seized. Similarly, a determined attack on the Motamari railway military post, by the district guerrilla squad yielded a few more rifles, and a few of the military men were killed or wounded. From the landlords in the different parts of these plains villages, squads seized about 40 shotguns and armed themselves better, village squads with muzzle loaders and regular guerrilla squads with shotguns and with 1 or more modern weapons. The Congress had organized a camp of its own in Tunikapadu, in Tiruvar Taluka bordering Kollur area under the leadership of Jalgam Vengal Rao, a rabid anti-communist, and in 1969-71, the Home Minister and later the Minister of Industry in the Andhra Pradesh government. The Communist Party was able to win over a section of them, and later the camp was disbanded, but guerrillas were able to get 12 rifles from them. By April 1948, we were able to organize 6 Furka squads each of 20 persons, and also 40-50 squads of Koya people, consisting of about 1,000 persons, apart from 50 to 60 village squads. Winning over of Koya youth and people, Parantalapalli Sadhu Singaraju used to conduct an ashram for Koya tribal people. Many young Koyas were attracted to this camp. This was helped and encouraged by the Congress, both from the Union and Nizam areas. They were given some armed training as well. Hopes were roused among them that they would be free to establish a Koya tribal administration and all their woes would forever end. The ashram was on the banks of the river Godavari, where Alurai Sitaram Raju had led the Koya people in the nearby agency areas of East Godavari and Vizag against the British Zulum during 1922-24. Those embers were still smoldering. The Communist Party established contact with these Koya youth, took classes, held discussions, and a good number of them were won over. 68. The party was able to frustrate the efforts of Hemandroff, a missionary who was deputed to inquire into the conditions of tribal people, Gans, and Koyas, and suggest remedies, to win over the Koya people by his officially sponsored social and economic palliatives. The party's success was due to its slogans of Koya Autonomous Area in People's Vishal Andhra, and to the forest officers' zulum and corrupt practices, and its work in helping the Koya people to the free use of forest produce. We put an end to the forced labor, usury, and rack renting indulged in by the landlords in Potuvaragudam, a key Koya village in the Palvancha forest area. This had spread the party's influence throughout the area. Similarly, the Razakar and police camp at Mulkalapalli was attacked by the guerrilla squads and it was abandoned later. In this attack, nearly 2,000 Koya people from all around could be mobilized to participate. All these actions swung the 200-odd Koya youth trained by Parental Sadhu, with all their shotguns and a few hundred crude bombs, to come over to the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party. It was during this early period itself that Comrade Soyam Gangulu and Kanagala Buchaya come over to us. Land and grain distributed, the party distributed the lands of the Nagalancha landlord as well as the grain seized from him to agricultural laborers and poor peasants. The lands and the grain of Kalakota landlords were also distributed. The Kalari family, which owned about 80,000 acres in over 80 villages, Anapardipal, Amapalam, Gundapudi, Garlavadu, etc., was the most hated oppressor in this area. The party had distributed all the lands of this family or helped the tenants to exercise their ownership rights on the lands they had been cultivating. The Koya people were the largest beneficiaries of this. As early as 1935, Kalari Rajswar Rao had been killed by the people who were fed up with his atrocities. After the police action, the Kalari family seized back the lands, but 1/4 of them were retained by the peasants, utilizing the tenancy acts enacted by the state government after the Telangana struggle. This success was due to the constant efforts of the Communist Party. Similarly, in Arkailapadu, Mathura Taluka, landlord E. Danudala Gopal Rao's lands were distributed. After the Indian Army's entrance, he tried to seize those lands again. The people fought back and ultimately he had to agree to give ownership, patta, rights on 400 acres, accepting token payments of 10 rupees per acre. Telattirupalli was a Muslim Jagir village. It was a strong center of the Andhra Mahasabha. Many a tenancy struggle was conducted by the peasants asserting their rights of ownership on land. A few days before August 15, 1947, the Jagirdars Gundis from Khammam town raided the village. But the people overwhelmed them and seized their firearms. During Razakar days, repeated attacks were made on this village. People resisted them all and retained 69. Their possession of land. Even after the Indian Union's police action, the peasants did not give up the land, and were able ultimately to get ownership of title deeds, patta, under the Hyderabad Tenancy Act. Similarly, against the Aswarapet Zamindar, the party roused the peasants as well as the Koya tribal people, to put an end to his illegal exactions, forced labor, etc. The party led the agricultural laborers to occupy wastelands on a large scale in many villages. In many villages, when irrigation water from tanks was being monopolized by the landlords, the party and the Andhra Mahasabha intervened and arranged that the small peasants received their due share promptly. In Manukota area, in the beginning, anti-landlord problems were not taken up. But later, comrades Venkateshwar Rao and Gangavarepu Srinivasa Rao took up, on a large scale, the land question and the question of usury and debt burdens and distribution of grain. Comrade Venkateshwar Rao in Garl area of Manukota Taluk had to fight against his own uncle who owned 300 acres and a large-scale usurious business. That rogue informed the Nizam police about his nephew's actual whereabouts and one day, the cavalry surrounded him in Buchamatla. When Comrade Venkateshwar Rao tried to break through, he was shot dead. The anti-feudal struggle, especially the struggle against the Janardhi family conducted in Suryapet Taluka, had its own impact on Manukota area, too, where many landlords belonging to that family held large tracts of lands. So, here, too, guerrilla squads and the Sangam took up the issue vigorously. In Manukota Taluka, during 1947-48, before the police action, Andhra Mahasabha and Communist Party organizers and squads distributed 12,000 bags of food grains and collected 135,000 rupees. 20 squads were carrying on raids on Desmukh Gadis. The total number in these squads was about 400. For some time, these were company squads based on Pindaprolu, Sanki-Esa, Garla and Medarajupalli. In the clashes with the Nizam police and military at Shetlamuparam, Sri Aramejuri, and Janapadu, the guerrillas suffered losses. Garla organizer Comrade Venkateshwar Rao died in the Buchamatla clash. In the month of June 1948 alone, 50 persons including 2 organizers were shot dead, among whom 38 were in the Garla area alone. The company squads were disbanded, the scattered squad members were reorganized, and within the next 2 months, by the time of the police action, the guerrillas with constant raids forced the Nizam police and Rasakars to vacate 16 camps. Railway track, to the length of 1 kilometer was destroyed, the Abayapalam-Manakota road was also destroyed. More than 1,000 people participated in these actions. In 30 villages surplus land was distributed leaving 5 acres wet and 50 acres dry to the landlord families in this area. 70. Alanagaram of Mathura Taluk was a stronghold of the Andhra Mahasabha. From this village many joined the Communist Party and the guerrilla squads. After the military outpost in nearby Modamari village was raided and weapons were seized by guerrillas, 200 Rasakars and military raided Alanagaram village and the whole village was burnt and razed to the ground. On January 13, 1948, the people of Meenavalu village of Mathura Taluka resisted a Razakar raid and drove them back. In this fight, comrades Tota Venkayya, Tota Lalaya, Bandi Viraya, Metala Sriramulu, Lakaseti Lakshmi Narasaya, Radakando Venkayya lost their lives. But the people succeeded in killing the commander of the Rasakars, seized his rifle and handed it over to the guerrilla squad. But the next day, 200 military attacked the village and burned it down. 3 old men, Rampali Ramayya, Pilakotayya, Sukabagamatayya, were shot dead. The villagers erected a memorial column for the martyrs and paid homage to their memory every year. Rayanapada of Mathura Talika was raided by Rasakars. Cattle were seized and were being driven out when the guerrilla squad attacked the Rasakars. Comrades Pajadipali Jagaya of Kalikota village, Bodpudipolaya of Rayanapada, who had left their studies and joined the guerrilla squad, were caught by the Rasakars and taken to the Bamakala camp where they were tortured and shot dead. Mutaya of Pradutur village, Khammam Talika, died in firing by Rasakars, when the people of Lakshmipuram and Govindapuram fought back the Razakar raids with their catapults and stones. Makhapataya and Talariyapaya, 2 peasant militants, were shot dead by Rasakars in the Sirapuram, Kanakgiri village, of Mathura Talika. This village was a stronghold of the Andhra Mahasabha. Many houses and 50 head of cattle were burnt by Rasakars. Action against Razakar and Nizam military camps. Thousands of people were mobilized to destroy the road communications of the Razakar and military camps. The Bonakalawira and Kodadak Hammam Sitampet road were the main targets of the people's attack. Long stretches were dug up and made useless for military traffic. The Langkapali bridge on the Iswaropet road was destroyed, using dynamite, and by people in thousands using crowbars, etc. The Kothagudam mines are located in this area. The party had considerable influence among the workers there. It used to get a large amount of gelignite sticks and necessary detonators which were used in these operations as well as for making crude bombs. This source continued not only during the fight against the Rasakars and Nizam but later also during the fight against the Indian Union Army. Regular guerrilla squads mounted a series of surprise attacks on the Rasakars and Nizam military camps. The attack on the camp near Gunnavaram, which was located in an open place, resulted in the death of 2 military men and later on the camp was abolished. 71. Attack on the camp at Kollur, which had a large Muslim population, which used to support the Nizam, was attempted a number of times, but for lack of local people's cooperation, no effective attack could be carried out. The attack on Mulkalapalli on the Dhammapada Palvancha road, with thousands of Koya people participating, ultimately forced the Nizam to abolish it. On Kodadak Hammam road, a lorry load of armed police used to daily patrol the road linking Sitampeta with the Kodadak Hammam road. The district guerrilla squad decided to ambush it and snatch the arms. The squad took cover behind the rocks in 3 batches at short distances. The middle batch was to open Guider, small submachine gun, fire after the armed police lorry passed the first batch of the squad and approached the middle sector. If the lorry proceeded further without surrendering, the third batch was to keep up the fire and throw a hand grenade into the lorry itself. If the lorry tried to turn back and flee, the first batch was to cut off its retreat. The police, in the lorry, came standing, singing and shouting. Suddenly, they were under a volley of rapid fire from the Guider. Some fell dead in the lorry, others ducked and opened fire. The driver speeded forward. Within a few seconds they were met with fire from the third batch and a grenade flew into the lorry thrown by Comrade Madhav Reddy, commander of the third batch, with coolness and unerring aim. More were killed and wounded. The driver was able to drive away the lorry. The police were terrified because it was the first time that they had been hit from modern weapons so successfully. It was the talk of Khammam town that about 20 special armed personnel were killed or wounded in the attack. But the guerrillas failed to halt the lorry and capture the arms. The running battle in Kollur forests, the Nizam military were specially deployed here to prevent any large-scale eruption of the people's movement. They had also reports of unrest among the Koya people. Apart from Razakar and local police camps in Kollur, Mulkalapalli, Gunnavaram, Gumpana, 6 lorry loads of the Nizam military with Bren guns were constantly patrolling the area. The district squad at the time consisting of 70 to 80 persons with the best military training, good political consciousness, were all in that company. It cleared the Gunnavaram and Mulkalapalli camps. but one day it found itself surrounded near Gumpana. The different squads in the company took positions. As the Nizam forces were rushing to overwhelm them, the guerrilla commander opened fire with his guider. Other expert squad leaders like comrades Madhav Reddy, Inukar Bachaya and others opened fire with their rifles. 8 of the enemy fell and the rest were pinned down to the ground. It was just at this moment that Comrade Madhav Reddy led the whole squad to rush to the cover behind a mound and forest, and kept the enemy pinned down. The company was saved. Only one guerrilla, Comrade Vazirdi Kodaya of Arkailapadu, was killed and another wounded. 72. There was another clash, immediately before this, in which 3 Nizam army personnel were killed and a rifle was captured. But after the Gumpana experience, the big company formation was disbanded, and squads of 20 were organized. Destruction of main roads. Nizam's Gundas, enraged at the people's resistance movement growing stronger day by day, attacked the people with greater ferocity and committed many atrocities. They used to set on fire village after village. Day and night, the military in great strength used to raid the villages and terrorize the people. Many people were thrown into the fire alive. Some were made to dig ditches and were forced to lie in them and were buried alive in the Anubamula and Arapadu camps in Suryapet Talika. With the increasing raids in the villages, enemies and the moderates began to raise their head. In some villages, they prevented the guerrillas from entering. The local squads and guerrilla squads had nipped this enemy in the beginning itself, in many places. They dug up trenches around the villages with the idea of not allowing the military vehicles to come into the village. They used to cut up the road between 2 villages, by digging it up and putting trees and big stones across it. This program was carried out on a big scale in Suryapet Talika. Even the trunk road was cut up. They made breaches in the road between Tirumalgiri and Suryapet at every half furlong, between Suryapet and Khammam, Suryapet and Nayakulagudam. Many culverts were destroyed. In Suryapet, Huzurnagar, and Nalgonda talukas, many squads and people, many a time, tried to destroy the bridge on the Musi River. In some places dynamite was used. Some strong bridges were destroyed, for example, one in Huzurnagar. In this destruction work, the village destruction squads along with the people and the local squads did tremendous work. Many a guerrilla squad used to stand guard on the road while this work went on. This destruction work used to go on every day wherever it was possible, and it went on for months together. The enemy used to fill up the breaches made by the people during the daytime, but at night, again, the people renewed the destruction. It became the main task of the enemy to guard the roads, and they did this by increasing the raids on villages. They used to shoot up anyone found on the road, in the hope of terrorizing the people and preventing them from digging up the roads. In Hajirdi Gudam, Suryapet Talika, area, the military forcibly brought people to fill up the breaches in the road, and while people were doing so under the threat of bayonets, they shot dead 6 people and threw the bodies into those same ditches and filled them with earth afterwards. In the battle for destruction of the Jungayo Suryapet road, 18 persons from Kazur Lapadu, 18 persons from Ramanagudam, 12 from Patar Lapadu and 12 from Balanpally, a total of 60 persons were shot dead and buried in the breaches on the road. But the guerrillas under the leadership of Comrade Anirdi Rami Reddy were able to destroy a stretch of 13 miles of the road. Comrade Rami Reddy kept up the spirit of the people all through the weeks of this terrific struggle. The popular Telugu rhyme of Balamurukandaya Ajunislathatapara, Mudanurlagatapara, 300 crowbars, 600 baskets and spades shall do the job, was put into practice. The Nizam's police and military committed many atrocities to terrorize the people. But the people did not stop. Along with this destruction work, the squads adopted new methods to puncture the tires of military trucks and government buses on the trunk road. 73. Near Moat village, Suryapet Talika, they fixed up big iron nails specially designed for this purpose. But that did not work. Again, on the same road, they fixed up nails onto wooden planks and laid these planks across the road. The nails were very small, and so these planks also did not give any good effect. So later on they fixed up 6-inch long nails with half an inch thickness on both sides of the planks slantwise and put them in the center of the road. With this, many lorries and buses coming from both directions had their tires blown up. The drivers of those vehicles used to be mortally afraid to get down and fix the tires on the spot. At last the enemy put up innumerable camps to increase the intensity of the raids on the villages. There were camps at a distance of every 4 to 5 miles and at places even at 2 to 3 miles. Military from 3 or 4 camps used to collectively raid all the villages in that area and search all around the places up to 8 to 10 miles. Like this, one day in one area, the next day in another area, they used to concentrate their attention on raids and searches. These camps used to be put up in Deshmukh's bungalows. Seeing this in many places, the people and local squads pulled down the landlords' bungalows. In some places, they pulled down the parapet walls on top of the houses, so that the enemy could not take cover there and open fire on the people. This program of destruction of bungalows was carried out very successfully. All village people used to take part in this. This was carried on with extra vigor in Suryapet Taluka. And so, in many places where the enemy wanted to put up camps, it could not do so as there were no bungalows left for that purpose. After the squads started surrounding and attacking the camps, the number of camps also decreased. There were a lesser number of camps but with more men in them. In Nalgonda Taluka, miles of trenches were dug by the people, linking one sheltered contour with another, so that the guerrillas could move unobserved and avoid being pursued by the mounted cavalry of the Nizam. But the Nizam's forces intensified their brutal terror more and more. In Patarlapata village, Suryapet Taluka, 20 young men, local volunteers and villagers, were made to stand in a line with their hands tied and were shot dead. 2 of them were alive when they were covered with grass and dried leaves and burnt alive. In Chundupatla village, which is about 1.5 miles away from Arapadu, Suryapet Taluka, 12 local squad members, big, hefty and strong men, were also tied up in the same way and shot dead. In Kotamardi village, Bhangur Taluka, the enemy herded all the villagers including women, took them to the end of the village and stripping them of their clothes, beat them up terribly. They made them stand on thorns spread on the ground and covered them on all sides with branches of trees and set fire to them. The enemy were standing with sticks and rifles in their hands and were asking the people to sing the song written about Gadapu Amin, a bearded sub-inspector of police notorious for his cruelty. The sufferings of the people, with thorns under their feet and fire all round, were indescribable. 74. A peasant, Ramachandra Reddy, from Ipagudam, who had come to Ganapuram, Varungal Taluka, had his body pierced all over with spears. They left him thinking that he was dead. In Dharmapuram Tanda, Jungayo Taluka, 3 lamadas were made to collect firewood and set fire to it, and then they were thrown into that fire alive. In Akarajupal, 22 people were speared all over and then cut into pieces and killed. In Kodakandla, Jungayo Taluka, they raided the place in succession and killed 30 people. This took place under the leadership of Baburao, son of the Visner Deshmukh. Destruction of camps. With the increase in enemy raids, the squads and people took up the program of destruction of camps to arrest these raids and put the enemy on the run. Attack on Atmakur camp. There was a military camp in Atmakur village, Suryapet Taluka, with 50 men in it. To the north and south of this place in the nearby Ipuru and Anubamula villages, there were big camps. To attack the Atmakur camp, 100 guerrillas and local squad members and 600 people gathered near the village at midnight. With the help of village informers and gundas, the enemy had forcibly made the people there keep watch all round. It was not possible for the squads to surround and attack the camp if those on watch gave the alarm and the enemy came out on the roads. On top of this, the enemy would have the upper hand and the squads would have had to take shelter in self-defense. So, according to the information received by them earlier, they planned out the raid. Some squad members, without being seen by the sentries on watch, climbed the walls from one side of the village and entered it. Surrounding the camp, They shot dead the sentry on duty and simultaneously opened fire at others. At the first shot from the guerrillas, the other members and people wiped out the sentries on watch all round the village and entered it. They kept armed watch to prevent help to the enemy coming from nearby big camps. The enemy, hearing the shots, quickly went inside the camp house, locked themselves in and started continuously firing through the windows. While getting into the house, 2 men died, hit by the squad's bullets. But afterwards, the squad's fire could not reach the enemy. The squads had surrounded the house, and finding that they were not able to smoke out the enemy, decided to throw hand grenades through the windows. But just then one comrade, in great excitement, in his eagerness to hit the enemy through the windows, went running along the wall across the windows. He was hit by an enemy's bullet in the neck and fell dead on the spot. It was morning by then. The squads carefully brought out the dead body. They tried hard to throw the grenades, but due to the alertness of the enemy, could not succeed. At the slightest sound near the windows, they used to fire. The guerrillas tried till 10 in the morning and then called off the attack. Attack on Arapatu camp. This attack took place after great preparations. Janareddy Pratapreddy's house was like a big fortress, and a camp was put up in that house. People and the squads were anxious to destroy that camp. They thought of blowing up the whole fort. So armed 75 with crowbars and pickaxes, about 2,000 people went there at midnight. They approached the house and kept sentries on all sides of the house and roads from where the enemy was likely to get reinforcements. They had brought 3 country cannons, Yahajai, which they set up on carts and tied up with ropes and chains, fixing them in proper positions facing the houses, and fired one of them. The cannon went off with a loud bang which shook the surrounding area, but the shot went astray without hitting the wall of the fort. The cart got broken for the reason that at the time of firing the shot, no effort was made to see that the cart did not move. With this experience, the squads tied up the other cannons with more ropes and chains to a banyan tree and fired them. These shots could only shake the walls but did not even make a hole. Everyone was disappointed at this failure. From that day, it was called the cannon plan. It had become a commonplace to call a well-prepared plan which turns out unsuccessful, or one which appears to be impossible, a Yahajai plan. But in spite of all this, the attack was not given up. People started digging with their crowbars and pickaxes at the places where the cannon shot had hit the wall. Even the crowbars bent against the strong wall, but the people went on with their work. On one side, there was a chance of a gap being formed in the wall. The enemy, who were stunned and confused with the cannon shots, had recovered by now, and some of them had got up with arms on the battlement and were looking all over, when one of the squad members shot 2 of them with his rifle before they could get down. One of the squad leaders got the cannon cart near the wall, and from that cart threw a hand bomb at the enemy group inside the wall. People all round the cart were carrying on digging work. The squad leader did not think it necessary to ask the people near him to move away. He just threw the bomb at the enemy, which unfortunately hit the top of the wall and fell back on the people and local squad members near the wall. 2 died on the spot and 12 were wounded very severely. That happened as day was dawning. With this, the attack was called off. All of them, taking the dead and wounded, retreated to a safe place 4 miles away. 2 of the wounded died while being treated. The rest were sent to a safer place about 30 miles away under armed protection and with proper arrangements, in spite of the military camps in the surrounding areas. This fortress was later razed to the ground by the people, as the news of the Indian Army marching into the state was received. Destruction of Kodakandla camp. Kodakandla is a village in Jungayo Taluka, on the border of Suryapet Taluka. It was a big Razakar military center. The Suryapet Taluka squads decided to destroy the center. At dead of night, in great numbers they surrounded the village. At dawn the fight began. The enemy was firing back, taking the cover of walls, and was not allowing the squads to enter the village. Remembering the Kotapadu experience, the squad set fire to the Razakars' houses to smoke them out. The enemy gave up the battle front and retreated. The squads entered the village. But the enemy, taking cover behind house after house, were resisting. The squads pressed ahead towards the camp, destroying the enemy route. The guerrillas divided into small groups of 4 each and went ahead, at places entering the houses and finishing off the enemy. Those houses which they could not enter were set on fire with the enemy inside. They killed all men who fell into their hands. Guerrillas appealed to women to clear out and not a single woman got hurt. Fighting at every step, and at every house. 76. The squads reached the camp and surrounded it. There, also, a fierce battle took place with the military. At last, the building was set on fire and destroyed. This great battle went on till the evening. The enemy suffered innumerable losses. The squads found 15 corpses which the enemy could not take with them while running away. Up to 50 wounded were counted by the people. 15.303 rifles, 1 Sten gun, many muzzle loaders and spears were caught. The squads came out victorious without any losses. They had shown their courage, bravery, and fighting skill. Attack on Mushtilapalli camp. The squads went to attack the Mushtilapalli camp, Bhangur Talukah. But it was dawn by the time they reached the village. The enemy found them and started firing on the squads, who were approaching from 3 sides, and halted them. The enemy had taken shelter behind the houses on the fringe of the village. They had set up guns on the walls and fired at the guerrillas. It was then daybreak. The squads had to take cover in self-defense. But they did not turn back. They fought on from behind ditches, canal bunds, etc. One of the squad members, unseen by the enemy, moved onto one side and fired shots at the enemy gunner, who fell dead and the gun was silenced. The squad rushed forward firing furiously at the enemy. 4 more of the enemy were downed. The squad set fire to the houses where the enemy was taking cover and forced them to retreat to their camp, which was a big bungalow. The lorries in front of the bungalow were set on fire. But the squads could not enter the bungalow. Fighting till 7 in the evening, the squads turned back. In their discussion, after this incident, they came to the conclusion that the failure in this attack was due to lack of proper planning, the fact that they had reached the village at daybreak. That squads with small numbers attacked a big enemy camp with 150 members in it, killed 5 of them and damaged 1 of their guns, shows the low morale of the enemy and the high pitch of people's and guerrillas' courage. The attempts to surround and destroy the camps were made on a big scale. In many cases, the people were not successful, but there were many other successes and gains. The number of camps decreased, in the other camps the number of enemy personnel was increased. But the lesser the number of camps, the raids suffered by each village became less and less frequent. The military and police used to be frightened all the time. Even while on raids, they used to be mortally afraid. People used to immediately destroy the camp buildings vacated by the military. Their only desire was not to leave any living space to the enemy. The camps used to be only in big bungalows. The guerrilla squads were helping the people, fighting the enemy and protecting the villagers. The raids from these big camps on villages became fewer and fewer, and the time in which the raids could be carried out on the villages during daytime became less and less. Thus they liberated villages from the enemy's grip. The conditions of people in 3,000 villages which were thus liberated improved. They successfully carried out the political and economic tasks urgently needed. We end this chapter with narration of the martyrdom of a few leading Khatter, whose life and death reveal a specific characteristic feature of the Telangana people's struggle at this stage, but which could not be covered in the narration above. The story of martyrs. 77. Martyrdom of Comrade Prabhakar Rao and Karimnagar leaders. Comrade A. Prabhakar Rao belonged to Palampalli village, Karimnagar Talukah. He took a squad of 30 members and came to Mandapuram village in Hujurabad Talukah. They cut up the date and palm trees. They burnt the Patels and Patvaris records and debt and promissory records of the Deshmukhs in the villages. He carried out this party program in many villages and came back to Mandapuram with his squad. The villagers made arrangements for their food. When they were having their food, the reserve police came to that place on information sent by the village patel earlier, surrounded the village on 3 sides, leaving the way to the hillocks open, and concealed some of their men there with the idea that when the squad tried to escape that way to the hillocks, they could be wiped out. The police dared not confront Comrade Prabhakar Rao's squad face to face, as it was a terror to the police. In many places they had suffered heavy losses inflicted by this squad. The police who were hiding, opened fire on the guerrillas as they tried to reach the safety of the hillocks. Those who had surrounded the village also chased them, firing all the while. The squad was encircled. But even then the squad, returning the fire, ran towards the hillocks. Prabhakar Rao with great courage faced the police. The leader's courage enthused the other members and gave them much confidence. They fought back hard. The police who were following them could not advance. A majority of the squad members could get to the hillocks safely. The squad leader, Comrade Prabhakar Rao, knocked down a policeman and killed him. But at the same time, a bullet from another policeman's rifle hit him in the stomach. Still he fought until his last breath. Another, Comrade Bhupti Reddy of Sirzilla, also like Prabhakar Rao, knocked down another policeman and killed him, but he too died a hero's death. Another comrade, Damodar Reddy, from Nalgonda district, who was also an important squad leader, then with that squad, also died in this fight. Comrade Prabhakar Rao, Bhupti Reddy, Damodar Reddy, and their followers, who were working for the people day and night, and were fighting the enemy in Karimnagar district, had laid their down lives and become immortal. The district lost leaders in that fight from which it never fully recovered. Martyrdom of Renaguntarami Reddy of Bhangur and of his squad. Martyr Renaguntarami Reddy was an influential progressive landowner of Renagunta village of Bhangur Taluka, Nalgonda district. He was active in the Andhra Mahasabha. He became naturally the leader of the village. When the Rasakars and Nizam's armed police started their arson, loot and rape in the Telangana villages, he organized his village youth into a defense squad. He trained them to handle burmers, muzzle loaders, and shotguns. A number of times, he drove away the marauding Rasakars not only from his village, but from all neighboring villages. His village, as many other villages of old Telangana, had ramparts from where watch used to be kept for the approaching enemy. They were also defense posts without destroying which, no enemy could dare enter the village to loot or harass. Rami Reddy made it into an impregnable fort. The Nizam's armed police force and Rasakars in large numbers raided the village. Rami Reddy and his squad of 20 put up a stout defense. The resistance continued for hours. A number of Rasakars, Gundas, and the Nizam's police were killed and wounded. But the enemy pressed on with the attack. Suddenly, the Tehsildar of Kolanupaka, who had climbed up a nearby tree, and was looking for Rami Reddy as his special target, got an opportunity and rained bullets into him. The beloved brave leader of the people, Rami Reddy, was no more there to direct and inspire the 78th Squad. The ammunition was also coming to an end. The squad tried to get off the rampart and retreat but was surrounded, and almost all of them were butchered to death by the cruel enemy. But the heroic battle and the glorious death of Rami Reddy and the glorious sacrifice of his squad became an immortal saga for fighting Telangana. One of the most powerful ballads of battle was in his name, and it became a ringing household song, a battle song throughout Telangana. Courageous Comrade Gopal Reddy's heroic fight. Knowing that Comrade Gopal Reddy's squad was in village Patarlapadu, Suryapet Taluka, 100 military with 200 Rasakars raided the village and surrounded it. Squad leader Gopal Reddy aimed his rifle at the approaching enemy and fired. 2 of them died immediately. The rest of them lay flat on the ground and threw a shower of bullets on the squad. Gopal Reddy advised his comrades that though they were surrounded, they must try to get out of that encirclement, but under no circumstances should anyone lay down their weapons and surrender to the enemy. He himself attacked the enemy line, firing at those lying flat and did not allow them to raise their heads. his squad members also followed him courageously in the same way. But the enemy fired with submachine guns, hundreds of shots from all sides, and due to that the whole squad could not come out safely. Gopal Reddy, who was leading them, got hit in the stomach. But in spite of that, he kept firing till his last bullet had been used. Some more shots hit him in the neck and chest and he breathed his last. 4 other members of the squad also died in this fight. Of these, 2 had got out of the encirclement and were helping the others to get out safely, by taking the enemy's fire on themselves and not allowing them to fire at the other members. And due to this great courage of the squad leader and 4 other members, the squad of 15, which could have been wiped out, was able to save 10 of its members. 6 of the enemy also died in this fight. The courage of the squad and its leader surprised even the enemy. The fact that the enemy, though in a big number, could not capture even one single guerrilla alive, the squad leader's heroic battle even after his intestines had come out on being hit by enemy bullets, and 10 squad members getting out of that encirclement safely, had become a story for people's ballad and venerable worship. All squads and people bowed down with grief at the death of these 5 comrades, took them as models of courage and heroism, and pledged themselves to fight the enemy till victory. Comrade Gopal Reddy was born in a poor peasant family in Atmakur village, Suryapet Taluka. He had studied in the middle school, but after that, in spite of his wish to study further, was unable to do so due to his poverty, and was working on the land. In 1946, at the age of 20, he joined the movement against the Nizam and came into the party to serve the people. He was the village volunteer, village leader, and had risen to the height of a central organizer and central guerrilla commander. 79. Many a time, he had fought the enemy in Atmakur, in Ubamula, and other camps. The squad used to be present wherever the enemy was raiding, made lightning raids on the camps. They never returned without killing 1 or 2 of the enemy men. The enemy never slept soundly without fear in the camps. Sometimes, the enemy used to fire their rifles all night just because of reports that the squad was somewhere near. Gopal Reddy was a terror to the enemy. Even now the people sing of his heroism in a song written by them, Sai Sai Gopal Reddy. Many had named their boys after Gopal Reddy. Immortal hero Comrade Pasanura Venkat Reddy. Comrade Pasanura Venkata Reddy of Nalgonda Taluka had left the college in the Quit College movement of 1947, and had joined the people's struggle. There the people's movement was then at its peak. He had gained the love of the people, who used to call him affectionately PV. All of them with one voice used to praise his courage, strong willpower, and the urge to serve the people. P.V.'s squad was a terror to the landlords and the enemies of the people. He had destroyed many an enemy and collected many weapons. The police had concentrated their attention on destroying his squad. The military on horses was chasing him. When he was alone in Anaram village, the military, on the basis of information given by an informer, came there and killed Comrade PV and another comrade, Musika Venkat Reddy. Heroic death of Comrade Ganugupati Narayana Reddy. Comrade Ganugupati Narayana Reddy, who was the area, Prantaya, organizer, was carrying out the program of the party while fighting the enemy at every step. One day, in Salapuram village, Jungayo Taluka, he was in the fields distributing the land and solving the problems that had cropped up. That was an open space without any protection, and it was midday. The enemy was raiding the surrounding area in jeeps and came to that village. They concentrated their attention on Narayana Reddy, who could be easily distinguished from the others. That comrade, even though unarmed, did not surrender to the enemy. He ran in a zigzag way so as not to get into the line of the jeep and the bullets. While near the Lambadi Tanda at Kudagada, the enemy saw that he was tired and could not run properly. 50 The enemy drove the jeep straight on him and shot him with vengeance. Another comrade of Akunur, Vaidlarajaya, who was with him, was also shot dead. The enemy took this as a great victory for themselves. The people were in great grief and boiling with anger, pledged to take revenge on the enemy. Comrade Narayana Reddy was born in a peasant family in Ganugupati village, Jungayo Taluka. He had studied up to intermediate, and had worked as a headmaster in middle schools in Junggao and Medak and had helped the students' movement. In 1947, he gave up his job during the non-cooperation movement and built up the movement in villages. In Kanapuram village, he had fought the police and snatched their weapons. He had many victories to his record. Even the name of this strong hefty comrade was a terror to the enemy. He used to solve the people's problems with great patience and had distributed thousands of acres of land belonging to the landlords and the government, to the people. He had become the beloved leader of the people. Kandada Ballardi's, Lakshmidavijudam, squad and Kodundaramareddy squad raided the notorious Razakar camps at Gundrampally in January 1948. The enemy in this camp had 80. Murdered a large number of peasants in villages all around. In the raid 10 Rasakars were killed. This gave tremendous confidence to the people of the whole area. The camp was liquidated. After a few weeks, Kandada Ballardi's squad was betrayed by a disgruntled villager who had been reprimanded earlier by Balireddy for some misbehavior. 2 lorry loads of Rasakars and armed police surrounded the squad at night in Lakshmidavijudam, and captured 12 members of the squad, including Balireddy, Chakalai Rajaya and Gowada Venkayya of Ragavapuram, and shot them dead. A few days after the Gundrampally camp was raided, the Razakar leader who escaped and Pasampulardi, a notorious landlord of Kapardi, attacked Arigudam, a nearby hamlet, and shot dead 4 peasants on the plea that they gave food to the guerrillas. In Balapalli village, 6 farm servants, names not available, Ravi Ragvareddy and his minor son, who was a good singer and was organizing the Bala Sangam, were shot dead by Rasakars in 1947. These were terrible blows, but the people of Bhavnagiri, Bhangur Taluka, licked their wounds, reorganized many more fighting squads and fought many a battle against the Rasakars and Nizam's military and later against the Indian armies and their agents. Comrade Seshgiri Rao, the leader of Kothagudam mine workers. Comrade Seshgiri Rao hailed from the Andhra area. Even as a student, he was attracted to communism. He became a whole-timer of the party. Under the instructions of the party, he had gone to Kothagudam and started building the Mine Workers Union. Within a short time, he won the respect and confidence of the workers. He was forced to go underground during the Razakars and Nizam terror regime in 1946-47. The police and their agents were always frantically searching for him. He was caught hold of by the Nizam's police but escaped from their custody while he was being taken to the district headquarters and rejoined the squads near Dornikal. But again after a few months he was going to Bhadrachalam through forest paths from his secret headquarters. On the way at Tumalacheravua, due to some betrayer, he and his companions were arrested and shot dead. For a long time, even the news was not allowed to leak out to the public, because the enemy was so much afraid of his popularity with the mining workers. They expected serious trouble from them. Death of Comrade Madhav Reddy. Comrade Madhav Reddy came from a small landlord family of Mathura Taluka. He was a college student in Hyderabad city. He quit college and joined the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party. He was daring and full of initiative. He made many trips between Khammam area, from the state party center near the border, to Hyderabad city, carrying literature and important instructions. He became the political leader of his area. He was good with his Sten gun and rifle and a capable guerrilla squad leader. 81. One day, he went to Kolkata village to settle some dispute between the agriculture laborers and the rich peasants. A section of the agricultural laborers were under the influence of a missionary school teacher. This missionary school teacher was purchased by the Nizam police. On that day, this teacher planned that his followers, in the name of discussions of the dispute, should surround Madhav Reddy and murder him. Comrade Madhav Reddy did not suspect any treachery. He knew them well. So he was not on his guard. His deputy did not like the way the discussions were going on and the teacher's behavior, and cautioned Madhav Reddy to be careful. But suddenly, Madhav Reddy's Sten gun was snatched away and he was pounced upon and knifed. The deputy and his two companions ran a few yards and threw a crude bomb at that crowd and were able to escape. But the party lost one of the most promising young cadres and revolutionary. Later, the squad was able to kill the teacher and some of the leading rowdies who were responsible for this murder and thus avenged Madhav Reddy's death. They raided a nearby Razakar camp and wiped out the whole lot to avenge the murder of Madhav Reddy. Comrade Arasatyam. Coming from a rich peasant family of Chimirla village of Huzurnagar Taluka in Nalgonda district, Comrade Arasatyam joined the Andhra Mahasabha in 1946, and caring nothing for his parents' opposition, he worked on his fields during the day and gathered all the Harijan youth during the night, politically educated them, enthused them with news of struggle and organized them under the red flag. He conducted their struggles for minimum wages against the local landlords and because of this, became the bitter enemy of the landlord class. 200 policemen raided his village at the invitation of the local landlords and he was arrested. But he tricked them and came out. Directly he went underground and continued his work, now not only in his village, but in all the surrounding villages. With the starting of armed resistance, he organized a guerrilla squad and began fighting back the Rasakars and police gundas of the fascist Nizam. Gradually, he developed as a general commander of all the guerrilla squads in his area. He led struggles against the well-known Zamindar of Anantagiri, Deshmukh of Budavaram and Lakavaram Venkatardi and distributed hundreds of acres of land and thousands of paddy to the poor. He was a party organizer, a guerrilla leader and a mass leader, respected by one and all in about 30 villages. One night, he and his squad were traversing fields. He felt that something had bitten him. After a few minutes, as he started feeling giddy, he became sure that a poisonous snake must have bitten him. His colleagues tried to carry him hurriedly to the medical hideout where anti-snake serum was also kept. Comrade Arasatyam tore a piece of paper from his pocket notebook and wrote on it, "Comrades, I am taking leave from you all forever. Here is my gun. Do not allow it to fall into the hands of the police but use it to destroy the enemy. Adieu." He lost consciousness and by the time the squad, by relay marches, reached him to the medical center, he, 82, had passed away. The party and his colleagues dipped the red banner in memory of this hero, whose last thoughts, last exhortation was destroy the enemy. Comrade Yadgiri. Comrade Yadgiri was born at Kailapakanta village in Suryapet Taluka, in an agricultural labor family and was working as a laborer in Janardhi Pratap Reddy's house. Seeing the people's sufferings, he joined the village guerrillas. He had fought very heroically in the Kandagatla and Kotapadu fights. The enemy used to be frightened at the sight of him in military uniform, he being a man of strong hefty stature. After being arrested and taken to Mundray camp in the raid on the bus and military lorry at Tirumalagiri, he was tortured horribly for days. They thrust pins under his nails, cut his flesh with blades and put chili powder in the wounds. The military men used to sit round him, smoking cigarettes, burning him all over his body. He was hanged by the toes, beaten with sticks, boots, rifle butts, etc. The tortures were indescribable. But in spite of all this, Comrade Yadgiri did not bend and did not give away any secrets. "I have pledged to destroy you traitors, I shall not bow down before you. Even if I die, my Sangam will carry on its work and destroy you. To torture an arrested man is not a heroic deed, but give me a rifle and see where your heroism will be." This was his answer. That comrade's courage and persistence astonished the enemy. One day, the military officer made him sit in front of him and advised him to join the military as he was a young, capable man and he would get all comforts. But the comrade abused him and spat on his face. Immediately, the officer ordered his men to tear him to pieces. They tied up his hands and feet and slowly fired at him at every limb, one after the other. Even at that moment, Comrade Yadgiri never bowed down to them but instead shouted at them that his Sangam would take revenge and destroy them. He is immortal. Chapter 4. Telangana People's Armed Liberation Struggle. Against Nizam, its achievements. From the narrative so far, we see how the people of Telangana, suffering from age-old dark feudal oppression, from forced labor and illegal exactions, from a cruel and hated feudal rule, their language and culture suppressed, groaning under a cruel, corrupt, and autocratic rule, groped their way slowly towards a new life. They started out for some elementary relief in their miserable life: no veti, bigar, no illegal exactions, no land evictions, no torturing and dishonoring, for elementary civil liberties, for education and culture, and for responsible self-government. It developed under the leadership of the Communist Party and Andhra Mahasabha into a powerful armed people's struggle for land and liberation, against feudal exploitation and against the hated Nizam's rule. It spread to about 3,000 villages, to nearly one-third of the Telangana area, where Gram Raj, village panch, people's self-government, fighting committees were established. The Nizam's officials, the hated landlords, had to quit the villages, leaving the panch committees to carry on people's administration. Not only veti, bigar, illegal exactions, land evictions, usurious loans, torturing and dishonoring by corrupt officials and village oppressors were put an end to, waste lands and surplus lands of the landlords, to the extent of 1 million acres, along with the necessary cattle and agricultural implements, were distributed to the 83 rural poor. Fair wages for agricultural laborers were enforced and grain distributed. People used to say that for the first time in their lives, they could have 2 full meals a day. Regular guerrilla squads and village defense squads were organized. The Nizam police, army, and the village oppressors were confined to big camps. Only from there could they go on their forages during certain hours of the day. Even the enemy press had to admit that the communists were Chikati Daralu, kings at night, meaning thereby that it was the writ of the communists that prevailed after darkness fell, while the landlords and the police ruled only during daytime. The whole Nizam state and his society were shaken to their roots. The movement was spreading to more and more areas, to the whole of Telangana and beyond. It was at this juncture that the Indian government decided to intervene, to send its own army on the plea of curbing Razakar violence on the people and making the Nizam accede to the Indian Union, but also with the main declared purpose of suppressing communist violence. Before we go on to review the police action of the Indian government, and the course of development till the Telangana armed struggle was withdrawn, and its aftermath, let us analyze what lies behind the success of the Telangana people's great upheaval. As Sri Suravaram Pratap Reddy, the doyen of Telangana journalists, one of the leaders of the Telugu Renaissance in Hyderabad state, himself coming from a big landlord family, exclaimed in great admiration, "What Indrajalam or what Mahamantram, the great magic, these communists possess, with which they have transformed the very same people who used to say, 'O Lord, I am your slave, I prostrate before you and touch your feet,' into heroes, creating great heroes from nothing, from inert mud." That power, that secret of the communists was the slogan of "Land to the Tiller." The communists proudly raised that burning question and stood with the expectant and fighting peasant masses and guided them to enforce it in practice. They fought and laid down their lives along with these peasant masses. Land to the tiller. This slogan had become an urgent practical reality by sheer pressure of the developing movement. The movement started with asserting that no peasant be evicted from the lands he had been cultivating, and won significant victories, beginning with the successful safeguarding of Elama's crop from the Visner Deshmukh. Later it became a statewide slogan of action: all evictions be stopped and lands seized by the landlords be restored. The peasants, whose lands were seized earlier by the Deshmukhs on various flimsy grounds, such as failure to pay accumulated debts due to ever-increasing burden of usurious rates of interest, or non-payment of rents, or by sheer arbitrary evictions because the landlords wanted to grab the lands and make them their own, raised the question of restoration of these lands. From the slogan, "all evictions must be stopped," it was not a far cry to come to the conclusion. 84. All illegal evictions and occupations must be cancelled. The need for the unity of all the peasants whom earlier the landlords had evicted and whose land they had occupied, and those peasants who were now being evicted by the very same landlords, was an urgent practical task. So the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party without hesitation took over the slogan of the peasant masses, "Restore the illegally occupied lands to the original peasants." This spread like wildfire. This slogan gave rise to innumerable problems before the Panch committees and Sangam organizers. The landlords had leased the land to some other small peasants or had sold it to them. As such, it was not possible, in all cases, to restore these lands back to the original owners, as the new owners were also small or peasants, though comparatively well-to-do, who were in our front fighting against the hated landlords and Nizam's rule. Even where the organizers and Panch committees offered them other equally good, fertile, or even better lands owned by the same landlords, as compensation, the peasants used to say, "Give these to the present occupants, but restore to me my paternal or my hereditary lands." It was with great difficulty that an acceptable solution to the two contending peasants could be found. The principle adopted was to settle it by reconciling both, but not coercing them to accept any forced solution from above. The need for unity, the pressure of public opinion, helped them to come to adjustments. This factor of the peasant's insistence on getting back his old land was an important factor to be kept in mind. Maybe due to his property sentiment, "It is mine," while the new land that was being offered was that of the landlord, or it might be due to his confidence that if he was in possession of his own land, it was a justified right and no one could take it away from him, while if he took the land of someone else, he felt that the equal guarantee of rightfulness or certainty of permanent ownership was not there. Further, it was noted that the peasant could be moved more easily on this question of reoccupation of his own lost lands than on making him go to occupy the surplus lands of the landlords. It was also a feature after the Indian Union Army intervention, when the landlords and Deshmukhs were being brought back, that the peasants much more easily gave up the surplus lands they had been cultivating, but till the end, fought doggedly to retain those restored lands of their own. In fact, when the struggle was withdrawn, most of the land which was even then in the possession of the peasant masses, were these restored lands, leased lands, and waste lands that had been newly cleared or occupied and cultivated by the rural poor, while a good portion of distributed surplus land was taken back by the landlords. Waste lands. Similarly, the land hunger of the rural poor, with land as the only source of some guaranteed employment for a considerable period in a year, made the agricultural labor and landless poor peasant occupy waste lands under the government or under the occupation of the landlords. It was, and is even now, also a mark of respectability or a basis for getting credit and other facilities. Though these lands were more difficult to cultivate, and it was also difficult to raise large crops without greater inputs and irrigation facilities, still lakhs of acres were occupied. The old regulations that 10% of the village waste lands were to be kept for communal 85 cattle grazing or for other communal purposes, was ignored. Similarly, cultivable land in the forest belt was also occupied. The government tried its best to take back these lands after the police action, but failed miserably. They tried to put up the shepherds against the Harijans and the agricultural laborers, telling them that if these waste lands were allowed to be cultivated, there would not be land for their cattle or sheep to graze. But all such obstacles were overcome by the Telangana peasant movement. The battle even now, after 20 years, to get pata rights, the ownership rights, title deeds on these lands, continues, the government gradually conceding this demand to a larger and larger number of these cultivators. Surplus lands of the landlords. But the occupation of waste lands and prevention of evictions as well as restoration of old illegally seized lands did not satisfy the demand for land of the land-hungry rural poor. Thus, the question of taking over the land of the landlords had become a real and practical issue before the movement. Politically, it was easy and necessary to confiscate the lands of these big Deshmukhs, Patidars, or Jagirdars and get them distributed. But to satisfy the land hunger to some extent or other, and strengthen and consolidate the fighting mass base, it had become necessary to actively consider taking over all the surplus land. This move began with the taking over of land over 500 acres. Politically, it was argued and accepted by the party leadership that there were some big landlords who were with us fighting the Nizam rule. To keep that section with us, we should keep the ceiling sufficiently high. Further, it was also kept in mind that in the election pamphlet, People's Raj in Visalandra, in Andhra, in 1946, the party had given the slogan of 100 acres ceiling, with adequate compensation for the land taken over. But as the movement in Telangana developed, and the demand for land became more and more insistent, the land ceilings were reduced to 200 acres and finally, by the middle of 1948 itself, to 100 acres dry and 10 acres wet. In Telangana, it was a general feature that practically every owner had some wet and some dry land in his holding. Taking 1 acre wet as equivalent to 10 acres dry, the party had ultimately hit upon this 10 acres wet and 100 acres dry land as ceiling. But when implementing it, the question was raised whether this applied to a joint family having a number of grown-up adult male members, brothers, or for a single family with minor children and dependents. It was clarified that this 10 wet and 100 dry acres should be the maximum for a family even if it was a joint one, taking into consideration the extreme need of having enough land for distribution. But at the same time, it had to be kept in mind that we should not seize the lands of those who were likely to be in the movement. But before these explanations could be given and they could be implemented, the police action had intervened. Compare these with the ceilings the Congress government proclaimed later on. The ceiling which the government in Hyderabad announced was 50 acres wet or 250 acres dry. Later the Congress government reduced this to 27 acres wet or 216 acres dry. These ceilings were far higher than what the Telangana movement sought to impose. And, of course, 86. Many loopholes were there, the act was never implemented, and no surplus land was ever taken and distributed. Yet the landlords were allowed to sell their surplus lands to prospective buyers. Further, protected tenants had the first option to purchase the land at lower prices. In the Telangana area, quite a large amount of land was purchased or retained by tenants. Of course, even in Telangana, by 1960, 50% of the protected tenants had been evicted, most of them in those districts and areas to which the Telangana movement did not spread or take deep roots. The ceiling which the party advocated in Andhra, in the 1946 election pamphlet, was evidently born of a reformist understanding. It did not analyze the actual class differentiation and evolve a suitable agrarian program. In Telangana, the slogan that the party should have popularized was that the land of the landlords who indulged in feudal exploitation, exorbitant rents, usurious interests and other illegal exactions, and who were hand in glove with the Nizam and Jagirdars and big deshmukhs, would be confiscated. But those who would come with the anti-Nizam movement, would be left enough to earn a decent living cultivating with their own family labor and employing a certain amount of wage labor. The concretization could have been more prompt, depending on the development of the movement. The party could have boldly implemented land distribution and the sweep of the movement could have been far wider. It is important to note here that the taking away of the surplus land and its distribution were resorted to, when the pressure from the fighting masses became insistent, and permission for it was obtained from the Politburo, with some reluctance, during the latter part of 1947. At that time, the party leadership was following the policy of building a front with progressive Congress sections against the narrow Vallabhbhai clique, National Front, in the name of strengthening the independence achieved in August 1947. Was it right to have taken to land distribution? Later, Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy and quite a number of his supporters challenged the correctness of distributing the land. Of course, all of them are now in the right Communist Party. Their argument was that knowing full well that we could not retain the land so seized and distributed, without a people's democracy in the whole of India, as the Congress bourgeois landlord government would not allow such distribution, even in one state of Hyderabad, it was a premature step. They argued further that the seizure of land and distribution had come from the wrong slogan given by the party at that time, viz., that the Telangana movement was a liberation struggle even against Nehru and the Indian state, the Union of India, the beginning of the People's Democratic Revolution, as in China. The slogan of land seizure should be advocated only as a part of the liberation struggle program. They argued that we should have confined ourselves to, against evictions, for rent reductions but not advocated revolutionary seizure of land. It was true that our party in Andhra at that time decided to continue the Telangana armed struggle against the Indian government, which had sent its armies mainly to suppress the 87 Telangana peasant movement, as a liberation struggle. Its understanding that this was the beginning of the Indian revolutionary armed struggle for people's democracy was wrong, because such a situation and correlation of forces did not exist at that time. But the Telangana movement developed from small partial demands to partisan armed struggle to enforce these demands, and later it also developed into an armed struggle to overthrow Nizam's rule itself. The Gram Raj committees were in fact organs of struggle and, at the same time, organs of power. But with the Indian Army's entry and merger of Hyderabad state into the Indian Union, a different state, with an entirely different correlation of class forces came into existence. So, the liberation struggle against the Nizam could not become automatically transformed into a liberation struggle against the Nehru government of the Indian state. Even so, the question of defending the land and other gains of the Telangana peasantry was there. So it was correct to have carried on armed resistance against the attempts of Nehru's armies to seize back lands from the peasants and give it to the landlords. Such armed resistance to defend the partial gains or enforce partial demands is partisan struggle. Such partisan struggles should not be confused with the partisan struggles carried on during the period of armed liberation struggle. Every partisan struggle is not necessarily a liberation struggle. Our party obtained all this clarification only when its delegation met the leadership of the International Communist Movement and Comrade Stalin, towards the end of 1950 and the beginning of 1951. But to argue, as Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy did, that land seizure and distribution during that period was wrong, is sheer bourgeois reformism and tailism. We have seen how the party had to take up the question of land distribution from the very real practical needs of the movement, in fact, only under the pressure of the fighting peasantry. It was because of this correct step that we were able to inspire the Telangana people, especially the peasant masses, the backbone of the agrarian revolt, to carry on the dogged fight against the Nizam and his cruel minions, the Rasakars and other armed personnel, against the brutal terror and violence that had been let loose. It was this that enabled the party and the AMS to stay on in the field in Telangana, while the Congress and every other force was forced to flee to the Union territory. Later, to retain these gains in land distribution, the party correctly called upon the Telangana peasants to continue their armed fight when the landlords who returned with the help of Nehru's army, tried to seize the peasants' lands. The fight continued for 3 more years after the police action, and it was this fight, in spite of heavy sacrifices, that brought about the Hyderabad Tenancy Act, the most radical piece of land legislation till then, apart from other big democratic and revolutionary gains which we have already outlined in brief. If the party had not confused it with a liberation struggle against the Nehru government, it could have adopted different tactics to enforce an early negotiated settlement for partial 88 solution of the land question and would have achieved greater successes, or at least withdrawn with lesser costs and sacrifices, keeping the party and AMS organization in greater cohesion. Our Central Committee as well as the meeting of important cadres of Telangana in March 1952 categorically rejected Ravi Narayan Reddy's argument and came to the conclusion that it was correct on our part to have continued the armed defense of the land gained, and if we had not done so, the peasants would have considered us as having betrayed them. Here is what Comrade Ajoy Kumar Ghosh, the then General Secretary of the party, said in conclusion at that meeting. Before I conclude my speech, I will explain my opinion about the Telangana struggle. There is a section arguing that immediately after the entry of the Congress government armies into Telangana, the armed peasant guerrilla struggle should have been withdrawn. I consider it wrong to lay down arms immediately after the entry of the Indian Union armies. The issue that faced the Telangana peasant struggle at that time was whether the peasantry that won land and democratic rights after a bitter struggle, were to surrender them without a fight and hand over the lands to the Deshmukhs and to the landlords? Or were they to continue armed peasant guerrilla resistance to the extent necessary to defend them? In my opinion, to continue the resistance is the revolutionary path, and to lay down arms is the path of betrayal of the people. Another argument that is brought out in support of withdrawal of armed guerrilla struggle at that time is that all the lands or a major portion of the land was seized back by the landlords and Deshmukhs. Even if it was so, it is my firm opinion that on that ground to withdraw the armed peasant guerrilla struggle is not correct. If we had withdrawn the armed struggle, the peasantry would have considered that our party leadership had betrayed them. In fact, it is in reality betrayal. Then what should we have done? What changes ought we to have made? It was wrong to fight with the object of establishing revolutionary people's power. For overthrowing of the Nehru government, it should have continued as armed guerrilla struggle being waged by the peasantry, and for land to the peasantry. When the people still in general had illusions about the Nehru government, to continue to fight with the immediate aim of overthrowing the Nehru government would not help to mobilize the broad masses of the people. That is why we should have changed that slogan. Even if the enemy has been able to seize back all the land or a major portion of the land, the Telangana struggle has got tremendous revolutionary significance. We have learned great lessons from the Telangana struggle. One very important fact it has proved or brought forth, that the Telangana peasant armed struggle has not only been able to fight the weak and demoralized Nizam's forces, but has also been able to fight the Congress government's armed forces, well equipped with modern weapons. The Telangana peasants fought for 3 years against 30,000 to 50,000 armed personnel. Even after 3 years, the government has not dared to say that it has been able to suppress it. So Telangana has blasted wrong conceptions that Nehru's armies are invincible, or are so strong that it is not possible to defeat them. Thus, the Telangana peasant armed guerrilla struggle has demonstrated the strength of peasants' guerrilla struggle and their revolutionary potentialities. If the working class had joined hands with it, and in some other areas if the peasant 89 struggles had reached that same level, we can imagine what great developments might have occurred. This is the greatest lesson of our whole revolutionary experience. These lessons we must study carefully. But then another question arises. When should it have been called off? I cannot just now definitely say as to exactly when it should have been withdrawn, translated from Telugu. But, unfortunately, Comrade Ioy Kumar Ghosh did not follow the above precept nor study the experiences of the Telangana struggle, but took to a different course of action that immensely contributed to the weakening of the movement not only in Telangana but throughout India, and put the whole party on a totally reformist path. The urge for land and the tenacity with which the Telangana peasants carried on this fight can be seen from the following example of the old peasant in Komatlagudam village of Huzurnagar Taluka, who refused to concede that the land belonged to the landlord, and continued to maintain, "This land is mine." He was tied hand and foot and put on an anthill by the military and police brutes of the Nehru government, for 3 days till he was eaten away by the white ants. But the old peasant never once, as long as he was conscious, gave up his claim, "This land is mine." Formation of Gram Raj committees. In the villages, there was no Nizam government rule during the movement. The majority of the village officers and the hated Deshmukhs had run away from the villages. Some of them had begged for mercy and forgiveness from the guerrilla squads and from the people, and promising to abide by their rule had stayed on. The village administration was carried on by the committees elected by all adults in the village. These were called Gram Raj committees, Panch committees. Men, women, and leaders of village squads were elected to these committees, consisting of 5 or 7 members. The Gram Raj committees used to solve the people's problems without the earlier prevalent evils of corruption, bribery, and other dirty methods. In this work, along with the committee members, many ordinary people used to take part. All the problems were solved in a democratic way. The moderates, the right wing, who sowed confusion, and the enemy elements were given public trial and were punished according to their crimes. The Gram Raj committees used to warn them, socially boycott them, levy fines or confiscate their properties according to the nature of their crime. Those who used to move about with the police and carry out attacks on the people were given suitable punishment. Agricultural reforms. The agricultural reforms were carried out successfully. The lands which were confiscated by the landlords and the money lenders, even 20 years previously, under the pretext of loans not paid, under threats, or under the pretext of taxes not paid, or for some fines levied under some false charges, were returned to the original owners. 90. The landlords had deprived the people of good lands and instead had given less fertile lands to them. This order was changed under the agricultural reforms. Tenants were given full rights on lands they were tilling. Landlords were not entitled to receive rent or compensation on these lands. The Kaldars, tenants, land was declared to be his own. He did not have to pay anything for that land. In both these methods of land distribution, along with the agricultural labor, poor and middle peasant, the rich peasants and in some cases even small landlords who were one with the people, had also benefited. A ceiling was fixed on land and the rest of it was distributed to agricultural laborers and poor peasants. Some of it was distributed to middle peasants also. A big discussion took place on what should be the ceiling. The first decision was that only lands above 500 acres should be distributed. After that, it came down to 100 acres dry and 10 acres wet or 20 acres of wet land, and that was the final decision. Distribution of land was done according to this. This concerned only those landlords who were not inimical to the people. Those who were the people's enemies were deprived to the last acre of their lands. And all these were distributed to the people free. This took place in every village. In Suryapet Taluka, in 110 villages around Arapadu and Apuru, 20,000 acres of land belonging to the landlords were distributed. In all the 3,000 villages to which the movement spread, 10 lakh acres of lands, surplus lands, Anyakrantalu, illegally seized lands, leased lands, waste lands, and Poramboks, forest and grazing lands, were distributed with full ownership rights to the rural poor and middle peasants. In Arapadu and Apuru areas itself, 1 lakh acres of government land were distributed. Distribution of cattle. Along with the lands, the extra cattle belonging to the landlords were also distributed to the people. The whole cattle herds of people's enemies were completely taken over and distributed. Their number was in tens of thousands. The cattle from one area were driven to another and distributed, to prevent the enemies taking them back in case of raids. In Apuru and Arapadu areas alone, the cattle sent to other areas and distributed amongst the people, came to more than 2,000. This will easily give one an idea as to how many cattle were distributed in the fighting areas of Telangana. Along with the cattle, agricultural implements were also distributed to the people. They had received goats and sheep also in good numbers. All these were free of cost. Cancellation of loan deeds. Loans which were given to the people by landlords, deshmukhs, and money lenders were cancelled. In every village, these loans, either in cash or grain form, ranged anywhere from 5,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees. With the cancellation of the loans, the people got rid of a big burden. In the 91 area surrounding Apuru and Arapadu villages, the amount of loans cancelled was about 8 lakh rupees, which will give one an idea of the people's burden, and the relief they got. Increase in wages of agricultural labourers. The agricultural labourers in these villages, sometimes through strikes and demonstrations for increase in their yearly and daily wages, and by bringing pressure on the peasants through their representatives in the village committees, succeeded to a great extent in their demands. The daily wages were increased from 2 to 3 kilograms of grain to 4 kilograms, and the monthly grain salary of farm servants from 40 to 60 kgs to 80 to 90 kgs, and in certain cases, even 120 kgs. Noteworthy here is the fact that rich peasants, despite the tremendous gains they got from the united struggle against the government and zamindars, and the major role the agricultural labor played to achieve these, were reluctant to increase the daily wage of the agricultural laborers. They used to give many reasons to avoid it. The rich peasants and the capitalist landlords used to strongly resist increase in wages. That was why the strikes and demonstrations of agricultural laborers became inevitable, especially so after the police action. And it was only after these strike struggles or threat of strikes that real increase in their wages took place. With the land received and the increase in wages, a remarkable change came about in the political consciousness and mode of living of the agricultural laborers. People in these villages used to say that for the first time in their lives, they were having 2 full meals a day. Other facilities. Under these Gramrajyas, the people received many other benefits. 1. There was no government agent to collect taxes and the money remained with the people. 2. The party and the Sangam had understood the opposition and dissatisfaction that had come over the toddy toppers during the program of cutting down toddy yielding palmyra trees and date trees. So this program was given up. On top of this, they were told to top the toddy, give good toddy at cheap prices to the people, and not pay any taxes to the government. This was appreciated by the people and it brought about good results. 3. A program of digging irrigation canals, small tanks for agricultural betterment was taken up and carried out. 4. Medical facilities and health care, and training people to observe minimum hygiene was taken up on a wide scale. Especially in villages where cholera epidemic was raging, the people were given proper help, inoculation, etc., and protected. Many villages were supplied with medicines on a large scale for prevention of diseases. It was while rendering such medical relief that Comrade Gan Venkatayya of Kotamardi village, a promising local organizer in Bhavnagiri Taluka, became a victim of cholera attack and died. 92. 5. Peasants whose houses were burnt down during the struggle were supplied with wood, palm leaves, grass, etc., to rebuild their houses. These were taken from the palm groves of landlords and government forests. Equal rights for women. In this struggle, women had participated equally along with the men, and due to this, it became easier for the Gram committees, Sangam, and party to campaign against the age-old ideas prevalent in the society that women were inferior to men. Gram Raj committees proclaimed and campaigned that men and women had equal rights. Women were elected to village panch committees. The local people used to know very well the conditions of the families or their relations with each other, and so it was possible for the Gram committees to amicably settle family disputes, bring about reconciliation between them, settle questions of compensation for running away with someone else's wife, according to the prevalent customs in certain centers, prevent unwilling marriages, i.e., girls being forced to marry persons whom they did not like, and in suitable cases, giving divorce and making the new couple lead a respectable life. Abolition of untouchability. Caste distinctions were deep-rooted in the villages. In the struggle against the government, all people were forced to work and fight collectively without any distinction of caste and creed, and so after this, fighting the evil of untouchability became easier. In guerrilla squads, equality and mutual respect were strictly practiced. And this practice changed the ideas of the people. Belief in gods, demons, etc., had decreased to a great extent. Especially amongst the youth, it had disappeared noticeably. Cultural progress. Political propaganda used to be carried on extensively. Right from the Gram committees, village squads, to organizers and regular guerrilla squads, everyone used to explain every problem in mass meetings. Along with this, there used to be many cultural items, such as Bhakatha, Goila Sudulu, Shepherd Sing Song, Uyalapatha, Cradle Songs, Kolatapupatha, sing-song dance with small wooden pieces in the hands of dancers which are used to produce rhythmic sounds, and bhajans. Many songs were written about every problem, about big incidents during the struggle, about the martyrs and about the atrocities of the enemy, their defeat, etc. These were not written by learned poets but had come from the ordinary people themselves in the form of folk songs. They used to be very melodious and rousing to the masses. Even the artists were not trained ones, but the people used to go about in squads giving performances. These programs and singing of songs used to take place not at any fixed time or place, but anywhere and any time and wherever it was possible and necessary. The guerrilla squads used to exhibit their military knowledge before the people. Local squads also used to take military training every day. 93. All these programs were watched by the people with great interest and enthusiasm. Sometimes, their enthusiasm used to lead them into the program itself. Cowherd boys used to give these cultural programs and organize military drill also. Due to this, sometimes, serious accidents took place. In Kilapakanta village in Suryapet Taluka, these cowherd boys were once enacting a drama. One of them had become Janareddy Pratapreddy, the vicious landlord, and another one a notorious razakar, Abbas Ali, and the rest of the boys were guerrillas. The actors who played the part of the landlords were badly mauled. Similar mock plays were enacted in innumerable places. Even when the enemy raids were at a peak, the adult literacy program was taken up and carried on. Village committees and village squads were not only learning themselves but were also teaching others. They used to learn whenever they found some time. Many illiterate persons in the squads, etc., were able to read newspapers and books after a few months. Because of the political consciousness, many were ready to learn, and they did it in quite a short time. This could be done successfully because it was looked upon as a political task. These tasks were carried out by the village committees according to the principles and instructions laid down by the higher committees. The village squads used to give their full support to this. And the organizer and the guerrilla squad used to be always ready to help all of them. The guerrillas being always ready to resist and fight the enemy, the land cultivation in the villages went on undisturbed. They hid their grains and money in the grain pits scattered all over the fields to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy. There was no fear of thieves. Even if small thefts took place, the village committees and guerrilla squads used to look into the matter and return the stolen articles to the owners. Trade with towns. Village committees had to make arrangements to carry on trade with towns, and regular supplies of essential goods and supplies were brought from the towns, and the produce of the peasants were disposed of in the towns. Because the towns were the centers of enemy concentration, a certain amount of bribing and understanding with the Nizam's officials had to be arrived at by the village traders or their counterparts in the towns. Further, Gram Raj committees could not clamp too many restrictions and start suspecting these traders or interfering with their trade as possible enemy agents. It was through this trade that some essential raw material for making gunpowder or even crude bombs could be gathered. Once, when currency shortage threatened to block this trade, ideas of barter exchange came to the forefront. 94. But the contact and normal trade with towns had not been very much interrupted, mainly because the enemy did not feel it necessary to blockade them and prevent trade. The difficulties that arose were mainly due to the fear of loot, insecurity from the Rasakars and the corrupt Nizam's police, and their propensities to make illegal gains. Further, there was the short supply of goods in the cities and towns themselves due to the general conditions of insecurity. In the villages, Gram Raj committees through their local squads, kept small crime under effective control. The whole attitude of the people to such crimes kept the usual criminal in check. Some antisocial elements indulging in such activities were caught by the people and the squads and were duly dealt with. The military aspect of the struggle. The most satisfactory and inspiring aspect of this activity was the discipline and devotion of the village squads and the greater degree of these qualities in the regular squads. But for this, the movement could not have reached the sweep it did during its anti-Nizam liberation phase, nor could it have sustained the tremendous losses, in both the phases, and especially the shattering losses it suffered during the Indian military terror regime of 1948-51. This discipline and devotion had become possible because they were closely linked with the people's movements. These squads came mainly from the toiling sections. They were fighting for the removal of their grievances and sufferings, which meant they were fighting for getting rid of their own and their families' accursed conditions of living. Naturally, the people helped them in all ways, billeted them in their homes or fields or in huts at their irrigation wells scattered all over the fields, comparatively safe shelters, dispersed far away from the villages, when the villages became the concentrated targets of the ravaging hordes of Rasakars and Nizam's armed police, and later of the Indian government's police, armed personnel, and landlord gundas and home guards. The people loved the guerrillas and respected them and praised them. The guerrillas felt they were one with the people and they must do everything to help the people and not harm them or harass them and, if necessary, lay down their lives for the cause of the people. This is the secret of that amazing discipline, devotion, and capacity to bear such great hardships and the readiness to make sacrifices. During this whole period of 5 years, in thousands of actions and raids on the houses of the landlords or their agents, there were practically no complaints, or surprisingly few complaints of misdeeds on the part of the guerrillas. Every bit of property, supplies, articles, jewelry, or cash confiscated from the enemy's houses were meticulously accounted for, and forwarded to the higher committees. Rarely had any action against any enemy or his agent been taken without proper direction from the local committee or the organizer's direction and decision. The squad commanders implicitly obeyed the political organizers' instructions and directives. There was no laying hands on women or molestation of women, no maltreatment of old men even belonging to the enemy. Generally, the instructions were, do not hurt women or children even when the guerrillas are taking action against the enemy. If certain actions had been taken against women in certain cases, it was because these women rushed against the guerrillas endangering not only their action but their safety itself. There might have been some rare cases. 95. Of reprisals against women as a check to the most cruel officers or landlords' mentality. But such cases were promptly criticized by the higher committees or senior comrades as harmful to the movement and severe warnings were given not to repeat such incidents. To illustrate the discipline and corps d'esprit, the following 2 examples are enough. I give them from my own experience. Guerrilla member and Toddy. We were on the way to the Krishna River forest areas to reach our political headquarters of that region in July 1951. We had to cross over 100 miles of plain area before we could reach the safety of the forest. The police and home guards had infested this whole route and area. The squads could march only during nights. They avoided every inhabited point on the way, and walked across the fields and stony wastes, so as not to leave any trace of their movements. After nearly 3 years of starvation and suffering, it was amazing to see the capacity of the squads to march practically the whole night covering distances of 20 to 30 miles carrying rations, supplies of arms, etc., weighing about 15 to 20 kilograms. Suddenly, I noticed a squad member lagging and with great difficulty keeping pace with the marching squad. The squad leader told me that he had developed sudden heat and was passing urine red in color. Our water stock was over. We had to go quite a distance before we could reach water. If that squad member could only be permitted to drink a pot or 2 of toddy, which was readily available as we were passing through date and palm groves, he would be all right within a short while. I exclaimed, "Why not?" The squad leader replied, "The orders are that no guerrilla should drink toddy. Disobedience of this order would entail serious punishment. As such, only the area leadership or you, as an important comrade from the state center, can give the necessary permission." I readily gave it, assuring him that I would explain the matter to the area committee. That was the magnitude of personal discipline, especially if we remember that drinking toddy is quite a common habit among poorer sections in the Telangana area. The area committee leadership told me how just a few weeks before, all their supplies were cut off for nearly 2 months by military and armed police, sealing off all forest routes to the villages. The squads had to be content with rationed bajra, small millet, gruel, 1/4 liter, twice a day, 4 days, even without salt. The squads were hungry and becoming weak. Yet, the sentry used to take up his position half a mile away across buns and boulders and hillocks in these mountains. It was with great difficulty that this essential task was being adhered to. Sometimes, one or the other squad member fainted due to exhaustion, Yet the comrade in charge of the kitchen used to keep the sentry's share of the ration, hot and ready meticulously. A hungry man in charge of tempting gruel awaiting the man on duty. Story of Comrade Mudayardi Venkachalam. Only Telangana guerrillas can dare do it. Comrade Mudayardi Venkachalam came from a middle peasant family of Repolla Taluka, Guntur district. He used to work in the fields and graze cattle in the islands of the Krishna River. He was accustomed to swim in the Krishna even when it was in floods. He was attracted 96 to the communist movement in that area quite early. When the Congress regime let loose brutal raids and terror in Andhra in 1948-49, and murderous assaults on the party cadre were started, the party gave the call to retaliate in defense. When it became too difficult to stay there in face of police terror, they were asked to retreat to the forest areas and join the fighting Telangana guerrilla squads. He was one of them. One day, in July 1951, in the Devarkonda Hills, near the Krishna River, I was talking with the area leaders. 100 yards away, I saw a normally clad young man having serious and prolonged discussions with two Lambadi young men. After an hour or so, they left the place. That evening, our area leader came to me downcast and broke the news that Comrade Subbayya, his assumed name, was washed away in the Krishna River, and narrated the tale. Comrade Venkachalam was entrusted with the job of crossing the Krishna and contacting a guerrilla squad on the other side and escorting it back to safety to Telangana, from the dangerous situation in which it was pressed in the Andhra area. The two Lambadis were the expert swimmers to help him cross the Krishna River. But, unfortunately, on the day scheduled for them to cross the Krishna, it was suddenly in high floods. The expert Lambadi swimmers advised against crossing the Krishna at that hill spot, and either to wait for a few days, till the flood subsided, or go downstream 50 miles, and cross it there from the plains and walk back on the other side of the river to the rendezvous with the squad in danger. This was impossible. They would certainly fail to keep the appointment and the squad would be in great peril of being annihilated by the closing in of the enemy. He appealed to the Lambadi swimmers not to fail the party, but be prepared to risk their lives to carry out its command, and save the lives of the 10-member squad. The Lambadi comrades gave up their objections when the party was mentioned. All three took hold of dried logs and jumped into the roaring Krishna. Comrade Venkachalam was swept into the mid-current while the other two were buffeted back to the bank. They again and again tried to reach Venkachalam but failed. They saw Venkachalam being dragged down under the water by the swift current, but he was gallantly coming up with a firm hold on his log of wood. They sorrowfully followed him from the bank, and when they lost sight of him, they returned to convey the sad news. It was just a little distance above the present Nagarjunasagar Dam. We were all aghast. To have lost such a comrade? Was it right for us to have allowed him to attempt crossing the Krishna, risking the lives of 3 comrades? Should we have given up the rescue operation and risked the lives of a whole squad? That problem was not referred either to the area leadership or to me for answer or for direction. Comrade Venkachalam and those 2 devoted Lambadi party members solved it themselves. What a joy when 4 days later, in the evening, we saw Comrade Venkachalam. Leading the squad, he came and saluted us. We embraced him, plied questions about all that happened. He said, "Nothing extraordinary, comrades. I did not lose heart, stuck to my log of wood and reached the other bank. The shepherds there helped me and guided me to the rendezvous. After the flood subsided, we crossed the Krishna. The whole squad is here safe and sound." 97. But the leader of that squad interrupted him and narrated the story as he had heard it from the shepherds. Comrade Venkachalam was desperately swimming. He was approaching a small water cataract and whirlpool. The shepherds shouted, urging him to the last desperate attempt, threw their tied-up cloth rope and long bamboo for him to catch. If he was dragged down the cataract, certain death. Comrade Venkachalam swam, caught hold of the bamboo and reached the bank and was saved. He was trying to explain to them, but they cut him short. "Comrade, you need not. We know who you are. You are a Telangana communist guerrilla. Only a Telangana guerrilla can dare attempt crossing the Krishna in these high floods. Take rest tonight here. Comrade Venkachalam refused and explained the job on hand. They marched the whole night, reached the rendezvous as scheduled and contacted the squad. We were all happy. When the Telangana struggle was withdrawn on October 21, 1951, and in spite of the promises, no amnesty was declared, Comrade Venkachalam was explaining to a village gathering the necessity of voting for the communist candidate, PDF. The police suddenly surrounded it and shot Venkachalam dead. Such was the devotion and sacrifice of the great Telangana fighters, inspiring generations to come and illumining their path for a successful people's revolution, for a new society. Weaknesses. There were lapses. A number of times, the sentries posted not in the mountainous areas but actually in the plains, during the anti-Nizam struggle and during the first few weeks after the Indian Army intervention, failed to be alert at their post, and as a result guerrilla forces had to suffer tremendous losses. This could have been avoided, if only more training for this especially important task, more political consciousness and more awareness of this duty had been imparted. The biggest weakness, from the military aspect, was lack of any kind of military training, knowledge of use of firearms. Its manufacture or its repair was so dismally poor that even great enthusiasm and sacrifice could not overcome it. Elementary lack of military tactics, for planning attacks or retreat, was so glaring that we failed to coordinate small guerrilla squads' actions against the enemy. Prolonged hour-long pitched actions against the enemy and their camps, with great numbers of enthusiastic but disorganized masses, used to take place. Hence we suffered serious losses or were forced to retreat in face of determined defense of the enemy, or be on continuous run before the military raids. We could not combine and develop small-scale guerrilla actions of harassing the enemy, into sufficiently large-scale operations to drive out the enemy from their scattered posts and clear the enemy from larger and larger areas. Nor were we able to capture any worthwhile number of modern weapons from the enemy by destroying them, till the Indian military intervention. Then the Rasakars and the Nizam's armed forces were in panic and on the run, which enabled our squads, helped by the mass upsurge, to seize quite an impressive number from panic-stricken and fleeing Rasakars and from 98. their camps. But, by then, we had to contend against the well-trained and disciplined Indian Army, in an entirely different political situation, which had become more unfavorable to us. If only we had had some kind of military training, a minimum supply of modern weapons, our movement in Telangana could have been far more widespread. Perhaps the whole of Telangana would have been capable of fighting militarily in bigger numbers, company or battalion level, could have been in a far better position to meet the onslaught of the Indian Army and, perhaps, given correct political strategy, of treating, in that phase, the Telangana armed struggle as peasants' partial struggle for land and not liberation struggle against the Nehru government, could have won and retained great successes on the anti-landlord agrarian front. Leave alone the prospects of sections of the army or police revolting and joining the fighting peasantry. It is a wonder that in spite of the miserable weakness in this respect, the spontaneous rising of the people and these squads springing from them, on the spur of the moment, with whatever little guidance which the Communist Party could give them at that time, could achieve such great success, shake up the Nizam rule and keep the Indian Army and government at bay for such a long time. It was like the Paris Communards storming the heavens. But unfortunately we could not draw the proper lessons from this Telangana struggle even for developing the future revolutionary movement. Working class and urban centers not in action. One of the biggest drawbacks during the whole of the Telangana movement was the weakness of the democratic movement in the cities and towns in Hyderabad state. There was very little industrial development in these cities, as such the working class was very small. Whatever existed, there was very little organized working class movement, and in what was there our party was even weaker. There was little growth of the intelligentsia, and a good portion of whatever existed were from the big feudal or other landlord families. They were pro-Nizam. With autocratic feudal rule, and the whole administrative and police and military services dominated by Muslim recruits and persistent suppression of every liberal democratic expression, it was nothing strange that the democratic movement did not grow in the cities. Whatever radical student movement was there, also became quiet after the militant students left the cities to join the fighting peasantry. When the post-war mass upsurge started in Hyderabad, the cities and towns lagged far behind. The enemy made them his base for military and police operations. They had become strong fortresses and bases for the hated landlords and their agents who had been driven out from the villages. It became difficult to develop the democratic or working class movement during this period, in these cities. There were no solidarity struggles in support of the fighting Telangana peasantry. No big demonstrations, no hurdles, no general strikes, not even sabotage actions, nor reprisals on the enemy, not even counterintelligence on the enemy moves. 99. It became difficult to carry on the struggle in the rural areas, with practically no support or action from the cities. To procure essential supplies, even medicines, became a serious problem. They had to be got from big cities and towns from the Indian Union territory. Whatever little contacts we had, rendered yeoman service to the Telangana movement. They helped us to organize houses, places for a number of underground offices from where we could keep some contact with neighboring fighting regions. Some supplies and some arms also could be procured. But we had to do it at great financial expenditure, and also our underground centers were blown up repeatedly. Valuable cadre were arrested, tortured, and some shot. Even this help and support helped us considerably in the fight. If this also had not been there, it is easy to imagine how much more our Telangana movement would have been hamstrung. The Telangana movement was essentially a peasant partisan movement. It could not be developed into a real united worker-peasant onslaught on the enemy. The weakness of the democratic movement, and especially the revolutionary working class movement and the Communist Party in the cities, persisted. But during that time, the impact of the huge Telangana upsurge upon the toiling masses and middle classes was there, and all their sympathies were with that struggle. No All India solidarity action. By the time the Telangana peasant movement assumed its armed partisan character, and later a liberation character against Nizam's rule, the post-war upsurge in the rest of India had been more or less successfully contained by the ruling classes. Political power was transferred by the imperialists to the Indian bourgeois landlord classes. India had become independent. The Congress leadership was able to integrate the states into the Indian Union by promising privy purses and privileges to the princes, and by rousing the hopes of alleviation of grievances and of a new era to the statespeople. Effectively, the statespeople's struggles were halted. By striking at the communist movement in its strongholds, Kerala, Andhra, and Bengal, it tried to hamstring whatever possibilities of developing the revolutionary movement were there and of rousing the rest of the country to emulate it. In that situation, the sectarian policies followed by our party had further isolated it from the people. As such, no real solidarity actions in support of the Telangana movement could be organized. And by the time the Indian Army intervened in Hyderabad state, it was left to fight on its own. Only in the Andhra part of the Madras state, the party and the people had become the rear of the Telangana struggle. Here the Congress government launched a ferocious attack to liquidate it, the first attack in the first half of 1947 and the second attack beginning from January 1948 and lasting till the middle of 1951, and from the beginning of October 1949, they carried out physical annihilation, calculated murder, of about 300 communist leaders and cadre after arresting them. 100. The story of Telangana cannot be complete without at least briefly going over the struggle of the party and the democratic movement in the Andhra rear, nor proper lessons for the development of the revolutionary movement even in the future be drawn. Here is a brief outline of the movement in Andhra area. Chapter V. The Communist Movement in Andhra. Terror Regime, 1948–51. Historical background. Andhra is a contiguous area to Telangana. Now in 1971, it has a 3 crore population and 12 districts. The 12 districts in the Andhra area can be divided again as follows: Sarkar or coastal districts, 8, Rayalaseema districts, 4, with the 9 Telangana districts, now they constitute Andhra Pradesh. The boundaries now are: East, Sea Coast; South, Tamil Nadu; West, Karnataka; North, Maharashtra; Northeast, Bastar area of Madhya Pradesh and Orissa state. Andhra had a predominantly peasant economy. While the Sarkar districts were comparatively more developed economically, socially, and politically with a number of projects and other irrigation facilities, the Rayalaseema districts are backward in all respects, with a backward agriculture, no big projects and more domination of feudal relations and oppression. There were hardly any big industries except in Visakhapatnam district, where the shipbuilding yard owned by the Scindias and 2 jute mills owned by Europeans, were situated, and railways in the whole of Andhra. The rest of the working class was mostly dependent for its livelihood on petty industries such as tobacco, mica mines, foundries, rice and oil mills, etc. 90% of the whole population lived on agriculture in villages. Communist Party. The Communist Party in Andhra was officially organized in September 1934. The development of the communist movement in India was a terror for the imperialists, and they banned it in 1934, even before its branches could be organized in Andhra. The communists, while working in the Congress organization, conducted agitation on the demands of agricultural labor and poor peasants in the villages and the working class in towns, and could build up their independent base among them, to a considerable extent. Forced by the anti-fascist war situation, the imperialists lifted the ban on the Communist Party in 1942. Communists came out legally and directly plunged into the battle against fascism. While ceaselessly campaigning for the release of Congress leaders and formation of a national government, they took up the day-to-day issues of the people, conducted agitations, led deputations, organized demonstrations, and held meetings on such issues as supply of agricultural implements, repairs of tanks, roads, and canals, against black market and for strict 101 price controls, against hoarding and corruption. They led a number of agricultural labor struggles and the Grow More Food campaign. In the towns, wide support was mobilized behind the working class demands, and the party led some of their strike struggles successfully. Volunteers of the Communist Party were able, in many towns, to successfully unearth the hordes of black marketeers, and force the government to distribute them to the people. Communists fought on the political, economic, and social issues of every section of the toiling people, on such peasant demands as fair price for his produce, for supply of agricultural implements and fertilizers, on working class demands for supply of all necessities of life at controlled rates and increase in wages, on student demands for supply of white paper, kerosene at controlled rates, against detentions, for amenities such as tiffin sheds, restrooms, in the educational institutions, on such women's demands as provision of separate sanitary facilities in villages, for maternity and welfare centers, for strict implementation of the Anti-Child Marriages Act, for educational facilities and for equal rights, on middle-class issues against high house rentals, housing scarcity, etc. In one word, wherever and whenever people were in difficulties, there you could see a communist with a red flag on his shoulder. That was a common phenomenon in those days. All through these campaigns, the main political task of the people, the struggle against fascism, was specially stressed, and achievements of the Soviet Union were widely popularized. For carrying on a ceaseless campaign for the release of Congress leaders, a large number of our leading cadre were kept in prison all through the period. It was this constant and ceaseless work on people's issues, close ties with the people through thick and thin, that enabled the Communists to rally 100,000 people at the All India Kisan Sabha Conference, held in Biswada in 1944, and the next year, 50,000 to the Provincial Kisan Sabha Conference in Tenali. These ever-growing activities and increasing influence of the Communists was a bitter pill to the Congress leaders, mainly coming from liberal landlord sections, who had just come out of jails. They realized that if the communists were allowed to grow at this rate, their social order of class exploitation would be at an end. So, under the open instigation of Dr. Pattabhi Sitaramayya and N.G. Ranga, All India Congress leaders, raids were organized on party offices, attacks were made on individual party members and important leaders, and party rallies were disturbed. The Communist Party scented the danger underlying these Gunda attacks, organized the PVB, People's Volunteer Brigade, and gave the slogan, "Defend the people, beat back the Gundas, and expose the reactionary Congress." Under the leadership of the anti-communist Fire Eater Ranga party, and mass rallies in Krishna and Guntur districts were attacked. There was not a single meeting, demonstration, or cultural performance that was not attempted to be disrupted by them. But, thanks to the timely sensing of this menace and immediate mobilization and defensive actions, they were everywhere put on the run, the party was saved and the revolutionary movement was defended and extended. Elections and after. 102. World War II was terminated with the smashing of Nazi Germany and Fascist Japan. The working class in India began to rise. There was a gigantic mass upsurge and a huge strike wave, highlighted by INA demonstrations, the Wren Revolt, the All India Postal Workers' Strike, etc. The British imperialists saw this as a challenge to its colonial rule, and in order to divert the attention of the people from the revolutionary path, announced elections to provincial legislatures. In Andhra, the Communist Party put up 35 candidates, in half of the total constituencies, and fought the elections with the two main slogans of "Land to the Tiller" and "Vishal Andhra in a People's India." Gundas were freely employed against the communist election campaign, and the Congress Justice Party Zamindar alliance littered money all over to buy votes. Unashamedly, they sought police and Gunda help to frighten the voters. But the PVB volunteers were rallied and the Congress volunteers and Gundas were kept at bay. The results of the elections showed that the Communist Party was the biggest and the most influential party after the Congress in Andhra. The party polled 2.5 lakh votes in all, and 22% of the total votes polled in the constituencies contested by communists. In the strongholds of Krishna and Guntur districts, the percentage was 35 and 25 respectively of the total votes polled. And, at the time, franchise in India was limited to only 13%, or the vast mass of toilers, who form the bulk of the supporters of the communists, were deprived of their voting right. It was not a surprise, therefore, that Dr. Pattabhi Sitaramayya gave a statement warning congressmen not to be complacent and run mad with their victory but note the dangerous significance of the communist vote. Congress ministries took up office when the entire situation was like an erupting volcano. The post-war crisis had deepened, prices of daily necessities of life had shot up sky high, more and more were swelling the ranks of the unemployed, the black marketeers, capitalists, and landlords, who made bumper profits out of the war by fleecing the people, were reluctant to pay any attention to the workers and agricultural labor who had become extremely restive and begun agitating for their just demands. A wave of strikes swept Andhra, both in the villages and the towns. Agricultural labor and farm servants in hundreds of villages struck work demanding increase in their yearly and daily wages, wages in kind to be given with correct measures for holidays and regular hours of work. The peasants in Munagala and Challapalli occupied zamindari lands and began to fight the repression that ensued. The strike of 10,000 tobacco workers, which broke out the very next day after the Congress ministries took office, 1,000 textile workers of Pundalapeko, the cart pullers in Rajmundry, the cigar workers and a host of other workers belonging to other trades came out on the streets on strike for their minimum demands. Of particular importance was the province-wide strike of 20,000 municipal workers, who were paid a pittance of 4.72 rupees per month. All the above strikes and especially the municipal workers' strike exposed the Congress People's Government in its true colors. Instead of conceding the most elementary and 103 minimum demands of the workers, the Congress rulers, following in the footsteps of their predecessors, the British imperialists, let loose their police force, imposed Section 144, made levy charges, raided the busties of municipal workers and arrested scores of militant workers. The biggest of the Congress leaders in Andhra came out as strike breakers and swept the roads. The Congress government pleaded, "We came to power only 4 months ago." The workers replied, "You have got time and money to raise your own salaries from 500 rupees to 1,500 rupees, but to pay a few rupees more for us, time and money are lacking for you." At times, the strike of municipal workers reached such heights when workers, for example in Rajmundry, came into clash with the Blacklegs and Congress volunteers. Such was the black record of the Congress People's Government in the first 6 months itself. Why this dogged refusal of the Congress government to concede the demands of the toiling people, and resort to brutal repression? It was nothing but their class interests and growing fear of class revolution. The above struggles were conducted under the banner of the Andhra Provincial Trade Union Congress, the only Andhra-wide trade union organization which was led by the Communist Party. The Congress leaders were afraid of the growing forces of revolution. 4. What was the position of the Communist Party at the end of 1946? As a result of its all-sided mass work, the party was able to draw over to its side the wide strata of urban poor and the rural toilers, especially the agricultural laborers and poor peasants, for whose rights the party was fighting ever since its inception in 1934. It could stand face to face with the Congress in the elections and poll 2.5 lakh votes. It had organized separate class and mass organizations of workers, agricultural laborers, kisans, students, youth, and women and championed their rights. It made the people realize that it was only the Communist Party that could doggedly defend their rights and not the Congress in power. This feeling of the people found expression in the words, "The future belongs to us." And the class enemy, too, could not but see the truth. The party came out as the stalwart defender of toilers' rights by leading their day-to-day struggles on urgent economic issues. The Communist Party stood against all injustices, inequality, and suppression of fundamental rights. Such was the influence of the party in the villages that not only on economic demands, but for every trifling matter such as kerosene or rice ration cards, or excess municipal taxes or some social injustice, etc., they used to rush to the office of the party and seek redress of their grievances. In the social sector, it had fought the devil of untouchability. Members of the party shared food with untouchables, lived with them and shared their sorrows and joys. Moreover, the very nature of the class struggle was such that it had unified under one banner the touchables and untouchables as well. Marriage ceremonies were simplified, doing away with priests and mantrams, widow remarriage and intercaste marriages were widely popularized and members of the party were always in the forefront. Equality between men and women was advocated. 104. A new culture was introduced. The youth of the towns and villages were drawn into the new life of activity. They were mobilized under the flag of the Andhra Youth Federation, the only organization of its kind. They participated in games, yearly sports on the occasion of national festivals, joined volunteer squads, trained themselves in the use of lathi, took part in drama and Bhakatha squads, and were also imbued with the fighting consciousness against imperialism. The Communist Party's name had become so synonymous with all good youth in the villages that even some of the old folk in the houses used to prevail upon their sons or grandsons to go and join the youth leagues so that they might be schooled and disciplined as good citizens. The Communist Party had revived languishing cultural forms like Bhakatha, Vidi Bhagavatham, etc., and through them approached the masses. Hundreds of squads and drama groups functioned all over Andhra. Through these cultural forms, stories, peasants' lives, biographies of national heroes, militant struggles of the Andhra people, heroic exploits of Soviet guerrillas, were all popularized. The number of people that attended the cultural performances ranged from 3,000 to 10,000. There were many instances when the middle-class people and intelligentsia preferred to attend a Bhakatha performance to a cinema. This had changed the tastes of the people so much that the professional dramatists had to adapt themselves to this change, partly giving up their religious and ethical performances. Through innumerable mass meetings, through Prajasakhti, organ of the Communist Party, the peasants had been politicalized. They came to know much about the Soviet Union, the fortress of socialism, and about the heroic struggle of the Chinese people. Prajasakti Publishing House published a record number of nearly 300 books on various topics: politics, theory of Marxism, histories of various countries, on literature, on science, on economics, short stories, dramas, bhakthas, etc., which no other organization could do up till then. On every burning problem of the people and the country, on every significant event in the international field, PSPH came out with a pamphlet and constantly kept the people abreast of events, and brought the general masses to a higher political level. The following figures of membership give an idea of the development of the Communist Party and various mass organizations during 1945 to 46. Communist Party 20,000, in 2,000 villages. Andhra Prov. Kisan Sabha 175,000. Andhra Prov. Agri. Labor Union 60,000, Students Federation 12,000, Youth Federation 50,000, Mahila Sabha 20,000, Trade Union Congress 30,000. Thus, in spite of certain reformist mistakes and politics, the Communist Party in Andhra became a broad mass party, came forth as the champion of the toiling masses, as the unquestioned leader of the workers, as builder of the revolutionary peasant movement, as a staunch fighter for social justice, and as the beacon light of a new culture in Andhra. 105. It was this widening mass base and influence of the Communist Party that made the Congress leaders in power panicky. They saw in the growth of the party the impending doom of their class exploitation. They noticed that more and more people were rallying under the banner of the Communist Party and their own base was shrinking. In order to save their exploiting regime, their money bags, their staunch supporters, the zamindars and landlords, the Congress government swooped on like a mad dog on the Communist Party in Andhra. Black Act promulgated, repression begins. The Prakasam Ministry, which was then in office in Madras province, promulgated the Public Safety, Prajarakshana, Ordinance, popularly known as the Public Disaster, Prajabhakshanal Ordinance on January 22, 1947, on the eve of Independence Day on January 26. Hundreds were arrested and detained without cause, without trial. Offices of the Communist Party, trade unions, and Kisan Sabha were raided and records were confiscated. Here it is necessary to note that the Communist Party was neither preparing for the overthrow of the government by force, nor was it indulging in violence of any sort, as was slandered by the Congress government. The party was just championing the day-to-day interests of the workers, of agricultural labor and poor peasants. It was leading their struggles for their just demands, the elementary right of the people even in a bourgeois parliamentary democracy. And for this crime the Congress ministry replied with this Black Act. Thus it was the Congress government that started the unwarranted offensive against the communists and the people, and not the other way round, as the government shamelessly propagated in its lies later. The democratic toiling masses could not tolerate this foul offensive on the fundamental rights of the people and parties. 10,000 workers in Rajmundry come out on a one-day strike demanding unconditional release of their leaders. The railway workers of Bitragunta and other centres also stopped work. Workers in Biswada, Guntur, Pundalapaka, Vizag, Chittavalasa, the Kisan Sabha, the Agricultural Labour Association sent strong protest notes against this arbitrary action of the government and demanded its withdrawal. Nor had they been cowed down with the detention of their leadership. The economic crisis, the pro-capitalist and pro-landlord policies of the Congress government and the intensifying repression on the peaceful population, forced them into further bitter struggles. In Gajolanka of Devi Taluka, Krishna district, the peasants began to assert their right on the Lanka lands, riverbed lands. What did the Congress government, which waxed eloquent promises during the elections, do? It did not come to the rescue of the poor peasants against the high-handedness of the Challapoli Zamindar, who after the elections had overnight turned into a congressman, but went to the assistance of the Zamindar, with its police force and opened fire on the unarmed peasants, killing 4, including a woman leader, Vyama, and wounding scores of others. And note again, it was not the communist guerrillas that started the shooting, it was the Congress government that fired the first shot on the unarmed people. It was not the communists but the Congress government that started the armed offensive. 106. In Buchampet of West Godavari district, the tribal peasants started a fight against the Zamindar. The police came and shot 4 of them dead. In Kannur and Pandyala and other centers of West Godavari district, the peasants stood against the oppression of the landlords and zamindars. The peasants' demands were so just that the Taluka Congress Committee and some members of the District Congress Committee came to their support and formed joint action committees. The Congress government promulgated orders under Section 144 and laity charged the peasants. The landlords and the government let loose gundas throughout the district. As a result of this free reign of the landlord gundas, in Pedapata village in another part of the district, Rajaram Mohan Roy, a militant peasant youth and a member of the party, was killed. In Munagala, an enclave of Andhra in Hyderabad state, a traditional militant agrarian base, the peasants, under the influence of the sweeping land struggle of the Telangana peasants, seized 4,000 acres of zamindari lands. The police came and opened fire, killing 2 and injuring several others. In Devi Taluka of Krishna district, the peasantry in Challapoli estate occupied thousands of acres and the Congress police rushed to the aid of the zamindar and let loose terror on the fighting peasantry. In Munagala and Challapoli estates, over 50 were kept as detainees besides the arrest of several hundreds of people. Independence and after. It was constantly dinned into the people's ears that India had now achieved independence and the condition of the people would be bettered. But the toiling masses found the real class character of this independence. The Communist Party's influence went on increasing. Municipal elections were held all over Andhra only 3 months after the Mountbatten Award. The Communist Party contested these elections. In such important towns as Biswada and Rajmundry, Communists won 1/3 of the total seats. Altogether the Communists won 36 seats all over Andhra, in half a dozen municipalities. These victories of the Communists, that, too, within 3 months of independence, made the bourgeois landlord government panicky. As it was, the sweep of the struggles of the agricultural laborers, farm servants, the working class and the peasantry during the 1 year of the Congress regime in the provinces was enough of an indication of the anti-people character of the regime of the Congress. Heroic Telangana, a constant terror to the Congress government. Another factor also added to the fear of the Congress government and later made them madder still. That was the surging peasant movement in Telangana, just across the border. Already in the 40s, Communists in Krishna district of Madras Andhra had come into contact with the disillusioned left-oriented youth in the state, Hyderabad, and ever since then, had been tirelessly working for the cause of the peasants, who were most feudally exploited and 107. Oppressed under the Nizam Deshmukh rule, they took up such immediate issues of the people as veti, illegal exactions, bribery, etc., and fought against the local Deshmukhs. When the Deshmukhs let loose gundas, people resisted and drove them back. Then the Nizam's police and military came on the scene. They began to loot the property of the people, commit arson, murder, and rape on a mass scale. In order to save their hearths and homes and their own lives from the murderous attacks, people formed into guerrilla bands and began putting up militant resistance under the political, organizational, and ideological leadership of the Communist Party. The rule of the exploiters was coming to an end. Thousands of acres of land were being confiscated and distributed and people's committees were being established. The Razakar armies were let loose on the people. People under the leadership of the Andhra Mahasabha and Communist Party began heroically resisting the Nizam regime. The Communist Party in Andhra, especially in the 4 coastal districts which were on the borders of Nalgonda and Warangal districts, served as a rear base for the Telangana fight. The party in Andhra gave a call for all-out assistance to the struggle of the Telangana people against the Nizam, to help them overthrow the feudal regime and establish Vishal Andhra. Thus, it sought to implement the election slogans of 1945 to 46, unlike the Congress whose promises evaporated into thin air. The call was responded to on a mass scale. The Communist Party, the Andhra Provincial TUC and the Kisan Sabha welcomed and organized relief for the people from Telangana who sought protection from torture, rape, and loot. The guerrilla fighters and leaders got the guidance and help they wanted. The whole movement was under the ideological, political, and organizational leadership of the Communist Party. In the whole of Andhra, a national fervour to fight and liquidate Nizam's rule and unify Andhra had been roused. With what eagerness and readiness people came forward to help their fighting brethren across the border can be understood from the single fact, that in just 3 days, in Biswada town alone, 20,000 rupees were collected for purchase of arms to the guerrillas. The communist movement and the party had become the backbone of the Telangana people's armed struggle. The play, Ma Bhumi, Our Land, depicting the life of Telangana peasants, the exploitation of Deshmukhs and Nizam, police atrocities and the people's resistance and fight for land, which was written to popularize the agrarian revolt in Telangana, played a particularly significant role in rallying the people to the assistance of Telangana. 200 squads staged this play all over Andhra, in villages as well as towns. Lakhs of people saw it, lawyers, doctors, intellectuals, scientists, congressmen, cinema stars, writers, one and all acclaimed the play as most effective. The funds collected through the staging of this play ran into a lakh of rupees. The ministers, prevailed upon by the Congress mlays, invited this drama squad and got the play staged in the Rajata Hall, Government House in Madras. They saw with their own eyes what a powerful message it was giving to the people and banned it afterwards, though praising it to the skies on the spot. Even the rabid anti-communists had to reckon with the fact that it was the communists who were really fighting the Nizam on the battlefield, while the state Congress leaders were fighting a ferocious battle in the press from luxurious hotels like the Thai in Bombay, Woodlands in Madras, etc. The whole democratic press acclaimed the communists as the real 108 fighters against the Nizam. Even as late as in January 1950, a Telugu daily, Andhra Prabha of Goenka, commenting on the refusal of the Congress government to form Andhra province, wrote, "It was the communists that first started the fight for Vishal Andhra. It seems it is under them only that the Andhra people will realize their cherished ideal of Vishal Andhra." In the course of a conversation in Biswada town, Congress leaders were being criticized by a person who desired strongly the creation of the Andhra province. The Congress leaders ridiculed him, saying that he was talking like a communist, and joked, "Wait, the communists will get you Vishal Andhra." To this, he retorted, "It is the communists that propagated the demand for Vishal Andhra in 1946, and they have taken up arms and have been fighting for it during the last 4 years, while the Congress has been promising the Andhra province for the last 40 years and refuses even that much today." While on the one hand, the Nehru Patel government stabbed in the back the fighting people of Telangana by entering into a standstill agreement with the Nizam and agreeing to supply arms to this butcher of the people, the communists were leading the people fighting in the battlefields and shedding their blood for the cause of the people, for the cause of Vishal Andhra. This placed the Communist Party in Andhra not only as the workers' and peasants' leader but also as the champion and unifier of the Andhra people. 2 years of terror rule in Andhra. It was on January 31, 1948, that the Madras Congress government launched its long-prepared offensive against the militant people's movement in Andhra and its leader, the Communist Party. The assassination of Gandhiji, and the consequent clashes between the people and the RSS gang, were only an excuse to carry out its fascist offensive. That night, the police swooped down on the office of the Prajasakti, communist daily in Biswada, the party's city committee office and the offices of the Krishna District Committee and the Andhra Provincial Committee of the party, and on the houses of many prominent communists and their sympathizers, and effected large-scale arrests. It hoped to bag the whole of the communist leadership of Andhra. An extended meeting of the provincial committee was in session then just after the provincial conference. But it failed in its objective in spite of its sudden swoop. The reason behind this swoop, the first of its kind in the whole of India, was that the Communist Party in Andhra and the militant mass movement that was led by it, and especially, the powerful people's movement in Krishna district, was the strong base of support for the Telangana people's struggle for liberation against the Nizam and his Razakar gangs. So, when the government of India entered into the standstill agreement with the Nizam, and when the Telangana Communists and the Telangana Andhra Mahasabha repudiated the standstill agreement and continued to wage the struggle with even arms in hand, the Congress got frightened. It was determined to crush and extinguish the Telangana people's struggle, so that it might not become the beacon light to the oppressed masses of the rest of India. So, while on the one hand, it was helping the Nizam by supplying arms, on the other hand, it prepared to clean up the rear base of the Telangana people's struggle in Andhra, especially in the Krishna, Guntur, and Godavari districts. 109. After the first raid on the communist and trade union offices in Biswada, the Madras government arrested 79 persons on the false charge of murdering one of the RSS men in the January 31 clashes. How false this charge was and how it was just no more than a pretext to round up the militant leadership was proved when in the above case, after 2 years of delaying the trial, during which time many of the accused were refused bail and kept in jail or under detention, ultimately only 17 were convicted for forming an unlawful assembly and sentenced to 2 to 3 months imprisonment in January 1950. The Madras government continued its preparations to liquidate the people's struggle in Krishna. It concentrated its armed police, the Malabar Special Police, in Krishna district, while the government of India was massing Gurkha and Sikh battalions to intervene against the Telangana people's struggle under the proclaimed cover of protecting the Hyderabad people against the Nizam and his Razakar gangs. In Krishna district, the people's movement in support of Telangana became intensified. The mass of agricultural labor, in more than 400 villages, were preparing for strike struggles to win their demands. Their demands were 30 bags of paddy, 8-hour day and 30 paid holidays. The peasants in the zamindari tracts refused to pay rent to zamindars and demanded that their rent be scaled down and the zamindari system be abolished. The Madras government resorted to mass raids, mass beatings, arrests, destruction of properties and utensils, burning and razing down of houses, raping and murders. The Congress Seva Dal volunteers were pressed into service along with the special armed police. The usual technique in the raids was for a force of 200 to 300 policemen to surround a village during the night, not to allow anybody to go out from the house even to answer the calls of nature, gather men and women of the village in a cattle shed and beat them, while some other batches of police entered the houses and began looting, breaking the furniture and utensils, tearing up saris, shirts and dhotias to pieces and mixing dal, rice and pickles with kerosene and urine. They burned and razed to the ground many houses, prevented cultivation of the lands of communist workers and their relatives. Agricultural labor hamlets were the special targets in these raids. These raids continued for full 3 months from May to July. Though the main concentration was in Krishna district, raids took place in Guntur, Godavari, and even Kurnool districts as they all bordered on Telangana. It was estimated that more than 1,000 villages were raided, 25,000 persons were beaten, 10,000 were arrested, including those who were let off after a day or two in police custody, 15 women were raped, those known cases where women came forward and exposed the brutalities of the police, 10 were murdered by the police and Congress Seva Dal volunteers, 500,000 rupees worth of property was destroyed. 110. In the agricultural labor hamlets, the workers were beaten and forced to shout that 15 bags of paddy per year, or 8 annas, 50 paise, per day would be enough, and that they would give up their demand for 30 bags of paddy and 1.50 rupees per day. Just one incident will show the brutality and organized murder that was carried on by the Congress Seva Dal. In Biswada, the Congress Gunda Dal organized by M. Chitta, the Biswada Congress leader, raided the offices of the city committee of the Communist Party and Trade Union and killed Durgata C. Kanakaya and Tlapilla Uppalaswamy, 2 communist cell secretaries, and beat up a number of others and destroyed the whole office. The police who were on the scene did not intervene. Later, A case was launched against some of the Gundas, but Chitta was not among the accused and all those charged were acquitted. The Biswada working class quarters were the special targets after that. Raids went on regularly in some place or other, people were arrested, tortured, and kept in remand for 15 days or more, some were detained or charge-sheeted and the rest released. All the communist municipal councillors in the whole province, about 30, were detained. The workers in Rajmundry, Ellora, Guntukul, Bitragunta came out on repeated protest strikes against the arrests of their leaders and faced brutal levy charges. The same vandalism and terror were rampant in the Rajola Taluk of East Godavari district. Here, the lands of agricultural laborers were forcibly auctioned and bought up by the rich landowners. The agricultural workers were terrorized and beaten to accept 8 annas as wages. Landlords like Lingumurthurayu owning 1,250 acres of deltaic irrigated land and Balabulia owning 5,000 acres were the leaders and instigators of police raids in this taluka. In spite of this terrific repression, August 15, 1948 was celebrated in hundreds of villages, denouncing the Congress government for compromising with British imperialism on the question of full independence, and demanding stopping of military and Razakar atrocity in Telangana villages, and pledging full support to the Telangana fighters in the struggle for liberation against the Nizam. And the people, in spite of the terror, began to fight for their demands. Agricultural workers in Krishna district in about 90 villages went on strike or prepared themselves for strike and won wage increases of 3 to 5 bags of paddy. In Guntur district, in about 70 villages, and in Nellore in about 20 villages, they went on strikes and won their demands. In East Godavari district, in Rajola and Ramchandrapuram talukas, agricultural workers struck work and won wage increases. In Pithapuram Taluka of East Godavari, during the replanting season, agricultural laborers in a few villages won from 2 rupees to 3 rupees per day. The movement for higher wages and holidays spread to the Rayalaseema districts, Cuttapah and Anantapur. In West Godavari, Nellore, Cuttapah and Anantapur districts, Banzar lands, waste lands, to the extent of hundreds of acres were occupied by agricultural laborers and poor peasants. The rising people's struggles for their demands, along with their resistance to the police, landlord, and Congress Sevadal terror made the government even more panicky and it resorted to more and more mad repression. 111. While this rule of fascist terror continued, with its public safety, disorders, act in operation which practically amounted to martial law in wide areas, district board elections were conducted. The Communist Party set up its candidates wherever it was possible and fought the Congress candidates. The results of the elections showed that the Congress government was fast losing hold on the people, and the Communist Party was winning the masses in Andhra, in spite of 18 months of systematic police gundaraj. The Congress bourgeois landlord government panicked and banned the Communist Party in Madras province, the Provincial Kisan Sabha, the Andhra Provincial Agricultural Labour Association, the Andhra Provincial Youth Federation and all strong TUS in the province. The government sent orders to all the heads of high schools and colleges in the province to drive out all communist-minded students and their sympathizers from the educational institutions. Anything in the nature of civil liberty was totally absent in the areas where the militant people's movements existed. In a word, these areas were declared disturbed areas with orders to the police to shoot at sight anybody whom they suspected as communists. The couriers, pilots, contacts, shelter keepers, etc., who accidentally fell into the hands of the police were suspected to sadistic torture like thrusting pins under fingernails, hanging them upside down and all sorts of devilish brutalities. Destruction of properties, houses, furniture, including utensils, and open loot of every valuable went on a mass scale. In a number of villages in Andhra, there were dozens of families who were driven away from their homes and fields. The properties of underground comrades were confiscated and put to open auction. But nobody was prepared to buy them, nor for that matter, dare to do so because even the Congress bullies knew that it would be playing with fire. In Krishna district, in Gudivada and Gunnavaram in Divi Taluka, they raided villages. In Ilamaru and Katar villages, they gathered men and women, beat the menfolk and stripped them naked. They tried to strip the women naked also, but the women resisted. Later they marched the naked men followed by women, in a procession through the street. In Elamara village, they made the naked persons prostrate before Mahatma Gandhi's statue. This was the Congress Raj's latest homage to their Mahatmaji. Similarly, nude processions were conducted by the Congress police in some other villages like Padamkutavi, Pamalanka, etc. In the village of Elamara, Comrade Davidu, an old agricultural labor leader, was beaten because he refused to say Congress Ki Jai. He kept shouting, Communist Party Ki Jai, till he fell unconscious. He was felled by innumerable lathy blows, he was arrested and later released on bail. Once again, in another raid, he was caught and beaten and left as dead. But he survived, got the red flag brought to him and saluted him. Everybody who was arrested in DV Taluka was severely beaten. Dasari Venkateshwar Rao got 300 blows and Nagbhushnam 100 lathy blows. It had become the regular practice of the police to arrest people and keep them in police camps for days together without producing them before magistrates, subjecting them to beatings. 112. And tortures to force them to confess. Mandava Venkateshwar Rao, DV Taluka, Krishna district, was beaten to death in the Padamkutavi police camp by the police and Congress Gundas. Comrade M. Sitharamayya, secretary of the DV Taluka Committee of the Communist Party, was repeatedly beaten by the special SID inspector in Masulapatam but not a word come out from him. He was threatened that he would be shot dead. His brother Narsia, a student worker in Biswada, was arrested in mid-December and was kept for more than a month in a special camp of the DSP, Palani Uppan, and along with 10 others was tortured. No news of him was given even to his wife or nearest relatives. Mandava Kodeshwar Rao of Amudalanka, who was charge-sheeted in the case of killing Venkatanarayana, was released on bail. But when he was going to the court, Congress Gundas pounced upon him outside the village and beat him to death. The police forced open the room of a newlywed Harijan couple, Prakash Rao and Sarojini in DV Taluka, and opening fire wounded them both. Molesting women become a regular practice of the police and Congress Seva Dal members. Throwing the women out with their children at dead of night and burning their houses was another common practice. In Nepali, Krishna district, Kodali Chidama, who had given birth to her child only a fortnight before, was beaten and dragged out of her house at night along with her children and the house as set on fire. All the household utensils and the food grains stored in it were also burnt down. In Veervasram, Bhimavram Taluka, West Godavari district, the wife of Comrade Uttaraja Ramam, district secretary, was beaten. Her 3-year-old son was also beaten. Then they were threatened that they would be thrown out of the house because Comrade Ramam, when arrested, got out of their clutches with the help of the people. Much worse things happened, too. In the village of Viswanathapalli, in DV Taluka of Krishna district, Congress Seva Dal Gundas raped half a dozen women. The village Munsif of Yeditha of Ramachandrapur Taluk, East Godavari, got a woman raped by 6 of his Gundas in his very presence and then thrust a bamboo into her genitals. And yet when this fascist was killed by the people, the Congress government raised a hue and cry, foisted a case, sentencing 4 to be hanged and 11 to transportation to life. The police opened fire on an agricultural labor procession Japuti, Bapala Taluka, Guntur district, killing 1 and wounding several. They announced to the press that they had to do so because villagers obstructed them from arresting Comrade Chennareddy, the village communist leader. 113. In Petapasapula village of Jamalamatugu Taluka in Cuttapah district, again, the police opened fire on the people killing Kandirddi. Here, too, the people surrounded the police and set free Comrade Eshvar Reddy, the district communist leader, from the hands of the police. In the village of Chimalavigupalli in Anantapur district, the police opened fire on the agricultural workers because they had been on strike. 3 people were killed. And the government did not stop with these atrocities. In Kudlore jail, where Andhra detainees were detained, it opened fire on the detainees, killing 4 comrades, including Comrade Animarlaputi Sithma Ramrao, Krishna district Kisan leader. He was shot at point-blank range by the jail constables after he fell flat, with the gun held directly above him. The reason for this repeated firing on the Kudlore detainees was that they demanded, among other things, no segregation from the rest of the detainees, interviews with their wives and close relatives, allowance for their families, all Kisan and worker prisoners to be treated as politicals and given special class, improved facilities and bettering of conditions of the ordinary convicts and transfer to their own district jails. They demanded that they be tried or released. Apart from 4 killed, nearly 100 received gunshot injuries or severe injuries from lethal blows. In Salem jail, they opened fire, killed 22 communist prisoners, all of them belonging to Kerala, and injured more than 100 belonging to all regions of Madras state. To terrorize the people, the Madras government had adopted the same practice that the Indian government's armed forces were following in Telangana, viz., shooting dead the captured leaders of the people. The Madras government and the government of India were flabbergasted with the continued resistance of the communists and of the people's movement both in the coastal districts as well as in the Nalgonda, Khammam, and Warangal districts in Telangana. Frequent conferences of the police chiefs of Madras, Hyderabad, and the government of India were held, plans were drawn up, which they announced would liquidate the communists to a man in no time. Thus, the years 1949 and 1950 saw a new pitch of intensified terror of mass raids, beatings, lootings, rapings and shootings of important people's leaders and communist leaders after their arrest, and these murders were announced to the press as shot dead in encounter with the police. People fight back. The party during the whole of 1948 was calling upon the party ranks and the people to bravely face the police attacks, not to leave the villages but assert their right to demonstrate and right to hoist red flags and fight back the police brutalities with whatever weapon they could lay their hands on. But the police came in hundreds and this call of frontal resistance reduced itself to militant satyagraha with backs and bones of our comrades broken and a number of important cadres arrested. 114. The people and the party ranks were fed up with this form of resistance. In Juputi village in Guntur district, they organized themselves into squads, retreated into neighboring villages when the police came in large numbers, but the moment they went away, came back and attacked the landlords and their agents. This ding-dong battle continued for more than a year. In Devahigudam, Krishna district, the local cadre adopted similar tactics. It was in November 1948, in Pedamutavi village in Devi Taluka Krishna district, which was the worst target of Congress police brutalities, that the comrades mobilized themselves and entered the village, dragged out of their beds the landlords and their agents who were terrorizing the whole neighborhood, and gave them a good thrashing. People's reaction was, how long could the communists keep mum in the face of the torture they were being subjected to? They have decided to fight back. This was the thought in everybody's mind. A joint conference of Madras and Hyderabad police officials assisted by Central Intelligence officials took place. Open announcements were made that within a month or two, no communist would be allowed to exist in the coastal districts and the same methods as in Telangana would be adopted. That meant that they could shoot any communist they could lay hands on. The Congress Sevadal and the landlords in villages were being armed and there was open talk in Congress offices that the communists would be taught a lesson. It was under these conditions that in July 1949, the party gave the call a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, to fight back the landlord police terror that had been going on for so long. The Andhra State Committee of the party was opposed during the whole of 1948 to resort to arms in the Andhra area, as the people there had not yet developed to the stage of waging a struggle for land and defending it by arms as in Telangana. It also argued that the political economic situation in the Andhra area under Congress regime was entirely different from that prevailing in Telangana under the Nizam. But it yielded to this demand from the lower ranks and from the Telangana comrades to take up arms, and develop guerrilla movement to help the Telangana movement as well. But it was soon found that there was no mass participation and fighting as in Telangana, only squad actions, which were easily suppressed by brutal violence by the Congress regime. The party later come to the conclusion that these tactics were wrong and caused the party great loss and damage, though by its brave fight against terror and immense sacrifices, it gained the respect of the toiling people and middle classes. The party at the time was still thinking that it was possible for the exposed leadership and ranks to function from neighboring areas by taking up some profession as cover and eking out a living. It was a costly mistake to have entertained such ideas when the people there were not participating and not ready to fight back the armed forces of the government actively and protect the Qatars. We should have withdrawn to our Telangana bases in the forests and mountainous territory or a strong safe area, most of the exposed Qatars and squads, and continued the work in 115. The old areas with entirely unexposed Qatars. This bitter lesson the party learned only after a few months of severe losses of Qatar and party leaders during March-June 1950. The government was ready with its plans to deal a heavy blow to the party and the mass movement in the coastal districts. It was ready with increased police camps and with orders to shoot and kill any communist leader and guerrilla and squad member who fell into their hands. During the year 1950, the coastal districts of Andhra were the scene of heroic struggle of the people, with people's resistance actions against the landlords and their agents on the one hand, and the mass butchery of the Congress government to drown in blood the people's fight on the other. People's actions in Andhra. In Krishna district, in Devi Taluka, in the village Vilavalu, Gunda leader Basavaya destroyed property worth 50,000 rupees, collected a fine of 25,000 rupees and stole hens and ducks. He enforced the wage rate of 8 annas, 50 paise, when the normal rate was 1.50 rupees. His Gunda camp was raided by the people and he was beaten and crippled forever, and 2 of his lieutenants were killed. In Katar village of Gannavaram Taluka, Ramalingaya was a home guard, a Gunda, a landlord agent and an informer. His name was associated with all the loot, arson, attempts at raping, all other atrocities committed on the people during 1948-49. Tens of villages were raided under his leadership. A special police camp was opened in Katar village. Men and women who passed that way were caught and belabored. This scoundrel used to jump over the compound walls into the homeyards when women were taking their baths. He was presented with a revolver by the government. But he was killed right in the village, with the armed police camp in the vicinity. In buses, coffee houses, trains the talk went round, but not a word of sympathy for him was heard. People who saw the corpse at Vuyur bus stand on the way to Maysula hospital for post-mortem were heard saying, "He did such atrocious things and has got the punishment for it." In Gannavaram Taluka, right on the main Biswada Maysula road, in the village Chinnavogarala, 2 hated landlords were killed, right in front of the police camp, and their guns were seized. The police in Kankipadu station, just 10 miles away, locked themselves up and did not dare move out, in spite of frantic knocking at the door by the local landlords to come out and give them protection. Their reply was that they had to guard their station, and after all, we too have our families and children and our lives are dear to us. In Tiruvar Taluka, Krishna district, in December 1949, and again, in March 1950, people raided 20 villages and confiscated gold and guns from the landlords and killed a few of them, with the help of Telangana guerrillas. In East Godavari district, in Rajola Taluka, Lingamurthurayu, a big landlord, who usurped 1,200 acres of temple land fertile deltaic soil, along with a few other big landlords, organized some guards and instituted a reign of terror. These Gunda landlords tried to seize the crops on Lanka lands. The government forcibly took over these lands that were being cultivated. 116. By agricultural laborers for 20 to 30 years and auctioned them to these landlords. Women and men led by the party fought many a glorious struggle and saved their crops on the fields. Again and again, agricultural laborers went on strike struggles for higher wages. Women were in the forefront. They too got training in self-defense. When the husbands of some wanted to prevent them, the reply these brave women gave was, "You cannot save our honor or life. Yet you try to obstruct us from taking training to defend ourselves." Women acted as couriers, kept watch on police movements and conveyed information to party leaders and protected them from the police. After months of undergoing regular torture, agricultural laborers and poor peasants began to retaliate. 20 of Linggamurtya's Gundas were beaten to pulp. Some of them were maimed for life. One Gunda who used to participate in raids all day, used to come at night and boast before his wife, "I have kicked men all day and my legs are aching. Come and foment my legs with hot water." The people broke his legs for good. In Edida, in Ramachandrapur Taluka, East Godavari district, the village Munsif got the police to repeatedly raid the agricultural labor and poor peasant hamlets in all the neighboring villages. Their huts were burnt. Some Harijan women were raped on his orders in his very presence by 10 of his Gundas. The people killed him, avenging the atrocities he had committed. In West Godavari district, one Subarayadu of Vemavaram village, Narsapur Taluka, who brought the police to raid agricultural labor quarters 27 times within a period of 1 year, was killed by the people. In Korakola village, Bhimavaram Taluka, West Godavari district, the district party secretary was rescued by the villagers from police hands. The police camped there and destroyed houses and forced many peasants to leave their villages. The village Munsif of Kanchamaru used to aid the police in these atrocities. The people burnt down his house and property and warned him and his family not to indulge in any more atrocities on the people, otherwise, next time, the consequences would be much more severe. In Guntur district, in Velura village of Narasaropada Taluka, the agricultural laborers with the help of the poor and middle peasants, began to fight for higher wages. They were subjected to innumerable raids. Their houses were destroyed. The agricultural laborers retaliated and destroyed the tobacco crops of the hated landlords. The landlords immediately bowed down, pleaded for terms. The landlords were forced to make good all the losses suffered by the villagers. All the cases against the villagers were to be withdrawn. The police camp was to be removed from the village. The landlords complied with all these terms. But they were biding their time. The moment they harvested their crop and sold it, they got back the police and mass shootings started in Guntur district. In the 2 months of April and May, nearly 70 persons were arrested and shot dead by the Congress armed police, 15 of them in the neighborhood of Velura village, including the leader of the area, Comrade Danda Narayanaswamy. Telangana guerrilla squads helped the people to raid the Achampat police station. They shot dead 2 constables, took possession of 70 guns. This was the first major action against a police station by guerrillas in the coastal districts. This action was followed by other actions in 117. About 15 villages where the hated landlords were killed by the guerrillas. Most of these actions took place in the border talukas of Guntur Palnat Satanapalli. The Telangana guerrillas made the forests nearby their base of operations. Telangana guerrilla squads aided their colleagues from Andhra area to operate throughout the whole forest region of Nalamla covering Kurnool and Guntur districts on the banks of the Krishna River. In the whole of Andhra, in about 100 villages, people attacked landlords or their agents, killed some of them, destroyed property of some others and seized guns from them. It had been the common practice in every raid to burn all the debt and mortgage bonds of the hated landlords. This fact was announced to the villagers by leaflets and they were asked not to rewrite the bonds or pay their debts. The landlords concerned were threatened with dire consequences if they tried to collect the debts with the help of the police. In many villages, the agricultural labor and the poor raided landlords' granaries and distributed the grain. In a number of other villages, the paddy crop was cut and taken away. The people hated the landlords and police agents. They helped to destroy the enemy properties. The villagers, especially agricultural laborers and poor peasants, gave shelter to party leaders and cadres at great risk to their life and property. They guarded and sheltered them as their own sons. In Antarvitapalam, East Godavari district, when a group of 20 villages was surrounded by 3,000 armed police and Congress home guards, not one single party comrade was caught. The people saved them all, though for 1 full week, the police went on arresting and beating every male in that whole area. It was the agricultural labor women that came forward to act as couriers. In spite of this white terror, hundreds of party members and tens of organizers continued to live in the villages. This was possible only because of the tremendous cooperation of the people and especially the agricultural labor and poor peasants. All the poorer classes considered that the Communist Party was their party. They believed that only under a people's government headed by the Communist Party would their sufferings come to an end. In the talukas bordering Telangana, they were eagerly awaiting the communist guerrillas to come and distribute the land. Even in far-off Cuttapah, where in a few villages the agricultural laborers and poor peasants occupied wastelands under Communist Party leadership, the talk went round that Nalgonda communists had come and were distributing the land. In Palnad Taluka, Guntur district, when squads were going through new areas where no movement had ever existed, poor peasants approached the squads and asked them to drive away the landlords and agroharamdars and rid them of this feudal pest. The moment the guerrillas began to raid the hated landlords' houses and the police station and seize arms, the enemy became terror-stricken. The hated landlords, the money lenders began to leave the villages and flee to the towns. This was a very common feature in many villages of Krishna and Guntur and the two Godavari districts. The remaining Gundas in the village slept together at a place, guns by their side and with sentries posted all night, changing their places frequently. 118. With the raid on the police station of Achampeta, the confusion and terror of the enemy increased by leaps and bounds. The communists captured 70 guns. How can we live now? This was what Sri N. G. Ranga exclaimed. This same Congress leader who had demanded that the communists must be hunted down and wiped out by declaring martial law, did not dare move out without a police lorry to protect him on his tours in Guntur district. Vallabhbhai Patel, the Congress leader of fascist terror in India, had to admit in Parliament in Delhi that the people of Andhra are not cooperating with them in suppressing the communists. Mass butchery by the government. Comrade Chintapalli Paparao, Krishna District Secretariat member of the party, was arrested in Surampalli village in Gannavaram Taluka in October 1959, on Deepavali Day by Palani Appan, the special DSP in Krishna. This scoundrel demanded from Paparao his resignation from the party. Paparao spat on him and shouted, "Communist Party Zindabad." Palani Appan shot at his tied arms and once again demanded his resignation. Paparao shouted back, "You cur, had I got information of your raid just half an hour before, I would have seen your blood." He was shot in the thigh and he fell down, but he refused for the third time to give up his party. He died with the victory cry, "Communist Party Zindabad" on his lips when the third shot pierced his heart. Thousands of people gathered at Gannavaram Hospital in spite of police terror to have a last glimpse of their beloved leader. Nobody believed the Congress communique that the police officer shot him dead as he was about to stab the officer. Comrade Mrityanjoyudu, West Godavari District Secretariat member, was arrested in a house in Rajmundry, taken to the outskirts of the town near the present paper mills, and shot dead. The news was given out that he died in a clash and the rest of his colleagues managed to escape. May 16, 1950. Devarakanda Subbarao, leader of Pendayalakanar peasant struggle and district committee member of Godavari, was arrested from Nidadavalu and was immediately shot dead on the canal bund. Comrades Naranjanayulu, Padala Subbarao, Edpaganti Pernakandrarao, West Godavari district secretariat members, were arrested in various dens, secret houses where underground comrades lived, and were shot dead in cold blood. Comrades Kaladindi Suryanarayanarayu, Tunakutalaka leader, Riyaparaju, A. Ramraju, Narsapura leaders, were arrested and shot dead. May 28, 1950. Nadella Venkat Krishnaya, DV area committee member, was arrested in Ellur Den and shot dead on the spot. Yelamanchili Venkateshwar Rao, another area committee member, was arrested from a Madras city den, brought to DV Taluka and shot dead along with Dusari Nugbushnam of DV Taluka. This was in July or August 1950. Comrades Klasani Jagannath Rao, secretary of the DV area committee, one of the founder members of the Communist Party in Krishna district, was arrested in Rayaguda in Orissa province along with B.H. Ramarao and Tattanpudi Narayana Rao, and comrade Sitaramaya on November 16, 1950. They were taken to DV Talaka and were shot dead. The story given out by the government was that they were shot dead in an encounter. 119. Comrade Challapalli Narayana Rao, the beloved communist leader of agricultural laborers of DV Talaka and Krishna district along with comrade Gajanani Tataya, another DV leader, was arrested at V. Kothapalli and both were shot dead. Comrade Satya Prasad, Gannavaram area committee member, was arrested at Nandayal in Kurnool district and was taken back to his village and shot dead along with 3 other communist cadre arrested at different places. Katragadachan Venkatrayudu, the hero of many a people's action, especially the lightning attack on Chinnavagarala, and his companion, comrade Kadi Yelo Narayana Rao, both of whom had reorganized the Gannavaram area party, were traced to a Biswada den and were arrested and shot dead in the first week of December 1950. Comrades Ed Pungunti Subbarao, Pathurai Narasimha Rao, Konaru Malakari Unarao were arrested at Bhimavaram and were shot dead. They were betrayed by the renegade and traitor, Potluru Sundaram. Comrades Chelsani Rajagopal Rao of Nuzvid Talaka, Alurai Purnakandra Rao and Matayardi Satyanarayana, Gudivada area leaders of Krishna district, were arrested and shot dead. Most of the Munagala party leaders, comrades Vangali Papaya, Gadagopala Krishnaya and others were shot dead. Comrades Kandikatla Nugbushanam, East Godavari district secretariat member, who was arrested in the then French territory of Yanam in the last week of September 1950, was extradited and the next day, was shot dead. The story given out was that he tried to escape while at morning ablutions. Comrades P. Anantam and Chintam Satyanarayana Das, the other 2 members of the East Godavari district secretariat, were also arrested in a village near Sama Lkot and were shot dead there itself, tied to a tree. Chalasani Srinivasa Rao, a member of the Andhra Student Fraction Committee, was arrested in a Maisula den and later shot dead. Kanchan Rao, a student in Biswada, was arrested as he was coming out of the examination hall and was shot dead. Ravi Bhima Rao, a student from DV Talaka, studying in Guntur College, was arrested, then taken to DV Talaka and shot dead. Comrade Bellam Shubhanadri, Biswada labor leader, was arrested and was shot dead. These and many other names were not even announced in the press by the government. Comrades Kusturi Kutumbarao, Secretary, Andhra Handloom Weavers Association, Chivyukula Seshasastari, Bapatla Town Party Leader, M. Lakshminarayana, District Teachers Federation Secretary, Dando Narayanaswamy, Narsaropat Talaka Party Leader, Dusari Subbayya, Rapal Talaka Leader, Mullikarjun Sarma, Guntur District Agricultural Labor Leader, Madala Kotaya and Narasaya of Ongole Talaka were all arrested and were cold-bloodedly shot dead. 120. One of the death-defying stories comes from the town of Bapatla. Here there was an underground den of the Tenali Area Committee. Kantamanani Venkataratnam, the area committee member, was staying there with comrade Mochari Venkatratnam's family, his wife, and her 2-year-old baby. The police surrounded the house. Comrade Venkataratnam refused to surrender. He wanted to fight the marauding police and teach them a lesson. He asked the Mochari family to go by the back door while he covered the police with his fire. They refused to leave their leader alone. A gun battle developed. The police inspector was felled, later he died. The police could not overcome the resistance, so they set fire to the house with petrol. Comrade Kantamanani Venkataratnam and his den keeper, Mochari Venkataratnam and his 2-year-old baby in the hands of the mother, died of gunshots. Jankiamma, of Ramapuram village in Palnad Talaka, because she had been giving shelter to Telangana guerrillas, was molested and tortured and shot dead. Besides her, all other cadre of the area were shot dead. The excuse was that they aided the Telangana guerrillas who had raided a Champita police station and killed notorious police agents like the village Karanam of Ramapuram. The government adopted a policy of hoodwinking the underground comrades. It announced that Potluru Sundaram and Telekipalai Krishnamurti were shot dead in an encounter, when in reality, after their arrests, they became government agents and led the police to arrest a large number of underground comrades. Potluru Sundaram betrayed Comrade Edpuganti Subbarao and his colleagues in Bhimavaram, Tumalapalli Gopaya and his companions in Doulaswaram, whom the police arrested and shot. This Sundaram got lands from the police at various places and became a Congress leader carrying on his nefarious activities. Telekipalai Krishnamurti was sent with police escort to entice the Telangana guerrillas and Guntur comrades who were with them in Nalamla Krishna forests, but the guerrillas shot him dead. In a separate appendix, we are giving a list of the comrades shot dead during the years of Congress regime in the districts of Andhra area, the martyrs' roll coming to about 300. Here below are some press statements about the naked police zolam in Andhra that appeared at that time. Some statements on repression in Andhra. Sri Vemula Kurmaya, former Congress Minister for Harijan Uplift, member, Madras Legislative Assembly, issued a statement on the shameless police atrocities in the village of Yellamaru, an extract from which is given here under. Before daybreak on July 14, 1949, 200 MSP raided the village of Yellamaru. They surrounded the village and did not allow anybody to leave. After daybreak, they gathered the villagers in 3 batches in the local high school compound. They stripped them naked and each was given 10 stripes. Then, they forced the villagers to parade throughout the village, in their nakedness. When some tried to hide their shame with their hands, they were beaten again. Some 121 of them were made to lie prostrate before Gandhi's statue and were given more blows. Even after this, the clothes were not returned but they were asked to go home and appear before their womenfolk naked and to come back attired in new clothes. Both untouchables and touchables were among the people who were subjected to this atrocious humiliation and beating. All the women in the Harijan colony were made to stand in the maiden and were beaten. The menfolk in their nakedness were asked to go to them and each to bring his wife. One was ordered to strip naked his wife who was 16 years old. He refused. They threatened the woman and asked her to strip herself naked. She refused and replied, "You may kill me but I will never debase myself." Thereupon a policeman was about to strip her naked, when the village munsif prevented him, warning that it would lead to trouble. After this, the women were beaten again, and were allowed to go home. In all the villages of the district, the people are asking about these village atrocities, which they say, are worse than Punjab atrocities perpetrated by the British imperialists in 1919. I want the Premier and the Telugu ministers to tour these villages in the district which are subjected to police raids and vouchsafe peace and protection for the people. Otherwise, the people may revolt in sheer exasperation. Andhra Prabha, July 23, 1946. Sri Ilingaya, President of the Gudivada Taluka Congress Committee, and Sri B. Visweswar Rao, member of the Working Committee of the APCC, jointly issued the following statement to the press. Police have surrounded the village on 14th morning. Then they gathered all the villagers including a few communists at a place. They were stripped naked, lathily charged, paraded in the streets in nakedness, and were made to prostrate before Gandhiji's statue. We feel that no democratic government can tolerate these shameless and uncivilized atrocities. They have maligned the pious and high ideals of Gandhiji by making naked people prostrate before Gandhi's statue. It is absolutely necessary that a just inquiry is made about these atrocious deeds. Sri Yenigala Venkatramaya, Presidiate of the Yellamaru Village Congress Committee, in a statement said, "There was a raid on our village on 14th of this month. This kind of raids is one of the important items in the constructive program of the government. The communists may be arrested, but even some village elders and some congressmen were stripped of their clothes and beaten. This is a permanent blot on the history of the Congress. By doing so, people lose their sympathies and confidence in the Congress and develop hatred towards it. This makes the existence of Congress committees in villages impossible. Andhra Prabha, July 26, 1949. 122. Sri A. Chakradhar, Secretary of the Andhra Socialist Party, in a letter to the editor of the Andhra Prabha dated July 22, 1949, said, 300 police have raided the village of Katur, Gannavaram Taluka, Krishna district on the 16th of this month. All men in the village, irrespective of their creed, were cruelly laid charged. Women were abused. About 400 men were stripped of their clothes and paraded on the streets in nakedness. Some women were also among them. But they were not made naked. Are these the measures police have to adopt under Congress rule? It is natural that a critical situation arises in the country if Congress leaders and officials keep quiet. And congressmen can be held responsible for such a critical situation. I request that the Madras government orders a non-official inquiry into the incident and takes sufficient precautions that such incidents do not occur in future. Andhra Prabha, July 24, 1949. Andhra Prabha, leading Telugu daily of Andhra, in its editorial dated July 26, 1949, wrote, uncivilized, atrocious, unspeakable, these may be very strong words, but even these words are not sufficient to describe the barbarous raids by police in Krishna district. The some gruesome and sordid story from every village, gather all people, indiscriminately beat them, strip some of them of their clothes, parade those people in the streets in nakedness. By doing such things, it does not result in suppressing the communists, but only creates hatred against the Congress. Loyalty towards the Congress does not increase but only makes the people think that British Raj is better. In their efforts to suppress the communists in Krishna district, civil liberties are not only infringed but a situation is created when people have to feel shame for being born as people of India. Besides stopping such atrocities, the officials responsible should be punished. We came to know that Sri Madhav Menon, Minister of Law, has brushed off these incidents as communist propaganda. It is not correct. Those who have written letters to our office are all congressmen and they wrote only after personally visiting the villages and after inquiry. ****. 123. The repression was so brutal, atrocious, and wanton that the very Congress leaders who themselves brought and organized police raids on villages, were forced to issue statements in the press condemning it, seeing the anger of the people. Marupilla Chitta, Krishna district Congress leader, who got 2 communists killed in Biswada, said, Sevadals, Congress volunteer squads, are being fed with the money looted during the raids in the villages. Drunkards, habitual convicts, have become village Congress leaders. Loot, burning of houses, murders are being committed. Andhra Patrika, April 21. N. Venkatramana, a congressman and president of the Repolla Panchayat Board, Guntur district, said, 60 MSP men are camping in Repolla Board School. Since they come, people are terrified to go that way. Recently, a policeman went and asked a trader the cost of a soap. He was told it costs 51 half annas. The policeman angrily remarked, for us, the same price, and went away. They come in the evening, beat him black and blue, and took him away to their camp. One day, when a shepherd come to the high school ground to graze his sheep, police forcibly caught 2 sheep and ate them. Recently, a Lambadi woman, a tribal woman, came into the village to buy some salt. The police caught hold of her, took her to the camp and many of them raped her cruelly. When she fell unconscious, she was left near the railway station of Repolla. In the same way, another woman who was going to her village, after seeing a picture, was caught hold of and raped. Andhra Prabha, May 22, 1950. Gajanani Lakshmi Narayana, a rabid anti-communist Congress leader and brother of N.G. Ranga, APCC president, said, in the night of July 26, 1950, the sub-inspector of police of Firangipuram, with some constables, raided Nujarupadu village. In every house, cots, pickle jars, cement water tubs, brass utensils, etc., were smashed and littered all over. 6 or 7 castor oil tins of some traders were opened and the oil emptied onto the ground. K. Lakshminarayana, who was a victim of police atrocities, said to me. At 4 p.m. police came. They asked, "You son of a bitch, are you a communist leader?" So asking, I was beaten heavily. I fell unconscious. They spoiled all the foodstuffs and other things in my house, looted all the money, and went away. Doors and cots were broken. The police went to T. Abel Reddy's house. He and his wife, seeing the police atrocities, went to another house for shelter. Police entered his house, damaged the house, smashed tars, brass utensils, cots, almiras, etc. U. Pichayardi was beaten with the butt end of guns and lathes. His property was destroyed. He was arrested and was being taken to Subbareddy's house. This Subbareddy is the biggest landlord and was the initiator of these raids. Meanwhile, Subbareddy came that way. 124. The police officer asked Subbareddy whether he was satisfied. He replied, "No, not yet. Some more people should be made to sit in a row and beaten, ****. The Satanapalli Congress Committee, Narsaropat Municipality, Tunuka Congress Committee and a host of others issued statements condemning this repression. Mr. C.Y. Rajagopalachari, Secretary of the Civil Liberties Union, Madras, in a special report to its general body said, 7 peasants were forcibly taken by the armed special police from the villages of Kodur, Velvadam, and Ganapavaram and they were alleged to have been shot dead in Buchayardapalam near Milavaram. Chalapoli Narayanarao and Tashia, who were hiding in the vicinity of Kothapalam, were captured by the men belonging to the party of landed aristocrats and handed over to the police party headed by the circle inspector, Avnigudda. They were shot dead. This incident was also reported as an encounter between the police and the communists. But later on, it was reported that a reward was distributed to the men, who captured them both. Venkateshwar Rao of Muva village was captured by the men belonging to the party of the landed aristocrats and beaten to death at Pedamutavi police station. His maternal uncle was silenced by promises and threats. Venkateshwar Rao's dead body was sent to Masulapadam for post-mortem examination. The district medical officer had issued a post-mortem certificate saying that it was a clear case of murder. No action was taken by the police to book the culprits because the victim was a communist. 4 dead bodies were brought by the police to this village, and they reported to the magistrate that there was an encounter. The place from where the so-called communists opened fire was marshy land. No trace of watery mud was found in the dead bodies nor even on their legs. Jasti Raghavaya and Mukamala Rao, who are standing trial before the special second-class magistrate, Vijayawada, were on bail. They were regularly attending every hearing. One night, they were taken away by the special police from their respective houses to an unknown destination, and were shot dead. The sureties reported to the magistrate that the accused were taken by the police. The sub-magistrate passed orders forfeiting the surety bonds for 1,000 rupees and 800 rupees respectively. Mr. Krambai, the former deputy district magistrate of Kisna, had to resign out of sheer disgust. It would appear that he had several reports questioning the correctness of the alleged encounters reported to have taken place between the communists and the special police force. Crossroads, September 8, 1950. 125. Sri Yelamanchili Nagbhushanam, former public prosecutor, in his presidential speech to the conference of the Madras Civil Liberties Union, on June 25, 1950, said, "The situation has deteriorated to an unimaginable extent. Our freedom and our independence are at the mercy of local leaders and of those who have political power in their hands." Section 5 of the Madras Suppression of Disorder Act, 1948, is proving a terror to one and all. A police officer can open fire on any number of persons. Nobody can raise his voice. The police officer was given protection vide another section. Powers of discretion to shoot were vested in the police officers. This act places the lives of the common people in the hands of police officers. Such powers have made some police officers follow in the footsteps of Dyer. The incidents of the days of General Dyer are still in the memories of the people. Those who come out as leaders in those days are today in power, and they have given the power to shoot and kill anybody to the police officers. This is atrocious. Our daily press is publishing news to the effect that a clash took place between communists and the police, that police have shot dead some communist subversive elements. As you go on reading such news items, you will come to know the truth behind them. In some cases, rumors are published in the press that Communist Party sympathizers and suspects are taken to unknown and undetectable places and shot dead. I am constrained to believe that those in power are creating such a serious situation, in order to entrench themselves in power for long. Such was the ghastly murder rule of the Congress. And yet, Sardar Patel, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Indian Union, had then made a lying attack on the Communist Party and attributed to it murders, arson, loot. The capable Sardar could do it and put it to the kept press, for mal-propaganda, only after he had ordered the closure of the democratic press and gagged all the people's voices, only after banning the Communist Party and all mass organizations, and only after he had clamped down his rule of fascist terror and medieval barbarous regime. 126. Part 2. Chapter I. Entry of Indian Army and immediately after. 1. On the eve of the Indian Army intervention. By the middle of 1948, all the developments pointed to the possibility of the Indian government intervening in Hyderabad to force the Nizam to accede to the Indian Union and to suppress the spreading Telangana peasant movement. The question arose as to what we should do with regard to this problem. We were sure that after the Indian Army intervention, Hyderabad state would be forced to accede to India, and the Razakar terror would end, but at the same time, a terrific attack on our party and Sangam and on the Telangana movement would be made, to liquidate it. We had a foretaste of it in the way the Congress government had been attacking and suppressing our party in the Andhra area. So, should we continue the armed struggle against Nehru's armies and its attack on the Telangana peasants to snatch away all the gains? Or should we withdraw armed struggle and try to adopt normal legal forms of agitation and struggles, to win partial demands and retain partially the achievements of the Telangana peasants, such as no evictions, no forced labor or exact ions, pata rights for wastelands that were being cultivated, and confine ourselves to agitation and mass mobilization for agrarian legislation, for ceilings, rent reduction, and for civil liberties, elected local bodies, elected ministry for the state, etc. But if we withdrew the struggle unconditionally, and immediately after intervention, would the Indian government declare amnesty and not persecute thousands of guerrilla squads and cadre and members of the party and Sangam, who had carried on confiscation of land and properties of the big land warlords, their agents, Nizam's police, and Razakars? Would it leave in the possession of the peasants the lands they had seized and cultivated? We were sure that it would not, and if that was so, would not the peasants resist such attempts at seizure, and if we did not stand by them and defend them even with arms as we did in the past, would they not consider us as betraying them? But if we decided in favor of carrying on the armed struggle, our squads would be no match to and could not stand at all in the field before the well-trained, disciplined Indian army with its high morale. Further, the rich peasants, small capitalists, and liberal landlords and quite a section of others who were with our struggle against the Nizam would definitely go over to the side of the Indian government at that stage, as these sections had great hopes that the government of independent India under Nehru would fulfill their aspirations for economic betterment. With no working class actions in the state, no possibility of a general strike or armed uprising, would it not be disastrous to continue the armed struggle? If the armed struggle was to be continued, how could it be for anything less than liberation? Then the concept of partial partisan struggle for partial economic demands, as 127. distinct from and not to be confused with the armed struggle for liberation, was not there at all in our understanding. Armed struggle meant liberation struggle or revolutionary armed uprising. Could the Telangana struggle, then, be the beginning of the liberation struggle? Was it the Yemen of India? Is our path of revolution to proceed along the Chinese path or the Russian path? What are the classes that will be in our revolution and against which classes? That is, what is the class character of the state that was ushered in 1947 and the stage and strategy of the revolution? These were the issues posed and debated hotly, to which a practical urgent solution and answer had to be given. The arguments for and against the understanding that prevailed then and the decisions taken, and later the corrections made with the advice of the leadership of the international communist movement, will be dealt with in greater detail in the chapter Withdrawal of the Armed Struggle. To resume this narration of Telangana struggle. Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy, Sri Ella Reddy and a large number of area leaders were for withdrawal of armed struggle and adoption of legal or other forms of struggle within the scope available. Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy developed later his theory that it was wrong to have seized the surplus lands of landlords and to have resorted to land distribution, which argument we have examined earlier. The Hyderabad City Committee, headed by Sri Raj Bahadur Gaur and Mahendra and others, had issued a press statement that the Indian government, being a bourgeois landlord government, was allied with British imperialism, that we should oppose the Indian Army's entry into Hyderabad and raise the slogan of Azad Hyderabad. Of course, they added, that our struggle against the Nizam Nawab, to remove him from the throne, and to establish a people's democratic state in Hyderabad would be continued, but we must fight against the Indian government's efforts to integrate Hyderabad state. The Andhra State Committee, in which leaders of the Telangana Party, Ravi Narayan Reddy, Badam Ella Reddy, Devolapalli Venkateshwar Rao, were also members and were present, unanimously denounced the slogan publicly, the very next day, as nothing but playing into the hands of the Nizam and Rasakars, that it was totally against the party policy of dissolution of Hyderabad state and its merger with respective linguistic areas in the Indian Union, formation of Vishal Andhra, Samayukta Maharashtra, and Samayukta Karnataka, and establishing therein People's Raj in a People's Democratic Republic of India. The party had to pull up the city committee very sharply for this gross betrayal of the party's policy and for harming the movement. The Indian government, its radio and its press took advantage of this statement to carry on a persistent slander campaign that the communists had joined the Rasakars, and thus malign and isolate us from the democratic movement in the whole of India. They never even mentioned or printed our denunciation of the Hyderabad City Committee's stupid and extremely harmful statement. 128. But it is to be noted here that this very same city committee, these very same persons were opposed to the continuation of the armed struggle, a few months later. And they were the first, in the beginning of 1951, to openly come out denouncing the Telangana movement as having degenerated into individual terrorism, murder and loot, and demanded that it should be unconditionally withdrawn, and that the leadership which had all along been heading the Telangana struggle, from the state to the zonal and village level, be removed from responsible posts. That is the quality of their revolutionary tactics and guts. Let me add here that though Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy and Ella Reddy were for withdrawal of armed struggle, once the party decided to carry it on, they tried to obey it and carry it into practice. Sri Ella Reddy was arrested within a few months of the police action. Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy was underground till 1950 October and then later left his den, center, without informing the state leadership and reached the party headquarters in Bombay and started a campaign against the Telangana armed struggle being continued, though the Central Committee of the party on December 13, 1950, had adopted the following resolution on the Telangana struggle. The Telangana people are carrying on a revolutionary struggle, arms in hand, against the oppressors, who have been exploiting them for generations, for their land and freedom, under the leadership of the Communist Party. The CC deplores all those statements by some persons demanding the withdrawal of the struggle. The CC warns all party members that when the enemy is trying to drown the Telangana struggle, which heralds the beginning of the people's democratic revolution, to make statements demanding its withdrawal will only go to help to disrupt this revolutionary struggle. The CC appeals to party members and to all people that they must do everything in their power to help and strengthen and sustain the Telangana struggle. The great Telangana stands as the beacon call to all of us, blazes the way for us, to build the powerful unity of the people under the leadership of the Communist Party and to advance forward. It will continue to be so in future as well. Retranslated from Telugu. Let it be also noted that both Sri Ravi Narayan Reddy and Ella Reddy, when their brothers were killed, in the course of the partisan struggle, justified and defended the action of the guerrillas publicly. Decision to continue the armed struggle. The Andhra Provincial Committee of the party decided to continue the armed struggle even against Nehru's armies. Apart from other aspects, it had felt the immediate practical necessity of defending the gains of the Telangana peasantry against the attempts of Deshmukhs and landlords who would be returning with the support of the Indian Army, to seize the lands from the peasantry. Not to continue the armed struggle would have been betrayal of the fighting peasantry and damaging the cause of the Telangana people's movement irreparably. 129. So, on the eve of the police action, the party instructed all the areas and guerrilla squads not to come into clash with the Indian Army as long as they were attacking the Razakars and Nizam's armed forces, but to launch independent attacks against Razakar and Nizam's police camps, destroy them, seize weapons, re-equip the squads with modern weapons and retrain them, wait for a few weeks, by which time the attacks on the Telangana peasantry by the Indian armed forces and their landlord Deshmukh gangs would shatter the illusions and hopes roused among the masses. They would be ready and demand the squads to go to their protection and fight with arms as well. Actually, within a week after the entry of the Indian Army, the attacks began. There was a general and determined attack to destroy all the guerrilla squads and the party and Sangam organization. Unfortunately, many of the squads and political organizers of the party and Sangam were not in a position to meet the offensive, having developed illusions about the character of the intervention by the Indian Union. Some of the area committees and their leaderships like Huzurnagar, led by Dodda Narasaya, Bhavnagiri, led by Arudal Ramachandra Reddy and Katkar Ramachandra Reddy, Palvancha area, led by Nal Amlagiri Prasad and Pulana, state leaders like Ravi Narayan Reddy and Badam Ella Reddy advocated withdrawal of armed struggle and taking to legal and other forms of agitation. Only the Suryapet Khammam Manakota area stood firm for continuing the armed struggle and defending the gains of the Telangana struggle. But all these comrades as well as most of the others who held similar views, carried on the armed struggle when the decision to continue was finally taken. Some were arrested and imprisoned. Almost all of them are now with the Right Communist Party. 2. India's police action. People avenge Razakars and Deshmukh's crimes. The Union government launched police action on September 13, 1948, on Hyderabad state. Except in a few pockets like Kodada and Durakaipalli, the Nizam's hordes did not resist the Union forces and surrendered themselves. The Nizam Nawab himself, the ruler of the state, surrendered within 5 days of the police action, that is, on September 18, 1948. The people and the armed squads utilized the opportunity of the police action and attacked many Razakar and police camps, destroyed them and seized arms and other material. But there was not a single clash between the people's squads and the forces of the Indian Army during this period. As the guns of the Union armies roared and as the planes of the Air Force buzzed in the air on the borders, the news spread like wildfire in all the army camps of the Nizam. The Nizam army men took to their heels, throwing their arms into wells in order to save their skin. In Suryapet Taluka, 130 people and local squads in Suryapet Taluka drove away the fleeing armymen of the Nizam, inflicting serious casualties on them and snatching away a large number of weapons. People also collected the rifles, Sten guns, and hand grenades from the Nizam soldiers who had died as a result of bombing by the Indian Air Force near Durakaipalli hillocks, and handed them over to squads. People, moving like an avalanche, caught hold at the fleeing soldiers on the roads and across the fields and taught them a fitting lesson. Thousands of people marched on to Suryapet town as well, with a view to attacking the camp there and seizing weapons. But the Union military was already there and drove them away. The Getty, huge mansion, of Janardhi Pratapardi in Suryapet Taluka was as big as the central jail in Hyderabad, with strong foundations. 5,000 people participated in razing this huge mansion to the ground. Not an inch of the high wall was left. They tilled the land and sowed the whale area with maize seeds. As a mark of having put down Pratapardi, they left a small mound in the shape of a samadhi, burial place. 2,000 bags of paddy were confiscated and distributed to the people. In Manukota Taluka, 3,000 people and squads raided the Razakar camp in Nelikojara village in Manukota Taluka and forced 100 Rasakars to surrender along with their arms. As they took possession of the arms, and were thinking of putting an end to the worst criminals among them, the Union military entered the village and opened fire on the people. The people and the squads retreated with whatever arms they could take with them. They shot down 2 Rasakars. Another mansion in Kumarakantla, Manukota Taluka, belonging to the same family of Janardhi was sought to be razed to the ground by 3,000 people. So strong was the mansion that they could not accomplish the job completely. 4,000 bags of grain were distributed among the people. The princely mansion of Ramasahayam Damodar Reddy, Deshmukh of Maripta, Manukota Taluka, was totally demolished and roads were constructed over it to enable people to use it as a thoroughfare, which, at the same time, was an indication of the people's desire that they should walk on it all the time, never allowing the Deshmukh's family to rise again from this grave. Maize was sown in another part after demolition of the building. 2,000 bags of paddy were shared by the people. The Purushottama Igudam Getty was burnt down, after distributing hundreds of bags of grain stored there. The Chalukota Getty was razed to the ground with crowbars, after hundreds of people emptied it, carrying away the grain for 3 days. Similarly, the grain of landlord Rugvareddy of Rayagudam was also distributed. Squads were on guard, while people carried away the grain. The Getty belonging to the Suryapet Deshmukh in Kakarai village, Manukota Taluka, was raised by 2,000 people who also distributed 500 bags of paddy found in the Getty. 131. The rice mill and buildings costing 3 rupees lakhs, belonging to Raghavarao, a landlord, were smashed. 1,500 bags of paddy and another 1,000 bags of broken rice became the property of the people. Thus, systematic destruction of buildings and other properties of the enemies of the people marked this campaign. Anywhere, in any village, wherever there was a Getty, people in their hundreds and thousands were seen marching on these fortresses of their sworn enemies. It was like an avalanche, and all this happened within a day or two of the Union forces crossing the borders and entering the Telangana area. In Manukota town, 10,000 people were disarming big Rasakars and Deshmukhs who were raiding them till then. The Union soldiers entered the town, opened fire, and saved these enemies. 10,000 people raided Dornakal railway station on September 15 and seized 10,000 bags of paddy and distributed it. From Papatapalli railway station, next to Dornakal station, the people seized 300 bags of rice and 200 bags of paddy and got it distributed. All the levy grain which the Nizam police and Rasakars had collected and kept in Garla was seized and distributed. The bungalows of Janardhi Pratapardi, Gudurangareddy, Pindapalu Jagannath Reddy were protected by the Indian military deployment from the very first days. They prevented repeated efforts of the people who wanted to seek revenge for all the crimes they had committed on them during the Nizam Razakar days. In Suryapet Taluka, the people attacked the murderer of a score of people, a hated landlord of Kazarlapadu. The Congress police lately charged them and saved him. In Huzurnagar, the Baitavalu Zamandar's Getty was totally demolished and a huge quantity of silver and silverware, found hidden in its secret vaults, were confiscated by the people. In Jungao Taluka, the squads and people attacked the Razakar camp in the Visnur Getty in Jungao Taluka belonging to Deshmukh Ramachandreddy and mobilized 10,000 people. Some squads kept the people in the neighboring villages ready to march, while other squads were laying siege to this Getty, when 120 soldiers of the Union armies entered the village, opened fire on the squads and rescued the Deshmukh and his getty. Baburao, Jaganmohan Reddy, son of the Visner Deshmukh who personally shot dead tens of peasants and tortured hundreds, and the sub-inspector of the police station at Visner, known for their atrocities on the people, bolted from their place to Jungao without informing anyone, not even the police and military of the Nizam specially stationed at Visner. They took temporary protection in the police station. But, some guerrilla squads and hundreds of people reached Jungao by that time, and they noticed this Baburao and the sub-inspector trying to make good their escape from the people's wrath by getting into a goods train just about to leave for Hyderabad. As they stopped the train, Baburao made the last attempt to save his life by going 132 under the train. People smelled the rat, dragged him out, and before he could use his revolver he was disarmed and beaten to death. He died, but the people who suffered untold atrocities at his hand, could not still quench their anger. They spat on his face. An old Lambadi woman narrated the inhuman tortures perpetrated by this Baburao on people, and spat on his face. People avenged their wrath on him as on Mussolini. People rejoiced over the end of this monster Baburao. The sub-inspector, whose head was broken but who was still trying to run away in the train unnoticed, was chased by the people. They got into the running goods train, snatched his rifle from him, beat him to pulp, and got down from the running goods train at the next station, Ailru. It, however, was not possible for the people to snatch away the arms from the police and military of the Nizam in Jungao. They were inveigled by a congressman who made the people believe that these Nizam police and military would on their own surrender the arms. When the people returned from the railway station, they found the Bihari regiment already on the scene. It opened fire on the people besides lately charging them, and the people had to retreat. The big Razakar camp at Latinur, Jungao Taluka, was raided by 3,000 people led by the squads. The Rasakars were taking shelter behind the walls, as the members of the squads opened fire and pressed forward. Meanwhile, people who entered the village come from behind, swooped down on the Razakars before they could open fire and killed 23 Rasakars on the spot, took possession of the arms, ammunition, and the properties in the camp. Houses of those known to have indulged in sadistic killings of the people were also set on fire. This attack and the news of it spread like wildfire to other camps, and they shivered in their boots. Inmates of Madur camp, Jungao Taluka, welcomed the squads, garlanded them, surrendered their arms and ammunition to the last round, and begged them to spare their lives. They also assured them that the losses inflicted on the people would be reimbursed. The squads accepted their surrender, excused them, and let them off. The same happened in the case of the Solarpur and Chariel camps and the Mushtilo Taluka camp, all in Jungao Taluka. In the last camp itself they surrendered 20 rifles and saved their lives. But their properties, as also of the Zamindar, were confiscated. In Bhavnagiri Taluka, the squads encircled Motkar camp in Ramanapada Taluka and called upon the Rasakars to hand over the arms and surrender. They resisted but got it hot from the squads. 2,000 people in the meantime entered the village and razed to the ground the houses of enemies. 4 of the enemies were killed. Women and children of Rasakars, however, fell at the feet of the squads, begged them to save the lives of their husbands, pleaded with them to allow entry into the camp, saying that they would convince their husbands and would force them to surrender. But, once they entered the camp, the Rasakars took positions behind the women and children to open fire. This put the squads in a quandary. Opening fire would mean killing the women and children. They decided to withdraw, and later, they found only 3 Badides and 3 Rifis. All the rest made good their escape. The 3 rifles were taken over, the police station was razed to the ground. 133. 3 militarymen of the Nizam, who were passing through a Dalura village in Nalgonda Taluka, were chased by 300 people of that village. But, the militarymen opened fire, killed 2 young men and escaped. The same soldiers, while passing through Bolaram village, similarly, opened fire and killed 2 more people. 30 Nizam's military men were killed in bombing by the Union Air Force near Narkatpally, Nalgonda Taluka. No sooner the bombing stopped, people rushed to the spot, took possession of 25 rifles, 2 Sten guns, 1 guider and other weapons and the gold and money, and handed them over to the squads. Under the leadership of Comrade Pasam Ramireddy of Kararam village, Bhavnagiri Taluka, the guerrilla squads organized a series of raids on Razakar camps in the Taluka, forcing them to surrender and capturing their arms. In one such attack, he was supervising the surrender of the Razakars, when some of them suddenly opened fire on him and killed him. The squad avenged their leader's death, but it was a great and irreparable loss for the party and the movement. But all the Razakar camps were wiped out during those few days. In Warangal Taluka, squads had to wage a serious battle to destroy the Titikonda camp in Warangal district. Only 15 enemy soldiers were left in the camp, while hundreds of the rest ran away to Hanumakonda. Before daybreak, the squads, according to the plan, encircled the village and by daybreak, they closed on the camp bungalow. The enemy soldiers were warned to surrender, but hoping that their friends who had gone to Hanumakonda would come back, they did not surrender. They shut the doors downstairs, got onto the first floor and took firing positions. This made it a difficult task for the squads. However, the squads set up watch around the whole village, kept on the siege of the camp. The enemy was expecting to be relieved by forces which had gone to Hanumakonda, but they did not come back as they were routed by the Union armies there. After 1.5 days, they surrendered to the people and guerrilla squads, along with their arms. The soldiers were let off. The landlords and enemies of the people in the village, who were entirely dependent on these soldiers, got the fright of their lives. One Ejamajalas Sherdi, an enemy of the people, committed suicide. His son, Agardi, and son-in-law Venkatardi were killed, as they were running away. Sherdi's brother Venkataramardi tied up all the gold and cash round his waist and took shelter in a dustbin, covering himself under the litter. But the people scented him, dragged him out and killed him. There was no known atrocity which this family had not committed on the people of this village. The Nizam's police in the Koyota camp in Hujurabad Taluka received ultimatum from the squads through 2 peasants from Portdipal village to surrender. The police did not yield. Squads rushed to the spot with 3,000 people. But the 60 armed police stood their ground, opened fire, preventing the people from entering the village. 1 peasant died on the spot. The other people fell flat on the ground to avoid the bullets. The squads returned the fire. 134. The police also fell flat on the ground. The battle continued and it was not possible for the squad to smash the enemy, but could kill only 12 of them. Later the squad retreated. As the Razakars from the Japargad camp, Warangal Taluka, were trying to escape, squads from Warangal and Jungao killed 3 of them, while the rest fled. 3 weapons were confiscated. In many places where central east directions could not be given, people took initiative themselves and did all they could to attack Razakars and disarm them. Buildings where Razakar camps were set up, buildings of enemies were razed to the ground, hundreds of bags of paddy, agricultural implements, iron, cattle, sheep and goats and whatever property of the enemy was available, were confiscated by the people. Though the Union armies entered the towns and some important places and rescued the enemies and the Razakars, people in the rural areas, however, quickly acted even before the Union armies reached those places. In those villages where land distribution and gram panchs were not established due to existence of enemy camps, such reforms were quickly implemented by distributing thousands of acres of lands and establishing Gram Raj committees. Muslim masses were protected. It is to be noted that the Union armies rescued the very Deshmukhs and Razakar leader Qasim Rajvi, who were responsible for setting fire to village after village and the killing of hundreds of people. At the same time, the ordinary Muslim people, who stood against the atrocities of the Nizam, were pounced upon and untold miseries were inflicted on them. The Hindu people in those villages rescued such ordinary Muslim people to the extent possible, gave shelter to them in their houses and rescued thousands of Muslim families from the campaign of rape and murder indulged in by the Union armies. The Telangana movement can take pride of this important achievement, namely, Hindu-Muslim unity in the villages just at a time when Hindu-Muslim riots could have been sparked off and could have spread like wildfire. In other parts of Hyderabad state, where the democratic movement was weak, hatred against Muslims and attacks on them were widespread. 3. People's relief short-lived. The people were happy at the riddance of Razakar atrocities. They felt that they were going to have a new life. In many places, where earlier they could not lay hands on the lands of the Deshmukhs or seize the grain of the landlords, because of the presence of Razakar or Nizam's armed camps, now, under the leadership of the local squads and Sangam committees, they started enforcing distribution of lands and grain. But this lasted a few days only, as within 2 weeks of the entry of the Indian armies, the Deshmukhs and the landlords who had run away to the cities or Indian Union territory, returned to their villages, and joined hands with the authorities' massive attacks on the people, to seize back the lands and grain. They pointed to the police and the military, the active Andhra Mahasabha, Sangam, workers, the squad members. 135. Their families, the peasants and agricultural laborers, who fed the squad, Dalam, members and the Andhra Mahasabha and communist workers. These had become special targets of the brutalities of the military. Mass arrests and mass beatings and mass tortures had become a common feature in hundreds of villages. Most of the squads and local organizers, of the Sangam and of the party, were carried away by the general enthusiasm. Most of the squads dumped their arms and returned to their villages. The party leadership had to send repeated instructions and emissaries to all these places and explain the danger of their policy of disbanding the armed guerrilla squads and dumping arms, how they were becoming easy targets of the Indian Union military and police attacks and of the local landlords and Deshmukhs. They were exhorted to take up arms and be ready to defend themselves and the people when the Indian armies and the new military government launched attacks on them. The looseness and relaxation of discipline and vigilance had overtaken the squad member, squad commanders, party and Sangam leaders at zonal, area and regional levels, with the expectation that the Indian intervention would lead to the riddance of the Nizam and of landlord oppression, and a far better, free and democratic setup would be ushered in. This caused havoc when the Indian Army and police launched their ferocious attacks on the people and on the squads and started restoring lands to the landlords and Deshmukhs after they completed their takeover of the administration from the Nizam authorities. Thousands of local cadres, a large number of zonal and area leaders got easily arrested. The remaining squads and leaders were mercilessly hunted by large combing operations, and whoever was caught was brutally tortured and shot. The Indian Union government and its Congress leaders at no stage were anxious to abolish the native states and their rulers, the princes and nawabs, and merge them into neighboring linguistic areas, and build a really democratic setup for different nationalities and constitute a free democratic federation of India. All that they wanted was to inherit power from the British imperialists and develop their own capitalist, and profit-motivated industrialization, and landlord exploitation. They did not organize or encourage the struggle of the people in these native states. They always sought to pamper the princes and hoped they would join hands with them against the British imperialists. The British imperialists were forced to transfer power to the bourgeois landlord Congress Party in 1947, after the post-Second World War people's upsurge, because of its tremendously weakened position in the world setup consequent to the emergence of the world socialist camp. The British not only partitioned India, they also declared that every Indian state could accede to either India or Pakistan or remain independent. The efforts of the Congress leaders were to undo this mischief and force the princes and nawabs in the Indian portion to accede to the Indian Union. The people's movements were called off the moment the princes agreed to join the Indian Union. Their privileges and purses were guaranteed. They were made Rajpramukhs, and different small princedoms were merged to create viable units and given a special place in the Indian Union. It was only in 1956 that under further advance of the democratic movement these states were abolished and merged into the respective linguistic states, but the purses and privileges of the Rajas and Nawabs continued till 1972. 136. Consistent with this policy, the Indian Union government tried to persuade the Hyderabad Nawab to join the Indian Union. Even when he refused to do so, before the deadline of August 15, 1947, a standstill agreement was arrived at with the Nizam. Nawab arms and ammunition along with all his other privileges were guaranteed. He and his Rasakars used these facilities to suppress the people's movement for merger into the Indian Union and for a democratic setup. The Telangana People's Agrarian and Democratic Movement was advancing rapidly. As Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Deputy Premier of the Indian Union government, again and again declared, the Communists were already in control over more than 2 districts and they threatened to spread their grip all over the state. So, it was necessary to march in the Indian armies, not merely to force the Nizam to merge with the Indian Union but destroy the Communists, that is, the Agrarian Democratic People's Movement in Telangana. Rajaji, the then Governor-General, openly in his proclamation, declared this as one of the objectives of the Indian Army intervention. So, it was no wonder that when the Nizam surrendered to the Indian government, the government of India promised him all his privileges and purses. The military rule of General J. N. Chowdhury and later the Velodi administration were all temporary phases till the Nizam was formally declared Rajpramukh when the Indian Republican Constitution was ushered in on January 26, 1950. A large number of Indian Union officials and large number of police were brought in from neighbouring states to carry on the administration in the respective linguistic regions of Hyderabad state. Practically, none of the old Nizam's officials were punished for the crimes committed against the people. After completing the takeover of the administration, and after his army and police personnel reached every nook and corner of the Telangana area, General Chowdhury's government launched its massive offensive against the people of Telangana, in the districts of Nalgonda, Khammam, Warangal, and neighbouring areas to suppress and liquidate the people's agrarian and democratic gains. It is no wonder that when Dr. Jayasuriya, the noted democratic leader of Hyderabad and son of Sarojini Naidu, approached the military governor to give him 6 weeks' time to contact the communist leaders to arrange a settlement and make them withdraw the armed struggle, General J.N. Chowdhury haughtily rejected it and boasted that within 6 weeks he would liquidate the communists all over the Hyderabad state. The brutal military terror attack was launched within 2 weeks of the Indian Army's entry and reached its full intensity by the end of December 1948. To meet the Indian Union Army offensive and defend and extend the gains of the Telangana people, the following program was given by the party leadership. 1. Defend old gains, in the old fighting areas and extend to new areas. By preventing the enemy from stabilizing himself in the old areas, while the movement was being extended to newer and newer areas, it would be possible to disperse his forces and make him lose heart and force him ultimately to a defensive position and defeat. 2. Merely because the enemy had regained one village or its position in one center, regained the land from the people, or because of continuous raids and white terror the enemy had been able to collect taxes or take away the crops, or because the members of village peoples. 137. Committees had been arrested or had got frightened. To think that the enemy had become victorious and the people had lost would be wrong. Till the enemy's offensive power was destroyed there was every possibility of the gains which the people achieved changing hands repeatedly. Ceaseless efforts must be continued and blow after blow should be dealt the enemy repeatedly, and the earlier positions should be regained. If the land was taken possession of by the enemy, see that the enemy could not make use of that. People can take possession of the crop, or if it was not possible, destroy the crops on the land. The enemy must be driven out from the villages. Whenever possible, the peasants must get hold of or occupy the land and keep it for a few months or even for a few days in their possession. They must try to cultivate it themselves and enjoy the crop. The enemy must not be allowed to raise any crop on it. If he raised it, he must not be allowed to reap or enjoy it. This struggle for land must be continued irrespective of the loss one might have to suffer financially and physically. The land might change hands not 10 times but 100 times. But the struggle must be continued till the enemy was driven out from the area finally. 3. In the old and new areas, Drive away all the officials who were to collect taxes and supervise the collections. Drive away the zamindars, deshmukhs, landlords, and village officials. Isolate the heads of tribes and of castes who live among the people but act as agents of the enemy. Deal severely and mercilessly with informers of the police and the enemy. Get the enemy camps vacated or destroy them from our protected bases. Prevent the enemy from carrying out raids on these from outside camps and gradually make it impossible for the enemy to enter these areas. 4. As for the issues concerned, foil the landlords and deshmukhs' efforts to forcibly seize the lands from the people. Wherever possible, confiscate and distribute the lands of the landlords. Conduct strike battles for increase in wages, reduction of working hours, and for minimum number of holidays for agricultural labor and farm servants. Take up the debt issue of the toilers. Rate of interest must not exceed that fixed by the Panchayat, 8 to 10 seers per 100 seers of grain. Protest strikes and social boycott should be organized against increased rates of interest and against attempts to withhold loans to the needy. 5. Build the mass organizations and the party. Agricultural workers should be organized in their own separate class organization. The Andhra Mahasabha should be functioned as the People's Democratic Front of all the revolutionary forces that were participating in the democratic revolution. Agricultural laborers, poor peasants, and middle peasants who agree with the policy of the Andhra Mahasabha could easily join it. They alone should elect their executive committee and they would function as the 138 Panchayat Committee of the village. These Panch committees would be instruments of struggle. As such, fighting persons alone were eligible for election. Build up volunteer squads from agricultural laborers and poor peasants, and give military and defense training to them. Build the party by recruiting those, who understand and accept party objectives and its program, i.e., those who agree with directives, programs, and actions that are being carried in our guerrilla areas. 2. Those who have iron discipline based on democratic centralism, and having necessary political consciousness. 3. Those ready to sacrifice everything, their lives if necessary, for the sake of the party. 4. Those with strict standards of people's morality, i.e., those possessing habits which shall not come in the way of the party's prestige. No place in the party for habitual drunkards and debauches, but normal drinking or sexual one-upses within certain bounds as do not impair the party's prestige and functioning to be overlooked, if other necessary qualifications for party membership are satisfied. Educate party members and develop secret methods of functioning. Detailed instructions for formation and functioning of small guerrilla squads, for secret functioning of the party, the necessity of doing propaganda among the armed forces of the enemy, the necessity of exposure of other political parties and patiently explaining and winning over their following were all stressed. Chapter 2. Terror Regime and Resistance. The military regime under General J. N. Chowdhury launched its attacks on the people of Telangana immediately, within a fortnight, by September end. The formal struggle against the Rasakars was stopped. Men like Qasim Rajvi, who was the arch-criminal in the statewide killings and lootings, were only imprisoned and were given Class I treatment inside jails. Many others were not even put behind the bars and were just let off. On the other hand, they started the campaign of suppression of communists. While establishing huge military camps in different parts of the state with hundreds of militarymen, they brought back to the villages those deshmukhs who had taken to their heels, those enemies of the people and Congress volunteers to re-establish their authority in the villages. Alongside every military camp was also a Congress office. Their job was to go round the villages calling upon them to surrender to the military and to hand over squad members. The burden of their song in every village was, "We have now got People's Raj. The Nizam is gone. Tell the squads to surrender along with arms. You also come to terms with us and give back to us all the properties, cattle, paddy and lands which you have taken from the deshmukhs. The Congress government will later introduce land reforms and give land to you. We are all Hindus. Communists are Russian agents. Under communist government, everyone will be a laborer. They do not observe any social formalities. All old people will be killed. Hence, do not believe them. You pay land revenue, grain levy, and excise taxes. Later, the 139. Congress government will abolish the levy system. Despite all that we say, if you do not follow us, we will punish you. We have forces before which even such a big fellow like the Nizam in 1 week had to surrender. Who are, after all, these communists? We have very big weapons which can hit a target 2 miles away, planes which can bomb villages, tanks which can crush everything on their path. We have come to protect you. You will be digging your grave if you do not heed us. This was the kind of campaign they conducted in the villages in the first round. The military governor, General J.N. Chowdhury, also made a statement from Hyderabad, calling upon the communists to surrender within a week, failing which they would be exterminated. Party organizers and guerrilla squads undertook a whirlwind campaign to explain the nature of the Union government. They told the people that the Congress committees were nothing but Deshmukh's committees, asked them to defend the land, cattle, and village panch committees they had won through struggle and not to surrender. During this stage, a song was very popular in Suryapet Taluka, the meaning of which was, "Oh, peasant, do you think of compromise? There can be no compromise between a cat and a mouse." The song was written by a party member of Ramanagudam. The military started direct attacks on the squads and people. They secured information about the party and Andhra Mahasabha organizers, who had joined which squad was an important squad, who stayed near which well or field, and on that basis, concentrated their attacks on such places. Congress volunteers acted as the special intelligence branch of the military and secured information. They perpetrated atrocities on the people as the Rasakars did, along with the military. Military in big numbers moved in lorries and surrounded 5 to 6 villages at a time. They gathered people of all these villages at one place, beat them up, tortured them, asking them to point out the communists and the guerrillas. They would finish this work by 8 or 10 a.m., then go about the hillocks, mounds, rivulets, bushes in search of hiding guerrillas, and they used to return to their camps by evening. Thus, they took up 1 center a day or sometimes 2 to 3 centers on the same day. These raids increased in number, intensity, and strength. They repeated this practice in one taluka after another. At times, 20 to 30 villages were encircled at a time. These were called encirclement raids, and any squad caught in this circle could rarely escape. To resist was all the more dangerous. Hence, keeping this in view, some changes were brought about in the organization of squads, their number, and methods of protection. It was decided that the number of members of each squad should not be more than 5, that they should wear the same dress as people wore, that they should not go about flaunting openly their arms, that they should leave the areas likely to be encircled if they came to know of it earlier. Village squads were asked to completely identify themselves with the local people and merge with them. Despite all these precautions, it became increasingly difficult to protect ourselves. People, who were the main source of our protection, were not able to withstand this planned torture. 140. Militarymen outstripped Rasakars in torturing the people. People used to say, men who were satisfied with sheep have been replaced by men who are not satisfied except with a whole buffalo, literal translation of a Telugu saying, Goralutinuidu poyi, Baralutinuidu vachhadu. Herding people at one place, beating them to reveal the whereabouts of communists and to return Deshmukh's properties had become the daily routine. People were severely beaten up with lathis, butt ends of guns and tamarind birches, without any discrimination between men and women, young and old. One military commander by name Siddhapati excelled himself in the torture of the people. Tamarind canes were carved in the shape of hammer and sickle, and with them he used to get people beaten up so that the mark of the hammer and sickle was left on their backs. Families of party members and of members of guerrilla squads became special targets. Whoever was caught was inhumanly beaten up and tortured right before the eyes of the people. Terror methods. The Congress military regime in Hyderabad, the police, military and the Congress Rasakars had let loose vandalism, terror and fascism on an unprecedented scale with a view to crushing the heroic struggle of the people of Telangana. Military camps were erected all over fighting areas in Telangana at every 4th or 5th mile. Twice or thrice a day, villages around these camps were raided by the military and the people were systematically tortured. People in every village were herded at a place and brutally beaten. They forced the people to accompany them through forests, gardens, hills, etc., in search of communists and compelled them to give information. When they could not find anyone in the search, people were again beaten. In Toruru and other villages of Manukota Talaka and in Huzurnagar Talaka, people were tied to ropes and drawn up and suddenly dropped to the ground with a pulley system, like the one used to draw water from wells. Men were tied in gunny bags and soldiers threw them over a wall from one side to the other. Some soldiers caught hold of the arms and some others the legs of the people and swung them, while some others kicked those swinging men with their nailed boots like footballs are kicked. People en masse were made to lie down in sand under the hot sun and were beaten. Some were tied to treetops upside down and were swung, and at the end of each swing, were beaten. Some were made to lie face downwards, a wooden plank placed on their back, 2 soldiers got on it at each end, and swayed and danced. Pins were thrust under fingernails, branding bodies with red-hot firewood or iron was a common feature. People were also tortured with electric current. 141. In Manakota Khammam talukas, 10 to 25 villages were raided at a time. Hundreds of people used to be severely beaten up and made to run in front of running lorries. Whoever could not run ahead of lorries were tied behind lorries and dragged. The hands and legs of Comrade Virasvamya, village leader of Tetalapedu, were tied halfway back and he was forced to crawl on the road on his knees and elbows. When blood flowed and he was unable to crawl anymore, his head was bashed with lathis and with stones, because he refused to reveal the whereabouts of his zone commander, Sutyam. At this ghastly sight, women and children in their anger, threw dust at the police and abused them. All the people of Badalapedu of Ilandu Talaka were beaten. They were made to lie down, heavy stones were placed on them and soldiers started dancing with nailed boots over their bodies asking the people, "Say now, where are the communists? Is Congress rule better or communist rule better?" After this torture, they were thrown into the Khammam cage. In Managudam, Pulapalli, Jayaram of Manukota Talaka people were made to lie down and men on horses rode over their bodies. In Loyapalai and surrounding villages, people were thrown into thorny bushes and were trampled upon by the military with their boots on. At 12 noon, in hot sun, people were made to crawl on those thorny bushes on their knees and elbows. The whole place was splattered with blood. 300 men became unconscious. When soldiers asked the people after all this Nazi torture, whether they would give up the communists, the people replied in one voice, "Never will we give them up in our lives." In more than 2,000 villages of Nalgonda, Warangal and Khammam, Karimnagar and Hyderabad districts, 3 lakhs of people were tortured in the above fashion and about 50,000 were arrested and kept in camps for a few days to a few months. More than 5,000 were imprisoned for years. Rape and vandalism on women. In perpetrating atrocities on women and raping them, the Congress Rasakars and soldiers outbid even the Nizam Rasakars. To show the nature of their crime. In Rajipadu of Suryapet Talaka, a woman who had given birth to a child 3 days earlier, was raped. In Tenugantat, Bhangur Talaka, a pregnant woman was raped. In Naragudam, a woman who had delivered only the previous day was raped. In Pushpaviru of Khammam Talaka and in Urapadu of Bhangur Talaka, even young 10-year-old girls were raped. 142. These brutes raped 20 women in Balapala, 70 in Simatapadu of Ilandu Talaka, 80 in Narmeda and Nanganyara villages of Jangam Talaka. In Nilayagudam, because villagers gave rice to the guerrillas, everyone over 12 years of age were beaten and 15 women brutally raped. According to available reports, more than 1,000 women were raped during the first year and a few thousands during the whole period. Because a number of brutes raping women in a row, more than 100 women died. Women's breasts were pulled and crushed with iron forceps, and babies were killed before the very eyes of their mothers. In Nareda, 70 women were stripped naked, chameleons tied to their thighs and chili powder thrown into the wounds. Sadistic murders, burnt alive, buried alive, butchered en masse. Comrade Rangaya of Shandupali was tied to a cart and burnt alive. He died shouting, "Communist Party Zindabad." Comrade Ramulu was caught in an encirclement raid at Miryala, Suryapet Taluka. Failing to get any secrets from him, he was tied to a lorry and dragged on the road until his body was torn to bits. Comrade Viraya of Kopolu, Nalgonda Taluka, was tied to a lorry and dragged to death. A squad member near Nutankalu, Suryapet Taluka, was tied to the wheels of a bullock cart and the bullocks were whipped and he was crushed to death. Comrade Venkat Ramanujachari, organizer, Chitakodur was shot and, while still alive, was buried. Comrade Muthaya of Visner and Comrade Apirdi of Kalmalacharavu were burnt alive in Hayrix. Comrades Kavali Narayana and Sangaya of Maglipaka and 3 peasants of Puligala of Bhangur Taluka were burnt alive. Comrade Ganji Sutyanarayana of Makapuram, squad leader, and Comrade Harijan Muthaya, had their eyes gouged out, testicles cut and thrust into their mouths, and later hacked to pieces. 2 KO peasants were trampled to death in thorny bushes by the military in the Pirpali camp of Narsumpet Taluka. 143. Redimala Baki Yaz, Kamarakuntla, Manukota Taluka, head was smashed to pulp with big stones. Rosulya of Elapuram, Narsampata Taluka, was laid on his back, rocks were thrown on the head and he was crushed to death. Totari Yempali, leader of a village, was caught and rolled in red-hot sand for hours and beaten. His skin peeled off. He was kept in the Kothagudam camp where he died. Hot water was poured on a militant of Ashokanagar, Narasampata Taluka. His skin peeled off, but he refused to reveal any secret and died. Raghuramulu was beaten and on his wounds chili powder was rubbed and hot water was poured on his bare body. He was tied to the body of another comrade, Bari Narayana, and was threatened that he would be burnt alive. But he refused to divulge any secrets. Comrade Yeleswami of Nomula village, coming from an agricultural labor family, a reliable courier, center organizer, was caught when trying to establish contact with the Manukota area, subjected to innumerable torture, pieces of flesh were cut from his body, nails were hammered into him, he was branded with red-hot iron, still he refused to reveal secrets and was shot dead ultimately. Yakaya of Salapuram of Janajayan Taluka was bayoneted in the police station and later was laid on top of a wall, with weights hung from both his legs and hands and he was done to death. In Alapalai camp, Palvancha Taluka, in one day in September, 45 were shot dead among whom 18 were party members. Butchery continued and within 4 days 119 were killed. In this camp, it is estimated that more than 300 were killed including 46 party members. In the Gadapadu and Gundala camps, 300 persons were shot dead. In Gadapadu and other camps established for Koya people evacuated from the forests, within 2 months, about 10,000 people died of cholera. Police shot dead 120 persons to force them evacuate their villages. Loss of large number of leading cadre. Within a few months after the Indian Army's intervention, a large number of our leading comrades lost their lives standing firm at their posts and defending the people. Comrades Makaviraya, Gungavarishrinivasrao, Bisshaya, Soyam Gangulu, Kunjamuthialu of Kamamuthira area, Alwala Narasimha Reddy, Valabanani Sitara. Maya, Muthavarapa Venkaya, Balajaramulu, Vadayari Rajai Reddy of Miryalaguda Huzarnagar area, Sunkara Venkatapaya, Gala Muthaya, Vengalapapaya of Munagala, Kondala Reddy, John, P.C. Taramarao, Anirdi Rami Reddy, Vatsya and Bimla of Suryapet Taluka, Pasam Rami Reddy, Ramanujachari, Kodunda Rami Reddy, Gali Hanumayya, Suryanarayana, Pala Ramachandra Reddy and Gutta Sitaramai Reddy of Bhavnagiri area, Gabada Tirumala Reddy, Rikula Lakshmareddy, Samuel and Alaya of Janajayan Varungal. 144. Area, Dundeti Pullaya, Gondra Chandraya of Manukota area, Rangachari and Komaraya of Medak Hyderabad city, only to mention a few of about 500 party organizers and squad leaders who laid down their lives after Indian Army intervention. Brief sketches of some of these martyrs are given in Chapter X, and as many names as are available of comrades who lost their lives both in the Telangana and Andhra areas are given in Appendix 3. Unfortunately, only a few hundred names are available with us out of nearly 4,000 who lost their lives during the course of 5 years of this glorious struggle. Terror fails. Even after 1 year of such terror, the people continued to defend their gains. Raping of pregnant women, burning of people while alive, shooting at sight, despite such Nazi brutalities, people, under the leadership of the Andhra Mahasabha and the Communist Party, stuck to their ground with determination and steadfastness. People were chasing back to the towns the Deshmukhs and Jagirdars who wanted to establish themselves in their villages with military help. The government could not stabilize itself in the countryside even after 1 year. This can be seen also from the statement given by Konda Venkatrangareddy, State Congress Working Committee member, Burgala Ramakrishna Rao and Dr. Chenna Reddy, all rabid anti-communists, after their tour of Nalgonda and Varungal districts, Golconda Daily July 15, 1949. The village panchayats organized by communists are working as before. These panchayats decide every dispute in the villages. They are throwing out the patidars and occupying lands. Because of communist activities, Patels and Patvaris dare not enter these villages. Village panchayats are collecting subscriptions for organizing demonstrations, meetings, festivals, etc. Those who came back to the villages after police action, these are really Deshmukhs, correspondent, are fleeing back to towns because of communists. No regular weekly reports are reaching the police station from the villages. We can emphatically say that the communist disorders and violence are increasing day by day. Certain high officials and Congress workers say that communists are not properly distributing land. Peace can be established if proper distribution is made. Why have the schools not opened in the villages? Why are villagers insisting that teachers chosen by them alone should be employed? At one place, a school was opened on the condition that the pupils would be taught Bhakatha's. Why are villagers cutting down toddy trees, which are not numbered? Why are toddy shops being opened at many places without government's permission? Why are people cutting down trees in forests without the permission of forest officers? So far as we have seen, there is no collection of taxes, too. In some places, government officials are not even making efforts to collect taxes from the people. There is no indication that Ruby tax is being collected until now. 145. Government officials' revelations about Telangana struggle. Here is a brief note of discussion with a high Hyderabad police official, published in the secret press at that time. Q. Has the communist movement in the state subsided? A. No. It is still there. Their Gundaism is still widespread. Q. What are they doing? A. They have formed into armed squads. They do not attack the military face to face. They go into villages. There will be only 3 or 4 rich people in the village, who own all lands and buildings. All the rest of the people are very poor. These squads go into the village, instigate these poor people to kill them and destroy their properties. Q. Is it not a fact that communists rape women, loot properties, and stab travelers on their way? A. No, communists do not do such things. You will infer like that from what you read in the press. But they do not do like that. All their atrocities are on Deshmukhs and Jagirdars. They never touch the people. Q. Why has not the government suppressed them? A. Yes, the government is trying in all ways, but it is proving very difficult. Police camps are opened for every 10 to 30 villages. A police officer of the rank of a circle inspector is in charge of every police camp. It is proving impossible for them to suppress the communists. The people are not helping the government in the villages, on the other hand, they are secretly helping the communists. Communists have arms. That is why the police are afraid of going near them. How much their fear is can be seen from the fact that when police go for raids, they ask their friends in the camp to carry their last words to their wives, in case they did not return. Nobody has the confidence that he will return from the raid. There are many a cause for such disillusionment among the police. All these policemen have come from Malabar and Mysore. They are new to this place and have left their families hundreds of miles away. There is no increase in their wages. The people won't supply curds and milk to the military even for payment. They can get them only if force is used. Milk is not at all available now. As soon as the people come to know that a raid is coming, they throw away all the milk and curds. Due to all these causes, there are some police atrocities, too. People are bitterly criticizing the government and are suffering much due to police raids, especially in the surrounding villages near the police camps. People are much afraid of the police. 146. Q. Why has the government not increased the wages of the police? A. There is strong discontent among the police for not increasing their wages. They have applied to the military governor through proper channels for increase in their wages but in vain. The military governor has severely warned them saying that they are going under communist influence. There is communist danger in 4 districts. Though there is no movement in the other districts, the situation is not satisfactory. Empty shells have to be shown to their officers if police fire on people. Failure means heavy punishment. Government suspects that they are selling bullets to the communists and people. Due to constant efforts and resistance of the guerrilla squads, even to that date, 10 months after the Indian Army intervention, Deshmukhs, landlords, and their agents could not settle down in their villages. Chapter 3. The Krishna Forest, Nal Umla, region. In different areas of the Telangana movement, immediately after the Indian Army's police action, there were expectations that a new democratic setup would be ushered in place of the old Nizam Razakar regime, and that it would safeguard the gains of the people and assure them a better life. Many squad members and organizers laid down their arms, carried away by the general enthusiasm. But as the landlords returned, and the Union government intensified its military and police repression in all areas, squads were reorganized, arms taken up and defensive actions against the landlords and informers and police were begun. But here in this area, the area leadership persisted for the whole year of 1949 in its line of no armed struggle. 1. Dissolve the guerrilla squads and dump the arms. 2. No action against the landlords and their agents until a powerful network of secret party cells was built which on their own could take action against these elements. 3. No action against the police and military as it would invite tremendous repression and destroy whatever organization we might have been able to set up. 4. People themselves to defend the land and cattle distributed earlier and not expect guerrilla squads to come and attack the enemy, and 5. Dissolve the village people's councils. This committee argued that its line of partial economic struggles and secret party organization was the only correct line till the situation in large parts of India developed anew. For them, the question of how to defend the gains already achieved, how to defend the party and people's organizations under brutal repression was not the main problem facing them. It was pell-mell running away and surrendered before the enemy. Let us examine the events and developments in this area. The following extracts from the reports of local organizers sent to the state center give the picture. 147. In the villages of Pedagudam, Karagantapalam, amidst rains, people rehoisted the red flag when they heard the landlord, Ramachandra Reddy, was returning to Mayuralagudam along with the Indian military and police, and was expected to be in the village at any moment. Not to have hoisted the red flag would have meant that villagers were not opposed to the return of this hated oppressor, who was responsible for many raids on the village during the Nizam Razakar period. The military asked them, who destroyed the bungalow of the landlord. The people replied that it was done by the communists to teach him a lesson. This was the mood of the people. In Tadakamala zone from the middle of November 1948, the police and military intensified raids. On December 8, along a stretch of 50 miles, 80 km, from Vatapalli to Tadakamala, 2,000 or more armed personnel were deployed on simultaneous day and night raids from the Motekar and Bhimavaram camps. A number of squad members and organizers were arrested and some surrendered. Under terrific torture, some arrested persons gave out certain information. Yet, the morale was high. During these raids, and for a little time afterwards, guerrilla squads took counteraction and opened fire on the Motekar camp, killing 2 policemen. It was vacated but re-established with heavy reinforcements. Squads destroyed the tobacco crops of the landlords of Bhimavaram and Kamadipuram and distributed the paddy of the landlords of not only these 2 villages but also of Tapachurla, Madagalapalli, Chimvarapalli, Pasalpadu, Kamasagaram, and that of the Babashay Hepat Deshmukhs to the extent of about 1,000 quintals. Agricultural labor strikes for increased wages were organized successfully. In this zone of 50-75 villages, people successfully harvested their crop over 5,000 acres including 1,000 acres of wetlands, which were distributed to them earlier. The enemy combed zone after zone, arresting en masse militants who had participated in any activities in the past. They resorted to untold atrocities to terrorize the masses and prevent them from giving any shelter or help. Their raids on the Penubadu center of Suryapet Talika and on the Cherikapalli and Nakarkalu centers of Nalgonda Talika forced the squads and organizers to retreat. In the Tadakamala center, in the intensified raids the people were forced to accompany the military to comb fields for party and squad members. The people did not catch us but told us to go away to some shelters for the time being and return later. We would not stay in the houses in any village because every house was searched during the raid and any newcomer was being found out with the help of the local landlords. We split ourselves into small groups of 2 and 3 and mixed ourselves with the people in the fields. The enemy could not locate us at first and they thought that we had all run away from the zone. The village Patvaris started collecting taxes but guerrillas shot dead the Patvari of Chalamardi. With that, the Patels and Patvaris refused to return to the villages and collect taxes. But more and more police camps were established closer and closer and the raids increased. We were forced to retreat completely from the zone. After our retreat, the landlords and their agents once again raised their head, and began to point out village cadre to the police. This made a general retreat necessary. It was just at that time that the area leadership forced us to dump our arms. We pleaded with the leadership that in our center of 10 villages, Tetagunta, there were 30 exposed cadre and if no weapons were given to them, most of them would be lost in the enemy raids, as they would. 148. Not have anything to protect themselves with, against the landlord's treachery, and attempts at capturing and handing them over to the police and military. But the leadership refused to budge. Except for a very few, the rest of the cadre in the Tadakamala, Cherikapalli, Nekrikal zones were arrested in no time. From a report of the Tadakamala zone secretary at the beginning of 1950. Here is another extract from another report from the area. The enemy resorted to atrocities unheard of even in the Razakar period. Throwing the people into thorny and prickly pear bushes and dancing on them with heavy-shod military boots on, forcing the people to crawl for furlongs in the hot sun, hanging the people upside down from treetops and kicking them like a ball with booted legs, releasing the rope suddenly from the treetops, throwing the people down onto the ground covered with pebbles and stones and road-making material, shaving the heads of women, raping them. These are some of the modes of the enemy's atrocities. They were able to shoot down 2 or 3 squads of Suryapet area bordering on our area. Some of the important comrades of Munagala Pargana were also shot dead. The enemy demanded that the people restore to the landlords and Deshmukhs the lands and cattle that had been distributed. They demanded of the people to hand over the communists. They demanded that the people pay back all old loans to the money lenders and landlords. but the people on the whole refused to part with the land and cattle. With these constant raids, the landlords and their agents raised their head and carried on the enemy propaganda. They tried their best to persuade the people to hand over the communists. In the Tadakimala zone, the landlords tried to persuade the people, telling them, if we hand over the communists to the government, the communists would come and take action against the culprits and straight away shoot the culprits dead. But if we do not hand them over to the government, the police and military come and subject us all indiscriminately to all kinds of tortures. It is better to hand over the communists than to undergo these tortures. But the people refused to pay any heed to these words. Once the landlords of Tadakimala and their agents pursued the local organizer for 2 miles and caught him. He had no weapon with him. They brought him to the village and wanted to hand him over to the police later. But the poor men and women of the whole village gathered round and demanded that he be set free, and that they would rather lay down their lives than allow him to be handed over to the police. The landlords were frightened. The people took the comrade to their house, bathed him in warm water, feasted him and sent him to a safe shelter. Again, in another village, when another comrade was caught by the landlords, the people gathered and forced them to release him. The people of Naradashirla and Vijayanagaram fought against the landlords and did not surrender their lands. When the son of the Zamindar of Dachavaram, along with the Fatapuram Zamindar, Kotagiri Rao, and with some Congress volunteers, went to the village of Bachavaram, the whole village gathered round them, abusing them in the choicest language, and were about to 149 kill them when they ran away. These zamindars brought the Nizam's police and Rasakars and got 8 peasants of the village shot. The women of Vijayanagaram surrounded the military lorries when the military rounded up their husbands and were taking them to jail. The military beat them with branches of thorny bushes, but yet they refused to budge. They demanded that their husbands be released. The military had to release them ultimately. In Munagala Pargana, the people of Ramasamadram stayed on before the military camp in the village for 2 days, demanding release of their village leader. The military shot him dead. The people demanded that his dead body be handed over to them and refused to budge. They got the dead body of their beloved leader, Sunkari Venkayya. They took out a huge procession and paid their last respects to their martyred leader. The leadership of the area committee saw the temporary fear of the people at the atrocities of the enemy, but did not realize the love and confidence they reposed in us. The leadership did not see the hatred of the people for the enemy. They did not see the enthusiasm of the people at the news of our squads taking actions against the enemy in the Devarkonda and Mayuralgudam zones. The leadership of the area committee saw only our losses and the enemy concentration and decided to stop the armed struggle and gave us a program of partial struggles and building up of the party without resorting to actions against the landlords and the police. They asked us to dump arms. The disastrous effects of this policy. With the dissolution of squads, the landlords, the enemy, and Sid men in the villages raised their head. They became bold and began informing the enemy about our whereabouts and got them to raid our villages and arrest our cottars. The police came to know that we had dissolved our squads and we were in cells of 3 without arms. Emboldened by this knowledge, the police dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, hiding their modern weapons under their clothes, used to come in small batches of even 2 to 3 in search of us. We could not attack them or capture their arms as we had no weapons with us. In Kondrapolu, our bitter enemies, Virardi and Ramayardi, stayed openly in the village and carried on their atrocities. It was they who caught Comrade Sejalu and tortured him and handed him over to the police, who shot him dead. The landlords of Irukagudam caught hold of Comrade Lachchulu, and those of Jililparam caught hold of Amritam and handed them over to the police, who shot them dead. Potiyardagudam landlords caught hold of 2 comrades, including the secretary of the cell, and those of Tapachurla caught hold of another, and all were handed over to the police. In Naradashirala, the notorious rowdies, Anantam, Talachandraya, and Ramulu, who were responsible for many atrocities and rapings even earlier, handed over 2 of our comrades and planned to get hold of all our important comrades. Fortunately, we were not there at that time. 150. The local comrades discussed the situation and asked for permission to kill these landlords who were responsible for our comrades being shot, but the area committee refused to give permission and stuck to its position of no armed action. The Penubatu organizer demanded again and again that informers in his zone be punished. But we could not give permission because of the area committee's strict mandate. It has become difficult to maintain even contacts with the people in face of these informers and the intensified raids of the police and the military, guided by the landlords and their agents. The people were fed up. They demanded again and again that we should take up arms and kill the enemies. They began to question where our squads had gone and how long they were to keep quiet like this without killing the enemy. We, too, were fed up with the situation. We attacked the Alagapuram and Naradashar Gundas. With this, the Gundas and the hated landlords started running away, once again, from the villages to the police camps and to the towns. We were forced to take these actions when we were left with no other go. We must be ruthless to the enemy. But when we take any action against the enemy, all exposed cadre, whether party members or militants, must be withdrawn from the village, at least for the time being. Otherwise, the enemy would shoot them dead. At last, we reorganized our guerrilla squad in December 1949, according to the direction of the State Committee. A number of enemies in Tadakamala, Munagala, and Vijayanagram zones had been killed and their property destroyed. People cooperated with the squad with great enthusiasm. They sheltered it and helped it in various ways, in carrying out actions against the enemy. When the squads took shelter in the forests nearby, when raids were going on, people sheltered us in the Kalmalacharavu and Vijayanagram centers in the plains. Putvaris and the hated landlords fled from the villages. There was great enthusiasm among the people. In the Huzurnagar zone, in Malakaravu, landlord Sambayardi and his gundas got all our local cadres arrested, including central organizers, Devulapalli Rugvarao and Sejalu Reddy, and the latter was shot dead by the police. In Algapuram, Pakaraya got our local cadres arrested. Similarly, Matampally, Kapagalu and Baytavalu became centers of enemy activity. The squad leader, Virabhadraya, was arrested and others were forced to leave the area for distant places. In the Miryalagudam zone in January 1949, the enemy intensified raids and began to collect grazing fees and land taxes, and the landlords began to bring pressure on the peasants to pay the tax arrears and give up the lands. But our squads at that time surrounded the police camp in Alwala and Ramanagudam and killed some traitors. Collections of taxes came to an end. But by April, the enemy increased the number of his camps and raids and the area committee forced the squads to dump the arms. But the people demanded wherever we went, after we returned in June from shelters in the Union territory, take action against the Ogalakurdi rowdies. Without that, do not come to us. If you plan action against them, we will join you in that. The area committee refused to give permission. So, even when the main Gunda leaders of Nandikonda, Venkatardi, and Chikati Lakshmayya were caught in a drunken state, we let them off. The Area Committee 151 countermanded our decision to kill Chura Venkat Reddy, hated in about 15 villages, who was also responsible for the death of Comrade Vallabhanani Sitaramaya. In Venganagudam, Kondaram Balakoti, headman of a notorious landlord, Ramanuj Reddy, used to accompany the military and direct its raids on the people. The Somasetipalam landlords tried to catch us when we were moving in those villages. When the people hoisted red flags, the enemy beat them mercilessly as much as they had done when we attacked the military near Rajaram. Because we distributed leaflets in Srinivasapuram, Tirumalagiri, Rangandla, Garagantapalam, the people of all these villages were made to crawl on their knees and elbows and were beaten. So, it was wrong to think that enemy repression came only when we attacked the police or killed the hated landlord oppressor. Without killing the enemy when they resort to violence, even self-protection cannot be guaranteed. We reorganized our squads by December 1949, according to the State Committee's decision, overruled the area leadership's line and instructions. Agricultural labor struggles. In June 1949, in Huzurnagar zone, immediately after the Dump Arms and No Armed Actions line, we organized labor strikes in the Kalmalacharavu and Melacharavu area. We could achieve some partial successes in the beginning, but before we could intensify them, the enemy brought the police and the local landlords started capturing our cotter and handing them over to the police, as in the case of Dirugvarao and Sejalureti. We did not take action against them, they had a free hand, and let loose terror. In the Maryalagudam zone, we tried to organize agricultural labor strikes in Tirumalgiri and half a dozen villages, but the enemy raids started. Members of strike committees and others had to run for their lives. Partial success was achieved only in Nelikalu, Chintapalam, and Sunkesula, because there we had earlier driven away the Gundas and the police agents from the villages. Again, in December, during harvesting season, we organized agricultural labor strikes in about 8 villages and enforced even 10 seers of paddy in certain villages as daily wage, but the enemy surrounded the villages and started arresting the cotter and militants, and it was with great difficulty that they could save themselves. In the Vijayanagram center, the agricultural laborers struck work and won an increase of 1 or 2 seers of grain per day, but they could not retain them for long because of intensified raids. In Tadakamala center, the agricultural laborers began to talk about wage increase, procured by the villages near the forests by getting the protection of guerrilla squads there, and that they should do the same here. In the Vatapalli zone, we started agitation for agricultural labor demands. But, because of the line of no armed actions against the landlords, they got emboldened, brought the police and beat down the labor in the villages of Gudur and Japshavirapagudam. It became very difficult to bring these agricultural labor again into the struggle, and it took 4 months. The 152 landlords in other villages also began to copy the example of these 2 villages. In Mulakulakalava, the landlords and their agents chased our party cell for 4 miles, and it could escape from being captured only by running into the forest. We, the zonal leaders, were in a fix. We decided that if we did not take actions against the landlords, there would be neither agricultural labor strikes nor even party cells, and we would have to evacuate the whole zone. So we gave a good thrashing to the enemy landlords and their agents of Kondrapolu, Badalapalam, and Mulakalakalva, destroyed the water-drawing appliances of the landlords of Gudur and other villages. In fact, we should have finished the gang of Mulakalakalava. But we did not do it because the line was not to kill even the enemy of that kind. The result was now they had gone into the police camp and had become a great menace. After these limited actions against the landlords and their agents by us, the landlords dared not lift their head, and we could move the agricultural labor into action. In many of the villages where we conducted struggles, the police came into the villages, but no one gave them any information. We actually led agricultural labor strikes in 14 villages. In 11 other villages the agricultural labor moved on their own. We won all these strikes. But the moment our activities lessened, the landlord sections tried to go back on the agreements. They got the police and the military to raid the villages. We could have kept up the gains if we had taken effective action against the landlords. Again in November 1949, there was another wave of agricultural labor strikes by labourers, farm servants, and even handicraftsmen. They won 6 seers of paddy during the harvest season, and in some villages like Rayanapalam, Ramapuram, where the lands were fertile, they got even 10 seers per day. The sharecroppers got 2/3 of the crop as against the 1/3 previously. These strikes covered a large number of villages, and a greater number of persons participated in them. There was a new tempo in the strikes. Women came forward along with the men to fight the landlords and seize the grain from the landlords' houses and distribute it among themselves. They participated in demonstrations taking knives or whatever weapons they could lay hands on. There were strikes during the groundnut plucking season in October, as well as during the harvesting of short-term crop of Variga in January-February 1950. All these strikes were led by the strike committee formed during the course of the struggle. The landlords got frightened with these waves of strikes, and the morale of the strikers rose higher and higher. Its influence was felt even on washermen in the town. We could not lead their strike as we did not have links with them. But we prevented Blacklegs from Venkatadripalam from going to the town. The town washermen won their demands. The government, seeing the success of the washermen's strike and the wave of agricultural labor strikes, intensified its raids like a mad dog. It raided the forest with thousands of armed personnel. With these raids once again the landlord section raised its head and hatched plots. They sent word to the enemy about our whereabouts. They handed over Lachhulu, Amritam, and Vadayari Rajayardi. They got the leaders of the strike struggles in various villages arrested. If we had taken action against the enemy from time to time and finished some of the worst in the gang, they would not have dared to lift their head. Again, we should have gone on. 153. Recruiting all exposed cadre into regular squads and retreated to the forests. But we had been following at that time a policy of no armed guerrilla struggle, and no recruiting of new members to guerrilla squads, and we had no idea of extending the movement to new areas. On land question. In Mukundapuram, a peasant, Kamari Muttaya, did not give up his land. He was tortured to death. He died with the words, "This land is mine. I will not give it up," on his lips. Even after his death, his brothers and his wife stuck to the land. They said that they would rather give up their lives but not the land. In Madhyalakunta the landlord Ramanglakshmi brought the police and got a Lambadi peasant beaten to pulp as he was in occupation of the land. After this, he was afraid to continue the cultivation of the land. His wife goaded him and the two of them plowed up the land. The guerrillas later gave this particular landlord a good thrashing. We saw that mere propaganda that the land is yours, you can go and cultivate it, did not lead anywhere. The landlords were taking advantage of our no armed struggle line and getting the police and the military to terrorize the peasants. We decided to give them a good thrashing. Guerrillas killed the landlord who brought the police and got Kamari Muttaya tortured to death. With these attacks, new enthusiasm spread among the peasants. One poor peasant near Kondrapolu, where there was a military camp of 150, occupied his land seized by the landlord, cultivated it and successfully retained the crop. The peasants demanded that land seized by the landlords be restored. They demanded that waste lands be distributed. We allowed them to clear only a limited forest area and cultivate because we thought that if we allowed them to fell all the trees in the small forests, then there would be no protection for the squads. It was only in the far-off plains with which we could not keep regular contacts that the biggest landlords could reoccupy the lands from the peasants, and that, too, in villages where there were police camps. In Ragadapa, in the Tumadam Deshmukh's lands and Suryapalam temple lands, all of which were in the very villages where the military camps were posted, we saw to it that nobody turned up to cultivate them for the landlords. In the following 20 villages, in the Vatapalli zone, the peasants occupied the land seized by the landlords and cultivated them even during this period. 1 Anaram, 2. Bathalapalam, 3. Bajikalu, 4. Chinayapalam, 5. Damarakirla, 6. Gadur, 7. Japshavirapagudam, 8. Jililpur, 9. Kallapalli, 10. Kondrapolu, 11. Kothagudam, 12. Metagudam, 13. Madhulokantat, 14. Mukundapuram, 15. Mulakalakalava, 16. Nilayagudam, 17. Rayanapalam, 18. Tetagunta, 19. Virapagudam and 20. Virlapalam. In Dachavaram, 8 of Aram, Kotagiri, the people did not give up the land. The poor peasants of Gotapalli, Mukundapuram and Vakantapuram came to us and narrated how the 154 landlords had once again seized their lands, after beating them and getting their sons arrested. They asked us to go and help them to take back possession of the land. They said, "You first come once and warn the landlords. We will plow and cultivate the lands. We did not go to help them with our new line of no armed actions. We wanted the poor peasants to fight all on their own against the landlords, the police, and military, without our leading them, and that, too, with no weapons in their hands. In the Tadakamala center, where our links with the villages were broken the moment we laid down arms, the people waited for us for a long time, and only then they allowed the lands to be occupied by the landlords. Whenever any of our comrades happened to meet them, they told him how the land which was distributed was seized by such and such landlord, how much they suffered, and asked us to show them the way. We used to preach to them, resist them. Go and occupy the land and cultivate. Our days will come soon. We will destroy the enemy. You must protect your party and give us shelter. The peasants used to sigh and go away despondently, hoping that those promised days would come soon. In the Penubadu center also, because we could not maintain contact, the landlords occupied the lands. Yet after 2 months of no armed struggle line there was a little respite from enemy raids. Immediately the people moved to occupy their lands. They wanted to take away the crops on lands cultivated by the landlords. The landlords got panicky and begged for compromise. Our local cadre led this upsurge. This was so in the villages of Batanikanta, Chintakuntla, Naradashurla, Takalapadu, and Utlapalli, Vakantapuram and Vijayanagram. Similarly, in Kollur, Madavaram and Vijayanagram, the agricultural labor and the poor peasants demanded that the landlords sell the grain at the rates fixed by the party. Otherwise, they would confiscate and distribute it. We warned the landlords and they had to sell it at cheap rates. The enemy intensified its raids. The landlords raised their head once again and began to hand over our cadre to the police. Immediately we decided to kill these landlords on our own in the villages of Chintakuntla, Chilapalli, Naradashurla, and Ravalapenta, but they had already run away. Yet we destroyed property belonging to them and confiscated some. We killed the enemy in Chundupatla. The enemy got demoralized and lost hope in police and military protection. The morale of the agricultural laborers and poor peasants rose. They came forward in greater numbers to give us shelter and to reoccupy their lands. In Vijayanagram, when a landlord wanted to sell the land which he had seized earlier from a poor peasant, the poor peasant warned him not to sell it as it was his land and occupied it. When the people insisted again and again that the landlord be killed, only then we took action against him. In Chintakuntla, an elder brother was put in jail and then the younger one took his place and refused to give up possession of the land. After these actions, even in the Penubadu center, the landlords called the peasants and gave them 1/3 of the crop, lest we attack them for occupying the lands. In Huzurnagar zone, when the enemy raids became intensified and we with the normed struggle line left the land question to the people to manage as best as they could, in a number of villages they came to us and asked us to warn such and such a landlord so that they 155 would not seize the lands from the peasants. We did not lead them, we thought the people were not prepared to fight on their own. The Anantagiri Deshmukh reoccupied the lands from the peasants immediately after the Union armies entered. The landlords of Chalukar, Aravaram, and Ganapavaram and Kapugalu occupied the lands distributed. Yet some peasants did not give up their lands restored to them during the Nizam regime. In a number of villages, people brought to us the question of land seizures. We used to put them off saying, "It is not the proper time, wait for a few days. But do not give up the land even if the police beat and kill you." We could not intervene and allowed the landlords of Ravuru and Ramapuram to sell a part of their lands. In the Betavalu center, people did not give up the lands and resisted police atrocities and asked our advice and help. But we did not help them. Ultimately, they had to give up the lands hoping that better times would come and they would again be able to occupy their lands. In Veladanda, the lands of the landlord, Ramchandrdi, and those of the Dakaram Deshmukh were distributed. These landlords tried to take possession of the lands and the peasants resisted for a long time and came to us for help, but we only preached to them not to give up the land nor pay any rent. But they were ultimately forced to give up the lands as the raids increased. In Betavalu, the landlord, with the military's help, got the peasants to put his share of the crop separately. The peasants saw the heap of paddy with burning hatred. How can we hand over this golden paddy? Even if we cannot consume it, it does not matter. The landlord must not get it. So burn it. Our local cell in the midst of concentrated enemy raids, could not fulfill the wishes of the peasantry. In Bergyogada, the people cleared up Paramboku, waste, lands and cultivated them. The landlords, after the advent of the Indian Union armies, occupied the grazing lands of the peasants and began to collect from the peasants 50 rupees per acre of each plot of Paramboku land. The peasants and agricultural laborers came to us and asked us to finish off these landlords. We replied that it was not time, we would make the landlords shell out every pie they had collected. This was the line of no armed struggle. In Maryalagudam zone, in Musumpally center, the enemy was able to occupy lands and even stay in the villages because we would neither go there nor even keep contacts. In Ramadugu center, the landlords occupied the lands from the peasants in Garagantapalam, Pedagudam, Kosalamari, Merpali, and Yakaram, but we took action against the landlords in Garagantapalam and Tepalamadugu, Kopolu and Shepuru. With them the landlords of all these villages ran away and began to live in the police camp. They brought the military at the time of harvesting and snatched the crop from the peasantry. 156. In the Rajaram center, the people were able to get the crop from the lands in spite of military raid. The landlords tried to collect 100 rupees per acre and seize the grain from the peasant houses, but they failed. The people did not surrender the grain nor pay any cash. The lands of Ramanujurdi, Valaberdi, and of the Tumadam Deshmukh were left uncultivated for the whole of the year 1949. Only with the establishment of military centers, they could cultivate the lands employing farm servants. In Kokayagudam, Shurpali, Tirumalagiri, and Venganagudam, the peasants cultivated the lands and we asked them not to pay any rent to the landlords. In Nelikalu, in Chitapalam, and in Nidagata and Malakkerala, we helped the peasants to retain the crops. We helped the peasants of Tumyakantala, Bethivankana Tanda, and Kampala to occupy the illegally seized lands and cultivate them. In these villages where we were able to maintain close contacts, the enemy could not even seize crops with the help of the police and the military. Lambadi people support our squads. In Nadagata Tanda, 10 women were raped in front of their husbands. In Koyagudam Tanda, women were molested and brutally tortured, women's heads were shaved, yet they continued to support and protect the squads. In Tungapati Tanda, Bimla Nayak was shot dead because he refused to reveal secrets of how the guerrillas successfully raided the bus in November. In Malakkaravua, it was the Lambadi people who helped our squads to trace the Gunda and betrayer, Sambudu, who was responsible for the shooting and killing of our comrade Sejalureddy and for the arrest of Raghavendra Rao. Many a time, they brought the news of impending police and military raids and saved our squads. Many a time, when proper guidance was given, they fought against their own caste leaders and landlords, as in Malakkaravua Tanda, against landlords belonging to the Manch family. In Yadavakula Kallapalli Tandas they fought for land and for fair wages for agricultural laborers against their own landlords and regained the lands lost due to excessive usury or rents. They forced higher taxes on the landlord sections and lowered the tax burdens on the poorer sections of their tandas. In Malakkaravua the Lambadi Tanda people were able to retain the lands which they had been cultivating from the time they had cleared the forest. In Kallapalli, Nadagata, Chintalapalam, Madhyalakunta, and in other tandas they fought and got their wages increased. We also saw that when these class battles were fought there, many old obscurantist customs were loosened and they started adopting progressive habits and practices. Village councils. The enemy tried his best to liquidate our village committees and re-establish the rule of Patels and Patvaris. But all his hopes were shattered because the people went to those honest elements from the village committees who were still left outside after betrayals and arrests and got their disputes settled by them. People are not going to the government's courts however big the issue may be. This was the case in the villages of Vijayanagram, Madavaram, Vakantapuram, Setabasgudam, Padapuram, and Jonaladane. We do not have the reports from Tadakamala Center. Even the Congress government, when it found that it could not carry 157 on with Patels and Patvaris, had to set up some village councils with those whom the people elected. This itself will show how much the people love this embryonic People's Democratic Raj. The area committee's decision to dissolve the village committees, which even the government failed to liquidate, was very harmful. We must promote agricultural labor and pour peasant cadre into these village committees to make them effectively function during these critical times. In the Maryalagudam zone, in the centers of Nelikalu and Natagatu, we were able to keep in close touch with the people through the village people's committees and were able to solve their problems. The result was that the people helped us in many ways. They even participated in actions against the enemy and in destroying roads. In other centers, where we dissolved the village committees, we could not keep in touch with the people and could not move them into action either for land or against the enemy. In Huzurnagar town, after dissolving the village committees and with no guerrilla actions against the enemy, even the honest elements in the village committees who had been left outside, could not come forward and settle the people's disputes. As a result, the party organizers were forced to settle these affairs, when the people found them and approached them. More often they used to postpone the issues, asking people to have patience. Party organization. During the Nizam Razakar days, we took the large number of militants that came forward as party members. But we could not politically educate them and develop them enough. The result was, after the Indian Army intervention, with the increasing terror, many of them became inactive. It was difficult to save them with the area committee line of dissolution of armed guerrilla squads and concentration on local struggles sticking to the villages from where they had come. During the enemy terror, many of the local cadre left their villages. We told them to go back, explaining that they were not exposed in the villages, there was no danger for them and that we could not provide protection for all of them. They did not agree to go back without arms, without shelters. But they were forced to go back. Most of them got arrested. The women comrades from Suryapet town wanted to come and join the guerrilla squads or political squads as they were exposed, but we refused to take them and sent them back. They were arrested a week later. In Kalamalachiravu, 2 of the local cadre wanted to come out of the village and join our squads. We refused to take them into our squads. Similarly, because we refused to take the exposed cadre of Chilkuru and Narayanapuram, Yelapuram, Virgugada and Makaram, most of them got arrested. From Adivitavulapalli, 2 wanted to join but we refused. They had to leave the village and go away to union villages to escape arrest. Ramulama recruited militants from 158 Malake Kerala, but we refused to admit them and sent them back on the ground that we could not provide shelters. Our whole outlook was colored with the idea that if we could save those who were in the squad, that itself was a great achievement. Why take in newcomers and burden ourselves at this juncture? In Vatapalli zone, with agricultural labor strikes, waves of large numbers of militants had come forward. We organized some of them into cells. More than 200 of the cadre came in these struggles. Many of them were prepared and they even pressed to be taken into our squads, but we refused. So when the enemy intensified the raids, many of them were arrested. The rest had to leave the village and go to coastal districts to escape arrest. After the reformation of regular guerrilla squads. By the time the guerrilla squads were reformed and the party in the area was again put back onto the rails of armed guerrilla struggle, Chelakurdi, Matampally, Naradashar Lakandraprolu, Adivitavulapalli, and Kapugalu had become Congress rowdy centers. Home guards were organized from the rowdy gangs and landlords' sons. Guerrilla squads attacked these centers and killed some of the worst gangsters. In Chelakurdi there was a police camp, too. Yet squads attacked the home guards and killed 7 of them. Now this center of terror has subsided. The remaining home guards and landlords said that they would not go to other villages. That it was enough if they could keep off the communists from carrying on their activities in this village. In Matampally there was a camp with 30 armed policemen and 50 home guards. Yet squads attacked the center and killed the hated landlord oppressor and his wife. These two had committed untold atrocities on the people. They were the mainstay of this rowdy center. With this attack all the 100 villages of Huzurnagar zone heaved a sigh of relief. In Naradusherla, we attacked the Home Guard center and killed 4 of the ringleaders. The rest of the Home Guards ran away from the camp and now dare not show their face before the people. In Kondaprolu, a center with 50 Home Guards and a heavy police center, 2 squads could not directly attack the camp but burnt down the cattle sheds and water appliances of the landlords. The small landlords and the rich peasants who were earlier with the enemy came to terms, allow us to live. We will not do anything against you. We will give away to you all our surplus land over 100 acres. We will pay the wages of agricultural labor as per your demand. But allow us to live, as your comrades do in China. In Adivitavulapalli, squads killed 2 of the hated gangsters in spite of the heavy police camp being there. Anantaramalu, the landlord of Malacca Kerala, who had taken shelter in the above camp and who was notorious for his repeated raids on all the surrounding villages, was ambushed and finished off. 159. It was in this village that Comrade Rangaya of Ragadapa was killed. People said after his death, "Why do you not wait till the rainy season? Why do you come in summer?" An old woman said, "I do not know where he was born. He sacrificed his life for us. If we had shown him proper paths and given him information in time, he would not have met this fate." Another said, "They have not been lazy in the hills. Whenever necessary, they fight and sacrifice their lives." In Badalapalam of Mayuralgudam zone, the hated landlord, Kandaya, and his agent, Guravaya, were killed by the guerrilla squad. The people were very glad to have got rid of this oppressor scum. These were the ones who handed over Comrade Lakhulu, the cell secretary, to the police, who shot him dead afterwards. Later, the police beat all the villagers black and blue and shot dead one Sejalu, who was a former militant released from jail. We asked him to come and join the squad or go away somewhere, as otherwise he would be shot by the enemy. Before he could do it, he was caught and shot. The people did not mind the beating, as the hated landlord was no more there to inflict on them daily tortures and oppression. The people used to say, "Guerrillas carry on their raids in the rainy season and go away in the summer, and the police intensify their raids then." But it is good that you carry on raids, because when you do that, the police attacks and raids become less and at longer intervals. Guerrillas had killed Hanumalu of Aniyalapuram, who was responsible for the capture and death of Comrade S.B. Punnaya, and Patel Narasaya and Gadam Viraya of Kundibunda, Gunda agents of the landlord oppressor Kundibata Janki Ramarao. In Kapigulu, the hated landlord oppressor, Muthavarepu Narasaya, got our center organizer Mudavarapu Venkayaya shot dead. The guerrilla squad went for him, but he was not found. The squad burned his cattle sheds. In Nidagalu, Devarkonda, landlord Churavenkatreddy's 300 cattle were driven away into the forests by the guerrillas. With police help he searched the whole forest area and recovered them except 10 cows, worth 2,000 rupees. Fearing further raids on his cattle, he disposed of a large number of them at cheap prices. It was he who was instrumental for the police surrounding Comrade Vallabhinani Sitaramaya and his squad, and for the death of Sitaramaya and another squad member in that action. Similarly, the guerrillas destroyed the properties and gardens, etc., of other landlords. The landlords sought terms for compromise. The guerrillas imposed abolition of accumulated debts, returning of Anyakranchalu, illegally seized lands, to the peasants, fair wages for farm servants, and payment of levies on their properties for the expenses of the guerrillas. These and many other actions against the landlords and police informers enabled us to establish links with the villages and prevent any information reaching the police and military camps. The result was that in spite of heavy concentration in these zones during the summer of 1950, in spite of additional reinforcements of 600 Gurkhas, the police could not get at our center. But for these actions, the home guards and the landlords would have given information about our Qadr and we would have suffered irreparable losses. 160. The biggest achievement after these raids was that the people in almost all the villages in the whole of Huzurnagar zone won back the possession of lands which the people had occupied during the Razakar period. Only in Kapagalu, Uravaram, Dursan Kerala and Matampally were the landlords, with the help of the police in the camps, able to seize these lands from the people. This was the general feature in all our old fighting areas. The peasants stuck to the land distributed. He would, if forced, pay certain portion of the crop as rent, but possession of the land he would not give up. Only where the police camps were in considerable strength and the biggest landlords were residing, they could seize back the land and get it cultivated by employing farm servants. Small landlords dared not dispossess the peasant. They wanted their rents to be paid to them and were prepared to allow possession to be in the hands of the peasants. In Maryalgudam zone, into which the Vatapalli zone was also amalgamated in the beginning of 1950, in the villages of Chidela, 160 acres of lands were distributed to 32 families and they cultivated the land. People were determined to safeguard the crop from falling into the enemy's hands. In Nandagam village, 330 acres of the land of the landlords and of the government was occupied by the villagers and was being cultivated. In this zone, because of lack of rains, the land distribution could not be carried on extensively. The cultivation of the lands by two big landlords, Ramanujardi and Damodaraddi, was stopped in Kilamardagudam, Shurpali and Venganagudam. Similarly, the lands of G. Kistaya in Nilayagudam, of Valaberdi in Ragadapa and of Sedaya of Apalamagudam were laid waste. This was the fate of the lands which the big landlords seized from the peasantry and tried to cultivate with their own farm servants. In the Huzurnagar zone, in the villages of Ganjpadu, Ravipadu, Sunyapadu, Buragata, Kitavaragudam, Shirla, Chalukar, Narayanapuram, Porambok, waste land, was cleared and the land was being cultivated by the peasants. In Madhananigudam agricultural laborers were cultivating 10 acres of the land of a landlord. Another big gain of our actions was the increased morale of the people and demoralization in the enemy camp. In Somasetipalam, the people who were forced to keep watch, recognized the subedar of the Rajaram camp who had gone there in disguise to make a checkup. They pounced upon him as a newcomer and gave him a good thrashing, saying, "A communist has come." The policeman rushed and rescued him. In Yelapuram village, the people on night watch caught hold of a police inspector of Alwala and gave him a good thrashing, shouting, "Adirdi, the famous squad leader, has come." Apalam Magudam enemy Sedaya came with a police party to check up the watch. People pounced on him and were about to bellabore him when the police intervened. The police cursed the people, "When the communists come, you welcome them, feed them, and escort them away. When we come, you abuse us to your heart's content, this night watch is no use." 161. Police went to burn Badavengana Babathanda from which they had forcibly evacuated people earlier. Lambadi women, 20 in number, were there to have a last glimpse of their huts. The police tried to rape them. Just at that time, 2 squad members approached the Thanda. The women signaled them off. The police saw them, too, and opened fire. The squad members escaped. The police dared not touch the women afterwards as they were forced to keep a constant vigil lest the squad would attack them at any time. Later the center organizer went and met the women. They narrated the story of police efforts to rape them and how they were saved by the accidental appearance of 2 squad members. But they were indignant that the squad members did not attack the police then and there and kill them. They asked our comrades to stay for the day as an old woman wanted to see them before she died. The next day, she came and said, "One question I want to ask. Do not get angry, my son." Telugu word is Nayana, a term of endearment and respect, though literally it means father. Why don't you kill the police? We lost our houses and huts. They were burnt. There is no food. We want to fight and destroy the enemy. If you do not attack the police, it is no use. I want to die after hearing your reply to my question whether you are going to kill the police or not. All the women supported her demand. Our organizer explained to them, "We will certainly kill the police. We are organizing our forces for this. We will see that this whole area is cleared off the police. You must also join us." On another occasion, some women met us and demanded, "You attack Pusilipadu camp. Otherwise, do not came to our village. Kill 2 home guards at least. Why do you not attack even when police are moving only in groups of 4 and 5? On another occasion, another Lambadi woman said, "Take a weapon and go and kill that Ramireddy. It does not matter if you have to die. The Sangam will continue to flourish. Every year we will celebrate your Ursu festival." The people's insistent demand is kill the police and the biggest landlords who are taking shelter in the camps. Without wiping them out, there will be no end to our miseries. At last, our party has come. A new upsurge is sweeping the whole Taluka. The people are showing their determination and getting ready to save their crops, confiscate the enemy's crops, and for similar militant actions. After hearing about the intensification of the guerrilla offensive, people are saying, there is no need for fear anymore. Again, our Rajya, rule, will come. The day of death of the enemy is not far off. In the Ramadugu area, after the guerrilla actions on the enemy, people are heard saying, "At last our party has come." They used to send us repeated messages, "Come and finish off the enemy, otherwise the Mangal Sutrams of our women will be snatched away and we will be reduced to lead a life of misery. Give us a program, we will carry it out on our own, you just guide and help." This was clear proof of the preparedness of the people to take our party's program and discharge their role in the struggle, and that they are awaiting the party's call. 162. In Devarkonda area, the Chenchu people, a hill tribe, met some of our comrades and said, "You have come twice previously to our aid and you have lost comrade Sitharamayya who worked for us and died. All these days, you are not found. You have come now at last." The people and Lambadi peasants, who were fed up with police raids and were awaiting guerrilla squads, were telling great stories regarding our actions, which showed their confidence in us and their discontent as well. For example, one such story went like this: the communist king has called all the squads and said, "You fellows, you are sitting and eating while Nehru's armies are committing so many atrocities on the people. Now you go and deal with them, there is no other way out." So, the squads have now come again. How they were anxious to see the enemy liquidated could be seen from the following innocent suggestions: "Are giving information to you about police camps and you're coming and raiding these small camps, all this takes much time. If you go and attack the Huznanagar town camp itself, these small camps will flee away, without our attacking them." Another report of a conversation that took place. One said, "The squads have gone somewhere, a long way. There are no actions now. Police are not dying. Only our people are dying." Another tried to soothe him and give him courage, "Squads will return after rains and when crops grow high. We will fight on the levy issue." This had become a general slogan, but "Save your produce, face bullets," this was the slogan given in our leaflet which gripped the masses. People are getting prepared to resist on the lines suggested in that leaflet. They are removing their grains to safer places. The announcement of the government that 1 seer per day per each will be retained with the peasant and the rest will be taken away is terribly hated by the people. "You brought back all those methods of the Nizam, the son of a bitch. We will rather die than part with our grains," this was the reply of the people of Chilkar. The people of Kopyagalo said, "Whether we do anything or not, the landlords and military beat us day in and day out. How long have we to suffer like this? Whatever may happen, we should settle accounts with the enemy. Let us see how many people they will kill." Thus, wherever we go, there is discontent, anger, and a tendency to retaliate. All these indicate that people are ready to take up the program of the party. After actions by guerrilla squads, police repression followed. People, though victims of brutal beatings, express their joy at the destruction of their enemies. November Day and Peace Day. November Day and Peace Day were jointly celebrated throughout the whole area. Hoisting of red flags, group meetings and public meetings and demonstrations, wherever possible, were held. In this connection, achievements of the Soviet Union were widely propagated, which the people heard with rapt attention. In all important centers of Myeryelagudum town, red flags were hoisted. On the outskirts of the town, a red flag was hoisted on top of a high factory and the factory gate was burnt down. Early morning brought with it this news and people were taken by surprise. Especially this had special significance as it was carried out in face of 400 Gurkha soldiers stationed in the heart of 163. The town. Warning posters were also pasted on walls. The enemies were shaking with fear and began moving to the center of the town from the outskirts, which they thought would be much safer. Some even fled to Nalgonda town, the district headquarters, as if it was safer there. Wall posters were put up in Huzurnagar town, too. A warning poster was pasted right on the walls of the sub-inspector's house. The story goes round that he was bedridden with fever and in the house. The militancy and interest displayed by the people during these celebrations were remarkable. Situation in the plains of Nalgonda, around the military center at the end of 1950. In Palvela, indications were that the agricultural laborers and the poor peasants were on the move. The farm servants were vigorously resisting the old scales of wages. In a village, the farm servants of one zamindar, Ipartha Narsayardi, put up a notice in the yard of the zamindar. The notice read, "Hereafter do not force servants to work more than 8 hours a day. Pay their wages properly. Otherwise, beware, the communists will give it to you." And it worked. Likewise, the farm servants of the other villages, too, were anxiously awaiting communists. On the whole, they got higher wages than before. But they were not enough to meet the prevalent cost of living. The tenants were refusing to give up their tenancy on the land. The zamindars were trying to remove the tenants and sell away the lands. But, the tenants were stubbornly resisting. The rich, middle, poor, all together were uniting against the zamindar. The youth was coming forward to join the squads and express the desire to finish off the landlords. Formerly, the landlords used to grab half of the produce from the tenants, in the name of Batai. Now, after the advent of the Congress Raj, they not only take away half of the produce, but also half of the hay, which formerly used to go wholly to the tenant. This increased plundering was only producing severe discontent in the whole people. They daily experienced the system of robbery and misery which only increased under the Congress Raj. The rich peasant was no exception and he, too, suffered. And this was making him openly express discontent against the Congress regime. The people saw through the humbug of the Congress tenant legislation and they, too, expressed their hatred of all this. This is the joint handiwork of those who swallow the lamb and those who swallow the buffalo. The people strongly believed and were confident that the ultimate victory was theirs. The rich peasant, too, had started giving shelter to us. From the general position, it could be said that in the event of agricultural labor struggles, the rich peasant would stand neutral, but would not come in opposition to the struggle. Once again, things started moving in the plains, after a considerable lapse of time, a period when the most ferocious repression was clamped on the people, when the entire area was 164 littered with military and police camps, when the movement and the organization suffered a big setback and when links with the people were cut. Once again, after this long lapse of time, people began coming into their own, much more steeled, much more determined, much more mature. Once again, guerrilla activities were taking place, steadily and surely. Once again, the military and the police were being sniped at, attacked, teased, and were becoming panicky and jittery. Once again, the landlords here were worried, spending sleepless nights. No sooner than the contacts were restored with village Chittalur, the people went into the lands of the zamindar and gathered about 3 kandis, a kandi equals 1,000 kilograms, of bara crop. Once again, they seized the lands of the landlords and of the government. Contacts were established once again with 20 villages, in the neighborhood of Nakarkalu. Chittalur, Nakarakalu, etc., were the strong bases, where the movement reached a very high level before the setback. People were anxiously awaiting the return of comrades and squads. They were anxious to get back their lands. Only they suggested and desired that first the landlord be finished, be driven out. They feared and said so, that as long as he continued to live, things would not be all right. They said that they were not afraid of the military could be managed, hide and seek could be played with them, they said confidently. Only, the landlord must be finished and the party cadre must be with them to lead and guide them. They assured with all confidence. We can protect the party comrades. Just one will do. Let one comrade remain with us and we will do the rest. We will carry on the raids in the nights. They were coming forth with helpful suggestions, in the matter of tactics, too. Thus, the picture of the plains was changing. The dark days of isolation were coming to an end, once again, the people were coming into their own. Amarabad area, new extension on River Krishna border. It was towards the end of January 1950 that a guerrilla squad and 2 political squads were sent to Amarabad forest to extend the movement. By the end of June, these squads spread the movement and the whole of Amarabad area was linked with our old movement in Kolhapur Taluka of Mahbubnagar district, i.e., extending to a distance of 100 miles. Amarabad of Mahbubnagar was the taluka adjacent to Devarkonda. During the Razakar Nizam regime, the guerrilla squads tried to penetrate into the Devarkonda forests and even proceeded to Amarabad villages. But immediately after the Indian Army's intervention, the party lost 2 of its best organizers and squad leaders, Comrade Sitharamayya and Alwala Narasimha Reddy. Later, with the no armed struggle line, no efforts were made to spread this movement into this important forest stronghold. Yet because of the general influence of the Telangana struggle and also because of the party's earlier efforts, the people were anxiously awaiting our arrival, to rise against the hated oppressors. Comrade Alwala Narasim Reddy had 165 become their legendary hero, who had lost his life in their cause. In every village, people talk of him first and then narrate their woes. In the beginning of January 1950, the squads from Mayuralagudam zone penetrated into Devarkonda villages and distributed the grains of the landlords of Naredagama and killed 2 hated oppressors in Kidirala and Akaram. They organized and led the agricultural labor strikes in Ipalapalli and Udimilla successfully. After this, these squads went back. Taking advantage of the absence of the squads and organizers, the remaining landlords got 65 persons arrested in these villages. Our squads marched in at the end of January 1950. They led processions and held meetings in Merdu, Medimadugu, Lakshmapuram, Topalapuram, Madananipalli, Lingadanipal, and Upanyachula. We distributed the food grains of the landlords of these villages to the people, killed 2 guards who were oppressing the people. In Ipalapalli and Udimala, agricultural laborers asserted themselves and procured 8 seers per day as wages as against 2 seers before. The landlords, even at a distance of 50 miles from the village where the squads began their activities, evacuated the villages and sought safety in the towns with police and military camps. The enemy got frightened. He wanted to prevent the party from getting entrenched in the forest region. He organized his camps in almost all the main villages in the forest, and started intensive military combing. He began to shoot people indiscriminately to terrorize them and to stop them from helping and joining the squads. The police and military shot dead 1 in Villapuram, 2 in Ainolu, 2 in Bamanapalli, 3 in Chintakuntla, 2 in Mananur, 2 in Gangayardapalli, 1 in Baguladone, 2 in Rangapuram and 8 in Madipatla, a total of 23 persons. In Uppalapalli, a washerman was shot dead because once long before he had taken food to the guerrillas. In Regulapuram, the police sent word for the Chenchus to come to the camp. They suspected some foul play and sent only 2 as their spokesmen. One of them was tortured to get the whereabouts of the squads. He did not squeal and was shot dead. The second was also put against the tree with the gun aimed at him. But he was let off with a warning to go and find out the whereabouts of the communists. He straight came and joined the squad. With these brutal murders the people were afraid, but at the same time, their hatred against the police and military grew and was greater than their fear of them. They asked the squads again and again to ambush the police and shoot them dead. They helped them to find out the best places for laying ambushes for the police. The people who were forced to keep night watch by the enemy helped the guerrillas the moment they approached them. It was they who took the guerrilla squads with them on night gashti, watch patrol, to attack the police camp at Chintakuntla. The Medipalai Patel, who was the agent of the 4,000-acre landlord Rajai Reddy of the same village, was pointed out by the villagers while he was sleeping camouflaged among the night watchers. They insisted that he be shot on the spot and the squad carried out their demand. 166. The landlords monopolized the land, owning hundreds and in some cases thousands of acres of the best land. The wages they paid to the agricultural labor were not mere than 1.5 to 2 seers of jowar per day. Farm servants were fed at the landlords' houses and given a pittance of 50 rupees per annum, with which they were expected to maintain their wives and children, and dependents. Usury was rampant, making the agricultural laborers bond slaves of the landlords. In these forest regions the landlords owned herds of cows and bullocks. They paid 300 seers of jowar and 50 rupees per annum for a herdsman to look after 60 to 100 head of cattle. The landlord yearly used to sell cattle worth 1,500 rupees from these herds of 60 to 100 cattle. This was the miserable condition of the people in these areas. On March 10, 1951, in Kanagula, grain was distributed. The food situation was bad, 1.5 seers of bajra or jowar per rupee. The Chenchu tribal people used to mix tamarind with ashes and used to drink it to appease their hunger. 180 bags of grain of the village landlords were seized and distributed among 1,000 Chenchus. The debt deeds were all burnt. The next day 80 policemen in lorries raided the village and tried to forcibly seize the grain of the peasants, but the men and women resisted. A severe lathi charge was made. The heads of men and breasts of women were the targets of the police brutes. The people did not flinch. The police could seize with great difficulty only 25 bags of grain. This resistance became the talk of the whole area. Guerrillas retaliated after a few days on the Kanagula police camp and kept the police confined to the camp while destroying the properties of the landlords, of those who helped the police in that raid. Madananipally and Vangaranipally, 7 muzzle loaders and 2 shotguns were captured. Home guards were forced to scatter. This was in September and October 1950. In November and December, Bhamanapalli and Lakshmipuram were raided. The Home Guard organization was dissolved. 7 muzzle loaders were seized. After this, all arms from Home Guards were taken away by the police. Balamur, where landlords owning more than 400 acres of land each dominate, the squad raided the village, seized 1 shotgun and 3 barmers, muzzle loaders. 6 other landlords who had shotguns and muzzle loaders escaped. The squad destroyed their houses. The squad warned the landlords not to compel the people to do night watch and also pay a minimum of 4 seers of jowar or bajra as daily wages. On March 21, 1951, 300 bags of grain were seized by 300 Chenchu tribal people. Tirumalapuram, a Kampita or Amarabad Taluka, the Home Guard and police camp was raided by guerrillas on March 9, 1951. The sentry was fired upon and wounded. Hayricks and properties of Home Guard leaders were burnt down. The police dared not engage the guerrillas. It was only half an hour after the guerrillas withdrew that they started firing back and kept up their firing for a long time. 167. It was in this area that the guerrilla squad successfully raided Kottapalli police station and seized rifles and ammunition. Basing on this area, the Telangana guerrilla squads established contacts with the people and the party on the southern side of the river Krishna, with Guntur and Kurnool districts, and made the whole Nal Amla forest region their guerrilla base. In all these areas, the impact of the Telangana people's armed struggle was big. Though the guerrilla squads and organizers had not reached these areas till 1950, the landlords and Patels and Patwaris, afraid of people's revolt, lessened their oppression and had to give up their practice of forced labor, as in Nalgonda and Varungal. The people realized that the Sangam was theirs and it fought for them. They were anxiously awaiting the arrival of squads and so, when they arrived, received them with open arms and with great enthusiasm and happiness. The biggest problems that faced the guerrillas were the lack of sufficient ammunition, and of educating the militants and developing a strong party organization to canalize and lead all these mass upsurge. The people were on the move. The government and police officials knew this and said, the moment the police turn their back, the Sangam rules these villages. Kurnool district. The squads were sent to Kurnool district in December 1950 to extend the movement. They attacked the forest guards, chowkidars, and home guards in that area. In Sideshwaram village, the squad snatched 7 shotguns and 4 muzzle loaders from the home guards and the landlords. In raids on forest guards at Sivapuram, Kottapalli, Indreswaram, and Gavalakunta, 5 more shotguns were seized. One forest guard who was a very notorious oppressor was killed and others were driven out of the forest. People were now free to enjoy the forest produce without bribing and being harassed by the forest officials. People on their own attacked and burnt down the forest offices in Rudrakodu, Uparajakanta. Whenever they contacted the squads, they used to narrate their woes and listen to their advice and go back with new happiness and determination. The food situation was quite bad. The government, afraid of the guerrilla movement spreading, exempted the area from grain levy. But the landlords having monopoly of land and grain raised the prices to 1 rupee per seer of rice. The people asked the party, you have provided fuel to the stove below but provide also grain for the pot above, poya krindoki yurpatachisaru, poya mediki kuda yurpatachayandi. Seeing the misery and the urge of the people, the squads took up the distribution of grain. In Kottapalli village, 200 bags of a landlord, Podigalo Subbayya, and in Gavalakunto, 50 bags of paddy of another merchant were distributed. Police raids and beatings of the people continued. But people said that it did not matter, they beat a few and keep a few in jail for a few days. But we get food. So, distribute the grain of the landlords. This had become the common talk. 168. The government brought 3 arrested persons and shot them dead in Indreswaram as communists and declared them to be killed in a clash. They kept 3 muzzle loaders along with the dead bodies. They brought a large number of people from neighboring villages to see the dead bodies to frighten the people, telling them that if they sided with the communists, they would meet a similar fate. 2 of them were ordinary Chenchu people and 1 was a political prisoner from some other district. The people were not taken in by this. They started hating the government more. Vikarbad area. This area now corresponds to the western talukas of the present-day Hyderabad district, consisting of Vikarbad, Tundur, and other talukas, bordering the Karnataka area. The movement and contacts extended to about 300 square miles. It was 50 miles to the west of Hyderabad city. The movement extended to this area only towards the end of 1950. As in all new areas, the guerrilla squad sent here also started propaganda against levy of grain and against taxes to the government. The squads warned the village Patels and Patwaris not to collect any government taxes. The fruits of different kinds of trees and groves in the peasants' fields should be freely enjoyed by the peasants without paying anything to the government or to the landlords. For agricultural laborers, daily wage rates should be 4 seers and for farm servants it must be 80 seers per month instead of 40 seers. The propaganda was carried on that the tenants, peasants, need not pay any rent, lease amounts, to the big landlords and zamindars, as it was the peasants who really worked and raised the crops, and as such the land and its produce belonged to the peasant. Agitation for seizing from the landlords Anyakrantalu, illegally seized lands, and for not paying the usuriously accumulated loans was carried on. The peasants and agricultural labor said, all that you say is good. But if we do it, the landlords and the police will kill us. The squads told them to stand together and fight, and then they would succeed in beating off their offensive. Because of this agitation and propaganda, the poor people started discussions everywhere and they started looking forward eagerly for the squad and the organizers to reach their villages and help them to achieve these demands. The food situation was also very acute and serious. Only 4 or 5 rich people in each village had enough food grain that would last them the whole year. The middle peasant had food grain for about 4 months. The poor and the laborers were already facing starvation. Even usually they live for 3 to 4 months on tamarind seeds or gruel made from very coarse grains or seeds of grass and leaves. Because of the squad's presence and agitation and certain actions, the patels and patvaris stopped collecting the taxes and the levy, the landlords and their clerks and servants stopped coming to the villages to collect rents or debts. Veti, bigar, and illegal exact ions were also stopped. These old practices continued only in the villages where the police camps were situated or close by to them, and that, too, on a far reduced scale. Agricultural labor got their wages. 169. Increased to 20 rupees to 25 per month. Cattle of the poor peasants grazed free on government grasslands. People said, the cattle have got their fill, but what about us? The landlords brought the police and started terrorizing the villages. Chintapalli Ramchandra Reddy and police shot dead a potter near Iyavaragudam, Harijan Lalaya of Chintapalli, Harijan Lalaya of Chilapuram, 2 peasants in Ellori Tanda, a cowherd in Titiparti, 2 youths in Vikarbad, were shot dead by the police. Police raided on a big scale in Vikarbad villages, Tirumalapeta, Malapuram, Tumartipal, and beat more than 200 persons, raped more than a score of women. Because of raping, 6 women died. The people with the help of the squad thrashed some of the landlords and their agents who were responsible for these raids. They destroyed village officers' records in some villages. The squads waylaid police couriers in Chincholi Taluka and seized the topples. They also seized guns from the home guards in the border villages of Bidar Taluka. They raided outposts in Lakshmansagram, Vantaram, Samanakurdi, Naskalu, and on the houses of the landlords in Chitampalli, Minarpalli and Makapuram. They raided the railway station in Rukmapuram and destroyed the records. Comrade T. Lakshmanaswamy from Torara village, Ramkandrapuram Taluka, East Godavari district in coastal Andhra, a young educated cotter, who was deputed to work and help the movement here, was caught by the police, tortured and shot dead, practically on the eve of the withdrawal of the movement. Position at the time of withdrawal of Telangana struggle, October 1951. At the time of the withdrawal of the armed struggle in the Conference of Party Cotter of Amarabad region, November end 1951, the summing up of the movement for the whole period and the situation that existed at that time was reported as follows. In this region of Huzurnagar and Miryalgudam and Devarkonda talukas, there were 200 whole-timers and 540 militants in squads. Regular contacts exist in 300 villages, and in another 300 villages squads go and come. 100 weapons were seized during this period. Later the movement was extended to Amarabad forest area up to Mahbub Nagar all along the Krishna River. Squads drove away forest guards, and the Chencha tribals had free use of all forest produce, and there was no oppression, no forced labor. They seized landlords' grain in neighboring villages. Vinoba Bhave's Bhudanda version did not cut ice with the Telugu peasantry in the fighting areas. The backbone of feudal oppression and exploitation was broken. Forced labor was abolished. Village committees conducted village affairs. Union armies tried to bring back the old order. But people resisted. Wherever the landlords reoccupied the lands, they could cultivate them only with the help of police camps. In other places they had to leave it again. The peasants retained their position on Anyakrantalu land restored to them, fighting bitterly as in the case of Kamari Mutaya. Agricultural labor strikes were successful in increasing wages in a large number of villages. The government was not stopping people occupying forest and waste lands. 170. Though the village panch committees were not functioning as in the pre-police action days, people were settling their disputes through the mediation of individuals belonging to these old panch committees and abiding by their verdict. Where they could not solve any problem, they kept them pending till the arrival of or for contacting the party organizer of the area. Even the rich peasants brought their problems and disputes for solution and verdict before the party and Sangam organizers. The people were not going to the courts or to the Congress. Agricultural workers had always readily responded to the call for struggle for their demands wherever and whenever the party could reach them. Out of the details received by then from a few villages of Huzurnagar Taluka, out of 4167 acres of land, 2,770 acres were in the hands of the people. The landlords could reoccupy only 140 acres. The Dak Aram landlord tried to seize back 1,100 acres, cause self-cultivated Seri lands and Anyakrantalu, but could not succeed fully. He was forced to leave them and be content to collect 5 rupees to 10 per acre as rent. Peasants during this period occupied and cultivated nearly 2,000 acres of new forest and waste lands. The people were unable to retain the Seri lands, surplus land, of the big landlords that had been distributed, but were able to retain to quite an extent Anyakrantalu and waste lands and leased lands. The party was able to restrain the peasantry from occupying their lost lands, Anyakrantalu, if they were in the possession of middle and rich peasants, and persuade them to reach agreements with them, while helping them to seize back all the lands that were in the hands of the landlords. In Adividavolapalli of Myryalagudam Taluka, out of 1,200 acres of waste lands, the government gave patas on 40% of them. From the reports received from 33 villages, out of 67 villages with which the party had links and 100 villages with which the party and guerrillas could not maintain contact, of Myryalagudam Taluka, the people were in possession and were cultivating all the waste lands distributed and all the leased lands, 50% of Anyakrantalu lands, the lands illegally seized by the landlords but restored to the rightful peasant owners, and 20 to 30% of surplus lands that had been distributed. Bhavnagiri Taluka, out of 320 villages in this taluka, 180 were Jagir and 140 Khalsa, government. In the Jagir village, even the tamarind tree in one's courtyard was the property of the Jagirdar, and the householder had to buy the usufruct of the tree in auction. Craftsmen and artisans had to do bigar, forced labor, to the Jagirdar in the cities. There used to be many kinds of taxes and illegal exact ions. All these were completely stopped by our movement. The Jagirdars dared not enter the villages. The Puligala Jagirdars' 6,000 acres were still in the hands of the peasants, and they were not paying any Nazarana or lease amount. The lands distributed in Sunshala, Vilavarti, Kisararapalli, and Siddhapuram to the extent of 1,200 acres and 400 acres of Varakantam Gopal Reddy in Makapuram were still in the possession of the peasants, in spite of the government's attacks, raids and tortures. Auctioning of grazing lands was stopped and people 171 were grazing their cattle free. The people did not surrender Anyakrantalu and leased lands but were cultivating them themselves. In this taluka, there were 45 organizers and 450 squad members before the Indian Army entered, but after their first raids, only 10 organizers were left alive of those who were not imprisoned. By the time the Telangana struggle was called off, the number of party organizers and active members increased to 70 and militants to 300 in 140 villages. Bagatu, area which comprised Shirki, Palvala, Ibrahimpatnam, a major portion of Anyakrantalu and wastelands were still in the hands of the peasants. New forest and other wastelands had been occupied to the extent of more than 2,000 acres. In this area, there were 47 party members and 423 militants in squads at village level. The party was in touch with 265 villages. In the new extended area of Kalvakurdi Nagar Kurnool Kolhapur talukas of Mahbubnagar district, peasants forced landlords to take only 1/3 as the produce as rent as against half earlier, and they successfully resisted evictions in a large number of villages. Agricultural workers in a number of villages, about 40, got their wage increased from 150 rupees to 250 rupees. The party was in regular touch with 90 villages with 196 militants and party members. Chapter 4. The Godavari Forest Region. Khammam Kothagudem, Palvincha. Area after police action. At first, the leadership in this area was for withdrawal of the armed struggle. Later on, with the party's decision to continue it, as well as because of the manhunt that was launched by the Indian military authorities, and the landlords who had returned, they had to take up the struggle. With the butchery of leading comrades like Comrades Makaviraya, Gangavarepu Srinivas Rao, the arrest of Manchakanti Ramankrishna Rao and others, the squads and the remaining cadre were forced to retreat to the forest areas. The attacks and raids were so intense that on one village, within 3 months, there were 160 raids. One militant was beaten 18 times till his body was one sore wound for months. One squad was repeatedly attacked by the police and the military 12 times within a day. It had to be continuously on the run from early morning till 8 p.m., running more than 120 kms. Encirclement and combing raids covering 30 to 40 villages and involving 1,000 to 1,500 armed personnel took place. The immensity of police and military concentration and the nature of police patrolling can be understood from the fact that in the Produttur area consisting of 30 villages, there were 21 camps, with 15 persons in each. In each one of these villages in Produttur 20 to 30 persons were beaten to pulp and made invalids. In the 4 talukas of this area, 100 camps were established with an estimated 7,000 personnel. 172. In these raids and later up to the end of 1951, 31 whole-time workers of the party were caught, including 4 zonal committee members and 5 center organizers, and were shot dead. Another 46 party members were arrested and killed. Not even 5% of the party members surrendered to the enemy in spite of all his terror. Couriers and others were tortured terribly, but the enemy could get only 4 to squeal a few secrets. After these raids of 1948 and early 1949, only 2 big squads of 25 to 30 members and 2 small squads in the plain areas and 4 organizers were left functioning in the whole area. The party had to reorganize its whole organization. It formed groups of 3 in the plain areas, and in the forest area, squads of 5 were organized. With patient and steady work, it was able to reforge links with most of the villages and extend to the whole of the forest area, Palvincha and East Ilandu and the whole of Mathura Taluka, to another 200 villages more than before the police action. During June-December, 1949, in about 150 villages throughout this area, agricultural laborers moved on a large scale for getting their wages increased. 20,000 agricultural laborers participated in these struggles and got their wages doubled and in certain cases even trebled. In some places washermen conducted their strikes and got increased emoluments. 8,000 bags of paddy and other food grains were seized and most of them distributed among the people. With this revival and spread of the movement, and with reorganizing the structure of the party and the mass contacts, the party was able to recruit 400 new persons, 90% of them from agricultural laborers and poor peasants from about 100 villages. Among them, 6 party groups of women were also formed. Between the area leadership and the village, the party had organized 7 zonal committees of Palvincha, Waira, Vemsar, Produttur, Palru, Mathura and Ilandu. The links with the mining areas of Kothagudem had got broken again and again, first with the arrest of Comrade Parsa Satyanarayana and, later, with the shooting of Comrade Anandarao and the arrest of 40 militants. To protect themselves, the guerrillas had to organize immediate cleaning up of police informers and agents from the villages, especially those landlords who were in the forefront. Squad members took secret shelters in villages themselves, in spite of large numbers of military and police camps, and destroyed 60 village landlords and their agents, including Ripal Anantaramaya, Kommineni Prakazarao and Ummineni Ramayya, the most notorious of them. Squad and party members levied contributions from the landlords and collected large amounts for feeding the Qatars and guerrillas and for carrying on the struggle. A large number of attacks on the military and police patrols to harass them and restrict their raids were organized in the form of ambushes, about 40 in number, or surprise sniping attacks. About 40 military and police personnel were killed and another 50 to 60 were wounded. Attacks on camps were far fewer. Because of these actions, the enemy could not organize home. 173 guards in most parts of the area. He could do this only in 30 villages. People used to hide and feed guerrillas and Qatar in their houses even when the military was raiding the same villages. In the beginning the cruel character of the enemy was not fully realized, and so most of the whole-timers became victims of betrayal by the village landlords. It was a costly mistake not to have purged vacillating elements in time. Since the area was also small, the enemy was able to concentrate and inflict heavy losses. Palvancha, Kothagudam, forest area. Even during the Razakar days, the base of operations had been the Godavari forest area. This had become the main base after the Indian Union Army intervention. In the later days, the party and the squads extended beyond River Godavari to the Bhadrachalam area, a part of old Sitharamaraja's Koya revolt area. The government concentrated its efforts to clear us from the forest areas. It adopted the Briggs plan of evacuating the Koya tribal people to the outskirts of forests. For this, it burned down their hamlets and resorted to mass beatings and mass murders. In the Banzara village of Soyam Gangulu, a small hamlet of 10.15 huts, between 15 to 20 people were shot dead. In the Gatapadu camp alone, 1,500 Koya people died of cholera within 2 months. In the whole area about 10,000 Koya people died of cholera, another 300 were shot or murdered by the police and military and landlord gundas. In that camp, 18 party members died of cholera. In the Alapalai camp, in Palvancha, 45 were shot in one day. Among them were 18 party members who were killed after 2 or 3 days of torturing. In this camp, in 4 days, 119 were murdered. Some were shot dead, some burnt alive. Aerial reconnaissance was resorted to and bombs were also dropped 2 or 3 times. Raping of women by police and military was quite common, especially where military and police camps were situated. Children were brutally killed before the very eyes of their mothers. In a number of villages, people defended their womenfolk against this atrocity. Guerrilla squads and village party members, especially from among the Koya people, were butchered by the enemy on a large scale. In Nareda, which was one of the strongest villages of the movement, the DSP, Srinivas, and Velodi, the special administrator, threatened that the whole village would be burnt. 170 women were beaten with tamarind birches. They were forced to wear pajamas and chameleons were put into these pajamas and at the bottom the pajamas were tucked up. The reptiles started biting and the agony of the women was indescribable. Red chili powder was also sprinkled on the wounds. For 5 months they were ill. Another day, they did not allow mothers to give their babies breastfeed and all the children were crying for milk. Yet, the people were not cowed down. 174. It was in this village that a squad leader was once surrounded. The women promptly dressed him up like a girl who had just reached puberty, kept her in a corner of the room to be seen and after the police and military left, escorted him to a safe place. Similarly, in the village of Bendalapadu, a peasant woman, Rajama, was caught. She and her husband were tortured. With red-hot iron rods, her waist and hands were branded as if she was wearing ornaments, but she did not utter a single word about the squads. The charge was that she was taking food to the squads in the forests. She keeps her devotion to the party and has worked in all the elections for the party. I had an opportunity to meet her years later. In 1960, I saw this ideal couple, their modesty and their deep devotion to the party. In spite of this terror, links were maintained with the people. We have already noted the sweep of the agricultural labor strikes during 1949 and 1950. During these strikes, the laborers won wages of 160 seers of grains per acre for harvesting, etc., as against the earlier 60 seers. In the Ilendu and Bergampadu talukas, the annual farm servants won a wage of 12 bags as against the earlier 6 bags. For wood cutting, the rate of 3 rupees per day was won by 4,000 workers. Regular contact with Kothagudam mine workers was forged. Continuous leafleting was done. They were a source of immense help for various technical purposes. The hardcore that remained at the end, just before the withdrawal, were 150 party members and many sympathizers in the plains and 50 Koya party members and 500 Koya militants in the forest area. But this was one area with which the state center could not keep any contact for nearly 2 years till the armed struggle was withdrawn. Daily links with the villages got weakened. Continued starvation in the forests reduced all the squad members and leaders to an extreme weak condition, bleeding of gums, etc., and they became frequent victims of malarial and other fevers. Questions about the wisdom of conducting the armed struggle became more insistent. It was just at that time, in a surprise raid, that the leadership of the whole area was surrounded by the military and Comrade Giri Prasad was seriously wounded. The rest of the leadership fought back, carried the comrade for miles and miles and for days and days, nursed his wounds and restored him back to health. Such was the camaraderie that developed fighting a death-defying people's battle. The leadership heard the radio announcing the decision of withdrawal of armed struggle on October 21, 1951. Movement in the Godavari Belt. Among Koya people. By the end of February 1949, after thousands of members of village squads and village panchayats had either been caught, and even those who had resigned and surrendered were thrown behind prison bars by the military government, the remaining retreated to the forests while some others reached the towns. Only a few remained in their own areas. The party in Suryapet and Manakot talukas, as also from certain parts of Khammam and Ilendu talukas, extended itself to the forest areas of Narsumpet, Mulag of Varungal, Manthina taluka of Karimnagar and Chinur in Adilabad district, bordering the Godavari River forest area. 175. The party in Khammam and Mathura talukas extended into the forests of Palvancha and Ilendu. The party organization in Huzurnagar and Mayuralagudam talukas and in the southern parts of Suryapet taluka found its way into the Nalamala forest areas. The party machinery in Nalgonda and Bhangur talukas extended itself into the Rachakanda hillock areas near Hyderabad city. Karimnagar and Adilabad forests received party organizers from Jungayo and other talukas. People in the forest areas of these talukas were far away from the towns and with no communications facilities, they lived their own lives in poverty. Men and women could afford only some scant clothing. Though raising of cattle was their main occupation, they equally depended on agriculture as well as forest produce. Agriculture was shifting cultivation, zoom or paja cultivation. Unable to maintain themselves with the produce from agriculture, they used to collect all sorts of wild fruits, ripe and unripe, different varieties of leaves, and used to live on them. The exploitation of these innocent people was horrifying. Landlords of the plains were the village authorities, Patels and Patvaris, for these tribal people who collected 10 to 100 times more than the land revenue payable to the government. They secured patas on these lands for themselves, keeping the tribals as temporary occupants. Only to a very small extent, the land was registered as pata land in the name of Koyas. Forced labor was the order of the day, even the small amounts they earned by hard labor did not reach them. Forest officials were devils incarnate vis-a-vis these tribal people. They exploited the labor of these people in 1,001 ways for official and personal work, but did not allow them to collect a few pieces of firewood for cooking purposes or such material required for construction of small huts without mulcting heavy bribes. Any tribal seen with an axe in the forest was beaten up. The only way out for these poor people was to somehow pay some bribes to forest officials and manage to exist. The one pretext they always trotted out was that the land under the cultivation of the tribals came within the reserve forest areas and hence tribals should not cultivate those lands, but on the other hand, they were not allowed to till any other new areas. One can imagine the fate and lot of such tribal people. Everything grown in the forests was put to auction by the government. And the tribal people who were born in these forests and grew up there and had to live there, could get not even a leaf, except by paying a price to the contractor or forest guard and officer. Contractors and sahukars paid very low wages to the tribal laborers and amassed huge amounts of wealth, as is seen in the case of the forest contractors. Further, these tribals could manage to secure only very low prices for tamarind or honey, or other agricultural products. In return, the sahukars sold them salt, chilies, oil, clothes, and tobacco at fancy prices. The social setup among them was equally intolerable. The traditional leader was a dictator, a corrupt person. No one had the right to oppose him. He took bribes from contractors and sent laborers from under his control on less wages. He was an accomplice of the sahukars in the exploitation of the people. For every festival or for every wrong committed, people had to pay mamuls, bribes, to this traditional leader. The life of women was much worse and wretched. 176. Any man, desiring to marry a girl comes with a crowd of his supporters, and when she is alone, forcibly takes hold of her, drags her away despite her opposition and marries her. Neither the girl nor her parents have any say in the matter nor can they intervene. If the traditional leader had already become an accomplice in this affair, by taking bribe, the dispute cannot even be raised. The traditional leader would merely say, "Let the bone taken by a dog remain with that dog itself." And that became the final word. This had been the tribal custom. It was no easy job for the party to enter into these tribal areas bound by such antiquated social customs and barriers and tribal traditions. But once the party found its way, it won the respect and confidence of the tribal people. In the initial period, they ran away when they saw the squads. All the inhabitants with great difficulty were gathered at a place in each village and were told about the party and its ideals. Then only they realized that they are our own people. Then only they came to a determination to fight those exploiters like zamindars, patels, patvaris, forest officers, and the government. Once they believed the squads, they themselves took the party organizers to other villages, introduced them and helped the extension of the party into these new areas. Before they took the party organizers to a new village, they used to send word to that village saying that some relatives were being brought over the next day, and, hence, all people should remain in the village and not go out. Party leaders were called relatives or our own men. They shared whatever kind of food they had with the squad members and they enjoyed eating whatever was given to them. They won their confidence and established the party in those areas. Once the squads entered the forest areas, patels, patvaris, and forest officials ran for their lives. The tribal people heaved a sigh of relief. They cultivated new lands. Forest contractors paid wages to the laborers as fixed by the party. Until they conceded such wages, tribal laborers did not go for work. This meant a 3- to 4-fold increase in their wages. Similarly, sahukars purchased the forest produce from the tribals at rates fixed by the party. An overwhelming majority of the traditional tribal leaders changed their past habits. They, too, wholeheartedly participated in the mass movement. The old type of marriage practices was given up. They, too, confiscated the cattle and land of landlords in their areas and distributed them among the people. They extended these actions to the plains areas as well. Village squads were constituted with all able-bodied men and women. Some of them came into the regular guerrilla squads and even became party organizers. As many as 200 tribal youth came into the party and joined either as squad members, or as organizers or couriers. Special mention has to be made of the fact that 20 women along with their husbands came into the party and took up weapons after joining the squads. Not less than 1,000 Koya people joined the village squads and village committees. These few figures indicate the extent to which party's influence spread among these people. People with the same economic, social life, living in Palvancha and Iloilo talukas organized themselves under the Palvancha Area Committee. They moved into action on a mass scale and scored many victories. They joined the guerrilla squads in large numbers. 177. The movement also grew among the Chenchu people in the Nalamala forests in the Krishna River forest area and the Gond tribals in Adilabad district. The Communist Party spread into the whole tribal belt in the Telangana area. Plain areas adjoining these forests were also brought into the fold of the movement. Distribution of landlords' lands, cattle, and paddy was undertaken by the people on a large scale. However, extension of the movement in these plains areas was not much due to the increase in the intensity of raids by the police on the squads. The party formulated the following economic demands for the immediate improvement of the conditions of the Koya people. 1. Do not pay any of the taxes that are being collected by the government officers, like tax on plough, 10 rupees per plough, tax for gathering ipapavu, a flour from which liquor can be brewed, tax per house was 6 rupees, tax on bamboo matting, house tax for cattle pound, tax for cattle herding place, 1.50 rupees, tax on ovens, 8 annas, tax for grazing cattle, 12 annas per cattle head, tax and illegal collection for any new hut or house constructed 50 rupees, stop all illegal exactions as free supply of ghee, honey, poultry, goats, etc., to the officials. 2. Do not pay taxes or rents to banjardars, the big landlords, who were given the right by the government to collect taxes on lands in the forest areas. 3. Land must belong to the actual cultivator and no rent need be paid to the landlord. 4. Seize back all the lands which were taken possession of by the landlords, contractors, by force or by any deceptive means. 5. Do not pay accumulated usurious debts. Demand loans without interest. 6. Do not do veti, i.e., bigar. Demand wages for any labor or work done to anyone. 7. Inform the people about the actual town prices, in the plains, of the various goods, of both what they have to purchase and of what they sell, so that they may not be cheated. 8. See that for the forest produce gathered by the tribal people like honey, tamarind, skins, ipapavu, matting, the contractors or outside merchants pay proper prices and the tribal people should be free to sell to anyone. Compulsory sale only to certain contractors or government agents must be done away with. 9. Beedi leaves, the rate for picking and bundling of 100 leaves must be a minimum of 1 anna and not half an anna. In 1961, the Congress government nationalized this and reduced it to 3 to 4 pays, as against the earlier 8 to 10 pays which the people won through a series of strike struggles during 1968 to 70. 10. The wage rate for wood cutting should be increased. 178. 11. The rate for certain wood or other forest produce to be increased. Apart from immediate partial economic demands, the general political slogan given was, an autonomous Koya area and local self-government. The party had also taken up the health question, treatment of various chronic diseases from which the Koya people were suffering, hygienic conditions of living, social equality, the question of women and education of the people. Burning of villages and organization of concentration camps. The police started setting fire to village after village. Especially in the forest areas, not even a small hut was allowed to remain unrazed. All the belongings of the people including food grains and clothes were set on fire along with the huts. In the plains areas as well, small huts or any shelter in the fields or near the wells were also burnt and razed to the ground. People in small villages were forced to go and live near big villages. In such centers, big military camps were established. The tribal villagers were moved away from distances of 40 to 50 miles and were asked to live around the military camps on the fringes of forests. The atrocious manner in which these concentration camps were organized could be seen from the fact that the tribal people of one whole taluka were forced to live in just 3 or 4 military concentration camps. This was done under the Briggs Plan. Congress leaders called them rehabilitation camps. In actual fact, they were concentration camps, expressly intended for the purpose of denying a foothold to guerrilla squads in the forest areas. Hundreds of villages were thus set on fire. Once they were brought into the concentration camps, the military picked up certain persons pointed out by the Deshmuks and their agents, and they were beaten up mercilessly, until their skin split oozing blood. For instance, they picked up 8 tribal people from the Gudur military camp in Narsumpet Taluka, beat them up until their skin split, sprinkled red chili powder over those wounds, tied up their hands and feet, and threw them in red-hot sands just as fresh fish is thrown on sands to be dried. With no food and water, they all died. Similarly, they beat up a tribal peasant in the Azanagar military camp in Narsumpet Taluka, and as the skin peeled off and was hanging from his body, hot water was poured on him. The peasant died. Raping of women before the eyes of their husbands had become a very common crime indulged in by these police and military brutes. Shooting the people had become another pastime. People of one village were taken to another village, from one camp to another, from one taluka to another, and shot dead there. People were even brought from inside the jails and shot dead. People, party members, and squad members were brought in lorries into the Narsumpet, Mulig, Ilandu and Palvancha forests and were shot dead en masse as if they were shooting sparrows. Many were the methods adopted to kill, all with a view to striking terror in the hearts of the people. 179. Tens of thousands of people who were herded in the concentration camps were not given proper food and were subjected to severe hunger. First beat them up, then make them dig long ditches, ask them to stand near the edge of such pits and shoot them in such a way that they fall down into those very pits, and then cover them up with earth. Some were taken to the huge trees just outside the camp, were hanged to death from those trees. Many such methods were adopted in this camp near Nagaram in Manakot Taluka. Due to continued hunger, many families died. Cholera, smallpox and other contagious diseases became common in these camps, and whole camps were affected. It was estimated that more than 10,000 tribal people living in Narsumpet, Mulig, Ilandu, and Palvancha talukas met their death in this fashion. Cattle and sheep, too, perished in large numbers due to lack of fodder and proper care in these concentration camps. It is to be noted that camps set up to perpetrate such inhuman atrocities on the people were styled as Gandhinagar, Asokanagar, Jawaharnagar, Kakatayanagar, Bapanagar, and so on by the Congress leaders. With some variations, such was the torture in practically all the areas. All this was done with one and only one aim, to isolate the squads and party from the people and then smash them, to force the people to reveal the secrets of the party. If people had to travel from one village to another village to visit their relatives, they had to take permission sheets from the military authorities. Anyone found without such permits were caught by the military, branded as communist and imprisoned. Those who took such chits could travel only along the route mentioned in the chit and stay only for specified days. It should be noted that a large number of tribal people escaped being dragged to the concentration camps, and found their way into the vast interior of the forests. They and their families lived with such minimum requirements as could be shifted at a moment's notice. Their paddy used to be dumped, hidden. Despite the encirclement raids, people young and old, women and children, along with the squads escaped into these areas and lived there till the end, till the withdrawal of the armed struggle. Life in forest areas for guerrillas and cod are hard. The tribal areas produce very little food grains. The tribal people live most of the year on grass seeds, forest fruits and nuts, wild roots, and ipapavu, a kind of flower which gives intoxicating liquor. They hunt forest fowl, boar, or forest buffalo called yanumu in Telugu. When they got coarse millets, like samalu, arakalu, or even millets, they make it into roti or gruel and live on it or on the fermented gruel. Our squads and organizers lived on these meager foodstuffs, quite like the tribal people, and mixed with them and won their confidence and respect. With the tightening of the police and military cordon and repeated raids, and especially with the forced evacuation of the whole Koya tribal people from the forest belts to starve the guerrillas, it became more and more difficult to feed and sustain the squads. 180. It had been very difficult for the government to force evacuation on the Koya people. Repeated raids, brutal beatings and rapings and even mass butchery did not succeed. Then the government resorted to burning down their hamlets. A rough estimate showed that about 1,000 hamlets were burnt. Yet the Koya people did not submit. Ultimately, the government authorities concentrated their efforts to forcibly impounding all the cattle of the Koyas and keeping them outside the forest areas. It was this, along with the terror and burning of the hamlets, that forced the Koya people to go and stay in the camps. Yet, they tried to find excuses repeatedly to go to the forests, on the ground of cultivating their fields or collecting forest produce, and even during the short time they used to get for these purposes, they sought out the squads, and gave them supplies they urgently required. Once in this forest belt, the squads were reduced to extremes. Then they decided to raid and drive the cattle of some of the hated landlords into the forest, kill them and live on them. They dried the beef with plenty of salt, and each guerrilla was given a limited portion of this dried salted beef, to be used as iron ration in case of emergency. But, in the Krishna forest area, for the Chenchus cows and bulls are sacred. They not only do not eat them, but consider anyone doing it as a sinner and hate him. So our guerrillas had to avoid killing and eating them. Once a newly recruited, guerrilla squad in dire extreme did kill a calf and ate it, but it was with great difficulty that the leadership could explain it to the Chenchu people and pacify them. In this area, they had to depend on all kinds of leaves, that are edible, and on roots and on small animals that could be trapped. Hunting with guns was prohibited, not only because of shortage of precious ammunition, but also these forests being small in area and the military camps being close to the guerrilla sites. Any gunfire would give away clues of their secret hideouts to the military. We had already noted in another section how for 2 months there, the guerrillas had to live on January 4th liter of bajra gruel, even without salt. But guerrillas, ranks and leaders, men and women, lived in great camaraderie, under these extremely difficult conditions. Not only food, but also to shelter themselves against rain and sun was also a problem. In deep forest, they used to erect huts with grass and twigs. But during rains which were quite heavy, the squad members had to suffer much. They used to put their coarse village kambal, blanket made of sheep or goat hair, on hanging branches like a tent with a cloth covering it on top. It used to be a good protection against even heavy downpour. During the winter months, December and January, in these hillocks, with the temperature falling to 45 F, 6.7 C, it was difficult for the guerrillas. In many places bonfires could not be lighted for fear of attracting the enemy. So they used to spread on the cold ground or rock grass or leaves, whichever they could get at that particular spot, spread one kambal and 2 or 3 persons huddled together closely with another blanket to cover them all. For quick mobility, they had to carry light apparel, light and limited personal articles, besides their rations and gun and ammunition, and first aid box of essential medicines. 181. Each squad used to carry a medical chest which was standardist. The political organizer or someone or other was given first aid training. But in the forest areas, with no doctor available nearby or within reasonably short time, these first aiders tried to treat serious wounds. I had personally seen guerrillas who had received serious wounds, even compound fractures, being bandaged and treated boldly with cebazole powder, penicillin ointment and simple injections, and nursed for weeks till they could be given proper treatment in towns far away. Milk, either tinned or fresh, purchased from the cattle herds in the forests, were first given to such sick and needy comrades. But malarial fever was the worst scourge our squads used to suffer from. In spite of a large amount of pauldron, quinine injections, they could not recover much. With no strong nourishing food, medicines alone did not help them to recover. I had seen comrades with high fever moving from one spot to another, with teeth clenched, walking miles leaning on other colleagues. Such was the hard and self-sacrificing life, all for the great cause of the toiling people. To believe this great comradeship, one had to see it with one's own eyes. I had the good fortune to see it, and be a participant for a few weeks. Manakotamula-Govarungal area. Manakotamula-Govarungal area had been a major battlefield between the communist guerrillas and the government forces during all the 3 years beginning from 1949 to October 1951, till the Telangana armed struggle was called off. It was here that the squads, organizers, most of the leaders from Suryapet area retreated to, and carried on the movement. In Suryapet Taluka, during the period of September-December 1948, in the centers of Kotapadu, Kamarakuntla, and Chundapatla and Biravalu and Tetalapadu, and Garla centers of Manukota, people moved in hundreds, in village after village, and seized the grain of old as well as the new landlords who had joined the Congress police, against the people. They seized the crop of these landlords. The peasants were able to defend their crops in face of repeated raids. It was estimated that the grain and crop seized amounted to 8 to 10,000 bags of food grains. Similarly, the agricultural laborers went on strikes in the Chittalur, Nakarkalo centers of Nalgonda Taluka, and in Suryapet Taluka, in Vardhamanakota, Kesanahadu, Baparam, Kandagatla, El Kapali, Kodur, Kilapakanta, Kotapadu, Tamala Penubadu centers for days and defended their wage rates. They maintained 90 seers per month, and achieved a daily rate of 6 seers during harvest period. They were able to force the landlords to sell paddy at the rate of 7 seers per rupee. In Kotapadu and Rajipadu areas even the roads were dug up with trenches to prevent the movements of the army and police who were being sent to suppress these struggles. But the Indian Army and police, numbering 6,000 to 7,000 persons, conducted intensive raids and combing operations covering 10 to 30 villages at a time. In these raids incomplete reports received by the local underground party and guerrilla headquarters, gives us the following picture: 6,500 persons brutally tortured, apart from the tens of thousands being herded, charged and harassed, in the course of which 60 persons died, 300 women raped, 40 of them done to death, and 42 party and squad members and 15 ordinary peasants shot dead. 182. It was because of this terrific onslaught that 40% of our party members were caught, another 40% became inactive, only 20% continued activities. Most of them were scattered and could not be contacted, but they worked on their own. Only 7 zonal organizers, 13 center organizers and 10 squads with a total complement of 70 members reached the Garla forest areas with some organizational shape. The upper and richer sections of the peasantry and the liberal small landlords who were with the party and the movement during the Nizam Razakar days went against it immediately after the police action. The middle sections were nursing illusions and were vacillating. Only the poor were with the party and the movement. But the experience of these very few weeks was enough to make them shed their illusions. Here is the summary of a report received at the State Center, which gives an idea of the horrible methods of the repression that was let loose in the Manakotavarungal area. Ilarugudam, Ramadugu Jagannath Rao, Banjardar. All lands belonged to him. He participated, gun in hand, in raids in Pindaprolo Center, even during the very first days of our struggle during the Nizam Razakar rule. He escaped from a guerrilla raid on his house in those days and became an inmate of the Congress office in Polampally. Even from that Congress office, he used to help the Rasakars to raid communist villages and squads. He returned with the Indian armies, got established a camp. A cavalry platoon was stationed in his village Elaragudam. This was the center of Pindaprolo Jagannath Reddy, Janardi Deshmukh, Maripta Damodar Reddy, Jagannath Rao, a killer's den, and Congress leader Rudradev had also joined this center. From this center, raid on any village they choose in the taluka. Raping of women and torturing of the people and looting their houses. Women in every village were subjected to insults, molestation and raping. Women being raped by 4 to 5 persons at a time, without caring whether they were pregnant, whether they had just delivered or old women. Many a time, women were raped by a number of scoundrels. Large-scale arrests of suspected communists or those who were suspected to have given them food and beat them in the camp. Thrusting of pins under the nails, driving nails into the feet, thrusting chili powder into private and delicate parts of the body, pouring urine into mouths, trampling with boots, beating with rifle butts. Shoot and kill. 33 were killed including Rayala Jagaya, leader of Pindaprola village who fought against Pindaprola Jagannath Reddy, after 3 days of torture. Hang people upside down tied to tree branches. Keep them for hours in that position. Start fire underneath and try to roast them in slow fire. This was repeated from 2 to 3 days. 183. Force people to lie on their faces in rows side by side and jump and dance on them with boots on. Make people stand in rows, underneath a tree, tie them to a rope, drag them up and drop them down with a thud, pour hot water on them. Tie hand and foot for 2 days continuously, throw them as sacks outside in the open, sun, rain or cold does not matter. No food and even water. Put them on thorny bushes, throw more thorny bushes over them and beat them with rods. 2 persons in one such beating were killed. This particular form of torture was used on a mass scale to cow down the Koya people. In 1960, i.e., 10 years after these days, in Bergampadu Talaka, one Koya old peasant described these events to me personally. You have to see his face, expression, and hear his exclamation, to understand the anger and hatred he had kept subdued somewhere deep in his heart, for the perpetrators of these misdeeds. P.S. During February-March 1949, in the plain areas of Suryapet and Pindaprolu, the people were resisting the landlords' efforts to seize the lands and crops from their possession, when the landlords found out squads and communist organizers who were forced to retreat from these areas. The people with food packets and provisions on their backs started searching for the squads. They were eagerly waiting for the return of the squads. They heard the news that the squads had reorganized and taken certain actions in nearby villages. With this news, the people started reoccupying the lands from which they had been dispossessed during the intensive raids of September-December. In Pindaprolu, Medarahapalli, Ramparam, Kamarakuntla centers, the peasants drove away the landlords' men and foiled their attempts to plow and cultivate the lands, and they themselves started cultivating the lands. The hated landlords started running back to the towns. Apart from this, in 2 centers of Pindaprolu and Ilandu in about 90 villages agricultural laborers went on strikes and won wage increases. In about 20 villages, the women laborers were in the forefront and went independently on strike. The landlords threatened they would bring the police. The women strikers replied, "If you bring your military, we will call upon our guerrilla squads to help us." The effect of these strikes spread to 16 neighboring villages in the Ramapuram and Bodlada centers. The Koya people also rose against the police and military who, while pursuing the guerrillas, raided their villages and subjected them to terrible atrocities, in the area of Namalapadu and Pandapampula. The enemy was organizing permanent camps in Mayuralapenta, Lakshmipuram, Kambalapalli, in all in 10 places. In Garla and Pakala areas, in about 50 villages, 1,025 people participated in destroying paths and roads up to a length of 100 miles. In the forest belt, another 150 miles of pathways were destroyed by 500 to 700 people in the course of a year. They felled huge trees across them, dug deep pits in the course of a year. The narrow passages between hillocks and 184 dense forests were closed by them by rolling down boulders and trees. In 2 such narrow passages, it was a regular battle between the military and the people for about 20 days. This operation was repeated 3 times, the people and squads closing it and the police and military clearing it for passage. The Koya youth came for military training. The guerrillas trained them, 60 joined the local village squads and 40 the regular squads. Parents were proud and happy seeing the military training which their sons were undergoing. One day, during this time, in Koyagadam, a few military men tried to rape women. Both men and women resisted and surrounded them. Women took up their grain-pounding rods, rokalug, and drove them away. During the year, the people were able to retain 80% of the land they had been cultivating, practically the whole of the land nearer the forest area, and the further one went to the plains of Suryapet, less and less percentage of the land. In about 30 villages, the peasants were able to reoccupy the lands they lost during the 1948 raids. In the forest areas, in about 150 tribal hamlets, forest lands were cleared and new paddy cultivation extended. In all these 90 villages, where agricultural laborers went on strikes, they won a daily wage rate of 6 seers, as against 3 earlier, and in a few villages even 8 seers. For beedi leaves, in 60 villages, they doubled the rate to 6 pays from the earlier 3 pays. Guerrillas conducted 31 raids on police and military camps or their patrols, killing 34 and wounding another 20. In the villages, the enemy agents, police informers, the sadist torturers of the people and hated landlords, a total of about 60 persons, were killed by the people and the squads. But during this year, in this area, the party, too, suffered serious losses. 8 zonal and center organizers, 2 squad commanders and 10 experienced squad members were killed. But, the party was able to extend its organization. It had 176 party member and auxiliary members in 38 party groups in 20 villages, with another 250 militants in 60 more villages, and had regular contacts with 300 villages. During 1950, the movement spread deeper and deeper into the forest areas, reaching River Godavari in the east and in the north, spreading to Mulago and Parkhala, and then to Manthina of Karimnagar district, to about 450 villages more. In Gundala zone, the Koya people moved on a big scale, seized 1,060 bags of food grains, 560 head of cattle from the Patel of Gundala and Makdadar of Anantharam. About 3,500 acres of forest waste were cleared and brought under cultivation. 100 acres of lands of the Gundala Patel and Putvaris were seized and distributed. In Garla, 264 acres, in Narasampada Talaka, Pakala, 1,000 acres of wasteland and surplus lands, 150 acres, of landlords. 185. In Gundala area, the movement among the Koya people had become deep and widespread. There the party was able to organize an exhibition of pictures of Soviet life. The people exclaimed, "When shall we achieve similar life conditions here?" Once the police raided a Koya hamlet, arrested the menfolk and was taking them to the camp. Women from the neighboring 10 hamlets surrounded the police and prevented the police from proceeding further. The police opened fire, but the women retaliated with stones and refused to go away, unless their menfolk were released. The police had to yield ultimately. As per the Briggs plan, the government was trying its best to evacuate all these Koya hamlets and move them out of the forest to the outskirts into concentration camps. In spite of many police camps in this area, repeated raids, burning of hamlets and houses, still, by the end of 1951, 30 hamlets escaped from this dragnet and continued living in the forest areas, shifting from one spot to another, when the police made it impossible for them to stay further in a particular place. A report of a raid by the police on Gundala is given to show with what ferocity these raids were conducted on the people. Raid on Gundala. On September 6, 1950, military and the police had carried out a combing and encircling raid on Gundala area, with about 1,500 personnel from the Alapalai camp, from the Singarini Colliery camp, from Komatlagudam, etc. The raid took place as the millet crop was ripening and was ready for harvesting. They took away as much as they could carry and drove the cattle to graze on the rest. They destroyed hundreds of bags of crop of the starving Koya and other people, who were looking to the harvest to give at least one meal per day for a few weeks. They were robbed of their morsel of food. These brutes did not stop with destroying the crops. They started burning the Koya villages to frighten them to go to new settlement camps established by the government. Not a single person was left in Attagudam, Kodisala, Sampatlai, Rolagada, Devaragudam, Lingudam, Chintagudam, etc. Everything in the houses here including food grains, clothing, household materials were burnt. People were not allowed to save anything. An old woman in Sampali and another in Attagudam were thrown into the fire and burnt alive, while these brutes went on cutting jokes at the people. After all this barbarity, they wanted to cajole the people to support the Congress regime. Some of the Koya people, who were suffering from various skin diseases and boils, were administered medicines and bandages. Congress flags were hoisted here and there. They pasted posters urging the people to fight the communist violence, that theirs was not Nizam's rule, and that theirs was the Congress government which was out to improve the lot of the people and 186. The people need not entertain any fears. They would feed and clothe the people, would open schools and hospitals. They had come there in search of communists who were very bad elements who cut the throats of the people. They boasted of their might, the power of their arms, and boasted that they would wipe out the communists in a short time. They threatened that those who tried to run away from the settlements or would not go to live there, would be hunted out and severely dealt with. Some tribal elders and black marketeers, like Komati Ramachandrudu of Gondola, intensified their efforts to turn the tribal folk against the communists and make them leave the forest areas and live in the settlements. One tribal leader in Yelapuram even went to the extent of betraying one squad member, Guttaya, to the police. But all their efforts failed. Many tribals refused to go to the settlements. Even those who were forced to go there, tried every means to escape from these settlements and return to their old forest abodes. They sent word to the guerrillas that under intense repression, they were forced to be in the camps but would soon return and join them. Do not misunderstand us, brothers. You be with us. Tell us about all those things you used to speak about. We will continue to be with you, protect you, and fight against the police and the oppressors. In Katagudam, in the Garla-Jagir area, when on September 23, 1950, 18 military personnel with certain home guards started their usual atrocities on the people, the men and women, under the leadership of the local squad and organizer attacked the marauding army personnel. In the clash, a subedar and 3 of his men were killed, and 5 more wounded. The people seized 2 submachine guns and rifles from them. When another patrol from the nearby Buga camp rushed to their assistance, the squad used these very weapons to drive them away. But a big military contingent of company strength raided it. The people resisted, but in this, 4 of them, Dagala Pandaya, Musipal Laya and 2 others, had to lay down their lives. Others escaped into the forest. Terrible revenge the military took, a number of persons whom they could get hold of were shot dead. But all the people of the village lived on in the forests for days and defended themselves. To prevent the children crying which would have given away their place of hiding to the enemy, they used to shut their mouths with cloth, destroyed their dogs, tied stones to the necks of fowls to prevent them from making noise. During this year, the enemy burned 200 villages totally, houses destroyed 10,000. People were subjected to various atrocities numbering 16,280, of whom people shot dead or those who died of tortures were 73, women raped, 90, and local militants arrested and put in jail, 212. While this resistance continued in the forest areas, people also seized and distributed about 900 bags of food grains in about 40 villages and destroyed another 1,300 bags. They destroyed paths and roads and mounted continuous attacks on the police informers, killing 11 such agents. To sum up the activities during the year 1950. In 260 villages, 13,000 acres of waste and forest lands were newly seized and cultivated. 200 acres of surplus lands of landlords were distributed among the poor. In about 187 villages, 1,824 people participated and seized 2,890 bags of paddy. In 30 villages agricultural labor went on strike for higher wages and were able to retain the 6 pays for plucking beedi leaves, which they won the year before, and got it extended to other villages where they could not do so in the past. For cutting mati and teak trees, for 1 cartload, they won 2 rupees instead of the earlier 1 rupee, and for sawing beams 6 rupees instead of the earlier 2 rupees, and for bamboo 6 rupees instead of the earlier rate of 1 rupee to 1.50 rupees. The party was able to organize 170 village committees and recruited 385 villages as local volunteers. Party membership increased to 208 in 52 cells in 34 villages. 19 were promoted as organizers and 4 as squad commanders. The guerrillas mounted 60 raids on the police and military and killed 100 and wounded 24. They lost 3 zonal organizers, 3 center organizers, and 1 squad commander and 33 squad members or couriers. Bulraju was one of the zonal organizers, Rajaya and Rangaya were center organizers. During 1951 extension to Channur-Sirapur area in Adilabad district. In March-April, the spring and summer season had come again. The enemy started concentrating his forces to attack and annihilate the guerrillas in the forest area. More and more military was arriving in Manukota and the mining centers, Dornakal and Nirsampada military camps, to encircle the whole area.